In the anti-war competition, you developed a World War II game. Everyone thought you were completely insane, but only you knew that this was the key to your victory. Because this is a parallel blue star that has never experienced a world war, and this world, due to the rapid update of technology, has left its people with nothing to do, and their awareness of war has become extremely fanatic. So, you decided to use the cruelty of World War II to make these radical humans feel the preciousness of peace. Anti-war, anti-war. How can you oppose war if you've never experienced it? It's better to bring the true cruelty of war to the Blue Star people. At this moment, inside the top floor of a skyscraper in the city center, your eyes are filled with shock as you watch various transport drones flying outside the window, and the hundreds of meters high energy towers standing in the center of the city. Everywhere there are anti-war slogans and some game advertisements. You recall the memories in your mind about this parallel world and can't help but feel a toothache. Unlike yourself, the version of you in this world had bet everything to make a game, hoping to join the anti-war competition organized by the 6 major federations. Though called an anti-war competition, it was actually a project launched by the 6 federations to calm the public. In this world, the rapid progress of technology led to a transformation from agriculture to industry, and from industry to the discovery of new energy, pushing the world into the technological age in just a few short years. So, the federations were all busy researching new technologies, with no time for war. Furthermore, with nearly unlimited new energy available, why fight? Hurry up and develop new technologies. Decades have passed since the technology boom. Life is now prosperous, with new energy solar factories solving the problem of basic needs. But people quickly became idle and aimless. Crime rates in the Federation soared, and even some people began shouting slogans like "War to unite the world," which stirred the public. For a while, the people of the 6 federations were stirred into a frenzy for war, marching and demanding the federations start a war. During that time, a lot of trouble was caused. To calm the public, after some research, the 6 federations jointly launched the anti-war competition. The competition is divided into several categories, including movies, games, novels, dramas, short plays, and more than a dozen other types of entries. As long as you have an extraordinary imagination, a brilliant idea, and with the help of the Federation's cheap photon supercomputing clusters, you can create entries either individually or in teams. The ranking of the entries is determined by public voting. If you win first place, you will receive infinite honor and support. The anti-war competition has been held for over 300 years, with individuals or companies winning infinite honor every year. Whether they reach the top overnight or grow bigger, it has now become an essential event on Blue Star every year. As for the participants, they mainly aim to win the Federation's guaranteed support in prize money. For categories like movies, games, and novels, the fixed prize is 1 billion Federation coins, plus 1 year of federal publicity. The original participant joined the game category, with the goal being the champion's prize and 1 year of federal publicity. The reason they confidently invested 60 million Federation coins was because they believed their idea was excellent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to attract investment from another partner. The original participants set up a company, used part of the funds to purchase servers, and spent the rest on photon supercomputing cluster power. They recruited a team and spent 8 months creating the game Cyber Blue Star 2077. It tells the story of Blue Star in the future, where a terrorist group carries out a long-planned attack, crushing the weak rule of the 6 federations, throwing society into chaos and turmoil. Various forces rise to power, and the war continues. The gap between rich and poor in society widens drastically. Players take on the role of a wanderer, scavenging the wasteland for resources and surviving in the aftermath of war, to make them realize how hard life is after a war, thus reducing their enthusiasm for war. The idea was great, and the game was well done, but it was copied. The news came yesterday, and today they thought about jumping off the building. Why? Because even if they sued, it wouldn't help. Their small workshop was copied by a top 500 Federation company. Whether it was investment or game content, everything was expanded by more than 10 times. In other words, if these 2 games were thrown on the market and compared, 100 out of 100 people would say the original Cyber Blue Star 2077 was a fake copy. Having copyright doesn't help. On Earth, a work might make a comeback due to special effects or details, but on Blue Star, in this era of overflowing computing power, as long as you throw enough money at it, there's no effect that can't be achieved. The game was copied with 10 times the funds, and once the original version is released, it will definitely fail. How could they not jump off the building? They walked back to their desk, sat in the boss's chair, leaned back, and looked at the time on the computer. There are only 9 days left before the anti-war competition opens. Switching to the movie category is impossible, the registration had already closed. Furthermore, all the employees at the company were game developers, so making a movie was unrealistic. To turn things around, they had to create a new game in the next 9 days to replace Cyber Blue Star 2077. But Cyber Blue Star 2077 was made by the original participant and their team, using 8 months of work. To build the vast world and multiplayer online servers, the 60 million Federation coins were almost all spent, and there was barely any photon supercomputing cluster power left. It was nearly impossible to create a new game to compete. What's worse, they were a filmmaker, not a game developer. In their past life, they had heard their roommates discuss games like Battlefield and Black Myth, Yukong, but they had never played them and only heard of them, not even knowing what type of games they were. What the hell do? A filmmaker trying to make a game? They sighed deeply, leaned back in their boss's chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Anti-war, anti-war, anti-war films, they knew a lot about those. To make people feel the cruelty of war and eliminate the desire for war, the best option would definitely be the Earth's World War II film series. But there's no way to turn those World War II films into a game, right? Turning World War II films into a game, holy crap, that actually seems possible. They suddenly straightened up, their eyes full of excitement. What is the thing that Blue Star lacks the least? It is the computing power of supercomputers. In this era, Blue Star has long since researched virtual helmets and virtual sensory pods that allow players to immerse themselves in virtual environments, and the driving force behind these devices is the overflow of computing power in Blue Star. As long as you have money, you can apply for the computing power of photon supercomputing clusters to design products, works, and so on. This is also why many companies in Blue Star have particularly few employees. Because as long as you have an idea, even if you are not very skilled in a certain direction, as long as you keep optimizing, you can ultimately achieve what you want. Of the 60 million federal coins, 10 million was spent renting large servers. The remaining 50 million federal coins were used to purchase the computing power of the photon supercomputing cluster, and in 8 months, over 48 million federal coins of computing power have already been used. There are just over 1 million federal coins of computing power left, making it almost impossible to create a sci-fi game comparable to Cyber Blue Star 2077. But what if it is just rendering a design of an island, a war? It probably would not even cost tens of thousands of federal coins of computing power. Most of his 48 million federal coins were spent on the rendering of sci-fi technology, future worlds, and various sci-fi details, which is why it was so costly. But normally, rendering and designing an island with some heavy weapons. Without those dazzling sci-fi things, just designing the most real, almost true-to-life visuals is the simplest. It completely does not require that much computing power. And what he wanted to do was transform a certain clip from a movie into a game based on game mechanics. That is much simpler. There are so many World War II movies, many of them are so brutal that they are worth pondering. Blue Star has never experienced a world war, many things are still superficial, including the anti-war competition of the 6 great federal organizations, which was also meant to appease the public. Anti-war, anti-war. How can you be anti-war if you have not experienced war? Rather, bring the cruelty of World War II to the people of Blue Star. That effect will definitely explode. Zhao Ming excitedly got up and paced back and forth in the office. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this method was feasible. MD. I really am a genius. Now, I'm just missing a World War II script. Which one should I turn into a game? Ding. Detected that the host triggered the keyword script. The strongest director system on Earth has started. This system has the Earth database and can help the host become the strongest director on Earth. Database unlocked. Exchanging data requires emotional value, which needs to be obtained from others. Any emotions such as anger, shock, or admiration directed at the host can be collected. Please collect emotional value as soon as possible. Current emotional value, 572. What the hell? A system? The sudden voice in his ear and the phantom panel appearing in front of him left Zhao Ming momentarily stunned. Then Zhao Ming's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly opened the so-called Earth database and searched according to the prompts. Goodness. It really is a repository of all kinds of materials. Zhao Ming searched for the shooting materials of a movie. Not only did it detail what the director was doing at every minute and second, what actions he took, and what his thoughts were at that time, but even the details of him taking a few puffs of smoke or cursing at a few people were included. So detailed, so comprehensive. This thing can be fed into the computing power distributed by the photon supercomputing cluster, and in no time at all, the scenes can be recreated. It can be directly rendered out. However, Zhao Ming suddenly thought of a key question. System, does it have to be a movie? Can it be a game? He is currently participating in a game category competition, not a movie category one. He does not know if he can gain emotional value. Ding. Please note that this system is the strongest director system on Earth, aimed at helping the host become the strongest director. Can't you make any exceptions? Ding. Cannot. But this is Blue Star, not Earth. Ding. No, this is Earth. This system will not cross into the wrong world, absolutely not. You slipped up, didn't you? Ding. No. Zhao Ming twitched his mouth. Damn it, your mouth is really tough. Zhao Ming didn't hesitate and immediately opened the computer, searching for the history and name of Blue Star, pointing at the screen and saying, "Come on, tell me. What are these 2 words called? These words are slapped in your face, let's see how you explain it." The system was silent for 2 seconds. Ding. Earth. Zhao Ming had a confused look on his face. What did you say? Looking at the two characters for Blue Star, system, are you seriously talking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Ding. Earth. Hiss. Zhao Ming gasped sharply. Damn. This system is a bit cheeky, huh? Alright, so this is how we're playing? Zhao Ming searched again for the anti-war competition section of Blue Star, pointing at the two words in the game category. Tell me, what are these two words called? Ding. Game. Zhao Ming smirked. No, these two words are called movie. Please, host, don't talk nonsense. Now, are you a Blue Star person or am I a Blue Star person? You have the Earth database, not the Blue Star database. These two words in Blue Star are called movies. You also want to earn emotional points, right? Cooperation leads to a win-win. So, what category am I participating in? ZZZ. Updating data. Ding. The host is participating in the anti-war competition, movie category. Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Taming a wild system, this valuable experience, I need to remember it. System. Search for some speech materials for me. I want to make an opening CG. Also search for the movie and materials for the Normandy landing and the Battle of Stalingrad. I want to make a match 3 game. He only knows how to play a match 3 game, but it should be somewhat similar. Games are universal. Bullets hitting heads, human match 3. No problem. Ding. Exchanging speech materials requires 500 emotional points. Exchanging the Normandy landing movie and materials requires 150,000 emotional points. Exchanging the Battle of Stalingrad movie and materials requires 280,000 emotional points. Current emotional point balance, 572. What? With this amount of emotional points, can I even get an opening CG? What about the game? Gaining emotional points needs to be related to yourself. Otherwise, create a scandal? But who the hell knows him? No one will care about a scandal. Scratching his head, Zhao Ming looked at the system panel. Forget it, whatever is available, do it first. System, exchange the speech materials for me first. As Zhao Ming gave the command, a lot of materials appeared in his mind, and a folder also appeared on the desktop of the computer. Zhao Ming opened the folder and took a look. All the materials were complete. Amazing. Zhao Ming roughly scanned through, there were various versions, even some carefully edited clips by netizens. Zhao Ming chose one and dragged it into the local server of the Photon supercomputer cluster. Based on the memories of the original body, he started operating to render this video into CG. At this moment, outside the office, there was silence. The sudden major blow had caused the whole company to fall into stagnation. Boss Zhao Ming had gone into the office after showing up in the morning, and there had been no movement for most of the day. Tap tap tap. A tall woman in a black dress walked in, with pale white skin and a slightly furrowed brow, showing a hint of coldness. Looking at the silent office, she said coldly, "Aren't you all going to work? Where is Zhao Ming?" Everyone in the office looked at each other. They had all been raided, what was the point of continuing to work? Anyway, they couldn't compete with him. The receptionist saw that it was the company's second largest shareholder, Shen Xinghan, and quickly stood up. President Shen, President Zhao hasn't made a sound for half the day. Maybe, you should go check on him? The receptionist said cautiously while secretly hoping Zhao Ming wouldn't do something drastic. President Shen was so rich, she should have a way to handle it, right? Chapter 3, Shen Xinghan in shock. To the second largest shareholder Shen Xinghan, she was seen by the company's employees as a mysterious figure. Because everything she wore, even the car she drove, was something an ordinary person would never be able to afford after struggling for several lifetimes. She made an investment of 30 million federal coins, and as soon as she decided to invest, she did it. After the investment, she had no involvement in the project production at all. Zhao Ming was given full authority to manage. How many people dream of having such an investor? But such a big thing has happened. The receptionist sighed inwardly, perhaps President Shen couldn't do anything about it, after all, the time was too short. Anti-war competition starts in 9 days. What can be done in 9 days? Candy Crush? Hearing the receptionist's words, Shen Xinghan frowned. I understand. Then she looked towards Zhao Ming's office. This incident did come too suddenly, and Shen Xinghan knew that this investment was probably a waste. To her, 30 million federal dollars wasn't much, but she was afraid Zhao Ming couldn't handle it. In this era, there is no such thing as a technical gap. As long as the money is enough, pouring it into Photon supercomputer clusters to buy computing power can produce any kind of game, effects, and details. Cyber Blue Planet 2077 combined with her investment, after excluding server rent, only used $50 million federal dollars for game production. Meanwhile, the Penguin Group's Ruins Future 2100 has a basic investment of $500 million federal dollars, and the various leaked details and visuals made Xinxinghan compare them. Their Cyber Blue Planet 2077 is nowhere near as good. Under such circumstances, going online would just be waiting to be scolded. A group like Penguin, which spans federations, could easily crush them. But if they can't withstand this little blow, forget it. Let's see the situation first. Xinxinghan lifted her leg and walked towards Zhao Ming's office. She knocked on the door, and Zhao Ming's voice came from inside. "Come in." It didn't sound like there was any sign of breakdown, on the contrary, it felt quite normal. This made many employees in the office breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the boss is alive, that's fine. Only Hao Wen, who was designing the core plot of the game, had a flicker in his eyes. Listening to Zhao Ming's voice, he was uncertain. How come it sounds like nothing happened? Could it be that there's still some core aspect or something that can turn the situation around that Zhao Ming hasn't mentioned? Outside the door, Xinxinghan was also somewhat surprised. This sounds like nothing happened, right? Xinxinghan pushed the door open and walked in. The other employees in the office looked towards her, especially the guilty Hao Wen, who glanced at Zhao Ming operating something on the computer. Then the office door closed, cutting off all sight and sound. This made Hao Wen feel inexplicably uneasy. Inside the office, sitting in the boss's chair, Zhao Ming shifted his gaze from the screen and looked up at the newcomer. What came into view was Xinxinghan's always cool and aloof face. Memories of Xinxinghan sprang to mind. Xinxinghan, Zhao Ming's student council president during university. 2 years his senior. It was rumored her family background was mysterious. No one knew exactly what it was, but for sure, she didn't lack money. In school, there were rumors of Xinxinghan investing in some students. But the amounts varied. If it weren't for the original character realizing it was too far off, they wouldn't have thought to seek Xinxinghan's investment. But the original character didn't expect the process to go so smoothly. They laid out the design concept and appealing aspects of Cyber Blue Planet 2077 and explained it to Xinxinghan, easily securing a $30 million investment. Everything went smoothly until yesterday. Seeing Xinxinghan come in, Zhao Ming stood up and gestured for her to sit on the sofa. Senior. This is the financial backer, he couldn't be careless. Moreover, half of the money lost belongs to Xinxinghan. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a toothache. Zhao Ming walked over and sat down, pressing a button on the brightly lit coffee table, and a set of equipment inside the table immediately provided hot and cold drinks. Soon, 2 cups of coffee rose from the inside of the coffee table. Xinxinghan nodded, glanced around the room, then looked at Zhao Ming. I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle the blow. It seems I was overthinking it. This kind of situation where big groups plagiarize and eventually go bankrupt is common in this era, but there's nothing to be done, they simply do it better than you and throw more money at it. You want to encourage players to criticize, but they might not even be willing to. Who knows how many entrepreneurs have jumped from buildings? Now, seeing Zhao Ming's relaxed expression, Xinxinghan finally felt at ease and was a bit curious, saying, looking at you, it doesn't seem like you're affected at all. Cyber Blue Star 2077 has any hidden features that the Empire Penguin Group hasn't copied? Aside from any gameplay that could turn the tide, Xinxinghan couldn't figure out why Zhao Ming was so calm. However, Zhao Ming shook his head and shrugged indifferently. No. Cyber Blue Star 2077 is definitely ruined, it can't compete with Empire Penguin. Luckily, we still hold the copyright. Clearly, we also started with anti-war competition, but after so many years, they haven't developed anything new, only relying on copying others to profit. Now we can't compete with them, when the opportunity comes, we must destroy them. Xinxinghan's mouth twitched slightly, and her beautiful eyes rolled. Many wanted to take down Empire Penguin, but no one had succeeded after all these years. You should talk about what to do now. I invested 30 million. What do you plan to do? Zhao Ming's expression stiffened, and he coughed lightly twice. Senior. You shouldn't be short of that 30 million, right? Xinxinghan remained expressionless and silent, staring at Zhao Ming. Under such scrutiny, Zhao Ming quickly admitted defeat. All right, I've already thought of a way. He originally wanted to tease her, but this guy was just too cold. Who could stand being with her? TSK. Then Zhao Ming explained to Xinxinghan. Cyber Blue Star 2077 really can attract a lot of attention, it might even win some rankings. However, such innovative games always pop up too every year. Players quickly get tired of them. Ultimately, it's aesthetic fatigue. If we want a breakthrough, we have to bring something different to this world. Anti-war competition has been organized for so many years, they've long forgotten their original intention. Anti-war competition is, of course, aimed at opposing war. So how to oppose war? It must be about letting players participate and experience the cruelty of war. So I decided to approach it from this angle. To develop a multiplayer online shooting game. Zhao Ming said seriously. It was met with a long silence, and Shen Xinghan stared at Zhao Ming with a speechless expression. After a while. That's it? Zhao Ming was a bit confused and nodded. That's it. Isn't that enough? Making a game out of World War II movies, letting players feel like cannon fodder, watching comrades get shot in the head, blood splattering all over, guts spilling as they crawl across the ground. In such situations, who still looks forward to war? Shen Xinghan felt her head thumping, unable to help but clench her fists. With your ridiculous idea, no one has done it for 200 years. Nowadays, everything uses computing power to create virtual worlds, be it mechs, star battleships, or even virtual mythical worlds that cost hundreds of billions of federal coins. Who would play such an old-fashioned shooting game? Hearing this, Zhao Ming got the point and replied. It's different, mechs, battleships, myths, these are all fictional in reality. Apart from star battleships, the others have no possibility, and the mech model isn't suitable for combat. No one would be foolish enough to make that stuff. Technology is advancing rapidly in society, but maintaining law and order still relies on the military and firearms. And the game I'm making is meant to give players the most realistic experience, as well as things they've never experienced. Hearing this, Shen Xinghan couldn't help but laugh in anger. A shooting game, and you think you can play it differently? Anti-war competition has been held for 300 years already. The gunfight game has been played to death for over 100 years. What can you bring to players that they haven't experienced before? Retro? Zhao Ming shook his head. No. His gaze fixed directly on Shen Xinghan's eyes, inexplicably making her heart skip a beat. Zhao Ming's lips curled up. It's war. War? These two words hit Shen Xinghan's mind like a heavy hammer. Promoting war in anti-war competition? How dare he? Chapter 4, Spend the rest of your life in federal prison. Shen Xinghan widened her eyes, shocked as she looked at Zhao Ming. In the anti-war competition of the 6 major federal organizations, creating a game that experiences war. Would it be popular? No need to ask, it would definitely be popular. After all, Zhao Ming's approach is unique, how could it not be a hit? Even if it doesn't succeed, those enthusiastic promoters of war would support Zhao Ming's game, eager to watch the fun. But what happens after it becomes popular? Wouldn't he end up locked away? Crazy? After a long time, Shen Xinghan finally came to her senses, gritting her teeth as she said. Are you insane? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. She was the second largest shareholder in the company. If the game caused trouble, Zhao Ming would go in, and so would she. She might be fine, but she feared for her family's safety. Her family had people in all positions. What if they really enraged the Federation? The elders in her family could be affected, and the Shen family's political enemies were many. If this led to political leverage against them, the consequences were unimaginable, something Shen Xinghan could not tolerate. No way, absolutely not. Even if we lose all our money, you are not allowed to participate. Promoting war is too dangerous. Zhao Ming looked at the tense and anxious Shen Xinghan, feeling puzzled. Isn't it just a game? Is it really that serious? Thinking he might not have explained clearly, Zhao Ming spoke up. It's not promoting war, it's letting players experience war. Shen Xinghan frowned tightly. Is there a difference? The main purpose of anti-war competition is to soothe the public and oppose war. Other shooting games mainly focus on competitive combat, while you're making a game for players to experience war. Those fanatic war enthusiasts would probably go wild. When those war extremists mock the Federation, you'll also be recorded by them. Zhao Ming's expression turned strange as he stroked his chin. Wild? It shouldn't be a wild affair. Players play the cannon fodder, where would the fun be? However, Zhao Ming also understood the difference in perspective when communicating with Shen Xinghan. He thought for a moment and explained. What I'm doing with this game is probably different from what you think. According to normal people or those war enthusiasts' mindset. If war breaks out, I would command thousands of troops, I would become the lucky survivor of countless battles, I would become the hero who kills many enemies. Right? Shen Xinghan nodded as she listened, saying. Yes. What's the problem? Isn't war supposed to be like this? A hint of doubt flashed in Shen Xinghan's eyes. Hearing Shen Xinghan's words, Zhao Ming's lips curled up as he said. The problem is serious. If you think this way, others think the same. So the question is, who will die? Not everyone can be the general commanding thousands of troops, not everyone can be the lucky survivor, not everyone can be the hero killing countless enemies. These achievements need someone to die to highlight them. Blue Star has no history of world wars, and it can only remain on the surface fantasy about war. Even if there are occasional skirmishes and conflicts at the borders of the six federations, they do their best to suppress them, making it impossible to understand the cruelty of war. Bullets are light, only a dozen or so grams. But they are also heavy. Heavy enough that those few gram bullets can destroy a child raised by a mother for 18 years, destroy the pillar of a family, destroy the happiness of a family of 3. A white-haired person sends off a black-haired person. What I want to do is let players experience the cruelty of war. And the brutality of their flesh and blood being destroyed under gunfire. Only by understanding the horrors of war, will people truly resist it from the bottom of their hearts. Isn't this a way of opposing war? After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Shen Xinghan was greatly shocked. This was an angle he had never considered before. In the past, games were mainly about competition and confrontation, you died and respawned, so there was really no feeling. If we truly follow Zhao Ming's reasoning, this is indeed a form of anti-war. After a brief silence, Shen Xinghan took a deep breath, his expression serious. If that's the case, then it's indeed feasible, but is there enough time? Can it be done in 9 days? Although the idea was good, Shen Xinghan understood that, aside from poorly made games, there weren't any good games that could be completed in just a few days. With only 9 days left until the competition, is there not enough time? But in reality, what Zhao Ming lacked right now was emotional value. Directly downloading a movie clip from the system to render into the game was feasible, it wouldn't even require much computing power, just setting gameplay and rules would suffice. Zhao Ming said. It's no problem to finish it in 9 days, the game's CG is almost done. What we lack now is attention. We need to use the news about the Emperor Penguin Group copying our game, along with some other matters to create a wave of hype. Gaining substantial attention before the competition will be best. Actually, Zhao Ming mainly wanted to gather some emotional value, he had just researched it a while ago. Exchanging for movies and materials like D-Day and Battle of Stalingrad cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in emotional value, and the game hadn't even been released yet. Where would he get these emotional points? However, pulling out text materials or a segment from a movie required much less emotional value. As long as he stirred up some hype and sparked discussions about him, the emotional value obtained should be enough for the exchange. After hearing Zhao Ming's demands, Shen Xinghan said, I'll handle the attention side. I'll get some paid commenters and post online. Zhao Ming nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Can you get a few reporters over? With Shen Xinghan's connections, it shouldn't be a problem. And it indeed was. However, Shen Xinghan didn't immediately agree. What do you need reporters for? For an exclusive interview? Just writing is fine, no need for them to come. Zhao Ming smiled. No, it's for something else. To create some buzz. Just the game alone isn't catchy enough. Seeing this, Shen Xinghan didn't push further. Alright, I'll arrange it. Is the budget enough? Zhao Ming replied. There's still over 1 million federal coins of computing power, it's enough to make the game. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghan's mouth twitched. Over 1 million? Isn't that a bit too little? Are you sure you can take down the Emperor Penguin side? They spent 500 million on making their game, even if they copied it. Zhao Ming waved his hand. That's all just flashy stuff, it's useless. What I want is to give players the most authentic experience, over 1 million is more than enough. Once I finish the game CG, I'll send it to you. If there are no issues, let's take advantage of the excitement and release it. Shen Xinghan agreed, given his decisive character. After Zhao Ming finished speaking and confirmed there were no issues, Shen Xinghan left to arrange the paid commenters and reporters to come over. After sending Shen Xinghan into the elevator, Zhao Ming returned to the company, looking over the many employees in the office, one by one. Recalling the memories of his original self, Zhao Ming already had some suspicious targets. As his gaze scanned around, others seemed alright, but only the core game plot and gameplay designer, Hawan, seemed a little evasive. Seeing this, Zhao Ming confirmed his suspicion. After all, there were not many people in the company, counting Zhao Ming himself, there were only 9. Everyone is responsible for a piece. There are voice actors, modelers, and painters, but the only one involved in the core mechanism of the game is Hawan. Although it can be pieced together from other aspects. But the biggest suspect is definitely him, especially with his evasive gaze, no need for words to know who the traitor is. At first, when he was just thinking in the office, he didn't feel much. But now, seeing this guy, he doesn't know if it's the original body's instinct or the loss of over 50 million federal coins that stings. Zhao Ming's anger is rising without control. Perhaps it's related to the original body's resentment. Zhao Ming wishes he could kick this guy to death right now, but he tries his best to suppress his rage and looks at Xiaowen at the front desk, saying, Xiaowen, a reporter will come over soon, you just take me to my office. How one? Come to my office. The company front desk, Xiaowen, nods. Okay, President Zhao. Hao Wen, on the other hand, feels uneasy. Following Zhao Ming's back, he walks into Zhao Ming's office under the puzzled gazes of everyone. Bang! The door closed. Inside the office. After Zhao Ming closed the door, he walked over to the window, took a deep breath of the cool air coming in, but the anger in his heart still didn't calm down at all. Just as he crossed over, he almost took on a debt of several million. It's really hard to stay calm. Zhao Ming turned around and looked at Hao Wen. Is my salary too low for you? Hao Wen immediately understood upon hearing this, biting his teeth. I'm sorry, President Zhao, I plan to resign. The breach of contract fee and compensation, the Emperor Penguin Group will pay. This is his confidence. The Emperor Penguin will pay him the breach of contract fee and compensation, and besides, a contract was signed, so Emperor Penguin can't deny it. After saying this, Hao Wen wanted to leave and turned to open the door. Zhao Ming saw this and raised his hand to grab the vase on the table, quickly rushing to the door, looking at the terrified Hao Wen, lifting the vase in his hand. Crack! Shattered pieces exploded above Hao Wen's head. Zhao Ming's furious voice roared. I damn it! You made me take on tens of millions of federal coins in debt, and you still want to run? His fists landed heavily on Hao Wen's body. Breach of contract fee? Compensation? Even if I don't want any of that, I have to send you in. You damn it are going to spend the rest of your life in a federal prison. Damn! Boom! The office door shook violently, as if something had kicked it, causing a huge sound. Everyone was startled and shuddered. But no one dared to go check. Before long, the two reporters assigned by Shen Qinghan arrived, explaining their purpose. The company front desk quickly led the two reporters to Zhao Ming's office door, knocking on the office door. President Zhao, the reporters arranged by President Shen are here. Zhao Ming's voice came. Come in. As soon as the two reporters entered, they were taken aback. The room was in disarray, and a bloodied person lay on the ground, struggling and rolling around, clearly seriously hurt, with a small knife on the floor, while Zhao Ming sat on the sofa, motioning for them to sit down. Since they were arranged by Shen Qinghan, the reporters didn't dare disobey Zhao Ming's orders, moving to the sofa and sitting down, looking at Hao. Zhao Ming was lying through his teeth with his eyes wide open, leaving the two journalists dumbfounded. Looking at the groaning Hao Wen on the ground, unable to get up, are you sure it was him who attacked you? How could someone be so out of their mind? But this also saved them a lot of trouble, as they directly grabbed their computers and began making up the story. Chapter 5, the most miserable way to die, of course, is left for the players to experience. The police and medical personnel arrived quickly, along with the two journalists sent by Shen Qinghan. Soon, a piece of news hit the trending topics. Exposing the game ruins future, 2100 by Empire Penguin Company for suspected plagiarism, the owner of the original game, Extreme Star Games, beats up the traitor. Then came a photo of a man, his whole body blurred out. But you could vaguely tell he was an adult male, covered in blood. It quickly surged to the top of the Federal's largest news website, topping the Federal headlines. Comments were rolling in non-stop. 66666, I knew it, these guys from Empire Penguin Group are up to no good again. Empire Penguin Group is at it again with the copying? What do you mean again? Have they ever stopped? I have to admit, this boss has some guts, beating up the traitor. Laughing to death, what's the point of beating him up? If your skills aren't good enough, they're just not good enough, wasting good ideas. Empire Penguin Group would have done it better, their strength is right there, the things they make are way better than the original. We're in the age of computing power now. As long as you have money, you can make the best things. Since that's the case, why not let Empire Penguin Group do it? They're really throwing money at it. Exactly, playing the finished product directly is much better than those low-quality games made with little money. And it saves you from having to update every so often. Isn't it better to just make it the best from the start? 6666, how much for a line like this? Can you introduce me to a buddy? I'll wash your. Countless netizens were continuously arguing. The online environment wasn't much different from Earth, it might even be worse. After all, this era had new energy, and humanity was too idle. So idle that they constantly promoted war. Night fell. Sharkstream Live. As the largest gaming livestream platform in the Great Summer Federation and the one with the rights to stream anti-war competition, it was always the most beloved platform for gamers in the Great Summer Federation. And as the pillar of early shooting games, MO Shoma's livestream room suddenly lit up. A young and energetic female police officer cosplaying as a girl appeared on screen. Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to MO Shoma's livestream. Let's start today's battle journey. Today we're playing Ruins Future, 2100, a game that's part of the anti-war competition. But thanks to this great host's effort, I got a chance to experience it early. Haha, brothers, are you excited? As soon as Mo Shoma's voice finished, the livestream comments went crazy. 6666, is your little juice floating now? Calling yourself a big streamer? Did you get it? I heard there's a bunch of people next door streaming this game today. TSK, another Empire Penguin plagiarized game. Laughing to death, streamer, don't play this. It's a plagiarized game, be careful the original creators sue you. Exactly, don't play Empire Penguins games. Wait, guys? Don't you see the news? It's all over the headlines, and you're still streaming this plagiarized game? Aren't you worried about ruining your reputation? The livestream comments weren't as excited as expected. Even playful viewers were drowned out by the voices condemning Empire Penguin Group, leaving Mo Shoma a bit at a loss. She looked at the comments and said, please wait a moment. I'll go check it out. She quickly stood up, looking at the anxious assistant and asked, what's going on? Is this game really plagiarized? How come I didn't know about this before? The assistant was a bit confused, scrolling through the news online. I don't know either. It just came out this afternoon. But there hasn't been any statement from Extreme Star Games. It's just that the online public opinion is all one-sided, talking about Empire Penguin Group plagiarizing and the Extreme Star Games owner beating up the traitor. How about a normal broadcast? The Penguin Empire has copied before, and it hasn't been just once or twice. Each time, the original work ends up dead. This time will probably be no exception. Mo Shoma frowned tightly. No way. If we are going to broadcast, it can't be now. We must wait until others have finished and the public has accepted it before we can show it. The assistant smiled bitterly. But the money has already been received. Doing this would surely offend them, right? Mo Shoma shot a glare. Anyway, we can't broadcast a game that's a copy. This is their breach of contract anyway. The assistant sighed. I understand. The assistant went to contact the staff of the Penguin Empire. Mo Shoma quickly returned to the camera in the live broadcast room. Sorry, brothers. I didn't know about this, I just found out through my assistant. We won't be broadcasting this game today. So let's casually look for some fun games online today. As the anti-war competition approached, many games began to promote themselves. This is a hard and fast rule. If companies promote too early, powerful ones may cause smaller studios to go under, and any that violate this will be disqualified, with promotion only allowed 10 days before the competition. At this moment, the bullet screens began to scroll wildly. Go check the official website of Polar Star Games, and you will see if it's a copy. Looks like Polar Star Games' boss is in for a big loss, wait for bankruptcy. Haha, we love to see it +1. Another day of the Penguin Empire not acting human, but it seems like they have never acted human. Mo Shoma looked at the bullet screens helplessly. These people were endlessly cursing, but this incident did garner some attention, so she spoke up. Alright, in response to the requests of our many water friends. Let's go take a look at Polar Star Games' official website. She then opened a search, typed in Polar Star Games, and clicked the mouse gently. A search page appeared. The first thing in sight was the official website of Polar Star Games. Mo Shoma clicked in and saw a sci-fi future CG animation appear before her eyes, showing that Blue Planet had turned into ruins. The city was dark, and humans had merged with machines, with a strong sci-fi flavor. This made Mo Shoma unable to help but click her tongue. Wow! It really is a copy. Since she was about to live stream, Mo Shoma had definitely researched the game Futuristic Ruins, 2100. The CG on Polar Star's official website was basically no different from Futuristic Ruins, 2100, only the Penguin Empire's version was more beautifully detailed, which was an old trick of the Penguin Empire. But, doesn't this cover it up? Even the transition times and angles in the CG were basically the same. Mo Shoma silently mourned for the boss of Polar Star Games in her heart, being copied by the Penguin Empire, simply unlucky. Suddenly, the CG playing on Polar Star Games' official website disappeared, and Mo Shoma was somewhat puzzled. Huh? Where did the video go? After refreshing twice, still nothing. Mo Shoma's gaze shifted to another place. The promotion for Cyber Blue Planet 2077 at the top of the official site had been moved to second place. And the first position was replaced by World War II, Rise of Empires. This instantly piqued Mo Shoma's interest. Oh. This title? Interesting, huh? Is it a new game? Polar Star's moves are so quick, they've already found a replacement? She clicked twice but couldn't access it. However, her curiosity had been stirred. The bullet screens continued to discuss. Wow! Empire? Such an ancient term. Empire represents conquest and slaughter, which doesn't align with the mainstream thought of the Federation now. Is the boss of Polar Star Games trying to fit in? Could it be that Polar Star Games is a fanatic promoting war? I think they're probably mad and self-destructive. No? Didn't you notice the blind spot? Why World War II? What about the first? Yeah. What about the first? Wow, now that you mention it. I am a bit curious. This Polaris game is going to be huge. I'm online waiting for news about the Polaris game boss getting arrested, ha. In the live room, curiosity kept rising. Whether it was World War II or the rise of empires, it made the viewers eager and restless, but they felt helpless with no information from Polaris. The news of the Polaris official website quickly spread among netizens, and many came to check it out. The heat quickly took over the federal headlines. At this moment, Zhao Ming, who was grabbing people's hearts, was in the office, fiddling with a virtual helmet. After an afternoon of promotion, many people knew about his company's situation, providing significant emotional value. Zhao Ming first redeemed a video of D-Day and then used the computing power purchased from the Photon supercomputer cluster to render it. Now he had created a virtual game from that segment, linked to the virtual helmet, and was just a step away from testing it. Based on the memories in his mind, Zhao Ming put on the helmet and pressed the button. Everything went dark, and when it lit up again, he found himself on a landing craft. An endless ocean. Surrounded by warships and landing crafts, planes roared through the sky toward the distant island. The sound of the landing craft filled his ears. This was the exact scene at the start of D-Day. If he didn't know it was a virtual game, Zhao Ming would think he had traveled through time. Could a virtual helmet really achieve this level? Being in the moment. Could this mean that all the movies on Earth could become games? This was a feeling that one could not experience on Earth. The rocking of the landing craft, the waves of the ocean, the pressing of soldiers around him, and the salty smell of seawater were also real. Zhao Ming twisted his arm, the pain felt far less than reality. Hiss. This is something. This was just a virtual helmet, thinking in his mind, the virtual sensory pod could achieve a 100% simulation. At this thought, Zhao Ming's expression became strange. 100% simulation, wouldn't the pain also feel similar? TSK. When using the virtual sensory pod, he would have to add a warning statement later. Otherwise, what if it caused pain? Just as he was thinking, an urgent whistle suddenly sounded in his ear. Beep. Beep. Everyone. Split into 2 lines, avoid the shell holes. Prepare to land. May the Lord bless you. As the voice fell, the front board of the landing craft was lowered. Zhao Ming reacted, thinking about the upcoming plot, looking at the lowered steel board with goosebumps. Damn. Zhao Ming thought about dodging to the side, as soon as he lifted his foot. A burst of heavy machine gun bullets swept over. The 4 or 5 NPCs in front of Zhao Ming were instantly shot down by the machine gun, flesh and blood exploding, followed by Zhao Ming. Bang! The helmet was directly blown off, a chilling feeling transmitted from his forehead to the back of his head. His body was also being shot at by machine gun bullets. Just like now, used to attract players in the Normandy landing instance. First, a brief introduction to the story background of World War II is given, and then players are directly taken into the large-scale confrontation instance of Normandy landing. After clicking to queue, 500 people will automatically start the game. Players will be randomly assigned to the assault boats at the front of the Allied forces attacking Omaha Beach, allowing them to experience the sweeping fire of heavy machine guns, truly beginning to feel like cannon fodder in war. However, to prevent players from losing confidence, every time they die, there will be a prompt indicating how many times they have died cumulatively. Accumulating 100 deaths or successfully killing 10 Imperial soldiers on the beach will promote the player to commander. Once promoted to the commander of the assault boat, players can command the direction of the assault boat during the charge and when to drop the shield. On the surface, it gives players the opportunity to command the battle. In reality, Zhao Ming has significantly increased the firepower of the Imperial defending army on Omaha Beach, adding 10 more machine gun positions. Don't talk about commanding 1 assault boat, even commanding 10. It still can't break through. However, there are still ways to succeed. Each match starts with 500 people. As long as 300 players can withstand 20 minutes of machine gun fire, reinforcements will destroy nearly half of the heavy machine gun positions and fortifications on the beach after 20 minutes. Then, if these 300 people can clash hard with the Imperial soldiers and ultimately win, then that counts as a successful landing. But how long it will take players to achieve this level is unknown. Based on Zhao Ming's understanding of people's thoughts, all players who die as cannon fodder will definitely curse, thinking they would not die so terribly if they were commanders. And when they discover that the cumulative number of deaths can promote them to commander, to vent their frustration, they will have to keep playing until they become commanders. Imagining how exciting it will be to command a battle. Little do they know. Zhao Ming never intended to be human at all, just increasing those firepower points is not something that can be attacked head-on. Anyway, the players don't know, torturing them is the right thing to do. After continuous adjustments, a night quickly passed. The next day. In the early morning. Zhao Ming in the office was awakened by hunger. Sensing the inexplicable aroma of breakfast, Zhao Ming yawned and opened his eyes, sitting up from the sofa. Senior sister, when did you come? On the single sofa beside him sat Shen Qinghan, and on the coffee table in front of Zhao Ming was a portion of breakfast. Zhao Ming was not polite and picked up the chopsticks to start eating. Shen Qinghan spoke up. Just arrived a little while ago. Did you work on this all night? Looking at Zhao Ming, who appeared calm, Shen Qinghan was somewhat surprised. This psychological quality is quite strong. She never expected Zhao Ming, who seemed refined and gentle, could actually break bones. After the two reporters reported to her yesterday, she was a bit skeptical. However, the injury of that mole could not be faked. After beating someone, he still had the leisure to play games, that's something else. Zhao Ming nodded, drinking porridge as he replied. After a night, it's finally about done. I'll adjust some details later. It can be finished before the game starts. Shen Qinghan's eyes revealed doubt and surprise. A game made in one night. This. Can it be played? It's not that Shen Qinghan doubted, but it was too fast. One afternoon plus one night. At most just 12 hours. They finished it just like that? Zhao Ming nodded and said. Of course. Do you want to try it out, if you don't mind? My virtual helmet is on the desk. You can experience it. Shen Qinghan turned to look, there was indeed a virtual helmet on the desk. Without thinking much, she stood up, walked over, picked up the virtual helmet, and returned to the sofa to put it on. Shen Qinghan's eyes brightened. A virtual desktop appeared. Looking at the gun icon named World War II, Rise of the Empire, Shen Qinghan focused her mind. The scene flashed. The scene changed, and she was now on a landing craft. The roar of engines filled her ears. Shen Qinghan looked up. In the sky, old model planes raced towards the landing craft. She was standing on the deck. Wearing a military uniform and holding a gun that had long been outdated in reality. Shen Qinghan picked up the gun and tested it, nodding. The details are not bad. This old firearm hadn't been used for many years. It might attract a wave of nostalgic players. After all, after getting used to games with big mech warships, eating wild vegetables occasionally feels great. Shen Qinghan turned to look around, everyone was an NPC, doing various things, some were smoking, some were praying, some were kissing crosses while mumbling. There were even some who couldn't hold it and were throwing up on the landing craft. This made Shen Qinghan frown. She wasn't seasick and could keep her balance on the swaying craft, but this scene was a bit nauseating. Why make this so realistic? Out of sight, out of mind, Shen Qinghan turned her head away. Then a mission appeared before her. Main mission, capture Omaha Beach. Mission reward, promotion to commander, can become the officer commanding the landing craft at the start of each game. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan understood. Capture a beach, huh? Seeing too many people in front, Shen Qinghan didn't push forward into the NPCs but instead leaned over the edge of the landing craft to look at the beach. What she saw was a beach filled with steel hedgehogs and many bunkers. Her side's planes were constantly bombing the beach, providing fire cover for the landing craft. Shen Qinghan turned to look around, there were at least 100 landing crafts heading towards the beach at the same time. She felt more confident and looked back at the beach, her eyes constantly moving, searching for the best landing spot. Shen Qinghan was confident in her shooting skills. As long as she led these NPCs to capture the beach, it would be a victory. With so many steel hedgehogs, they could serve as cover. This game didn't seem too difficult, it was just very retro. Chapter 7, Shen Qinghan in Red, Trash Game. Shen Qinghan didn't take this old shooting game to heart. Although she didn't play games much, she had played competitive games for a while in college, and she even won the University League Championship in high-difficulty mech battles. This primitive shooting game was nothing special. As the landing craft shook, it felt like it hit something. In the virtual feeling state, Shen Qinghan stumbled and almost fell. At that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone! Form 2 lines, avoid the craters. Prepare to land. May the Lord bless you. No time to think about who the Lord was or why he should bless them. Bang! The front gate of the landing craft had dropped. Shen Qinghan looked up, the NPCs in front were running towards the beach. Suddenly, a roar of machine guns sounded. Before Shen Qinghan could fully straighten up, she saw the NPC in front of her turned into broken limbs and flesh by the fierce gunfire, blood and bits flying towards her. She was splattered with warm blood. The almost real sensation and temperature sent shivers down her spine, and Not dead? A thought flashed through Shin Shinghan's mind as she tried to get up, but found she could not control her body. The colors of the world faded in her eyes until she fell into darkness. Then Shin Shinghan's perspective brightened again, but this time it became a god's view, looking down at the charge below. Watching the soldiers in the landing craft being wiped out by the defenders on the beach. A game over frame appeared before her eyes. Shin Shinghan retreated back to the desktop, gritting her teeth. She clicked on World War II, Rise of an Empire again. It had been so humiliating just now. Fortunately, no one saw it. She didn't even get off the landing craft before being shot dead. No wonder they had to split into two lines. Standing together made them live targets. How did Zhao Ming come up with such a twisted game? And why was there only one chance? Why did it take so long to respawn after dying? Could such a long respawn mechanism keep players engaged? Defiantly, Shin Shinghan appeared on the landing craft once more. The game started. Half a day later. In Zhao Ming's office. It was almost noon, and Shin Shinghan, wearing a virtual helmet, had sat on the sofa playing all morning. Zhao Ming guessed she must have died dozens of times by now. Dying dozens of times and still playing seemed to indicate his design was a success. Even Shin Shinghan was hooked. Just as he was thinking this, Shin Shinghan on the sofa moved, lifted the virtual helmet from her head, and smashed it hard on the ground. Zhao Ming. Furious. She had played over 40 times and didn't survive a single one for more than 3 minutes. There were even 2 times she drowned after falling into the sea. Ridiculous. What kind of stupid difficulty is this? Gritting her teeth, Shin Shinghan stood up and glared at Zhao Ming at the desk. Zhao Ming cleared his throat softly. What's wrong, senior? Shin Shinghan gritted her teeth. What is this broken game? This game has a winning option? Ha! I've died over 40 times. This game is basically impossible to successfully land. Zhao Ming coughed lightly. But senior, you've played all morning, doesn't that prove the game's success? Shin Shinghan was speechless for a moment. That was her refusal to accept defeat, so she kept restarting. That's not the same. Zhao Ming said with a smile. What's different? It's just refusal to accept defeat, right? Other players will think the same once they play. If everyone thinks this way, the game will become popular. Listening to Zhao Ming's twisted logic, Shin Shinghan's head throbbed and buzzed, but she couldn't find any words to refute. She could only say, even if this method is correct, isn't the game difficulty too high? And why can't you respawn after dying? Why must the game end? And being hit by bullets affects actions. Zhao Ming spoke up. These are all quite reasonable, aren't they? Shin Shinghan gritted her teeth. How are they reasonable? With such a setting, the gaming experience is terrible. There will definitely be players protesting. No respawn chances, and being injured affects actions. It's hard to imagine this is a shooting game. This kind of real-time feedback should be for those large survival games, right? In this kind of gunfight game, being injured affecting actions is just deadly. Zhao Ming shook his head and said, no, this is the most real, the most reasonable. The reason this game doesn't have any data panels or mentions of death counts is because in reality, life is only once. There is no setup to respawn randomly after dying, like in other games. This is to make players value life. And many people will fantasize about how to lead thousands of troops in battle and create miracles in the face of war. Shin Shinghan's face turned red. Why does it feel like he's talking about her? To be fair, before she died the first time, she was still studying how to land on the beach and from which direction to take down the enemy's fire points. She died more than 40 times and still hasn't made it to the beach. All those thoughts were in vain. Looking back now, those thoughts were truly ridiculous. Zhao Ming, unaware of Shin Shinghan's expression, continued speaking. But reality is often harsh. The vast majority of people can only be cannon fodder. Just like those on the assault boat. It's about letting players experience this brutality, to realize the reality, and know they are merely cannon fodder. In this way, who would still look forward to war? Doesn't that achieve the anti-war purpose? It aligns well with the core requirements of anti-war competition. Shin Shinghan frowned slightly, and surprisingly couldn't argue back. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Shouldn't the game's pain perception and actions be adjusted? If it's hard to land on the beach in perfect condition, getting limbs broken means basically waiting to die. Zhao Ming shrugged and said, you only live once, and you only have one set of limbs. This virtual helmet scans players' body data to create their bodies. To give players a better sense of immersion. I even enhanced some aspects beyond the scan. The characters you control in the game have a speed and strength 1.2 times that of your real body. In other words, when it comes to fighting, being cannon fodder in the game is no different from being cannon fodder in reality. I genuinely care about the players and put my heart into making this game. Chapter 8, National War Instance Blitz Poland. Of course, players play as Poland. Shin Ching-han's eyebrows twitched. She looked at Zhao Ming's appearance, which seemed good for the players. If she hadn't played it before, she would have really believed this guy's nonsense. But, she had to admit, this ridiculous gameplay has never appeared on Blue Star and could indeed attract a large number of people. Especially it ignites players' dissatisfaction. Even she, playing for a whole morning, was so mad that she died without a temper. However, with this gameplay, Shin Ching-han could already imagine how many people would curse Zhao Ming after the game went online. Shin Ching-han no longer hesitated and said, "Well, since it's your game, as long as you know your own heart, that's enough." But, in this D-Day storyline, can players really succeed? What are the conditions? Zhao Ming rubbed his chin and said, "Conditions, huh? As long as there's good cooperation and they hold out on the beach for 20 minutes. The arranged follow-up support will arrive. The planes will bomb half of the machine gun positions on the beach. As long as there are enough players alive after 20 minutes to eliminate the remaining Imperial soldiers on the beach, it counts as a game victory. Pretty simple, right?" Simple? Shin Ching-han found it a bit speechless. With the difficulty you set, half of the players would die before even getting to the assault boats. How is that simple? Shin Ching-han shook her head, then thought of something and asked, "Are there other instances? This one is too hard. I want to try others." Based on the background story at the start of the game. This game should have more than one battle, and this D-Day is so difficult, it must be due to environmental reasons. It can't be this hard for all battles, can it? Zhao Ming paused for a moment, then shrugged and helplessly said, "That's it. Creating this one instance along with various rules in one night is already impressive. In the next few days, I plan to continue optimizing this instance and checking for any loopholes. Subsequent instances and game content will depend on the performance after release. Currently, the difficulty of this instance is enough to torture. No, let the players strategize for a while." It's not that Zhao Ming didn't want to create more, but he simply didn't have the emotional value. World War II affected the entire world, with countless stories and events. Relying solely on this little hype could at most produce a D-Day, and it would be a cut version. Looking forward to the game's launch, he hoped to gather more emotional value to quickly update and improve the game. Zhao Ming's idea was to create a portion of the timeline as an immersive experience storyline. A part of the large battles has been made into replicas like D-Day and the Battle of Stalingrad. During holidays, we can also update some large national battle replicas that all players can participate in, like Blitzkrieg Poland and Battle for Berlin. Let players play as Polish soldiers resisting the Empire's invasion, or as Empire soldiers defending the capital Berlin. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Zhao Ming's lips involuntarily revealed a slight smile. Seeing Zhao Ming's smile, Shin Ching-han inexplicably felt a wave of malice. What on earth is this guy thinking to show such an evil smile? Since there are no other replicas, let's continue making it, but this game, forget it. Although it's a bit of a loophole in anti-war competition, it's also okay to say it's an anti-war game. After all, the central idea is to let players experience the cruelty of war so as to achieve the purpose of anti-war. But we need to package it a bit. Also, we should create some hype to attract public attention. You send me everything you can gather now, and I'll find a team to package it. You set up a countdown on the official website. After the event begins, release the game. Otherwise, some parents might easily report it and get it shelved. Zhao Ming had no objection. Okay. I will package the current game's main storyline in CG and send it to you later. Shin Ching-han's energy is much greater than his. The people and team she finds for packaging will be fine, and there is no problem with the game's launch, leaving only game optimization. Zhao Ming thought about how to optimize it a bit. At this moment, Shin Ching-han spoke. By the way, should we continue with Cyber Blue Star 2077? If we continue, the subsequent innovative gameplay and copyrights must be kept in our hands. If we want to deal with them, we can't sell it for any price from the Empire Penguin Group. Whenever we can take it out to annoy them. Zhao Ming nodded and said, "Understood. And since we've spent so much money, we must at least put the game online. Earning something is better than nothing." The original design of Cyber Blue Star 2077 had already become a failure. However, it still involved the Empire Penguin Group, and even if some haters wanted to criticize the Empire Penguin Group, they would probably come and play their original version, just maybe not many. Most companies that were copied by the Empire Penguin Group went bankrupt, ultimately driven to sell their copyrights for their livelihood. Piracy became genuine. Even a small number of tough companies couldn't withstand the pressure of the Empire Penguin Group's monstrous size, they were dragged down and destroyed. But now, it's not quite the same for Zhao Ming. Shen Xinghan had played the game, and she gained confidence in Zhao Ming's game World War II, Rise of the Empire. It was bound to be popular, just to what extent was unknown. However, one thing was certain. That is, Zhao Ming's side wouldn't die out, perhaps he could even make a comeback with this game. Once he made a comeback, he would have the capital to contend with the Empire Penguin Group. Whenever interest was low, or if he needed to create buzz, he could bring it out to hype it or fight a legal battle. Just find some internet trolls, and it's all about the Empire Penguin Group's giant status. The heat would come instantly. No matter how many federal coins were lost, they would all have to be reclaimed by creating hype in the future. At this moment, at the Empire Penguin Group headquarters, the head of the game department, Su Huan, sitting in front of the computer, looking at the Polaris Games Company's official website, scrolling up and down. He always felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Isn't the total capital of Polaris Games only 60 million federal coins? They had already spent over 58 million. Where did this game come from again? Moreover, knowing they were copied, they still remained so calm, unlike other producers who lost their composure. Instead, their silence made Su Huan feel uneasy. At this time, a knock sounded at the office door. "Chief, I am back." Su Huan heard the voice of his subordinate and opened his mouth to say, "Come in. How is Haowen over there?" The subordinate had a strange expression on his face. I haven't seen him. I heard from the nurse at the hospital that Haowen has already been taken in. Although Haowen signed a contract with us, we also paid his breach of contract fee and compensation. But the Polaris company has no intention of compensating at all. They firmly accuse Haowen of leaking information, causing the company to lose over 50 million federal dollars. With this amount, he would at least be sentenced to 20 years. Chapter 9, Making Headlines Again. Hiss. Su Huan finally understood where his uneasy feeling was coming from. This guy is ruthless, huh? Other people had already broken down and cursed, attacking online. Only this Zhao Ming seemed unaffected. He didn't even come looking for them. Instead, he caught the mole, sending him in without hesitation. Just the act of accusing the mole alone. They couldn't even save that mole, as the guy hadn't even accused them. What were they meddling in? Su Huan waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. He looked at the Polaris Game Company's official website on the computer. What kind of confidence does this guy have? Could he have a better game idea than Cyber Blue Star 2077? Su Huan's concerns were not unfounded. Usually, someone who risks everything for a fight. Either they are inexperienced and end up dying terribly, or they are a genius and ultimately astonish the world. Clearly, this Zhao Ming didn't seem like the former, if he was the latter. If this guy's new game wins an award in that anti-war competition, that would be troublesome. The rewards and promotional support for winning pieces in that anti-war competition are so great that even a Fortune 500 company like Empire Penguin has no way to compete. After all, that event is jointly held by the 6 federations. What could they do? They were just a company, how could they possibly face off against the federal government? What if, after a year, Polaris Games survived? Or if, during the year of gaining federal support for advertising, they kept causing trouble for Empire Penguin Group, that would also be quite troubling. They had encountered such situations before. Thus, the group learned from their painful experience and directly increased their investment. No matter which game they decided to emulate, they had to invest 10 times more than the original, wishing to eliminate the original's chance in that anti-war competition, leaving it unable to return. Without federal support, they naturally couldn't drag it out with Empire Penguin Group. But now, Su Huan frowned tightly and called in his subordinate. "Go find out where Haowen is being held now. Ask him if Zhao Ming said anything useful while he was taking action, or if he saw anything. It's too quiet on Polaris Company's side, something is off. Send a few more people to keep an eye on Polaris Games. Try to reach out to some other employees. See if you can find out what kind of game their boss Zhao Ming is making, and what type it roughly is. Hurry up." From the name on the official website, it also seemed to be similar to Cyber Blue Star 2077, but World War II? Could it be a follow-up development from the world of Cyber Blue Star 2077? A war in the interstellar age? If so, it would certainly attract quite a few people. But ultimately, there was just one name. Su Huan thought for a long time but couldn't analyze it, so he could only start from the employees of Polaris Company. Hearing this, the subordinate's face also became serious. "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." He hurriedly went out to arrange personnel, pulling up the employee data he had previously collected from Polaris Games, ready to continue to incite rebellion. Night fell. Shark Live, Gaming Zone. Mo Xiaomo's live streaming room. Brothers, how about this one against 7? If you like it, hit that follow. The streamer will dominate next game with 10 kills. Is this just showing off? Laughing to death, Mo Xiaomo goes off as usual. The sniper team is ready. Hunting time. Streamer, prepare to die. Looks pretty good. Where can I download this game? Can a female player play like this? She can't be a male girl, right? Hiss. Is there any truth to this? The streamer is a male girl? This is even more exciting. Seeing the drifting bullet screen gradually going off track, Mo Xiaomo's face turned red. The streamer is a woman. A woman. Discriminating against female players. By the way, this game can be downloaded on the Tianha platform, and the game name is. Mo Xiaomo's seamless transition immediately sparked laughter in the live broadcast room. 6666, this is advertising. No? Aren't you going to prove it? What advertising are you talking about? Right. Prove it quickly. Just cosplay as the star goddess. Upstairs, you're thinking too much. Xiaomo has the heart but no power, she doesn't have those conditions. The star goddess is 36G, and Mo Xiaomo has, well. TSK. Hey, this is blatant mockery, can't take it, Xiaomo. Looking at the drifting bullet screen, Mo Xiaomo was on the verge of tears, looking down. Am I really that small? Then she caught sight of her belly. Forget it. Suddenly. 10 super starships drifted through the live room. 1 super starship is 5,000 Federation coins, so 10 is 50,000 Federation coins. Mo Xiaomo's eyes widened, excitedly shouting. Thank you, Polar Star Games Zhaoming for sending 10 super starships. Thank you, Boss Zhaoming. Wishing the boss. Ha? Polar Star Games? Seeing the name Polar Star Games Zhaoming, Mo Xiaomo suddenly remembered. Isn't this the company that made Cyber Blue Star 2077? The boss seems to be named Zhaoming. I looked at their official website just yesterday. In just a day. I shouldn't have remembered wrongly. They were going to launch a new game, could it be they wanted to promote it with me? At this moment. Glamorous and splendid frames floated through the bullet screen. Polar Star Games Zhaoming, no need to be polite, you didn't play the pirated version, this is what you deserve. In a few days, when anti-war competition opens, we will invite a group of streamers to experience the new game. Are you interested? Mo Xiaomo's eyes lit up. This boss of Polar Star Games is quite interesting. There must be something valuable, the heat will be unstoppable. I immediately agreed. No problem, boss. I'll have my assistant private message you. Glamorous and splendid frame floated through the bullet screen. Polar Star Games Zhaoming, okay. Then he left the live broadcast room. Mo Xiaomo couldn't help but say. This is what a boss looks like. After sending, just leave, look at that. It must be my sincerity that moved the boss. Ha 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 ha. The bullet screen rose. Dying of laughter, stop being narcissistic, this boss has sent to the entire gaming area, you are the last one. Exactly, it seems that streamers who didn't broadcast Wasteland Future 2100 yesterday also received Super Starship rewards. This boss can be really annoying, the streamers who broadcasted Wasteland Future 2100 also received rewards, but the boss had a supreme halo effect, giving free fish food rewards. Whoa! That's really playing well, as long as the supreme halo speaks, it has an effect, right? Exactly, normally sending fish food wouldn't have effects, but that was purchased with over 1 million Federation coins to gain the supreme halo, even the rewards of fish food will float with supreme effects. Is there a recording? I suddenly want to see those streamers' wonderful expressions, ha 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 ha. You wouldn't believe it, someone indeed edited it and has already uploaded it to the short video platform, it's already trending. Whoa! It really trended? This boss knows how to market. And at this moment. Inside Polar Star Games. Zhaoming leaned back in his boss chair, scrolling through his phone, quickly finding another competitive game streamer, checking his live broadcast records, and noting that he hadn't streamed the copied game Wasteland Future 2100. Swipe, swipe, swipe. A few super starships were sent out. This afternoon, Shen Xinghan had just sent over 5 million Federation coins, and in just half a day, he had already spent half of it. However, the effect was also very good. Tianha live broadcast platform suddenly revealed a mysterious rich person. The news that he spent over 2 million in 2 hours has already climbed to 5th on the Federation's headlines, and clicking in to see. In the comments below, many people have already started to guess who this mysterious rich person is. After all, Zhaoming's name is not concealed, it is just directly Polar Star Games Zhaoming. With the incident of the Emperor Penguin Group's plagiarism, the internet users who love chaos have become excited. They are just waiting to see both sides fight it out. Chapter 10, You Really Are the Unethical One. Hashtag the boss of Polaris Game Company appears in the Tianxia Game Live streaming room, angrily donating 1 million federal coins in 2 hours. For what reason? Hashtag is Wasteland Future, 2100 suspected of plagiarism? Hashtag new game from Polaris, soon to be released on major platforms. Hashtag in response to the game being plagiarized, the boss of Polaris Game Company speaks out. It is already late at night. Yet the Emperor Penguin Group is still brightly lit, especially the gaming department. Manager Su Huan looks at the trending topics with a grim expression. What you fear always comes true. I was worried that the boss of Polaris Game Company is sharp-witted, and it turns out he is indeed. Not mentioning the Emperor Penguin Group at all. But every sentence is closely related to the Emperor Penguin Group. Su Huan can already imagine how much buzz this guy will create to attract attention before the competition. Moreover, he donated several million federal coins worth of gifts in one night. The live streaming circle in the Great Xia Federation has exploded. From this, it can be seen that Polaris Games is not short on money, as from Su Huan's understanding, the foundation of Polaris Company is only 60 million federal coins, and they have almost consumed it all. Now suddenly having several million federal coins appear out of nowhere. It can only mean that the game partners over there are fully supporting Zhao Ming. Cyber Blue Star, 2077 is already a failure. Only the mysterious new game on the Polaris official website remains. This makes Su Huan frown deeply. What kind of game can have the confidence to continue challenging them? He can't figure it out. Su Huan is extremely irritated, damn it. He hates this kind of eccentric people. You can never predict what they will do, completely unable to foresee their actions. Su Huan stands up and walks out of the office. Looking at the busy crowd, he asks, "How is the investigation going? Do we have any new information?" His secretary stands up to report. "Manager, no useful information has been found. The Polaris Game official website hasn't been updated, they've only added a countdown timer. We gathered comments from him while he was showering gifts on major live streaming platforms this afternoon. But there's no useful information, just that the game will go live after the competition starts." Su Huan impatiently shouts, "Isn't this bullshit? What about the people we sent to approach the employees of Polaris? Any news?" The secretary shakes his head. "No as well. We've contacted all of them, but they all know how one has gone in, so no one dares to disclose any information. Moreover, but from what we gathered from How1, this game is said to have been created in one day. After knowing about the plagiarism, Zhao Ming locked himself in the office for a day. When their company partners arrived, the game seemed to be already completed. But that's all we know, How1 was nearly beaten to death by then." Hearing this, Su Huan feels overwhelmed. One day? One day? What the hell? A game made in one day dares to compete with the game they invested 500 million federal coins to imitate? How confident can someone be? Keep investigating for me. According to their official website's game title. Add a new DLC to Wasteland Future, 2100, something about the world falling into the Second War. Have it ready for me before noon tomorrow. Spread the promotion. The investment of 500 million in Wasteland Future, 2100 must not be defeated by Polaris Company, or everyone can expect to lose their jobs. Spending 500 million to plagiarize someone else, only to be taken down by them in anti-war competition. Not only would his reputation be ruined, but the Emperor Penguin Group's reputation would also be in ruins. He can't even imagine the consequences if Polaris Game Company wins an award. As the head of the game department, he would likely be fired. Also, go find some gossip and buy some celebrity tabloid news. Get it trending. A few dead celebrities are better than letting Polaris Game Company get the spotlight. Hurry! How the Emperor Penguin Group manages to deal with Zhao Ming, he has no idea. But the heat just kept rising. Looking at the continuously increasing emotional value in the system, Zhao Ming couldn't help but smile. With emotional value, he could continue to improve. Zhao Ming unlocked a bunch of World War II information, and further optimized the battlefield of D-Day. Dying 100 times to rank up to the assault boat commander remained unchanged. However, the condition to kill 10 enemies in one battle to rank up changed to 5, lowering the difficulty a bit. After all, if no one ranked up for too long, players would definitely point fingers at him. But if he lowered the difficulty a bit, there would always be talented players who could rank up to assault boat commander sooner, and when the game starts, they would be assigned 10 ordinary players on that commander's boat. The player who ranked up to commander would surely be in a tricky position. But the game's difficulty was still there. No matter how they commanded, they were destined to be cannon fodder. but with the assault boat commander player to take the blame. Zhao Ming could already imagine the words of those 10 ordinary players. What the hell? Can't you command? You command your A****. Is your brain full of nonsense? You fool. Shifting the conflict onto the players. TSK. I'm truly a genius. If Shen Qinghan knew Zhao Ming's thoughts, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. When it comes to lack of morality, it has to be you. Although Zhao Ming had never played games before, he had tried a lot of Blue Star games over the past few days and downloaded information on some wildly popular shooting games from Earth. So he had gained quite a bit of understanding about games. Therefore, he was confident about his game World War II, Rise of the Empire. However, there was a bit of a problem with game approval. The next day, in Zhao Ming's office at Polaris Game Company, Zhao Ming flipped through the documents given by Shen Qinghan, then signed and handed them back. This was the contract for the game's launch. Once signed, as long as other issues were resolved, it could go online at any time. Currently, the problem was the game's CG. Shen Qinghan spoke. After the packaging and your twisted logic, the game has passed with the review bureau. However, the game's CG was rejected, requiring a remake, citing that the game's CG overly promotes war and imperialism. You need to add something. Or at least not make it too much about that empire's leader. Shen Qinghan had watched the game's CG Zhao Ming made several times. First, it depicted the propaganda minister of the Third Empire in a large auditorium, passionately speaking to the masses about war, which was clearly unacceptable. Although in that dark tone setting, it did reflect the oppressive feeling of the Third Empire and its terrors. However, it somewhat contradicted the anti-war ideology of the 6 great federations today. Chapter 11, Remade Game CG. Zhao Ming nodded after hearing this. I see. It's not a big problem. The reason for using the Berlin speech in the game CG was that at that time he had over 500 emotional points, just enough to unlock a Berlin speech to highlight the focus. Using the Berlin speech alone indeed had some issues. It could easily come across as promoting war. However, the exhilarating speeches from World War II weren't limited to the Third Empire. With just a slight modification, he could change the nations of the Allies to federations. British Federation, French Federation, Soviet Federation, Free Federation. As long as he added Churchill's speech and the will of the Soviet people at the end of the game's promotional CG. This way, it not only highlighted the Third Empire's strength and tyranny, but also showcased the Federation's resilience and determination to resist the Empire. Zhao Ming looked at Shen Qinghan. I already have an idea. I can finish rendering it soon. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here for a bit. This way, it saves another trip of trouble. Shen Qinghan nodded and said. All right. But you thought of it so quickly? It wasn't even a little while. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Ming had already thought of the modifications. This is too fast. Zhao Ming operated the computer and said. Actually, I've had ideas for a long time. While speaking, he exchanged Churchill's speech video materials and the thrilling clips of the Soviet Union defending Moscow from the system, and uploaded them to the computer. After taking a clip and adjusting it according to the original game CG tone, it didn't take long. The 3 segments of the transition game CG were done. Zhao Ming looked at Shen Qinghan. It's done, come enjoy it. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Qinghan looked up from her phone, surprised. So fast? It's only been a few minutes. Zhao Ming shrugged. Who told us that the photon supercomputing cluster in Donghai City is powerful? Shen Qinghan rolled her eyes. Even if the photon supercomputing cluster is powerful, it still needs rendering time. How could it render so quickly? What level has this guy perfected the game background to? Shen Qinghan got up and walked over. Let me see. Zhao Ming stood up to make way and clicked on the game promo CG. The screen flashed. The screen showed the Empire. Then, a dark auditorium with countless people standing inside, surrounded by huge black iron cross flags caught Shen Qinghan's eyes. On the podium stood the propaganda minister in a deep yellow military uniform. Does anyone oppose our plan? No. The British and French Federation says we must stop. What do you think? Nonsense. Prepare yourselves. We will bring a storm to this world. At the end of the screen, the crowd and soldiers raised their arms and shouted for victory. Even having seen it many times, Shen Qinghan was shocked by the propaganda minister's ability to inspire, just by raising an arm. It drew countless cheers and shouts. The screen shifted quickly. The British and French Federation. Compared to the dominance and authority of the auditorium, what appeared in Shen Qinghan's eyes was a subway car. An old man in a black suit entered the carriage and sat down. The surrounding people looked surprised and stood up to salute. The old man in the suit smiled, glanced at the crowd, then spoke in a relaxed tone. Let's say I tell you now that if we have a friendly negotiation with the Empire, we could secure very favorable conditions. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the carriage shook their heads. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The voices echoed back and forth, making the old man seem to feel the crowd's sentiment. His eyes grew much more determined. Looking at the little girl beside him who was silently watching, the old man asked, "You also will never give up?" He received only the determined voice of the child. "No, never." The old man's gaze was completely resolute. The screen switched. From an overhead angle, it arrived at the center of the city, the Senate. Countless legislators in black suits gathered from all directions, converging in the Senate. The screen shifted again. At this point, every seat in the Senate was filled. The old man who had asked the people in the subway appeared in the center of the Senate, and this CG marked that he was actually the Prime Minister of the British Federation. A large amount of land in Europe and well-known ancient countries have fallen under the rule of the Third Empire. We must not waver in the slightest. We will fight to the end. We will fight in France, fight at sea, and gather forces in the sky to fight. We will defend our islands. No matter what cost, we will hold on until the end. We will never surrender. Until God deems the timing right, a new world will come with thriving power to save and liberate this old world. As his words fell, countless legislators erupted in cheers, unable to calm down for a long time. The Empire and the Federation. The Führer and the Prime Minister. The old man's voice was powerful and resonant, echoed in Xinxinghan's mind, stirring his thoughts and emotions. However, the scene was not over. It quickly shifted to another place. The Soviet Union. This time, no important figures appeared, but a series of very short video clips kept switching. The flames of war burned within the Soviet Union. With the changing scenes, a somber man's voice echoed. Comrades. The people of the Empire want us to surrender, they want us to live cowardly lives. The video suddenly cut to the battlefield, where a powerful bomb exploded on a position flying the Soviet flag, sending countless severed limbs and shattered bodies flying. But they are wrong. We are soldiers of the Soviet. The scene switched to a ruined city, where only one Soviet soldier remained, looking at the devastated landscape. We will defend our homeland until the last drop of blood is shed. Besides that, we have no other option. Amidst the raging flames, the Empire's army ignited countless barrels of gasoline, the boiling fire consuming the entire Soviet army's position. Yet such a scene did not cause the oppressive Empire soldiers to relax even slightly, their eyes filled with fear. Suddenly, from the blazing flames, Soviet soldiers charged forth, engulfed in fire, roaring as they advanced. Under the Empire's machine gun fire, Soviet soldiers continuously fell, but soon others joined, a relentless wave of charges. The calm but resolute voice of a man resounded again. We must stop the Empire's army. Because behind us is our Moscow. The screen went completely dark. Endless heroism struck Xinxinghan's mind. Did they stop them? This thought flashed through his mind. Xinxinghan stared at the pitch-black screen. Long silence. Even though Xinxinghan knew this was a game CGI. Even though Xinxinghan thought this was just a game storyline. But the Soviet soldiers, who charged forward even as their bodies were engulfed in flames, left Xinxinghan profoundly shaken. How could anyone achieve such a feat? Charging forward with their bodies on fire? What happens after charging? With flames this fierce, even if they stop to extinguish themselves, the chances of survival are slim. Yet under such circumstances, these Soviet soldiers chose to charge. They charged toward the Empire's army. What gives them such determination? What makes them conquer the fear of death, even willing to perish with the enemy? In this moment, Xinxinghan desperately wanted to understand this game, its background, everything about it. The Blue Star has never experienced a world war. Only minor localized conflicts, kept within control. Such tragic storylines have never appeared on the Blue Star. Or rather, people could not imagine what has not happened. There are many games about post-war worlds, including Xiaoming's Cyber Blue Star, 2077, and Wasteland Future, 2100, which was copied from the Empire Penguin side, are all games in such themes. These games may have become popular due to innovation or gameplay. But the shock brought by them pales compared to the shock that this game's CGI has brought Xinxinghan. Xinxinghan took a deep breath and looked up at Zhao Ming. I will give you 30 million more. To what extent can this game be perfected? The Third Empire, the Anglo-French Federation, the Soviet Union, and all other background stories must be improved. At this moment, Shin Shinghan was eager to learn what had happened in that world. Even if it is a virtual world created by Zhao Ming that doesn't exist. But just by this one game's CGI. Shin Shinghan just knew. This game would definitely shock the world. So he was eager to have Zhao Ming draw out more from his mind. Zhao Ming was somewhat surprised. How could a game's CG be seen like this? In reality, what Zhao Ming didn't know was this tragic storyline, along with the will and determination of Soviet soldiers, would have a far greater impact than Zhao Ming anticipated. Because this would be the first time Blue Star faced the cruel reality of war, a shock to the soul. Zhao Ming looked at Shin Shinghan, who had a serious expression, and the system panel appeared before him. He saw, current emotion value, 145,772. Adding to the previously exchanged information about the Normandy landings, this 14,000 points could indeed exchange for complete information on the Normandy landings. However, looking at Shin Shinghan's appearance, it seemed he was attracted to Earth's World War II history. Zhao Ming thought for a moment and said, "The first game instance, Normandy landing, is basically finished. Originally, I wanted to improve the background story of the Empire next. But if I want to enhance the background stories of other countries and federations, it makes no difference, it just requires more immersive plot lines. It's a bit time-consuming. Money isn't needed that much, just transferring 10 million federal coins to the company account is enough. The remaining 20 million can be used for publicity to maintain the games and the company's popularity. Until we sustain it until anti-war competition begins." In fact, just the computing power of the over 1 million federal coins left in the account was enough for Zhao Ming to depict the entire set of World War II history. It's just that while depicting is one thing, the information still needs to come from the system. Exchanging information from the system requires emotion value. Without maintaining popularity, there's no information exchange, and the game can't continue to be made. So he could only work hard on publicity. Seeing this, Shin Shinghan nodded. "All right." After saying that, he picked up his phone and started operating. Half a minute later. "Done. I'll arrange the publicity, no need for you to worry. This 30 million federal coins, use it well to make the game." Ding. Zhao Ming's phone gave a notification sound, and a message popped up saying 30 million federal coins had arrived. He really has the strength. Zhao Ming clicked his tongue and looked at Shin Shinghan, assuring him, "No problem. I'll continue to work on it right away." At this moment, Zhao Ming also realized Shin Shinghan must have been shocked by the game CG. Because he recalled, there seemed to be very few scenes on Blue Star that struck directly at the soul, mainly because such events had never occurred, and most movies or games were imagined by Blue Star players. They might not be able to imagine what kind of will could drive someone to charge toward the enemy in fierce flames. According to Zhao Ming's memory, in many movies or games that the original body had watched, when federations or countries were breached, the protagonist was usually forced to retreat in such situations. Silently vowing revenge, the thrilling revenge story came years later. There was simply no sense of national sentiment. Since it was like this, Zhao Ming thought he had found his direction. If they couldn't understand this national sentiment, then he would bring the shock of this national sentiment to Blue Star. When the game background is fully laid out, it would definitely bring countless questions to many people of Blue Star. According to the thinking of Blue Star people, when a city is destroyed, they just move the position. Then after developing, they can just fight back later, right? Why must they protect it at all costs? Moscow. A city. Why should millions of Soviet soldiers and civilians charge there without hesitation? What is there? Even if parents were there, that's one reason. But surely, it can't be that the parents of over 1 million people are all there, right? Perhaps Blue Star people can't understand. What is WWII, comrade? Why when the Soviet Union officers shout WWII, comrade, does everyone prepare for death? All these answers. Zhao Ming was ready to do it in the game's plot. Let the Blue Star players search for themselves. The system's database is not just filled with movie and game information. It can also redeem each person's life history, as long as there is enough time and emotional value, combined with the computational power of the Photon supercomputer cluster. Zhao Ming could completely recreate World War II in Blue Star, ensuring that every person is vivid and alive. This is something others in other games cannot do. After all, no matter how imaginative they are, they cannot create life histories for every game NPC and then let the Photon supercomputer cluster control the next behavior of the NPC based on that history. But Zhao Ming could do it. After sending off Shin Shinghan, Zhao Ming directly entered a state of seclusion. Meanwhile, Shin Shinghan unleashed all her power. She began to promote the Polaris game. 8 days before the launch, 7 days, 5 days, 3 days. Emperor Penguin Company. Game Department. Bang! Su Huan's furious slap on the table echoed. It's been trending for a week, and they change the trending words every day. Damn it, when will it end? Is it just to leech off us? This Polaris game is just like a sticky plaster. Rough. Chapter 13 Su Huan, our ideas are right, keep copying. Su Huan's anger caused the veins on his forehead to throb as he stood with hands on his hips in the office, breathing heavily. Everyone in the office did not dare to breathe. There was no way. They had really met a rival. This Polaris game didn't know where it got the money from. They just wanted to mess with them. Every day, inexplicably, various trending topics popped up. Hashtag the past and present of the Polaris game, after being copied, hashtag. Hashtag Polaris game boss claims new game will win the championship, Second World War, hashtag. Hashtag revealing Polaris company's new game, Second World War. Hashtag. Hashtag Polaris game boss Zhao Ming claims this game surpasses Cyber Blue Star, 2077, hashtag. Although they did not mention them at all. But clicking in leads straight to Polaris company, followed by a bunch of people commenting about how Wasteland Future, 2100 was a copycat. Even though they also bought a lot of trending topics to smear Polaris company. But these guys seem to just want to criticize, even after being on the trending list for so many days, many netizens were criticizing them for occupying public resources. They just got more excited, constantly stirring up trouble and buying trending topics. In just this 1 week, spending money on trending topics against Polaris game had already cost over 40 million federal coins, and Su Huan was about to run out of patience. This wasn't his money. It was all company funding, and if it ran out, he would be finished. But the Polaris game people were also shameless. Did they even come up with a trending topic that surpasses Cyber Blue Star, 2077? Surpass? Have you even released it yet? You're talking about surpassing? A trending topic is just a trending topic, but nothing useful was found upon clicking in. It's equivalent to the more than 40 million federal coins wasted this week. And they ended up attracting a bunch of haters. Su Huan was so angry that his teeth hurt. He still underestimated Polaris Gaming and their boss Zhao Ming. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but didn't expect it to be this hard. Yet, Polaris company had indeed found a way to gain the upper hand. A small company with a registered capital of tens of millions had somehow stood up to a top 500 global group like Emperor Penguin, staying on the trending list for a whole week. In the morning meeting, he had been scolded by the big boss for over an hour. He felt completely humiliated. Su Huan looked at his subordinates, avoiding his gaze, his head throbbing. A bunch of useless people. It had been a week, and they hadn't found out anything useful. Up till now, they still didn't know what Polaris game was even making. Su Huan rubbed his temples, forcefully suppressing his anger. How is the DLC for Wasteland Future, 2100 coming along? Upon hearing this, a subordinate immediately stood up. Supervisor, it's almost done. Based on the analysis of the name Second World War, Rise of the Empire. We have made the new DLC set 50 years after Wasteland Future, 2100. The remnants of the 6 federations reorganized the federation, gradually taking control of the chaotic zones in the ruins to reshape order. At this time, deep in the chaotic area, a mysterious force called the Empire suddenly appeared. They possess many technologies that even the Federation does not have, they're true. Before finishing. Suddenly, a surprised voice from Secretary Su Huan echoed in the office. Is the Polaris game trending again? Did they update their official website? As the words fell, everyone in the office looked over in confusion. Huh? Su Huan was the first to react, rushing to the secretary's side and snatching the phone. What did they update? Quickly scrolling through the trending comments. The secretary hesitated beside her and said, "It seems to be a game CG?" Su Huan exited the Federation headline, directly starting to search for the official website of Polaris Game Company. In the next second, as soon as the link to Polaris Game Company appeared, Su Huan clicked on it. Entering the official website of Polaris Game. What came into view was a sci-fi star falling, followed by the Polaris Game logo. Then there was an autoplay video. A vast, dark gray auditorium slowly passed through the screen, revealing a giant D flag. Heavy and solemn music echoed in the ears. The next second, the scene switched to that of a Senate. The ground was in disarray. It seemed something had happened here. The music turned deep and quiet. Then the scene shifted again. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in flames. All the buildings were shrouded in fire, as if in a hell of flames. The powerful music created a huge sense of discord with this hellish scene. Until the screen turned completely dark. The words World War II, Rise of the Empire, coming soon appeared. After watching this game CG, the office fell into silence, exchanging glances. Su Huan frowned tightly, watching the footage repeatedly, trying to find some useful content. But there was nothing. Only 3 scenes, enough to pique curiosity. Su Huan looked up at everyone in the office. Let's discuss your thoughts. What can we analyze? The office was silent for a moment. The subordinate who had previously reported on the game's DLC progress spoke up. Supervisor. I think our previous speculation should be correct. This World War II, Rise of the Empire should happen after Cyber Blue Star, 2077. It's just that we occupied the advantage with Ruin's Future, 2100. So, Polaris Game directly launched the subsequent DLC as the main game. They probably have some hidden gameplay that only Boss Zhao Ming knows, which he didn't tell How. This might be Polaris Game's confidence. From this game CG and the changes in music, we can analyze. The opening should be the Empire, the second scene should be the Federation. And the third scene, a city turned to ruins, with flames burning everywhere, should be the battlefield of the Empire and the Federation's war. We can use this information. In the next 3 days, we make a new DLC that includes the conflicts between the Empire and the Federation as the background story. Then we create a city similar to what they just showed in the game CG, making it available for players to explore. Once the Polaris game goes online, we will quickly copy their new gameplay or ideas. Others nodded along. Even Su Huan's expression softened a bit. Good. Let's do it this way, everyone act quickly. Get it done before tomorrow night. Also, keep looking for someone to analyze. Since they have already started releasing CG promotions, there will definitely be other news. Find it for me. And on the other side, while the Emperor Penguin Group was bustling with activity. In the Tiansha live broadcast. In Mo Xiaomo's live room. Mo Xiaomo was playing cards while chatting casually with the viewers. Suddenly noticed the crazy scrolling comments. Did the Polaris Game official website update? Brothers, wait a moment. I'll go check it out right now. The Polaris Game live room belongs to the big boss. Must pay attention. Oh. Wait. I have a new game invitation from Polaris in my private messages? What does face mean? Brothers, who else? Chapter 14 experienced the feeling of being struck by lightning. Mo Xiaomo excitedly slapped the table. With an N-shaped face, shouted at the camera. Is this the mysterious new game invitation from Polaris Game Company that's trending now? I just want to ask. Who else? The comments were scrolling wildly. Wow. Is this for real? 66,666, you really pulled it off. Streamer, open it quickly and take a look. This damned Polaris game has been trending for a week, finally we can know what they are making. Right, I was a bit sympathetic at first, but their actions are really disgusting. Download it quickly. Let's see inside. Mo Xiaomo waved his hand, looking proud. Brothers, don't worry. I'll click it open now. Mo Xiaomo moved the mouse and, under the watchful eyes of thousands of viewers, clicked on the invitation link. Suddenly the screen jumped, a new page appeared. On a pitch-black background, a countdown of 3 days was displayed. Below was a download link for priority access. Clicked a few times, but there was no response. Mo Xiaomo was a bit confused. Is that it? Did the programmer neglect to put the link up? Why can't I click it? The comments in the live room began to mock him collectively. Laughing to death, Polaris Game can't even make a web page, how can we expect them to make a game? Such a show-off, so many people watching, and the web page can't be downloaded. Not just you, other live rooms are the same, this link can't be clicked. After all this time, they just pulled a big one? Hiss. Mo Xiaomo was sweating on his forehead. What is going on? The webpage wasn't done, why send it out? So many people are watching. This could ruin everything. Clearing his throat, Mo Xiaomo tried to salvage it. Ahem, this might. Suddenly. A comment floated by in the live room, with a dazzling golden effect. Polaris Game Zhao Ming, the client downloaded from the priority access link will have a special starting privilege after entering the game. The game can only be downloaded when counter-war competition starts, please stay tuned. Then several Super Starship gifts swept across the live room. Zhao Ming's explanation, with special effects, flashed on the homepage of Tiansha Game Live. Mo Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is, everyone stay tuned. Also, thanks to Boss Zhao Ming for the Super Starship. When the game goes live, remember to come to my live room for the battle. At Polaris Game Company. In the office. Zhao Ming looked at Mo Xiaomo in the live room, then swiped with his finger and entered the next live room, sending out a few more Super Starships. For more than a week, this way of seeking presence by Zhao Ming had not stopped. Super starships, this top gift, are not something you see all the time. Usually, they only appear during events or when bosses want to support their favorite streamers. Very few wealthy people like Zhao Ming randomly search for live rooms to send them every day. It made Tian Xia live not only play games in the game area. Even in the beauty area, many female streamers in the dance area, upon hearing the Water Friends suggestions, changed their titles to Looking Forward to World War II, Rise of the Empire opening, and then danced in the live room. Don't say. After Zhao Ming discovered this, moved by these girls' love for dancing, he sent out super starships non-stop. All the female streamers went crazy. After sending out for a while, he heard movement coming from the sofa. Zhao Ming put down his phone and looked towards the sofa. At this time, Xin Chenghan had already taken off the virtual helmet and shook his head, showing a look of utter disillusionment. After Zhao Ming optimized D-Day, some rules were detailed and the early immersive experience storyline was improved. Having reached the standard, Zhao Ming informed Xin Chenghan. Xin Chenghan could not wait and quickly arrived at the company. She immediately plunged into the game. Indeed, during this time, Xin Chenghan had not been idle, not just waiting for Zhao Ming to perfect the game. She also thoroughly researched the terrain and firepower distribution of D-Day, calculating the best landing spots on Omaha Beach with the Photon supercomputer cluster. The result? With a head full of strategies, Xin Chenghan still underestimated the game. Using the calculated landing point from the Photon supercomputer cluster and the planned breakthroughs was all correct. But when she charged to the front and was about to land on the beach, the firepower points on the beach instantly targeted her. This is outrageous. Why are there cannons? Xin Chenghan's ideas were ambitious, while reality was harsh. The scene she imagined, charging onto the beach and using her excellent shooting skills to steadily take out the enemy's fire points, did not happen. Before she even got off the boat, she was concentrated fire on. A shell landed, ruining both her and the boat completely. Zhao Ming shrugged. Isn't this a normal firepower configuration? Xin Chenghan took a deep breath. What about the landmines? It wasn't just the artillery barrage. She had just jumped off the boat when something exploded right under her feet. Zhao Ming stated. This is also a normal configuration. If you step on one. All I can say is your luck doesn't seem very good. The landmines aren't densely placed. Although not densely placed, they were all in spots that seemed to have vulnerabilities in the defense. Zhao Ming believed. This would definitely attract clever players, who would brave the hail of bullets to choose to pass through here and step on a landmine. From Xin Chenghan's inquiry, it was clear that it had worked. However, this could not be told to Xin Chenghan. After all, she was the big financial backer of the company, and he needed to maintain some face. Xin Chenghan remained unaware and felt it was normal. The game has no significant issues now. But why is the open faction this Polish Federation? Isn't the core of the game the Empire and the Anglo-French Soviet Federation? Let players experience the game from the perspective of the Polish Federation. Chapter 15. Xin Chenghan, are you still a person? Listening to Xin Chenghan, Zhao Ming's face showed a strange expression. Core? The core of this game is to torment players. Only from the perspective of the Polish Federation can players experience what true despair is. Otherwise, standing from the Empire or any Federation's side, it's easy to be harmonious. So I chose the angle of tormenting players. However, it doesn't mean we won't open the Empire and other Federation factions. We just have to wait until the storyline of the Polish Federation is over. Then players will be free to choose. Zhao Ming then explained to Xin Chenghan. In the game's opening plot, players actually take on the role of the Prime Minister of the Polish Federation, controlling the entire country. But the Empire's army was already approaching. At this moment, the survival of the Polish Federation depended entirely on the player. At this point, players need to command and mobilize the army, and analyze the surrounding situation, not only allowing players to quickly immerse themselves in the game world but also giving players a sense of being equal to the leaders of the Empire, the Anglo-French Federation, and the Soviet Federation. This heavy sense of responsibility, along with the Prime Minister's starting position. Players receiving such a script will undoubtedly dream of using their lifelong learning to command the army of the Polish Federation, undefeated and unstoppable. In the end, unifying the world. Zhao Ming's mouth curled slightly. Once the game's CG is fully released, players will easily distinguish between the two factions. The Empire and the other federations. The Empire is obviously the invader, while the Anglo-French Federation and the Soviet Federation in the CG are clearly the guardians fighting to protect the country. So, the idea that the other federations are the good guys will seep deeply into players' minds. But when players discover the Empire's army rapidly advancing, when mobilizing troops and layering strategies couldn't compete with the Empire's cannon fire, players acting as the Prime Minister of the Polish Federation saw the Federation behind them, thinking of the soldiers who risked their lives in the blazing flames to defend their country. Such soldiers could surely withstand the Imperial army. But when the players, full of hope, called for help. Hey! Guess what? Home is gone. Reality slapped the players hard. It let the Blue Star players experience the cruelty of society. The role of Prime Minister was gone. And they entered the second chapter of the storyline. Due to the downfall of the Polish Federation, the protagonist would gain a new identity, and at this point, they could freely choose their faction. Any choice would do. Should they become cannon fodder for the Empire, or cannon fodder for the British-French Federation? From Prime Minister to cannon fodder. This gap in identity would definitely earn a lot of emotional points. Just think about it. 1 second they were strategizing with the head of the Empire. The next second their home was gone, becoming the lowest level of cannon fodder. With a command from the Empire's head, the protagonist controlled by the player went to the front lines, where a shell landed. Boom! Players could restart. But unlike the one-life per round battlefield of Normandy landing, the immersive storyline would allow resurrection, otherwise no player could clear the game. Each time a player died, they would take on a new identity. At the same time, they'd step into a new life background. When a player cleared the game, all the family members of the characters they had played would turn into game CGI, appearing one by one before the player's eyes, watching their character die due to their own mistakes. The family of the deceased character receiving the news of death would experience unimaginable pain and despair. This would bring players an unparalleled impact on their souls, questioning their inner selves. After listening to Zhao Ming's explanation, Shin Xinghan looked puzzled. Couldn't imagine how Zhao Ming could speak such cold words with a nasty smile. Not? Are you even human? Zhao Ming shrugged nonchalantly. The more people curse, the more popular it becomes. In fact, being anti-war and torturing the players could only be considered an extra. The central idea is to stir up players' emotional values. As long as more emotional points are gained, let the players curse, it doesn't take away from him. And on Shin Xinghan's side, just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. The immersive storyline allows for resurrection, and changing identities each time seems fine. But Zhao Ming's final move, that's like roasting a person alive. Players could die recklessly because they could be revived. But when the news of a character's death reached home, the scene of family members collapsing flashed before the player's eyes continuously. The heaviness of death constantly tortured and impacted the players' hearts. The cruelty of war materialized at that moment. Who would still look forward to war? If this doesn't win an award, it would be unjust. Shin Xinghan was filled with emotion. This game is indeed great, but its level of torment is truly ruthless. No, I must hide my information better. Otherwise, when netizens curse this guy, they'll drag her into it. After all, she is the main investor in this game. Game company bosses like that, in the eyes of netizens, can she be seen as a good person? Shin Xinghan looked at Zhao Ming. When will the game CGI be released? On the day of the competition? The anti-war competition held by the 6 federations started at the same time but in different time zones. For example, the Great Summer Federation started at 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Ming rubbed his chin and said, "Then let's set it for noon on the day of the competition, and see what the Emperor Penguin side does first." It's lunchtime. Many people will browse messages, and a game CGI, it takes 3 hours. Even if the Emperor Penguin group analyzes something, they won't be able to produce it. With his system's database and the continuous accumulation of emotional points during this time, it took a whole week to finish the game. 3 hours, even if he exhausted himself, he couldn't copy it out. Moreover, it was just a game CG, and they didn't know anything about the game content. But from the player's perspective, this game CG clearly analyzed the factions, the Empire and the Federation, to have a clear understanding for the upcoming game. Shin Xinghan had no objections and immediately agreed. Then he took Zhao Ming's virtual helmet, ready to go home and stay up late to complete the game. Seeing this, Zhao Ming felt helpless. He then opened his phone and ordered the latest model of the virtual sensory capsule. If you have money, you should spend it. 3 days later. Penguin Group, Game Department. It was almost noon. The games selected for the competition had already gone live one after another since morning, some paid and some free, but the attention of the Great Summer Federation was focused on Penguin Group and Polaris Game Company. Some netizens made a rough estimate. In just 10 days, both sides had spent over 100 million Federation coins just on trending topics, buying trends, and suppressing trends. Such a level of spending before the competition even started was quite rare in the Great Summer Federation. Other games were also at a loss, as the advertising costs alone would be enough to support 10 or 100 of them. What could they do? When gods fight, mortals suffer. So today, many netizens and game producers were keeping an eye on whether Penguin Group's Future Ruin 2100 had any new actions, and what the new game from Polaris game, World War II, Rise of the Empire, was like. However, it was already noon, the time with the highest traffic. But there was still no movement from Polaris game. Suhwan was sweating nervously. In 3 days, they had indeed concocted a plot based on the brief CG released by Polaris game, but without the complete picture, he couldn't feel at ease. Seeing the time had reached 12:03. Polaris game still hadn't moved, having already missed the sharp hour. Suhwan gritted his teeth. We can't wait any longer. Release the DLC. Update the install package. The rest breathed a sigh of relief and immediately started to operate. A few seconds later, the update DLC for Future Ruin 2100 was pushed to all players' computers who had downloaded it. Just a minute later, 2 trending topics surged to the top 3. Hashtag World War II, Rise of the Empire game CG officially released. Hashtag Future Ruin 2100 brand new DLC update. Hashtag watching the game CG from Polaris game dominate the top of the trends, firmly pressing down on the DLC update for Future Ruin 2100, Suhwan's head throbbed. Damn! Is it never ending? A mere game CG reaching the top? How much money was spent on this, damn it? Chapter 16 Emotioma, do I choose the Empire? Or the British and French Federation? Suhwan almost ground his teeth to dust. Damn it! Whose second generation is the partner of Polaris game? Do they really not treat money as money? Just hammering it down? But there was nothing he could do, too much had already been spent on promotions and trending topics, and he simply didn't have the money to continue. The company wouldn't always cover for him. The money spent on promotions and hot searches had to be earned back twofold, or it would be over. Suhwan gritted his teeth and had the employees in front of him open Polaris Game Company's official website. He wanted to see what kind of thing Polaris Game had created. As the employees operated, the new game CG released on Polaris's official site began to play. The dark-themed venue they had watched countless times appeared in Suhwan and the crowd's eyes. But then it didn't switch. Instead, the image continued to move, slowly showcasing the venue that could accommodate thousands, as well as the gigantic D-word flags hanging around, the frenzied crowd in the venue, and the passionate speech of the man in a deep yellow military uniform on the podium. A shock struck every mind. Suhwan's face turned pale, staring intently at the game CG. Everything was wrong? He was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. This retro-style decoration, where is the ruined world? This healthy human body, where is the cyber style? This is clearly a brand new game? How is that possible? Polar Star Games took 10 days to make a brand new game? Then their updated DLC was really useless? It has no overlap with Polar Star Games content. So all the federal coins spent and the promotion for Polar Star Games during this time, wasn't it all helping the other side? Suhwan's mind was blank. If there was overlap, then all the hype during this time wouldn't be wasted, and might even steal a lot of popularity from Polar Star Games. But now there is completely no overlap. Polar Star Games has simply made a new game. Totally ruined. The game CG ended, and Suhwan still hadn't come back to his senses. Until one of his subordinates called him, he suddenly reacted, his face pale as he commanded. Quick! Go check out all the major streaming rooms. Don't they have early access? See if the download is open? On Polar Star Games' official website, only the game CG has been updated, the download link is still not clickable. And thinking back to earlier when Polar Star Games had given many streamers early access, Suhwan quickly took out his phone to search various streaming rooms, hoping that those who had played Polar Star Games' game early, inwardly praying that Polar Star's new game must be terrible. At this moment, at the Tiansha live stream, the gaming section welcomed the annual carnival. The anti-war competition hosted by the 6 federations is global. Just in Dacia Federation alone, on this day every year, thousands of new games appear, not to mention when combined with the 6 federations together. There are too many games, simply too many to play. However, in the Dacia Federation, due to this year's events where the Emperor Penguin Group plagiarized and fought against Polar Star Games, this has become common knowledge. Now everyone is paying attention to the developments on both sides. Many gaming streamers who received money from the Emperor Penguin Group have already changed their room names to Early Experience of Ruined Future, 2100 New DLC. The strongest streamer of Ruined Future, 2100, experienced the new DLC. Surprise! The new war experience of Ruined Future, 2100. All our advertisements for Ruined Future, 2100. After all, those promotional fees were not spent in vain. But there are also many streaming rooms that Zhao Ming has boosted with super starships. Their names have all changed to Early qualification experience of World War II, the rise of empires. Do you want to experience true war? Come to the stream to watch World War II, the rise of empires. Once you enter the gaming section, you can see live streams of these two games everywhere. In Mo Shioma's streaming room. The title of the stream carries the hype of invited personally by the boss of Polar Star Games' early experience of World War II, the rise of empires, attracting viewers continuously. Mo Shioma sat in front of the computer, eyes filled with shock watching the game CG, that city already turned into ruins, completely consumed by fire. Such an environment, simply like a hell of flames. However, in this fiery hell, countless soldiers draped in flames charged out. They gave up the chance of survival, disregarding the burning flames, raising old rifles, rushing towards the well-armed Imperial army. We will defend our homeland until the last drop of blood is shed. Furthermore, we have no other way. Because behind us is our Moscow. The screen completely darkened. As the screen gradually darkened, did they hold their ground? Such a question appeared not only in Mo Shioma's mind, but also in the minds of all viewers in the streaming rooms. What kind of will is this? Is it worth such sacrifice just to defend a city? Mo Shioma's eyes were slightly red. It wasn't until long after the game CG ended that she came back to her senses, her tone filled with admiration. My god. Polar Star Games game CG is absolutely the best CG in the history of games. Can it be blown away? So shocking, I can't describe it anymore. What kind of will is this? How can it reach such a level? The barrage in the live broadcast room rolled crazily. Damn. 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 This game's CG is incredible. What the hell? When can I play this game? I don't care about work, I have to jump in. Don't talk, even though I'm in school, I've asked for leave, I'm heading home to download. Tisk? Not studying properly? Which school are you from? I'll report you to your teacher. Is it possible that I'm the teacher? Ha 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 ha. Although it's impressive, I have to say it's a bit fake. How can one not feel anything when fire is burning on them? What do you know? The enemy is right in front of you, do you have time to put out fires? Heh, you don't know anything. The temperature of burning gasoline can reach 2,300 to 2,700 degrees. Even through clothing it can exceed 1,000 degrees. Humans cannot resist such burning pain, so I say it's too fake. No human will has the strength to reach this level. You know squat. IF asterisk 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 you. You fool. On Blue Star, there has never been a world war, and no one would ever try to resist burning flames. Such things have never happened. The rebutted viewer was momentarily out of reasons to counter. They could only curse a few times, and the person who rebutted became even more smug, continuing their science talk. As the barrage in the live room transformed from shock to a cursing battle, Mo Shioma quickly stood up. Don't shout, brothers. The game on my side is about to finish downloading, soon we should be able to play. How about we discuss which faction to choose? From the game CG showcase, there should be the Empire faction, the Anglo-French Federation faction, and the Soviet Federation faction. Although the Soviet Federation faction did indeed shock everyone, it felt like the Soviet faction should be relatively weak. So, is it better to choose the Empire faction? Or the Anglo-French Federation faction? Mo Shioma fell into a tangled thought. Zhao Ming, dream on, the Empire faction isn't for you to play. Chapter 17 High Shooting Level, Military Court. It's not just Mo Shioma's live broadcast room like this. Other streamers who watched the game CG on the Extreme Star official website also started discussing with viewers which faction is better. According to everyone's understanding and analysis of the game CG, the Empire is definitely the strongest, followed by the Anglo-French Federation, and lastly the Soviet Federation. So when some streamers initiated a vote, the Empire's support rate was unsurprisingly the highest. However, the second was the Soviet Federation. The Anglo-French Federation received the least votes, clearly looking stronger in the game CG, yet only came in third. It's evident that the shock brought by the Soviet Federation left a deep impression. In Mo Shioma's live broadcast room, this dilemma of choosing which faction was discussed among the viewers. Time flew by quickly. Mo Shioma's attention was drawn by a message from the viewers in the barrage. What? The early download link is available? I'm going to check it out. The time was nearly 2:30. Only half an hour until the competition started. And the early access links for the streamers had begun to open. This made the viewers envious. The message brought from other streams made Mo Shioma alert, quickly clicking the link in the private message, and sure enough, the download button lit up. Mo Shioma chuckled and began to download the game. Moments later, The game download was complete and Mo Xiaoma installed it into the prepared virtual sensation cabin. Mo Xiaoma stepped into the cabin, switched the live perspective to inside the cabin, following their own view. Brothers, let's go. Mo Xiaoma excitedly entered the game. The screen was pitch black. Then slowly brightened, revealing a massive world map. Mo Xiaoma knew this was setting the background. The background voice slowly sounded. After the First World War, the Empire, as a defeated nation, fell into unprecedented crisis. The economic collapse and rampant inflation were like poison, slowly dragging the empire towards death. The unemployment rate of the empire's citizens reached 1/3 of the population. At this time, a veteran who had fought in World War I, unwilling to accept the decline of the empire, stepped forward. By promoting nationalism and the slogan of reviving the empire, he quickly gained massive support. In just a few years, this former empire veteran became the leader of the empire. With the leader's rise to power, a military-first policy was established, leading the empire to accumulate strength. 6 years later, as the voiceover paused, Mo Xiaoma and the viewers in the livestream were taken aback. In World War I, the empire was actually the defeated nation? This is quite a contrast from the game CGs. Moreover, the economic collapse and rampant inflation, with a 1/3 unemployment rate? What the heck? In such a situation, it hasn't collapsed? Can it be pulled back? This is absurd? At that moment, the world map appeared, and the empire's territory began to expand. With a command from the empire's leader, the empire's invasion began. The Polish Federation, the Danish Federation, the Norwegian Federation, the Dutch Federation, the Belgian Federation, and the French Federation all fell one after another. In an instant, wherever the empire's soldiers pointed, they were unmatched. With every sentence from the voiceover, the empire's territory expanded a little more. In just a few phrases, it had already occupied most of the view. The bullet screen in the live stream exploded. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Is this right for the empire? It has to be fake. Is it not? Is this right? This is falling too fast. Is no one resisting? This is really ridiculous. It's fake, it has to be fake. Mo Xiaoma widened her eyes. At this moment, the map slowly vanished. The screen darkened, and the voiceover sounded again. With the fall of the French Federation, the Allied Federation implemented a counterattack to quickly turn the tide of the war. They prepared to open a second front to relieve the pressure on the Soviet Federation that was clashing with the Empire. Normandy, this geographically advantageous location, close to the British Federation's mainland, became the target of the Allied Federation. As the voice faded, Mo Xiaoma entered a training ground, and a very simple beginner training appeared. After teaching Mo Xiaoma how to shoot, it ended. What came into view next was just a button that said, Normandy Landing. Mo Xiaoma clicked it. It displayed 427/500. Somewhat confused. As she pondered, the screen suddenly brightened and switched. The scene abruptly changed to the sea. Mo Xiaoma realized she had a virtual body and was on a speedboat, with no health bar or anything. There was only a proportionally replicated virtual version of herself, as if the modeling was skipped. Ha! Is this starting right away? Looking around at the environment, with planes roaring in the sky, soldiers whispering prayers nearby, and the shaky speedboat, it was clear she had already entered the story's beginning. What the heck? Mo Xiaoma was a bit dazed and turned her head to look. Who are you? The person in the Allied uniform said. I'm your fan. By the way, I'm also streaming on Tiansha, brothers. My stream room number is 16,625. Don't forget to subscribe. Mo Xiaoma's eyes widened. What? There's a dog. Wait. No ads in my live stream. And what's going on? At this moment, Mo Xiaoma finally realized this wasn't an immersive experience story. How come it was a multiplayer game? The nearby streamer players shook their head. I don't know. After I finished watching the background story, it showed the ranking was over 300. After waiting for a while, I just came in. At this time, the sound of what the heck echoed in their ears. With many streamers chatting, they discovered that everyone had randomly landed on different speedboats. This novel gameplay made the live stream viewers curious as well. As the speedboat charged toward the distant beach, getting closer, the NPC commander of the speedboat warned them. Don't block the ramp, we'll land in 3 minutes. Everyone, get off the boat from both sides. The crowd understood, the mission was to land and seize the beach. This is simple. Many FPS, first-person shooter, game streamers were eager to show off their skills. At this moment, within the Polar Star Game Company, Shen Qinghan sat on the sofa, watching the reactions in various live streaming rooms, occasionally nodding. But the sudden start of the game left Shinshinghan confused. What's happening? Is there a bug? Not even 500 people yet? Why has it started? Just as Shinshinghan looked up towards Zhao Ming, he heard Zhao Ming excitedly shout. Hurry! Log in! Ha, I knew this guy had to play. I'll make you regret it. Saying this, he quickly got up and walked to the virtual sensory pod beside him, lying down. Shinshinghan got up and curiously asked. What's going on? Zhao Ming urged Shinshinghan to lie down in the nearby virtual sensory pod. You'll understand once you're in the game. Shinshinghan felt puzzled but still lay down. As the game started, what appeared before him was not a landing craft, but a dark fortress. In the center of the fortress wall, a number was painted in bright colors. 62. Shinshinghan turned his head and looked around, feeling dazed. Where is this? Beside him, Zhao Ming smiled mysteriously and pulled Shinshinghan outside. Take a look now. With the countless landing crafts on the azure sea and the bombers flying in from the distant sky, Shinshinghan's eyes widened. Are we the Imperial garrison? But you didn't open this faction? Zhao Ming's lips curled up. Who told you this game was made by me? After saying this, he jumped onto the high platform next to the fortress. He laid down the Imperial anti-aircraft gun, aiming it at the distant sea. Shinshinghan asked curiously. What are you doing? Zhao Ming showed an evil grin. The links we've sent out are all identity verified. The link for early access that I just sent to a little streamer was taken by someone else. I took a look at that guy's face. It's Su Huan. Having battled countless days together, Zhao Ming was too familiar with him. After all, with a big company like Emperor Penguin, it's easy to find old videos or character introductions online. In comparison, Zhao Ming's information was much less, and many people don't even know what he looks like. After all, Polar Star Games' first game was Cyber Blue Planet, 2077. But before its release, it was already copied, so it had no fame, and no one was paying attention. Zhao Ming looked at the laid-down anti-aircraft gun, eager to play. What did they say? When the anti-aircraft is laid flat, military tribunal, but now. Touching the anti-aircraft gun, Zhao Ming grinned. Let's see how I blow him up today? There's another one over there, you go play with that. After he finished, Zhao Ming paused, seemingly lost in thought. The next second, however, a landing craft on the distant sea suddenly lit up with a flashing red light. Zhao Ming pointed at the red light and said. Shoot that landing craft with the red light. I've marked that Su Huan guy, and others can't see it. Don't worry. Unlimited bullets. Shinshinghan's eyes widened. Hey! Is this a game company? I'm reporting. Someone is cheating. He's cheating. Zhao Ming. Shinshinghan turned her head to glance at Zhao Ming, who was about 10 meters away from her. If the in the sky fell, no one could escape. Well, it shouldn't happen. At this moment. On the crowded assault boat. Big and small streamers, listening to the whistling sound in their ears and the deafening explosion on the beach ahead, knew they were about to land. On the front boat. Like Mo Shioma, Yufeng was also a top streamer in the Shark Live broadcast, famous for his top-notch sniping skills in shooting games. While streaming live, he was also laying out a combat plan for the other players. Once the assault boat shield opens, let these NPCs rush out first. We will be behind. 2 people hold the shields, keeping them in front. Others hide behind and shoot, rushing to those steel obstacles for cover as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we will just be live targets. Most of the players present were FPS streamers. Although their skills varied, they all had some understanding of the battlefield. However, one player showed a troubled expression, looking at his weapon. This gun. I've never used it before. It's not like other FPS games, there's not even a scope. How do we play? The bullet screen in Yufeng's live broadcast room flowed by. Can't play without a scope? Then I can play too. Ha, you can't expect everyone to have skills like Brother You. But to be honest, this design is indeed very retro, fitting the game's background. What the hell, no health bar, no interface, and nothing? Is this even a game? They said it's to make you experience the most realistic war. Do you have a health bar in real life? An interface? This design is indeed very unique, I love it. The games they normally played only required pressing a button to instantly zoom out. But this game, after studying for a long time, had no health bar, no one-click zoom scope, and even no game interface. After entering, there was nothing. Yufeng also frowned and said. Then just aim at the enemy and shoot. When charging, the difficulty of aiming is quite high. Mainly, we need fire cover. Once we reach those steel obstacles, we'll have cover. According to the NPCs, our task is to capture the beach. As long as we can take it down, it should count as a win. Just as he was speaking, Boom! A shell exploded on the sea beside them, creating a water column over 10 meters high. Another assault boat was pushed off course by the shockwave and crashed towards Yufeng. The two assault boats collided. An ear-piercing crushing sound rang out, and everyone staggered, unable to stand, and fell into disarray. What the hell? Damn! What the freak is this? Where did the shell come from? Ugh! Get your arm off me, you're choking me! The assault boat that crashed nearby had several people and NPCs roll over. Just as Yufeng was about to stand up, a figure tumbled over, instantly making his scalp tingle. What the hell? Bang! With a painful grunt, Yufeng gasped and gritted his teeth. Who is it? Get the hell up! Struggling to push the figure off him, Yufeng's eyes widened. Holy crap! Old Feng! What are you doing here? Did you fly over from next door? The one called Old Feng was Feng Ming, a top streamer in shooting games. They all knew each other. Feng Ming grimaced and rubbed his knee. I flew over. The luck was terrible, I'm really messed up. What kind of crap game is this? Not even a health bar, the pain feels real, damn it. Did the game company's producer even play games before? Isn't this just pure torture? Zhao Ming, don't say, you can't say this. Yufeng's lips twitched. Bro, ease up on the swearing, it's live-streamed across the internet. Feng Ming waved his hand. I don't give a damn. I'm live too. Saying that, he took a glance at the assault boat he was originally on and crawled back like a dog. Yufeng could only silently give a thumbs up. You really are something. 6666, it has to be Old Feng, who dares to say anything. TSK, cursing the game company boss like this, feeling a bit cocky. This guy has always acted like this, he just confronts whoever he dislikes. But hearing him say this, the game is completely based on reality. Indeed, there are no health bars or interfaces, pain increases when injured, I wonder what else. Sounds interesting. Over here. Feng Ming, who just flipped back, continued to arrange the next tactical move. Where were we just now? Right, the three of us in the back, that. Old Su, right? If you don't know how to play here, just stay back. Sticking behind us should be fine. The one named Old Su, Su Huan, responded with a dull HM. He tried to lower his presence while constantly observing the surroundings, what was so worthy of Extreme Star Games hype. Just as he was thinking. Suddenly, a continuous sound of impact came. The barrier in front of the speedboat was instantly penetrated, bullets rained down on NPCs and players. Su Huan just looked up. A wave of intense pain instantly swept through his body, he felt like he was flying. Bang! 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 Most of his body exploded under the impact of anti-aircraft bullets. All he could hear was the commander's faint call. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's anti-aircraft fire. Then the screen suddenly fell into darkness. This sudden death made Su Huan's body tremble violently. What kind of game is this? Damn! How did I die? Su Huan hadn't figured it out yet. On the other hand, Yufeng was dumbfounded. What the hell? He watched helplessly as the speedboat next to him was swept away. Boom! The entire speedboat exploded directly. Old Feng! Yufeng shouted in faked pain. In the livestream, the bullet chat flew by joyfully, this wave of effect was over the top. However, there wasn't time to care anymore. Because 3 minutes were almost up, and the speedboat was nearing the beach. The commander in front shouted. Prepare to land. May God bless you. Clang. A jolt, the speedboat seemed to bump into something, stopping abruptly. The players and NPCs on the boat stumbled, some rolled over on the deck. And the barrier in front opened, the commander shouted. Go! 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 The NPCs in front burst out, bullets whizzed by. Bang! 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 Machine gun bullets pierced through bodies, the NPCs in front fell in clusters, severed limbs and flying arms, a severed hand flew to the player's feet behind in the speedboat. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the bloody arm, everyone felt their scalp tingle, nerves stretched to the limit. Some timid players had already slumped down. Isn't this too much? Yufeng's pupils constricted, heart racing wildly. Hiss. Does this game really dare to do this? However, the bullets wouldn't give them more time to think, the NPCs in front quickly dropped dead, then the whizzing bullets poured in, crackling sounds hitting the speedboat, causing sparks to fly. At this moment, a shrill whistle sounded from the sky, getting closer quickly. Yufeng immediately realized this was the sound of artillery shells, shouting. Shells! Quick! Jump off from both sides. Chapter 19 Normandy Landing. No one survives. Yufeng reacted, brandishing his gun and quickly flipped out. He fell into the sea. The other streamer players on the boat didn't react in time. Still in shock. The shrieking artillery shell descended, hitting the center of the speedboat's deck. Boom! The entire speedboat exploded in an instant, the powerful force tearing it apart. Falling into the water, Yufeng could only see the bottom of the speedboat rip open above him, scattering debris all around. The flying metal parts hit him, but fortunately, no vital spots were injured. Yufeng twisted his body and burst out of the water. Splash! Breathing heavily, his mind went blank. A buzzing sound rang in his ears. What plan, what arrangement, all were useless. Just in an instant. The people in the two assault boats, there was only him left. What top-tier sniper god? In a situation like this, it was completely useless, and he couldn't even focus enough to raise the gun. Yufeng relied on his instinct, swimming toward the beach. Constantly taking deep breaths. He watched helplessly as assault boats kept charging toward the beach, waves of NPCs and players rushing out of the boats, only to fall in waves again. The beach, which had been empty just moments ago, was now littered with bodies, blood staining the sand, flowing into the vast sea. The blood-red sea water splashed into Yufeng's mouth, the bitter and salty taste filling his senses. Yufeng's body trembled uncontrollably. Is this really a game? Dozens of meters felt like decades, so long and endless. When Yufeng finally stepped onto the beach, no longer feeling the weightlessness of the water, his body collapsed onto the sand. He tried to get up but found he couldn't control his body. Looking down, he realized his pants had somehow been soaked with blood. His thigh had been shot through? The thought barely flashed in his mind. Boom! An NPC beside Yufeng was shot in the head. The body fell next to Yufeng, landing on top of him. Yufeng's whole body jolted. He hurriedly shoved the corpse off him, dragging his legs as he crawled forward, heading toward the iron barricade. There was no health bar. No interface. Nothing at all, making it easy to forget this was a game. The virtual reality simulation pod's 100% realism made many forget it was just a game, as if they were truly in a war. Watching teammates fall one by one, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Survive. They had to survive. They didn't want to die. On the other side, Xiaomo had also reached the iron barricade, collapsing to the ground. The sound of whistling bullets filled her ears, watching groups of soldiers charging forward, falling like crops being cut down, shaking in fear. She completely forgot this was a game. Her luck was still somewhat good because Zhao Ming's main target was Su Huan. He directly wiped out the assault boat Su Huan was on and ordered artillery bombardment. It was only because of this brief assault on those two boats that Xiaomo had the chance to run behind cover. But charging forward was impossible. Even without Zhao Ming and Shen Qinghan, who were using anti-aircraft guns to sweep, the machine gun positions on the beach had also been heavily fortified by Zhao Ming, mainly to harvest the players' emotional points. At this moment, on Fortress number 62, Zhao Ming, operating the anti-aircraft gun, had a smile growing on his face. Emotional value plus 98. Emotional value plus 109. Emotional value plus 674. Emotional value was no longer growing slowly, instead, it was surging in large numbers as the game progressed, rapidly spreading through various livestreams, growing much faster than trending topics. Seeing this, Zhao Ming squeezed the trigger harder. And the number of players in this game was about to hit the bottom. 56/500. From the moment they landed on the beach, just 2 minutes had passed. From over 400 players at the start, only 56 remained. On the beach, all the players, under the Empire's firepower, were hiding behind cover, desperately clinging to life. Xiaomo, holding her gun, couldn't stop trembling, and a nearby allied player was struggling, with a hole in his neck, blood pouring out non-stop. Help, help me! He gasped. Xiaomo was startled, then quickly reacted. Ha! Ah! Seeing the allied player lying just outside the iron barricade, Xiaomo quickly pulled him over, but she was flustered. How do I save you? Bandages? Yes. Bandages. Xiaomo remembered the bandages, hurriedly pulling them out. She began wrapping the bandage around the allied player's neck. This will heal you, just wrap it up and... Xiaomo's face suddenly turned pale, her hands stopped moving. The allied player in front of him was motionless, already dead. And this bandage cannot heal. Heal? Is this a game? No way. Is this really a game? At this moment, a sharp whistle came from the sky. Xiaoma suddenly heard a shout in her ear. Xiaoma! Get down! Xiaoma turned her head to look, and to her surprise, it was Yufeng. At this moment, Yufeng was leaning behind an iron obstacle, his pants stained red with blood, and his arms also bleeding. But he was gesturing with both hands, shouting something. Brother you? As soon as Mo Shoma's words fell. Boom! A shell fell, and the explosion spread. The iron obstacle twisted and deformed under the impact, the frame scattered. In Yu Feng's eyes, Mo Shoma was instantly shattered into a mist of blood. Watching yet another known person die, Yu Feng's eyes bulged with fury. Damn it! Plop! An arm fell from the sky, still holding half a bandage. This was Mo Shoma's arm. The shock brought by the bloody scene and fear made Yu Feng completely lose control, roaring in anger. I'm F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** reloading his rifle. He angrily looked toward the beach behind, where machine gun fire blazed from a fortress, raising his rifle to aim there. Bang! It was empty. Bang! It was empty. Bang! The third shot finally hit. The machine gun fire point in the fortress was instantly silenced. A sense of revenge surged in Yufeng's mind, and a smile appeared on his face. But this feeling of revenge had not exploded in his mind yet. Suddenly, the recently silenced fire point in the fortress moved, turning its gun muzzle. Yufeng's smile froze instantly. The gun muzzle at the fortress sparkled in Yufeng's eyes. Tat 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 tat. In an instant, Yufeng was turned into a sieve. 0 out of 500. Only 3 minutes after landing on the beach. The game ended, and no one survived. And outside the game, the trending searches in the Great Xia Federation had already exploded. Chapter 20, Full Unlock, Immersive Story Experience, Normandy Landing Medal. At this moment, on Tian Shark Live, in the gaming zone, more than 400 streamers, with all online viewers adding up to 2 or 3 million. Each live stream had a different perspective. But the level of brutality was the same, and the streams were happening simultaneously. In just a few minutes, Zhao Ming gained over 1 million emotional points. These 400 streamers were all FPS game players. There were top snipers like Yufeng, versatile players with combat awareness far beyond the ordinary, and popular streamers like Emo Shioma who relied on their looks, but none survived past 5 minutes. When the screen in Yufeng's livestream went completely black, it showed, game over. The viewers in the livestream still hadn't reacted, until they confirmed it, and the bullet comments rolled wildly. What the F***K? Is that it? Damn. Is this game even for humans? I can't breathe, little things he can't do it, a 3-time SCS sniper champion, and only killed 1 person with 3 shots? Don't laugh, that guy Fong Ming is worse off, didn't even see the enemy and he was gone. But to be fair, this game is too real, how did it even pass inspection? What's the point of playing horror games? This is scarier than those horror games. Exactly, I'm going to edit a video and send it to those people in horror games. 66666, trick people into coming and kill them, ha ha ha. Brother Fong? It's over, why is there no movement? He couldn't have gone dumb, right? TSK, we ought to report Extreme Star Games, make them support him for a lifetime. At this time, Yufeng's emotions gradually calmed down, started watching the bullet comments in the livestream, and let out a sigh. It's okay, brothers. I'm calming down here, feeling much better. This game is really, too real. I just thought I really died. Damn. It's good to be alive. The bullet comments in the live stream started mocking collectively. Laughing to death, really went dumb? How are you getting philosophical now? Don't say things like that, you'd be the same if you were in it, this game doesn't look like it can be played by humans. To be honest, Brother Fong, if you practiced your skills here, Blue Star would be invincible. That firepower layout on the beach, how could anyone attack? Even if they could, how many lives would be lost? Has anyone gone to the Polestar official website to ask if this Normandy can really be breached? Don't tell me it's just a hellish dungeon setup. Don't bother, the Polestar official website has crashed, the trending topics are all clips of World War II, Rise of Empires. Brother Fong, hurry to the Tiansha 172-7842 channel, Fong Ming is organizing more forces to fight again. On this side, Yufeng wanted to take a break and started looking at trending topics. Trending topics were completely taken over by the Polestar game World War II, Rise of Empires, with many people celebrating below it, likely some fervent war enthusiasts, while others criticized the game for its bloodshed and violence. But since it can be published, the official side must have approved it. At this moment, Yufeng also noticed the barrage in the livestream and received a message from Fong Ming. Hurry to the 172-7842 channel, I'm organizing people to fight again. Let's see if we can earn a medal or become a commander. Seeing this information, Yufeng was stunned. Ha? Commander? Medal? What's all this? Let's go, brothers, let's take a look. Saying this, he entered the channel Fong Ming provided. There were already dozens of people inside, all streamers who had just participated in the game. When they saw Yu Fong enter, Fong Ming greeted him and then said, "First, add each other as friends, then queue for the game. A big batch of people is missing right now, but the online time is coming soon. Wait a moment, and other players will be able to gather for the match. A lot of things have been unlocked on the interface, let's research them first. I'm going to analyze some tactics. I have to conquer this damn game. I've never felt this frustrated in my life, damn it. Who understands? Setting tactics, singing a song. Suddenly, he was shot dead. Damn it. Fong Ming cursed after finishing, then continued to direct others. On Yu Feng's side, he jumped out and sent a request, then after it was approved, he received Fong Ming's game invite to queue. After clicking confirm, the game interface showed 173/500. Just a while ago, there were over 400 people in the queue, but after this break, there were only 173 left. Clearly, many people were bewildered and still hadn't recovered. Yu Feng glanced at the other livestreams. Other than them continuing to queue for the Normandy landing battlefield, most of the rest had gone to play immersion storylines. Yu Feng closed the other livestreams and returned to the game. Alright, let's continue to study the game. From what Fong Ming just said, a lot of things should have been unlocked. Let's take a look. When he returned to the main interface, there were indeed many more options than before. Firstly, there were friends lists, system settings, which made it easier for players to team up, adjust pain levels, or harmony, but for the sake of the program's effect and to train himself. Yu Feng didn't adjust any of them, his gaze fixed on the center of the main interface. Originally, there was only one button for Normandy landing, but now there were many more buttons behind it. Normandy landing, immersive storyline, multiplayer cooperative story mode, locked, medal library, Hall of Fame. The immersive storyline goes without saying. Yu Feng clicked on multiplayer cooperative story mode, locked. A prompt popped up on the interface. Minimum unlock condition requires a military rank of second lieutenant. Second lieutenant can invite 10 to 30 players, first lieutenant can invite 30 to 50 players, captain can invite 50 to 100 players, to experience cooperative battle story tasks. Note, military rank promotions depend on the player's performance in the Normandy landing battlefield or in immersive storylines. After reading the introduction, Yu Feng then clicked on the medal library. What came into view was a dense array of medals, but they were all gray. Yu Feng looked at the first medal, and immediately a prompt and an enlarged version of the medal popped up, looking like it was made of bronze, engraved with gunfire. Elite Medal of 100 Battles. Note, because you participated in the Normandy landing battle, died 100 times, became familiar with every inch of Omaha Beach, hereby awarded the Medal of Honor. Medal effect, after wearing, can be promoted to second lieutenant, able to command the attack direction of the assault boat. Achievement condition, 1 out of 100. Yu Feng's eyes lit up. This is kind of interesting? The live stream chat also became lively. Damn. Command an assault boat? Sounds pretty fun. If you see someone you don't like, invite them and send them to die, wouldn't that be even more exciting? 6,666, it's got to be you. But die 100 times, wouldn't that leave a mental scar? Yu Feng saw the chat and twitched his mouth, his teeth started to ache. Maybe lower the pain settings a bit? Just as he was thinking, Yu Feng continued looking at the other medals. Normandy Veteran Medal. Note, for killing 5 enemies in a single match on Omaha Beach during the Normandy landing battle, this Medal of Honor is awarded. Medal effect, after wearing, can be promoted to second lieutenant, able to command the attack direction of the assault boat. Achievement condition, 1/5, refreshes every match. This one doesn't seem too hard. Killing one is still a kill, once familiar it should be doable, right? Yu Feng's gaze continued downward. A golden honor badge appeared before Yu Feng's eyes. Normandy Landing Medal. This was the largest landing operation in Earth's history. The Allied Federation chose to land in Normandy to resist the Empire and open the Second Front. This was the largest amphibious operation ever, with a landing line 80 kilometers long, 5 main landing points, and 2 months of fighting. The Empire and the Allied Federation together put in about 4.25 million troops. On landing day alone, the Allied Federation had about 10,000 casualties, including dead, wounded, and missing, around 4,400 confirmed dead. In this campaign, both sides had around 420,000 people killed or missing. The brutality of the battle ranked among the top 10 in World War II. Note, in the Normandy landing battle, use explosive tubes or to tear open the Empire's defenses on Omaha Beach, capture 2 important firepower points, create favorable conditions for the Allied attack, and survive until the end of the game. Achievement condition, 0/2, refreshes every match. Note, Normandy does not believe in tears. Real men never retreat. This medal is one of the 3 necessary for players to enter the Hall of Fame. Chapter 21, Hall of Fame, Father of Blitzkrieg. Just the description of this medal and the story hidden inside already shocked Yufeng and everyone in the livestream. This wasn't just a medal, it felt like proof that the Normandy landing actually happened. Even knowing it's just a game medal, this medal seemed to have a kind of magic, constantly tempting Yufeng to get it. Looking at the medal's description, the live stream chat exploded. Damn. 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 420,000 dead or missing? Are they seriously writing this? I wouldn't dare write this many deaths even in a novel. Joke of the day, my whole hometown has only 310,000 people. 66666, this many deaths, that's definitely brutal. Compared to this, Wasteland Future, 2100 is child's play. Real men are already carrying guns and cannons to the battlefield, while in Wasteland Future they're still picking up trash to make flashlights. Let's just praise World War II, Rise of Empire, shall we? LOL, no joke, seriously no joke. I just got there, and those guys were still fighting over 2 motor parts, hilarious. Go go go, streamer, keep checking the others. This game is kinda fun, must play. Streamer, hurry and see what the Hall of Fame is? Yufeng slowly came back from the shock. Brothers, wait a bit. I'll check the Hall of Fame soon. Let me first see what the other 2 unlocked medals are. See if they can be obtained. Then his eyes turned to the other 2 medals. Stalingrad Medal. This was a decisive turning point in World War II, called the bloodiest battle in World War II in modern history, with street battles so brutal it earned the nickname Meat Grinder of World War II. Before the battle, Stalingrad had about 800,000 civilians. After the war, only over 7,000 people remained. The intensity of this battle can be considered the most severe in modern warfare. During the battle, the Soviet Union suffered an average of over 8,000 casualties daily, with a soldier's average lifespan not exceeding 24 hours and an officer's average lifespan being less than 3 days. In the Battle of Stalingrad, the Empire and the Soviet Union deployed about 4.5 million troops. The total casualties on both sides reached about 2.7 million, about 1.5 million total casualties for the Empire and its allies, and about 1.2 million for the Soviet Union. The severity of the battle and the number of casualties rank among the top 3 in World War II. Note, this is a national war scenario, unlocked during significant holidays. Note, in the defense of Stalingrad, lead a team of 50 in urban guerrilla warfare against the Empire's army, using the ruins to delay their advance, surviving for over 10 days. Conditions to achieve, 0/10 days. Note, Eura. For Stalingrad. For Motherland. This medal is one of the 3 essential medals for players to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Hiss. Yufeng gasped. What the hell? The background is getting bigger and bigger? A city of 800,000 people, with only over 7,000 left. With a total of 4.5 million troops involved, 2.7 million died? What was the final result of this battle? Did the Empire win, or did the Soviet Union win? A national war scenario released during the holidays? When is it going online? It's still a long way to the new year. The key point is that this medal makes people itch with desire. It mentions the background, mentions the casualties, but does not say the result. Just like the Normandy landing medal. It only knows it is a turning point in the war between the Empire and the Allied federations, but it does not know the specific result. At this moment, Yufeng was completely convinced. Just from the shock of this background, he had to keep playing. The barrage in the live broadcast room was even more unnecessary to look at. Everyone was already in a daze. The download was about to start, and some friends in the chat were shouting to prepare to charge. Yufeng's gaze continued downward. It settled on the last medal required to unlock the Hall of Fame. Moscow Defense Medal. Now Yufeng finally recognized it, and the friends in the live broadcast room also recognized it. Isn't this the Moscow mentioned in the game's CG? Thinking of the countless Soviet soldiers in the game CG, charging toward the Empire's army with their bodies on fire with gasoline, and that city turned into a sea of flames, specific scenes of horror had already come to mind. Recalling the brutality of the Normandy landing and the Stalingrad background. No wonder it is one of the unlocking conditions. This level of brutality is probably no less than the other 2. As Yufeng's gaze shifted. Sure enough. Moscow Defense Medal. This was a war concerning the survival of the Soviet Union and the Empire's first defeat, where the previously invincible Blitzkrieg, which could destroy a country in 4 hours, failed to exert its power on the vast territory of the Soviet Union. The war lasted for 7 months, with the Soviet Union using extreme cold to resist the Empire's forces, mobilizing a large number of civilians, and quickly building 2 defensive lines totaling about 580 kilometers to fend off the Empire's army. Both sides deployed about 2.25 million troops. After the war, statistics showed that both sides had approximately 1.5 million casualties, about 500,000 for the Empire and about 1 million for the Soviet Union. This was the Empire's first defeat, breaking the myth of the invincible blitzkrieg. Note, this is a national war scenario, unlocked during significant holidays. Note, in the defense of Moscow, lead a squad to carry out guerrilla warfare, persisting for 15 days, and lead the squad to break through the encirclement of the Empire's armored forces. Conditions to achieve, 0/15 days. Note, we must stop the Empire's army, we have no way to retreat. Because behind us is our Moscow. This medal is one of the 3 essential medals for players to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. It is also impossible to be invincible in war. However, this only raised the curiosity of the players even more. Although they already knew the result of the war. The Empire's defeat revealed Enlightening War and the victory process of the Soviet Union, which made them even more intrigued. What kind of tactics could destroy a country in 4 hours? How did the Soviet Union defend against such tactics? Even if the streamers and viewers were anxious, it was of no use. Because it simply had not been opened. Ufone reassured the viewers and quickly clicked on the Hall of Fame. The game was now 376/500, and it would start soon, so they had to hurry. Entering the Hall of Fame, there were pictures, one by one. But like the medal library, they were all dark gray and not activated. Ufone casually checked one picture. It immediately enlarged and appeared. Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, unlockable. Title, Father of Lightning War, Eagle of the Empire, Father of Imperial Armor. Rank, Army General. Biography, he is one of the 3 great generals of the Empire and the founder of modern Lightning War, who swept across Europe with Lightning War and created an undefeated myth, but faltered before the Soviet Union city, and was later dismissed due to disagreements with the Führer over ideology. Famous quote, lay down your weapons and roll off the road, I have no time to capture you. Exclusive story, unlockable. Exclusive biography, unlockable. Note, participate in immersive stories, with a chance to unlock famous personalities from World War II. After unlocking, there will be separate storylines and biography CG, perhaps you will become a staff officer beside Guderian, the father of the Lightning War, and learn the ultimate lightning tactics. Of course, you may also have the opportunity to get close to other high-ranking officials of the Empire. Chapter 22, The Strongest on Earth 1v17. Hiss. Ufone couldn't help but click his tongue. This looks a bit strong. So many titles. Father of Lightning War, Eagle of the Empire, Father of Imperial Armor. How strong must this general be? After all, he is one of the 3 great generals of the Empire, sweeping across Europe. Europe? Wasn't all those lands of the Empire in the previous CG conquered by him? The bullet comments in the live broadcast room started to shout. Wow, there's really a chance of that. Amazing. There's also an exclusive story and exclusive biography CG. Is this game's worldview so perfect? More than that, I am more curious about what Lightning War really is. Exactly, 4 hours to destroy a country, is that even possible? Quick, look at the next one, the game is about to start. What streamer to watch? Wait, I'm rushing in right now. Ufone glanced at the game interface, the time had come, the game was open for download, and many players had entered, starting to queue. Now the number had reached 491/500. It had just been over 170 people, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 490. It was about to start. Ufone didn't dawdle, quickly clicked on another photo in the Hall of Fame. Suddenly, a frame popped up, inside was a general with a pipe in his mouth. Below there was an introduction. Douglas MacArthur, unlockable. Title, World War II Hero, Supreme Emperor. Rank, 5-star General. Biography, he is the only general in the Free Federation who participated in World War I, World War II, and the Korean War, once famous for the island-hopping strategy. He made indelible contributions during World War II but was defeated by the Pinnacle Infantry Army of the Republic during his command of the 17-nation coalition in the Korean War, ending his military career. Famous quote, anyone who goes to war with those guys is definitely out of their mind. Exclusive story, unlockable. Exclusive biography, unlockable. Note, participate in immersive stories, with a chance to unlock famous personalities from World War II. After unlocking, there will be separate storylines and biography CG, perhaps you will become a brave soldier charging on the Pacific battlefield or an officer in the Korean War, facing the world's peak infantry army head-on. Looking at this introduction, a look of interest appeared on Ufane's face. This is quite interesting. It reveals a lot of information. Does this mean there will still be wars after World War II? Did the coalition of more than a dozen countries not win? World's peak infantry? Wow, there's even a big boss? Is this for real? This game is really impressive. No way, I have to experience the story of the Normandy battlefield in a more immersive way, this worldview is too vast, too interesting. The livestream chat started buzzing with discussions. Wow, true. If that's the case, until what year has Extreme Star Games developed the background story? Who won or lost in World War II? There's still no news, they're keeping it too deep. Upstairs, this kind of thing is more interesting to experience yourself. That's right. I'm almost done downloading, let's go. Haha, the game has started. Let's see how the streamer dies this time. Yufeng shifted his gaze away from the comments. Brothers. It started, wait for me to charge. The number of players on the game screen was already full at 500. The countdown was flashing. Then the screen flickered. Yufeng appeared once again on the landing craft. The salty sea breeze was simulated through the virtual reality pod, along with the rocking of the landing craft and the roar of planes overhead, all indicating a new charge at Omaha Beach. Old you. Yufeng stabilized his stance and heard Fong Ming's voice beside him. Yufeng turned his head and smiled. What a coincidence. This time, we're on the same boat. Fong Ming chuckled. This game has a team function, I've pulled you into our team. But for now, we can only team up. When we get promoted to second lieutenant, we can command the landing craft. Yufeng didn't know this, after all, he had been busy studying the Medal Library and Hall of Fame, not really looking at the other game functions. Yufeng looked at the gun in his hand, tried to aim, and then asked. How to play? Have you studied it well? After the shock of playing the first game, he slowly calmed down. Compared to the last round, Yufeng felt much more prepared now. Fong Ming spoke. Our landing craft is among the first to land, basically, it's a dead zone. So we have to jump out from the sides, we can't be targets up front. There are a few weak points on the beach that we can target. We can use the cover of the bombing to spread out and quickly take the artillery positions. The weapons in players' hands are actually all different, randomly assigned. I just asked, some people in the last round probably had explosive barrels. We'll gather near the steel hedgehogs at the beachhead, that's the weakest firepower point. Your shooting skills will come in handy. The others will clear the steel hedgehogs to make a way for the tanks landing afterwards. As long as we hold on, we can win. Since he died too frustratingly in the last game, Fong Ming, as a top FPS game player, analyzed a lot of information through videos from various livestreams during this time, and found a few slightly weaker firepower points. Yufeng nodded. No problem. This gun may be a bit old, but it's still okay. Fong Ming nodded, then cursed. When I conquer this beach, I must go to the Extreme Star Game official site to curse this game. It drives me crazy. His personality and livestream style made it easy for him to offend people, and the ratio of fans to haters was about half and half. As a result, he just got bombarded at the very start. He could already foresee how the haters would mock him during this time, just thinking about it made Fong Ming grind his teeth. So damn frustrating. Fong Ming looked outside, they still had a distance to go before landing, then leaned against the sidewall of the landing craft to explain to Yufeng. By the way, these few are also streamers. They are all newcomers. This one is playing with a submachine gun. This one is also playing with a sniper rifle. This is old Sue, seems to be a complete newbie. Whoosh. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and Yufeng's ears twitched, his eyes instantly filled with terror. What the hell? No way? Coming again? Damn. Jump off the boat. Yufeng flipped over the edge of the guardrail and jumped into the sea. Fong Ming also reacted, after all, he had the experience of being bombed last time, he fumbled to leap from the speedboat into the ocean, cursing in panic as he went. What the hell? As he jumped into the sea. This is, glub glub glub. Bubbles kept rising in the sea. Boom. The speedboat that was moving above the sea was suddenly hit by a shell, the force of the explosion tore the speedboat apart, igniting gasoline that instantly turned into a huge fireball exploding on the water. Chapter 23 The Smoke Grenade is just ridiculous, okay? On the other side. Imperial Penguin Group, Game Department. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the office. Su Huan threw the virtual helmet in his hand away in doubt, his face reflecting the panic of suddenly being blown up. What the hell? Did they locate me? Once was enough. Coming again? This isn't just locating him, this is nuts. Damn. Thinking of being toyed with like a clown by that Zhao Ming guy, the more Su Huan thought about it, the angrier he got, gritting his teeth and calling his secretary. Go, buy all the remaining funds, get me dirt on the Dark Star game. Just say this game harms the physical and mental health of young people. Let people boycott them to death. In the game. Splash. Yufeng and Fong Ming surfaced from the water, staring at the burning fragments of the speedboat beside them in fear. The two struggled in the water to swim together. Fong Ming couldn't help but curse. Is this really targeting us? It's already the second explosion. Just as Yufeng swam beside Fong Ming, he froze. What the hell? It really is, both times have been from this guy. Could it be that when I was cursing Dark Star Games in the livestream, the boss of Dark Star saw it and held a grudge? Yufeng quietly moved a bit further away, hoping not to be dragged into the cannon fire again. Swim faster, we're still a bit far. The distance from the speedboat to the shore was still quite a stretch. Looking at that distance, Yufeng felt a bit of toothache. Swimming over there would leave him too exhausted to run. But he couldn't drown here, that would be too embarrassing. There are tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream watching. Yufeng gritted his teeth and silently swam towards the beach. Fong Ming looked at the distance, baring his teeth, but seeing Yufeng getting further away. No! Wait for me! He hurried to catch up. However, the two didn't swim for long. A speedboat passing by threw out a rope, allowing the two to grab it and be pulled up, joining the second wave of soldiers landing on Omaha Beach. Everyone, get ready to land, try to spread out. Let's meet at the stall. Go go go. With the commander's shout on the speedboat, the ramp opened. The soldiers in front raced towards the beach and immediately fell on the beach. Bullets exploded into bloody flowers, taking the soldiers' lives directly. Even though they were prepared. Facing this scene again. It still shocked the two, their minds going blank. Mechanically following the others, they charged forward, unable to recall the plans they had made earlier. Flames, smoke, corpses. The beach turned into a fortress where machine gun bullets swept across like a rainstorm. The ground was filled with the bodies of the Allied soldiers. The water at the beach's edge was stained red, the smell of blood mixed with the smoke spreading around. Yufeng and Fong Ming struggled on the ground, crawling behind a steel barricade. Rat-tat-tat. Whistling bullets swept past them. Bang! A machine gun bullet struck a nearby Allied soldier in the head, half of his skull exploded, blood splattered all over the two. The coldness in their bodies was suddenly splashed with warm blood. A wave of warmth surged toward the brain, but what came with it was a feeling of terror. Fortunately, the two quickly reacted and adjusted their emotions. This game. Right. This is a game. In a mere half-minute, it felt like a century had passed. And the number of players was 16/500. Any plan was useless. The situation wasn't much better than before, it was just that they were rescued after being blown down, landing in the second wave. So they lived a little longer than others. After coming to their senses, the two tried to calmly analyze the situation. They looked at the distant machine gun nest firing flames. Fong Mingqiang pretended to be calm and said, "Lao Yu, can you take it down?" Yufeng kept taking deep breaths, then took a deep breath, picked up his gun, and suddenly turned to peek out. Bang! The machine gun at the distant nest suddenly trembled. It hit the gun mount. And the Imperial soldier controlling the machine gun also discovered the source of the attack, immediately turning the gun toward the steel barricade where the two were and unleashing a spray of bullets. Tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets continuously swept against the steel barricade, igniting sparks everywhere. Even though they kept repeating this was a game, the two still turned pale. It was really freaking scary. Fong Ming turned to look around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Smoke grenades? He saw that a meter away, on the body of an Allied soldier, hung two smoke grenades at the waist. Fong Ming calmed down, felt the firing position of the machine gun, and when the bullet swept toward Yufeng's side, Fong Ming suddenly lunged out and yanked the two smoke grenades from the corpse. Then he quickly retreated. With bullets pattering down, the already dead Allied soldier's corpse was directly blasted apart. But Fong Ming's face showed a smile as he pulled the pins from the two smoke grenades. Then he threw them toward the machine gun position on the beach. Hiss! The two smoke grenades started to spray out white smoke. Fong Ming peeked out just a bit, his face about to light up, when a gust of sea wind instantly blew away those two streams of white smoke. A string of question marks flashed through Fong Ming's mind. Is this seriously a smoke grenade? Bang! Fong Ming's head was blown apart. The scene suddenly plunged into darkness, and only a few thoughts flashed through Fong Ming's mind. What the hell? What about the smoke? This smoke grenade is so ridiculous? Where is the smoke screen? The real smoke grenade gave Fong Ming a little slap on the face. Hiss! Seeing Fong Ming's head blown off, Yufeng felt a sharp pain in his teeth. So freaking scary. No way, he had to adjust his pain perception before going out. Continuously taking deep breaths, Yufeng calmed his heart, then took a deep breath, suddenly stood up and aimed at the machine gun nest. Bang! One shot took it down, and the machine gun nest stopped. But Yufeng dared not pause. Last game's experience had proven that someone would be up again soon. He couldn't afford to delay. Yufeng crouched low and dashed toward the weak point of defense that Fong Ming had pointed out before. From the earlier observation, Fong Ming's identified weak points indeed had less firepower, so the chances of survival should be greater. Seizing this gap, Yufeng quickly rushed toward there. His heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The firepower here really wasn't as dense as nearby, so it was a good thing. Click. A crisp sound rang out beneath Yufeng's feet. Yufeng's face turned pale with fear. What the hell? He realized he had stepped on something, but it was already too late. His body's inertia had already lifted his leg. What the hell, Fong Ming? Boom! A massive explosion propelled half of Yufeng skyward. He finally understood why the defense was weak here. It was all landmines? Splash! With only one leg left, Yufeng coughed blood as he fell from the sky. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was not far from death, and his body could only instinctively struggle, making gasping sounds. Such a novel experience. Although it was painful, Yufeng couldn't help but think that this game was so realistic. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Yufeng's struggling arm touched something. Crunch! Boom! Game over. At this moment, with the official launch of World War II, Rise of Empires. Although the livestream screens looked terrible, the game download numbers were skyrocketing. Chapter 24, Zhao Ming's counterattack, Emotioma, do I really have 1,000,000 troops? Galactic Star Game Company. In the office. Zhao Ming had logged out of the game, still feeling unsatisfied. His mental endurance was so poor that he logged out after dying twice. If you went back to copy your game, you would surely explode with anger. Watching Su Huan go offline, Zhao Ming had no desire to continue playing. Mainly because the game had opened, downloads were up, and there were too many players. Everyone was just playing for the first time. So no one noticed how an anti-aircraft gun was laid down on the beach. Now with so many people, he couldn't be so blatant about it. Getting out of the virtual body sensation cabin. Shen Qinghan had just played a match. Seeing the game's high popularity, she directly left to return to her company, ready to invest more money in promotion, while Zhao Ming arranged for people to collect online reviews, and then started another game. He blew Su Huan up again, and only finished when he saw her go offline. Back at his computer, Zhao Ming began scrolling through trending topics. The top 3 spots in the trending topics were all occupied by their company. Hashtag World War II, Rise of Empires downloads exceeded 200,000 in 5 minutes. Hashtag some parents are resisting Galactic Star Games, claiming its bloody nature harms the mental health of the youth. Hashtag the untold story between Galactic Star Games and Emperor Penguin Group. Hashtag top gaming star in the live streaming area, is this it? Hashtag I can do it too. Hashtag. The starting bloody scene and hellish difficulty of World War II, Rise of Empires shocked the entire internet, with many horror game streamers seeing the scene and downloading it to promote it themselves. The key point was the starting experience was so brutal. A sniper master with millions of followers, Yufeng, and an all-around assault player with millions of followers, Fong Ming, both didn't survive 5 minutes in this game. Even a trending term emerged. Hashtag I can do it too. Hashtag. The main firepower of this term was focused on Fong Ming. After all, this guy usually had a foul mouth, and this time being beaten so badly, many haters rushed to his page to spam hashtag I can do it too, infuriating Fong Ming in his livestream, who pulled Yufeng and others to start again. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Zhao Ming looked towards the door. Come in. The company's customer service, Qixue, a lively girl just out of college, walked in, holding a projection tablet, and approached Zhao Ming's desk, clicked on it, and a 3D projection of comments appeared in the air above the tablet. Boss, I've compiled the statistics. Currently, the online comments mainly fall into 3 categories. One type is parents who are resisting our game, saying it is too bloody and violent, but many accounts are from the previous trolls who criticized us. They didn't even delete their old comments. They should be the trolls from the Emperor Penguin Group. Another type are those who are just looking for fun, mainly some haters of FPS streamers mocking, plus some bystanders. This part has brought in quite a bit of traffic. And the last type are those online fanatics who usually shout for war, all promoting our game. These people might bring some bad influence. Zhao Ming thought for a moment and then said, we don't need to care about the first type, Shin will handle those trolls. For the second type, let's find some trolls to create fake accounts, pretending to be other FPS game streamers' haters, to criticize them for not daring to play Galactic Star Games movie games, to stir up some hype. Currently, the primary attacks from online haters were against streamers who had received gifts from Zhao Ming, now live streaming World War II, Rise of Empires, and many FPS streamers had taken money from the Emperor Penguin Company. Is currently live streaming the updated content of Ruin's Future, 2100. As for the third type, Zhao Ming leaned back in the boss's chair and said, we are just a game company, unrelated to politics. They can shout all they want, our game is legal and compliant, passing federal review with qualified credentials. Besides, they can't just shout, they have to play too. There are quite a few of these people, and they can bring a significant number of downloads to the game. Besides, other than shouting, they really have nothing else they can do. The battlefield is right there, whoever goes there becomes cannon fodder. Treating every player with equal distress. Cough cough is the principle of our company. Chi Shue's expression was strange. Did she just mishear something? Did the boss just say distress? However, what the boss decides is what she will follow. After all, good jobs are hard to find these days. Okay. In fact, this is also related to the environment of Blue Star. Due to the rapid technological updates in earlier years and the continuous exploration of new energy, many aspects of society are oversaturated with resources, just like the computing power of supercomputers has long exceeded needs. A game company like Xiaoming's, investing 60 million federal coins, would need at least dozens or hundreds of people to operate on Earth. But on Blue Star, just one position, one professional, along with the computing power of photon supercomputing clusters. One person can do the work of 10. This has also led to many industries needing only a few hires. Xiaoming was confused at first, thinking how could there be no AI with such a surplus of supercomputer power. Later, after some research, he found out that this thing had long been banned. The jobs for the citizens of the Alliance are already hard to find, ordinary people are grateful just to have a job. Hope for promotion is almost non-existent. If you do not work, regardless of the surplus of resources, the Federation can support you for a lifetime, barely enough for your daily needs. The enthusiastic radicals online, provoking war. They are leveraging societal reshuffling, becoming high officials and the elite, urging the people to engage in war. Some want to be parasites for life, while others want to control power and stand on top. That's why these war-promoting radicals can't be completely captured. Anti-war competition was created to soothe the citizens, to give them hope and room for promotion. With various categories and an annual competition system, as long as you have enough creativity and ideas, winning an award will bring federal support and rewards, which is much more stable than war. In such a situation, if AI were introduced, squeezing the living space of the people, the situation would be worse. Online, there isn't much information to be found, only a few old announcements banning the large-scale use of AI, dating back over 100 years. If Xiaoming hadn't come from Earth, he probably wouldn't have thought of AI either. Probably only the 6 major federations still have AI now. Xiaoming here intends to use emotion points to exchange for an AI from the databank, to help support the ever-expanding game background. After all, they can set backgrounds for exclusive NPCs, even an ordinary civilian NPC in World War II, Rise of the Empire has a complete life. How could one person manage all of that? Xiaoming needs to find a reasonable cover, AI is the best choice. Moreover, as long as the company keeps these few people, even if the Federation investigates, it doesn't matter. The company has always had this many people from the start, it was the same number before using AI. There really is no squeezing of the people's living space. However, Xiaoming also doesn't intend to let these people stay idle. Cyber Blue Star, 2077 inches, after all, the company's hard work. How could he allow the Emperor Penguin side to plagiarize it for free? Xiaoming looked at Chi Shui. What's going on with the newly updated DLC for Ruins Future, 2100? Has all the information been gathered? Chi Shui's mouth twitched, thinking for a moment before saying. The newly updated DLC on the Emperor Penguin side. They must be trying to bet on the content of our new game, with an updated background set in Ruins Future, 2100, where, after the Second War, a force called the Empire rises in opposition to the Federation. And they have opened a hellish battlefield for players to explore and treasure hunt. The information has already been sorted out. Should we sue them? Chi Shui asked out of confusion. After all, based on the momentum of the company's new game, suing the Penguin Empire Group might succeed, which has never happened before. Many game producers have been crushed by the Penguin Empire Group's methods, but now the company is certainly not going down, and it might even win awards. According to Chi Shui's thoughts, she definitely wanted to sue them in the federal court to take revenge and relieve some anger. Xiaoming had a strange expression. Sue? Why sue? Chi Shui was somewhat confused. The copyright for the game mechanics is in our hands, shouldn't we sue them? Xiaoming looked surprised and said. Yeah. So why sue? You all throw the collected data from Ruins Future, 2100 into the quantum supercomputer power software. With their $500 million worth of data and content, we save a few $100 million. Once it's all done, get Cyber Blue Star, 2077 online overnight. When they release a new DLC, we update the DLC. When they release pay-to-win weapons, we just copy it over and give it away with one click. From now on, this game will rely on the Penguin Empire Group. If they sue us, the copyright for the game mechanics is in our hands. It's already good that I don't sue them, how could they dare to sue me? Shi Shui was left puzzled. What is this reverse fleece? It really is the boss. Shi Shui's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Got it. I will tell them to copy. No, bring our ideas over. Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the child can be taught. At this moment. In the Skyshark live broadcast, Game Zone. In Mo Xiuma's livestream. She had already entered an immersive game plot experience. After the beginner tutorial and introduction, Mo Xiuma appeared in the Prime Minister's office, full of excitement. She looked at this and then at that. Looking at the gigantic world map and annotations in the center of the office, Mo Xiuma exclaimed. Brothers! Although D-Day is very difficult. But this immersive plot is really great. I can't believe I'm the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of the vast Polish Federation, isn't this amazing? Look at this map. The Empire only has 470,000 square kilometers, but my Polish Federation has 385,000 square kilometers. That's not much of a difference, right? My God? And look at this defense line and annotations. My Polish Federation has 39 infantry divisions, 11 cavalry brigades, a total army of 1 million and thousands of tanks and over 400 aircraft? Can they be blitzed? How bad must the original NPC Prime Minister of the Polish Federation have been? Brothers, watch my micro-operations. Since I know this, I must blitz the Empire. Chapter 25 Mo Xiuma, 1 million against 800,000, an advantage. Mo Xiuma looked at the map and her million-strong army with satisfaction. The land area is not much different. My army is gathered on the border with the Empire for defense. Can I avoid their onslaught? What's wrong with the Empire? What if I attack first and win the blitz? Regarding the Empire's blitz on Poland, Mo Xiuma and the other viewers in the stream only understood a bit from the background, without detailed information. Just like in the Metal Library and Hall of Fame, many introductions discussed various events of the Second World War, such as battles and lives, but didn't provide detailed results. So even though they had started playing the immersive plot, the information they had was similar to that of players who continuously charged the battlefield in D-Day. They only knew that D-Day was one of the most brutal battlefields in the Second World War. But the result was unknown. Here, they only knew about the blitz against Poland, not how long it took the Empire or how fast it was. Looking at Mo Xiuma's grandiose claims, the comments in the livestream were filled with joy. Laughing to death, just became the Prime Minister and got carried away? It has to be you, blitzing the Empire, such a clever idea, forgot how they died in the Normandy landing battle, right? Trust me, quickly ask the Soviet Union for help, since the story says the Polish Federation was breached, it will be tough for you too, shaking things up is the way to go. Exactly, how many military strategies have you read, and still planning to blitz the Empire? By the way, what is this blitzkrieg thing? Have you figured it out? I'm still confused, I only know the name, how is it a blitzkrieg? Don't worry, with your sister Mo's strength, the Empire's army will soon blitz right to her doorstep. Sounds like a quick combat tactic, but the Polish Federation has 11 cavalry brigades and over 400 aircraft. If we move before the Empire does, we might turn passivity into initiative, and maybe we can actually win. Don't say, it really sounds good. First clear the way with planes, then the cavalry brigades all charge for a quick attack. It seems like it could work. Everyone in the livestream was giving Mo Xiuma advice and all kinds of clever strategies. In modern times, Blue Star had never fought such large-scale wars. Many players were equally matched, those who could command a bit learned it from other virtual games. In light of the fact that the Empire was about to attack. Regarding the Polish Federation setting up 2 defense lines to face the Empire in the west, while leaving the rear unguarded, Mo Xiuma had no doubts, even the friends in the livestream felt it was normal. After all, from the CG, the Empire was the biggest aggressor. The Soviet Union behind them was supposedly in the same camp as the Polish Federation, why would they need to guard against their own? Looking at the second defense line formed by the Vistula River on the map, Mo Xiuma's eyes shifted, deciding to adopt the viewer's strategy. This way, if it failed, she could shift the blame. I'm really a genius. Thinking this, Mo Xiuma pretended to ponder for a moment, then pounded the table with great vigor and said, Brothers and sisters, I have decided to use your strategy. I'll first clear the way with planes, cavalry brigades will push forward, then tanks and 1 million troops will come in. We'll directly blitz the Empire. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. It was a little past 4 in the morning. Although she found it strange that it was so late in the story, Mo Xiuma didn't think much of it and called her subordinates, issuing orders that left her men dumbfounded. Huh? But? Prime Minister? Are we going to attack the Empire? And at this time, aren't the soldiers all asleep? Mo Xiuma was somewhat surprised, this NPC even questioned her intelligence. She then said, That's right. It's exactly because everyone is asleep that I want to attack the Empire. We seize the initiative. I've already received news that the Empire is preparing to use troops against us. We need to strike first and attack them. Quick, wake up all the troops, let all the planes cross the borderline, and bomb the Empire's defenses for me. All troops, move out, and launch a surprise attack on the Empire's borders from 3 directions. Emo Shioma pointed to 3 directions. Since there wasn't enough time to thoroughly understand the map, Emo Shioma chose the 3 places with the most troops, then ordered an immediate direct attack, as so many people could pile in. Her subordinates, face pale with surprise, quickly replied. Yes. They hurriedly went down to give the orders. Ha, this NPC can even rebuttal. Emo the Prime Minister is failing, actually being questioned by an NPC. Emo the Prime Minister, don't I deserve any face? No, it should be executed. Hey! Is there anything else in this study room? Look around. After this reminder from a viewer, Emo Shioma also reacted. Right. This game is so realistic, there should be some useful information to find. And this is still the Prime Minister's office of the Polish Federation. This is comparable to the leader of the Imperial Head in game CGI, the Prime Minister of the British Federation. It must have a lot of useful information? No doubt about it. Searching like this, I really found a lot of information about the world and various countries. Emo Shioma placed a stack of books on the Prime Minister's desk. Brothers, I found some world information and information about various countries, let's study it. Let's improve the game background. But seriously, if they can produce such books, Polaris Games is really putting in the effort. The live stream room was also filled with constant agreement. It's still a matter of spending money or not. With a quantum supercomputer cluster, what can't they produce? Exactly, just during this time, just to get trending, Polaris Games must have spent tens of millions of federal coins, right? Their boss is quite capable. It's normal to improve some game details, as it's all about the details in games now. Indeed, many games I used to play, books were just decorations, opening them was a blank page. Having money is great, to play games you have to play the big companies. Polaris isn't really a big company, but the boss is quite rich, making such intelligent NPCs in those books. I've only seen that in games with investments of over 100 billion. Just wait until the competition ends. With such an awesome game, who would still go to Ruin's Future, 2100 to scavenge for scraps to make a flashlight? While the bullet comments were chatting, Emo Shioma was also flipping through the world map and introduction to study. Half an hour later. Hey, is this game background based on our Blue Star background? The live stream room was filled with question marks. Emo Shioma took out the complete world map. It's quite similar to our Blue Star. The game made by Polaris Games, this planet is called Earth. We are 6 major federations, here there are 7 large states. We have 5 oceans, they have 4 oceans. 1 more, 1 less. However, this world doesn't have the science and energy we have on Blue Star, so it must all be about wars started for resources. Looking at it this way, we Blue Star are quite happy. At least there's no war, and not so many people have to die. Thinking of the scene of being bombed to death during the Normandy landing, Emo Shioma shivered. Anti-war, resolutely anti-war. Being bombed to death is just too painful, it's life-threatening. Then Emo Shioma continued to look at the map and the introductions of various countries. British Federation, French Federation, and Soviet Federation, HSS-. The Empire is surrounded by federations. How did so many federations manage to clear out the Empire? Are they too weak? Wait. The nearby Italy seems to be a kingdom and is part of the Empire camp. It's not written here, but kingdoms and empires should be together. Oh, wow. The Empire has 200,000 troops? Isn't the area of the Empire just 95,000 square kilometers more than my Polish Federation? How come they have 1 million more troops than me? Oh, they must be defending against the British and French federations. Let me check the map. The defense on my side probably only has about 800,000 troops. 1 million against 800,000, the advantage is on my side. This wouldn't be a sweep. It's a pity this game doesn't have a real-time map function. I don't know where my troops are right now. It's hard to command. Just as they were talking, Emo Shioma's subordinate rushed in a panic. Prime Minister. Not good. The Empire army has crossed the border and is attacking. Emo Shioma's eyes widened. It hasn't even reached 5 in the morning, and the moon is still up outside. Don't the Empire people sleep? No, wait. Is it seizing the opportunity? Emo Shioma's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Is the Empire leader thinking in line with me? Chapter 26, What? Is the Empire really attacking? What to do? Emo Shioma felt a bit flustered. Looking at the various suggestions in the bullet comments, she quickly gave orders. Quick, let the border troops launch a counterattack. Absolutely do not let the Empire troops break through the defense line. By the way, don't we still have a few hundred planes? Hurry up and send out the bombers. Have all troops from the second defensive line support the first defensive line. The Blitzkrieg of Poland, this immersive story, unfolded just as originally planned. However, the commands given by the players, who replaced the Polish Prime Minister, would influence the original development, though this change was optional. After all, Zhao Ming set the plot to take place in the early hours of the day of the Blitz. The players, despite being awake at this time, found their air and space forces mostly devastated, as the Empire's attack was already underway. The actions of the Empire would depend on how the players operated, utilizing Zhao Ming's detailed records from the Earth database of all high-ranking Empire officials, their life histories, thought patterns, and simulations to plan corresponding tactics and commands. It was akin to players from Blue Star battling against Empire marshals and famous generals from World War II online. On the other hand, Mo Xiaoma aimed to strike the Empire swiftly. She ordered to wake the soldiers early, which prevented her Polish Federation from being too passive and suffering heavy casualties during the sudden attack. In fact, out of the 400 planes available, not all were lost, more than 100 managed to take off. But other live broadcasts were different. Many streamers, caught off guard by the surprise attack, were bewildered, switching to the game area of Skyshark in different streams. In one stream playing World War II, Rise of the Empire, the streamer, hearing reports from his subordinates in the Prime Minister's office, looked utterly incredulous. No way? The airport was completely destroyed? Not a single plane left? Is the Empire cheating? My cavalry brigade was wiped out in one encounter? But their cavalry? Can't they run away? What's happening up front? Quick, quick, quick! Let the second-line troops hurry to reinforce. What? The railway was bombed too? No way to send support? Then damn it, just drive and run forward. What the hell? Who arranged this timing for the plot? It's just the beginning. In all the streaming rooms, the streamers broke down in shock. Due to the different starting times, the plot's progress varied as well. Some were already dazed, with airports, railways, and cavalry brigades all destroyed, losing contact without knowing how it happened. Others, just entering the game, heard friends advising them and quickly organized a preemptive attack. But facing the Empire's long-planned conspiracy and the command of World War II's Blitzkrieg founder, Guderian, they could only barely hold on for a short time, unable to stop the collapse of the defense lines. Players portraying the Prime Minister could only issue orders, attempting to halt the Empire's advance. Yet most commands were incorrect, even futile. Instead, they accelerated the collapse of the first defense line. The battle dragged on for a long time, not synchronizing with real time. Thus, Zhao Ming designed it so that every time players issued commands, the game would simulate outcomes accordingly. As time varied, it would proportionally shorten, later NPCs would respond to the players. For instance, when the Empire and Polish Federation troops clashed. A 6-hour battle would simulate results quickly, and after 20 minutes, NPCs would inform the players of the battle's outcome. In Mo Xiaoma's streaming room. At this moment, looking at the map, she felt completely hopeless. Under the instructions of numerous viewers in the stream, she kept issuing commands, and time accelerated constantly. In just 2 short hours of streaming, 4 days had passed in the game, and the territory on the map kept shrinking. It turned out to be even faster than the original Polish Federation's fall on Earth. The first defensive line had already been breached, and the entire border had been lost. The reinforcements from the second defensive line hadn't reached the first before they were about to clash with the Empire's forces. Mo Xiaoma felt blank, doubting her life as she kept staring at the map. No way? Is this reasonable? Do these 1 million people have guns? Why can't I understand? In just 4 days, we lost the border, and if we wait a few more days, they'll reach the capital? Are the 800,000 troops from the Empire flying over? It's no wonder Mo Xiaoma was collapsing. The Empire's army didn't stop advancing for even a moment. Even when she had just issued orders to resist the Empire's troops, a few minutes later, her subordinates reported that the troops were lost, and the Empire had already reached the next city? No? Are they really fighting? Mo Xiaoma doubted her life. Just a moment ago, the Empire's troops were in this city, and she had issued a command to intercept. But when she received the next update, not only had this city fallen, but the Empire's troops had already reached the next city. Is the Empire's army too strong? Or is the Polish Federation's army too weak? How can 1 million be at such a disadvantage against 800,000? Seeing Mo Xiaoma on the verge of collapse, the viewers in the live stream laughed. Laughing to death, weren't you just going to blitz the Empire? Why are you wilting now? Oh my goodness, lightning war, this is how it's done, indeed fast. Let's be honest, this Empire is definitely cheating, right? You take the next city, But they've already reached the next city. How many people flew over? As expected, looking at the difficulty of the Normandy landing battlefield, Zhao Ming the old thief would never let you have it easy. Even if it's not easy, it shouldn't be held difficulty, right? Is this seriously still a game? I'm more curious if after the Polish Federation falls, little Mo will be hanged by the Empire's soldiers. How could that be, such a beautiful female prime minister? If I were an Empire soldier, I would definitely, hee. Hey, you little juice. Hee, same to you. Don't panic, next door already has a streamer who surrendered. After the Empire executed him, he restarted but changed into a soldier. Oh my goodness, still gotta die. What else can you do? Is this Empire going to smash heads? The live stream chat was buzzing, and the discussions outside were even more lively. Many fans of streamers found Zhao Ming's account on Tiansha and began to spam insults, while the Polaris Games Company account on the federal headlines was also flooded with trolls, wanting to angrily criticize how difficult the game was. As a result, Zhao Ming set the account to require following to comment. In an instant, numerous trolls held their noses to follow Zhao Ming and then began to unleash a wave of insults. The follower growth speed of the Polaris Games Company account even startled the person in charge of the federal headlines, who initially thought there was some abnormality, but then discovered it was due to Polaris Company's clever follow-to-comment trick, and he admired it with a strange expression. Using hate followers to gain followers, this truly is the first time. Polaris Games Company. The phone in the office was ringing off the hook. As the customer service representative, Shui kept apologizing while hanging up the phone, but as soon as she hung up, it rang again. In despair, she grabbed her hair and could only go to the office to ask Zhao Ming for help. Boss, the game difficulty is too high, the players are going crazy. Think of a way quick. If this doesn't get handled, someone's gonna wait for you. Chapter 27, soon to open, National War Instance, Lightning Strike on Poland. In the office, Zhao Ming leaned back in his boss chair, also reviewing the comments on the account. However, compared to those harsh comments, the speed at which the followers increased made him more satisfied. What's everyone panicking about? Do they even know what I look like? In just 2 short hours, he had gained over 2 million followers. TSK. One must say, the internet users in the Federation are indeed many. Shui hesitated. I don't know. Zhao Ming put down the mouse, spreading his hands. Well, isn't that settled? What's there to be afraid of? TSK, these players' psychological endurance is really too weak. Isn't it normal not to beat the Führer? If it were me, I also couldn't win. One should check what kind of configuration the Empire has, smashing heads against Guderian. Shui's mouth twitched. Isn't the game made by you? You can't even win at your own game? Well, you didn't really want the players to succeed either. Zhao Ming was looking at the online trends and discussions, which were at their peak, and it was about time. He said to Shui. Let's go out first and order some food. Today, the game has exploded in popularity, so we should celebrate. As for the opinions online, I'll update the database later. Hearing the instruction, Shui was curious about what update could stop the players' complaints, but it wasn't the right time, so she immediately went out to order food. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming began uploading the prepared materials to the official website's database module. He also uploaded the official opening video. National War Instance Lightning Strike on Poland. The video showed the armies of the Empire and the Polish Confederation switching back and forth relentlessly. If the game keeps being mysterious, it can't last long. At this moment, it was necessary to give some useful information. To let the players research deeply. All players were humiliated and pushed down by the Empire in the opening scene of Lightning Strike on Poland. Naturally, they were holding their breath in anger. What Zhao Ming did was release all the information about the Empire and the Polish Confederation, as well as maps, terrain, and defense layouts, giving players plenty of time to study strategies. He also specifically noted in the database. This was to prepare for the National War Instance, which would start in a month. Lightning Strike on Poland. Players could fully study strategies for a month. When the National War Instance opened, they would fight against the Empire again. However, Zhao Ming did not write that in this National War Instance, players would still not play as the Prime Minister. What if they were just a soldier? Hiss. Thinking of that scene, a smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. A bit of abuse is healthier. On the other side. In the Tiansha live broadcast, Game Zone. In the live room streaming the immersive story of World War II, Rise of the Empire. Aside from some who quickly surrendered and changed identities to experience the storyline directly, many live rooms had already passed the halfway mark of the Empire's blitz, and the streamers controlling the Polish Confederation were basically losing their armor, now thinking about where to run. In Mo Xiaomo's live room. Watching the land that had already fallen for more than half, the Empire's army was about to attack Warsaw. Mo Xiao Mo issued a humiliating retreat order. Brothers, we have to retreat for now. But don't panic. I've already sent someone to seek help from the Soviet Union. Once the Soviet soldiers arrive. What? The Polaris game website updated the database? And it's about the Polish Confederation in Germany? Mo Xiaomo's attention was drawn to the bullet comments, stopping his grand speech. He glanced at his character, which had already boarded the plane. It was currently flying towards the southern side of the Polish Confederation. He estimated that once the plane landed, the Soviet reinforcements would arrive right on time, so he thought to take this moment to check the information. Mo Xiaomo said, "I'm going to check it out." As he spoke, the character controlled by Mo Xiaomo began to stop moving. His consciousness activated the virtual sensory pod and opened the Polaris Game Company's official website. A projected webpage appeared before Mo Xiaomo's eyes and the viewers in the live room. What came into view was the future game CG. The screen lit up, displaying a few big characters. National War Instance Lightning Strike on Poland. Then the screen started showing the armies of the Empire and the Polish Confederation, the Empire's Armored Division, the Polish Cavalry Brigade, the Empire's Motorized Division, the Polish Light Tank Unit, the Empire's planes. As each scene flashed by, players saw the soldiers and equipment on the front lines for the first time. The viewers in the live room gradually realized. The Empire's equipment is a bit exquisite. Indeed, although the Poles are many, the Empire has more armored tanks. I seem to know why the Empire is so fast. How many motorcycles must that be? It doesn't have much to do with motorcycles, does it? Motorcycles can't fight. Can't fight. But it runs really fast. A discussion broke out in the live broadcast room, and then the screen ended. Above the Polaris official game website, a new word database appeared. Mo Xiaomo looked at the database. Upon detecting her gaze, it immediately entered the database. Then, what came into view was the map of the Empire and the Polish Federation, but still in a non-fighting state. On the sidebar, there were several options. National War. Troops. Deployment. Mo Xiaomo looked at National War, and immediately a message box popped up. The National War instance, the festival has begun. This instance is called Blitz on Poland. Players will fight against invading armies in-game. Note, this instance provides vehicles for players to use. Looking at the introduction, Mo Xiaomo basically understood, but seeing the last part. Vehicles available? What vehicles? Why isn't that written? Speaking of which, as a Prime Minister, I shouldn't need to drive myself. Zhao Ming, Prime Minister? You'll know when you charge at tanks on horseback, hee. Feeling a bit confused, she shook her head. Under the urging of the viewers in the live room, Mo Xiaomo clicked on Troops. There appeared two options, Empire and Polish Federation. Polish Federation, goes without saying, she had already understood clearly when she was Prime Minister, 39 infantry divisions, 11 cavalry brigades, thousands of light tanks, hundreds of planes. Mo Xiaomo looked at Empire. She wanted to know what kind of configuration the Empire had to beat her so badly, and as her gaze locked on Empire, a page introduction popped up before Mo Xiaomo's eyes. When the Empire launched a raid on Poland, the troops used reached 44 divisions, including 7 armored divisions, 4 light armored divisions, and 4 motorized divisions, 2,800 tanks, and over 2,000 planes. The total scale of subsequent mobilization reached 1.51 million to 1.6 million people. The Empire's armored forces broke through the Polish Federation's defense line and directly pressed toward the capital of Warsaw in just 7 days. From the beginning of the Empire's expedition to the collapse of the Polish Federation, it took 26 days. In this battle, the Empire's army annihilated 694,000 main forces of the Polish Federation at the cost of 38,000 casualties. Note, at the beginning of the war, the Empire destroyed almost all of the Polish Federation's air force capabilities. My large Polish Federation is gone in just 26 days? At the cost of 38,000 lives, annihilating 694,000, can one person from the Empire fight 20? Isn't that too ridiculous? Mo Xiaomo looked at this casualty ratio, her face blank. 1 fighting 20? No wonder in the game CG, one Empire was pressing down on the Federation. What kind of combat power is this? And at this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room had no time to focus on the data. What the hell? Are you still looking at the data? Quick, go check your Polish Federation? Oh no! There are no decent people here. Hurry and switch the game. The streamer next door has already been divided up. Chapter 28, Where did my large Poland go? How did it disappear? The crazy scrolling comments in the live room startled Mo Xiaomo. What the hell? Other streamers' Polish Federation has been divided up? By whom? Looking at the hints from the viewers, Mo Xiaomo's mind went blank. she couldn't care to look at other information in the Polaris official game website's Blitz on Poland database. She quickly exited and switched back to the game. As soon as she entered the game, Mo Shioma realized the plane she was on had already arrived at its destination, the southern border of the Polish Federation from the capital Warsaw. And her subordinates were anxiously waiting for her with maps and information. The comments in the bullet screen were wildly floating. Many streamers had already been attacked from both the Empire and the Soviet Union. Thinking about her earlier request for help from the Soviet Union, a bad thought surfaced in her mind. Mo Shioma looked at the comments while asking her subordinate, "What's the situation now? Have all the troops withdrawn? Any movements from the Soviet Union?" When Mo Shioma ordered the troops to withdraw from the capital Warsaw, she commanded them to abandon Warsaw and gather all toward the southern border. If the Soviet Union were to move in at this time, it would all be ruined. Her subordinate, with a worried face, said, "Warsaw was occupied by the Empire last night. A part of the soldiers refused to retreat. We must defend Warsaw to the death. We are already engaged in battle with the Imperial Army. The Soviet Union suddenly sent troops, and we were completely unprepared. The part of our army that was supposed to retreat to the southern border was also cut off by the unexpectedly appearing Soviet troops. Now, 90% of the entire Polish Federation has fallen. Are we finished, Prime Minister?" As he spoke, his subordinate handed over a map. Originally, the Polish Federation covered 385,000 square kilometers, but now the area east of the capital Warsaw is occupied by the Soviet Union, while Warsaw and all of the western territory are occupied by the Empire. Only a small part of the army remains, struggling to hold on to Warsaw amid the encirclement. What? Looking at the map, Mo Shioma's nerves twitched. What the hell? Aren't we all part of the Federation? How did we get attacked all of a sudden? Aren't we on the same side? What Mo Shioma didn't know was that Zhao Ming had dug a pit by using knowledge from Blue Star. On the Blue Star side, there are only 6 major federations, and they have always appeared harmonious. Although there are occasional border frictions, the official reports never acknowledge them. Zhao Ming changed all the enemies of the Empire to various federations. This led the players from Blue Star to subconsciously believe that all federations were one family, thus leaving them defenseless against the Soviet Union. The lack of defense combined with the players' peculiar strategies caused the Polish Federation to falter, unlike the resilient Poland in true history. The players-controlled Polish Federation mostly collapsed within a few days. Mo Shioma looked at the map, her mind blank. What the hell is this? The army is gone. The only remaining troops were blocked by the Empire and Soviet Union, which means she is now a lone commander. Her subordinates anxiously said, "Prime Minister, what should we do? Do you have any plans? Hurry and give the order." Hearing this, Mo Shioma almost swore. A plan? What plan do I have? In such a short time, 1,000,000 troops are gone. Is it because the Polish Federation's army is too weak, or am I too weak? Mo Shioma couldn't help but question her life. The Empire and the Soviet Union are so strong, Thinking of this, Mo Shioma's eyes suddenly lit up. I got it. Her subordinates and the viewers in the live stream were all stunned. Got it? What did you get? Mo Shioma took a deep breath, her expression becoming serious. How many troops are left in Warsaw? Her subordinate hesitated and replied. There are probably around 20 to 30,000 left. Mo Shioma said. Now give the order, inform them. Split these 20 to 30,000 into 2 groups. One group should surrender to the empire that has occupied Warsaw. The other group should surrender to the Soviet Union and offer up Warsaw. Her subordinate was a bit confused. Did the empire already occupy Warsaw last night? Mo Shioma replied impatiently. The Soviet Union doesn't know that. Hurry up. If they find out late, it won't work. Her subordinate's eyes brightened. Understood. Yes. Then he ran out to give the orders. Mo Shioma's move also snapped the viewers in the live stream back to reality. Whoa. Are you serious? This operation, quite interesting. What? Did some spirit take over you? This is something Mo Shioma could come up with? Oh, she really pulled it off. This tactic is indeed effective, to provoke a war between the Empire and the Soviet Union. Isn't that just like the scenes in Game CG? So, this move from Little Mo makes her the spark for the war between the Empire and the Soviet Union? Oh, she really became a master tactician. Mo Shioma looked at the bullet screen in the livestream, feeling proud. Why do I even need to say it? I've played games for so many years, it's not just for show. As for military strategy, I know a bit. Brothers, just wait for news. I'll see what the situation is and then make subtle moves. It must be said that this tactic is indeed very effective. So many people were ambushed by the Soviet Union, yet Mo Xiaoma managed to pull off such a trick. A lot of people were drawn in, wanting to see if a counterattack could succeed. Looking at so many people in the livestream, Mo Xiaoma's smile couldn't be contained. This is all money. Time slowly passed, and after a while, with the game's progression, soon, one of her subordinates rushed over with a beaming face to report. Prime Minister, the Empire and the Soviet Federation have already started fighting in Warsaw. Whoa! Did she really make it happen? Amazing, host. 6666. Brothers, start spamming, ha ha ha. This isn't the little Mo I know. Learn something, learn something. Mo Xiaoma's smile was just blooming, looking at the comments in the livestream and was about to celebrate a bit. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the game interface. Game over. Starting settlement. Mo Xiaoma and the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were all confused. No way? Why did it suddenly end? Is it a game bug? Did Polaris not set up the storyline for the Empire and the Soviet Federation to fight? I haven't even started to micromanage. What the heck? Mo Xiaoma looked baffled in the livestream, and viewers were furiously spamming question marks. At this moment, the game interface began to pop up the settlement evaluation. You are the youngest female Prime Minister of the Polish Federation. Under your control, the Polish Federation, which could have held out for 36 days, fell within just 14 days. Although your military command skills are extremely poor, you understand human greed and showed quick wit at the last moment, inciting the Empire and the Soviet Federation to go to war, but unfortunately, it was not successful. Great powers play chess, small countries divide land. The Empire and the Soviet Federation both have their own enemies. After the first wave of conflict, realizing it was against their current interests, both sides stopped fighting and immediately began negotiations, resulting in the division and destruction of the Polish Federation. Summary: your micromanagement accelerated the fall of the Polish Federation. Please reselect your identity and experience the subsequent storyline. Then, 2 selectable boxes appeared below the settlement evaluation. Empire Camp, Federation Camp. Chapter 29, The Sudden Promotion, the Army of the Northern District of the Great Xia Federation. However, Mo Xiaoma did not move but stared at the settlement evaluation with a flushed face. What do you mean my micromanagement accelerated the fall of the Polish Federation? 14 days is still very impressive, okay? The Soviet Federation got involved, attacking from both sides. This is something no one could bear. Great powers gaming, dividing my land? Brothers, I can't even imagine how wicked human hearts are. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? It had already started, why didn't it go according to the script? Why did they reach out for peace talks? Is this the danger of war? Mo Xiaoma suddenly felt like she had wasted 20 years. In this game, pure like a primary school student. Creating such a dangerous plot, the boss of Polaris Game Company must not be a good person. Is this plot something a normal person could come up with? The comments started to find Mo Xiaoma's expression funny, with many trolls spamming 6666, while some said this plot was still reasonable. Mo Xiaoma felt helpless and gathered herself to say, enough, let's continue starting over. I refuse to accept this. Then she looked at the 2 camps and began to study. Brothers, should we choose the Empire or the Federation? Comments rushed to give suggestions. Empire looks a bit stronger. Definitely the Federation, the villains never win. The Federation represents justice. Justice is bound to prevail. Choose the Empire, infiltrate the enemy's interior. Wake up, brother, Poland is already gone, infiltrating the enemy won't save you. Better choose the Federation. Mo Xiaoma looked at the comments and finally locked her gaze on the Empire. I think that makes sense. Infiltrating the enemy's interior and doing a good job with intelligence is the way to go. So, I choose the Empire, declare. I'm going in undercover, my heart is still with the Federation, hee hee. Then she locked in on the Empire camp. Ignoring the viewers teasing and mocking in the livestream. The game screen gradually darkened, then slowly brightened. When Mo Xiaoma could once again control her body, she noticed something was wrong. Looking down at his hands and body, he saw the body of a soldier, but it wasn't based on himself. Is this the body of an NPC instead? Why am I just a lowly soldier? I miss my days as Prime Minister. Mo Xiaoma looked around and saw a military camp, filled with soldiers busily moving things, boxes upon boxes of weapons and ammunition being loaded onto large trucks, seemingly ready to head to the front lines. Mo Xiaoma's gaze landed on the camp's flag, which looked somewhat familiar, something he had seen in the office of the Prime Minister of the Polish Federation. The flag of the Kingdom of Italy? I chose the Empire. No. Empire faction? The Kingdom of Italy isn't an empire, but it's part of the Empire faction? Are we playing word games now? Why are there so many traps in this game? The plot needed to change. The Kingdom of Italy allied with the Empire ahead of time, belonging to the Empire faction. On the other side, Tianxia live streaming, gaming area. Other FPS live streams. As time passed, people finished their day jobs one after another. World War II, Rise of the Empire. The popularity continued to rise, and as the viewer count exploded, big and small streamers began switching games to ride the wave of hype. In contrast to immersive storylines, many streamers and players immersed themselves in the D-Day battlefield. The ways the streamers died were bizarre and varied, and some with many haters had already begun to share humorous death montages. In Yufeng's live stream room, over 80 people gathered by Fong Ming, reviewing their death recordings and going over the recent battle. After an entire afternoon of playing. Originally more than 100 streamers, but many were driven away by the game's difficulty, rushing to streams with immersive storylines instead. Only these 80-plus streamers remained, continuously going over combat strategies. From one-shot deaths to surviving an impressive 13 minutes. Watching the various death recordings, Fong Ming felt some tooth pain. Damn it. Who designed this game really doesn't care about human life? How can there be so many machine gun nests? Lao Yu, can you take out a few? Saying this, Fong Ming pointed out several machine gun positions. As long as these were taken out, a small gap would open in Omaha Beach's defense line. Then enough people could charge and break through the defensive nets. If Zhao Ming were here, he would laugh out loud. Wasn't this the machine gun fire points he had set up to increase the difficulty? Unexpectedly, Fong Ming struck right at the heart of the matter, discovering several key fire points. These added fire points, if players held out for 20 minutes, air support would destroy them, thus increasing the likelihood of a successful attack on Omaha Beach. However, currently, across the entire internet, only Fong Ming's group had managed to hold on the longest, reaching 13 minutes. But there was still a distance to the 20-minute mark. Yufeng looked over and frowned. These fire points are too close. Even if you can take them out, the early casualties won't be small. In the later stages, it would be impossible to break through. We need to find a way to reduce casualties. Fong Ming was also helpless. There's no way to reduce casualties. With this many fire points, it's death no matter how you approach. Yufeng thought for a moment and suddenly spoke up. Who has good shooting skills? Let's play a few more rounds and see if we can earn some medals? Fong Ming was taken aback. Medals? Yufeng could tell from his expression that he had been focusing solely on combat tactics and hadn't paid attention to the medal system and Hall of Fame, then sent out the images and conditions for the medal system. Normandy Veteran Medal. Note, for your 5 kills in a single battle at Omaha Beach during the D-Day operation, this honorary medal is awarded. Medal effect, wearing it allows promotion to second lieutenant, enabling command of the assault boat's attack direction. Then Yufeng spoke up. As long as you kill 5 people in a single match, you can earn this medal, allowing players to get promoted to second lieutenant and gain command of the assault boat. If we get command of the assault boat, it should be easier to fight. Just now, I killed 3. If I kill 2 more, I can get command of the assault boat. We should have someone with good shooting skills cover us each match, and play a few more rounds. Let's get a few assault boats we can command, so that when the time comes, it will be easier for both offense and strategy. Fong Ming's eyes lit up as he studied the medal. I think it's a good idea. The others saw this and had no objections. After all, this was Fong Ming's team, and Yufeng and Fong Ming were the 2 streamers with the most fans here. Fong Ming was gearing up, planning strategies to start another match. The comments in the live stream room started flooding in. Streamer, go watch the trending video. Check the official account of the Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation. The official is also playing games? What the hell? What FPS champion and that FPS champion, when it actually comes to fighting, it has to be the professionals? Streamer, go learn some tactics. Chapter 30, Surprise Zhao Ming, the Blue Star people have some skills? Looking at the scrolling comments, Fong Ming was dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you serious? Can someone really break through? Northern Army? The official is also playing games now? His team was already among the top FPS game streamers in the Tianxia livestream gaming district. Yet, this kind of squad could only last a maximum of 13 minutes, failing to break through the defense line. The game's difficulty was ridiculously high. Could it really be broken through? But the comments kept coming in, obviously it couldn't be fake. Although the fans were a mixed bunch, no one could unify their sarcastic remarks to tell him to watch a certain video. Although it was hard to believe, Fong Ming still told his team members. Then he ran to the Federation's headlines, and as soon as he entered the headlines, he saw the top few trending topics. Hashtag the Normandy landing beach landing successful. Hashtag Hashtag Northern Army, winning the battlefield, in battle, we are professionals, hashtag. Hashtag the difference between professionals and non-professionals, hashtag. Fong Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? It really is the official account of the Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation? This is too ridiculous, right? What kind of background is this? And the official platform. He better be more cautious from now on. He really scolded Extreme Star Games and their boss a lot this afternoon. Hiss. Trying to suppress his various emotions, Fong Ming clicked into the official account of the Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation. What met his eyes was the pinned video with the cover of Normandy landing. He clicked to play. The screen was all black, then slowly brightened. On the assault boat stood fully armed Allied soldiers, each with a serious expression. Their aura was completely different from ordinary players. These were clearly the soldiers of the Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation. The leader was saying something while also making various tactical gestures with his hands, seemingly laying out the tactics after landing on the beach. The darker tones, combined with the removed noise, left only the sound of the waves crashing on the battlefield and the wind. A sense of vastness struck fiercely. The scene shifted. The beach landing battle had begun. There was no blind charge, but everyone immediately looked for cover and hid behind it, providing fire support for those who hadn't yet charged the beach, including NPCs. These well-trained Northern Army soldiers maintained calm throughout, even when their comrades or NPCs beside them were blown to smithereens. Without modern real-time communication, the Northern Army chose to communicate through tactical gestures to assign tasks, using the steel barricades on the beach to start counterattacks against the Imperial defenders. The battle was intensely fierce. The video showed soldiers falling constantly. Yet similarly, the fire points of the Imperial defenders were quickly being taken out. Let the Allied forces find opportunities to advance. The scene turned again. On Omaha Beach, the Imperial garrison stronghold was torn open, a huge gap in the defense line, barbed wire blown apart, and the machine gun nest reduced to ruins. The Allied soldiers, following the torn barbed wire, rushed continuously into the defense line, engaging in fierce combat with the Imperial garrison. The scenes kept switching, with brutal battles visible everywhere. Until the switching scenes gradually darkened, the sky was indeed getting darker. The smoke-filled beach was eerily silent, as Allied soldiers cleaned up the battlefield. The sun set in the west. On the bloody battlefield, an Allied soldier shouted, "Gather!" Allied soldiers from all directions quickly gathered here. Clearly, these people were from the Great Xia Federation, Northern Army soldiers, and surprisingly, there were still quite a few survivors, appearing densely packed. At this point, the scene completely ended. The comments on the video scrolled by. 66666, the Northern Army is awesome. Wow, top streamers across the internet struggled for an afternoon and night and couldn't clear this, but they did? Ha, those streamers are just cannon fodder on the battlefield. This is what soldiers look like in the video. Damn, I feel so pumped watching this. I want to join the army. Quick, tell those streamers to come learn some skills, ha 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 ha. LOL, I went to play a match, and I'm back. Aren't you a bro? That took you 3 seconds? Fong Ming was also shocked watching the video. Their level of coordination was truly something they were far from achieving. While watching the video, Fong Ming clicked to repeat it again and again. After a long while, he couldn't help but sigh. To fight like this, we still need to practice. This coordination is amazing. But the more than 80 of them simply couldn't accomplish that. However, Fong Ming also noticed some problems. That is, the most crucial Imperial garrison's defensive fortresses and fire points were definitely not breached by bombing. The bombs couldn't create that effect, as some fortresses were completely destroyed, made of reinforced concrete. The bombs and explosives couldn't destroy them. And the fortified positions and fire points of the Empire were the most difficult parts of the game. Since they weren't destroyed by bombs and explosives, there was only one possibility: the air support behind would follow up. But they didn't hold out to that point. This was obviously a war of attrition. It came down to endurance. Simply looking at the final cleanup scene with the day almost darkening, the duration was unimaginable. Fong Ming returned to the channel, pulling in the teammates from earlier. He shared his discoveries, and Yufeng also noticed this point, speaking up. Looking at the Northern Army's operation, they didn't charge immediately. Instead, they preserved their strength as much as possible, clearly waiting for reinforcements. Those fortifications and machine gun nests were probably destroyed by air support. However, this difficulty is truly outrageous. The Northern Army's garrison area is connected to the Slavic Energy Federation. The soldiers trained in the freezing north are all tough and elite. Even the cooking team is much stronger than ordinary people. This difficulty is something regular players can't handle. They, as top FPS gamers, had been beaten down like this. Ordinary players didn't even stand a chance. After Yufeng finished complaining, the group continued discussing tactics. After a while, someone suddenly raised a suspicious voice. Is the game updated? On the other side, at Polar Star Gaming Company, Zhao Ming was celebrating with company employees over a feast they ordered. Suddenly, he saw the trending topics. This left Zhao Ming a bit dumbfounded. He had added quite a few machine gun nests. This kind of difficulty had been cleared in half a day? Looking at the trending news and the video of the Northern Army, Zhao Ming was a bit surprised. The people on Blue Star really had some skills. They actually cleared it? Originally thinking no one would clear it for a long time and looking for chances to open up other battlefields of the Normandy landing, but now someone has cleared it. Only the level of the Northern Army can break through like this, which will certainly strike ordinary players hard. Zhao Ming had to change his plans a bit. He put down what he was holding and returned to the office. Zhao Ming decided to release the updates he had prepared earlier for a later time, since the timeline of World War II was long, so an early update wouldn't matter. With the release, players who were playing World War II, Rise of the Empire started receiving notifications about the game update one after another. Update content. Open the D-Day battle, and players can freely choose from 4 landing beaches. Landing battle difficulty: Omaha Beach, Juno Beach, Gold Beach, Sword Beach, Utah Beach. Open the D-Day battle speed leaderboard. Current leaderboard: D-Day, Omaha Beach. First place team, Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation, 3rd Group Army, 7th Special Operations Brigade. Time used, 1 hour and 37 minutes. This time is for taking this section of the beach, not the entire front line's beaches. Chapter 31: The Blue of the Republic, Capture. After Zhao Ming released the game update, he prepared to see how the Northern Federation pushed through, opened the game backend, and pulled up the data of the completion teams. Then he checked the data. Zhao Ming's eyes widened. Ha! The densely packed initial data was completely different from what he imagined. He thought it was a miracle. But, the number of deaths was more than those of normal players. However, after each death, there were some improvements. From a sturdy 6 minutes at the start, it gradually increased to 20 minutes, holding on until air support arrived, and then came the data of that victory. Then he saw the imposing feeling in the video. Goodness, they also cared about face. But the Northern Army can take this opportunity to get some promotion. Zhao Ming logged into the Federal Headlines account, which had gained over 1 million followers in one afternoon, although most were there to insult him, but Zhao Ming didn't care about that. He directly tagged the official account of the Northern Army. At Northern Army, didn't expect someone to break through, truly worthy of the Northern elites of the Great Xia Federation. With such an army to protect, it's a happiness for the people of the Great Xia Federation. Additionally, everyone should also communicate more with NPCs. Believe that players have already discovered, each NPC is an independent individual, each with different stories. Communicating more might even trigger hidden plots. Of course. To prevent players from being triggered by hidden plots and coming to curse him, Zhao Ming looked at the over 1 million trolls and set up a mutual follow comment restriction. Then he followed the Northern Army. Done. Released. And due to the platforming of the Northern Army, the popularity of World War II, Rise of the Empire, continued to rise, even attracting the attention of other military regions. Quickly, the eastern, southern, and northern battle regions worked through the night and soon other troops climbed the leaderboard. Great Xia Federation, North. Songer Frozen Plain. The brilliant aurora hung in the sky. This is the border between the Great Xia Federation and the Slavic Energy Federation. Stationed here is the 3rd Armored Group Army of the Great Xia Federation, which has 5 armored divisions and 9 combat brigades, mainly tasked with defending against the Northern Slavic Energy Federation. At this time, the 7th Special Operations Brigade. Looking at the trending headlines, Brigade Commander Shen Yan couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Because the videos online were the masterpieces of their Special Operations Brigade. Originally just his niece Shen Xinghan's request for promotion. He initially wanted to watch the game and decide whether to help. After all, they are official, and cannot make arbitrary statements. Unexpectedly, this game turned out to be quite interesting. The brutal and realistic battlefield environment, who knows how many times it took to clear the levels. No wonder Xinghan was so confident that he would definitely help. This game is just too good. The training effect can no longer be described as astonishing. He usually trained in the icy, snowy field, and he never heard those boys complain. As a result, after playing games all afternoon, they all lost their tempers. The realistic battlefield simulation completely impressed these boys. Why had no one done something so real and cruel before? It would have been great if it had appeared earlier. Especially when seeing the newly updated speed ranking. It's real time. This is fantastic. Watching other regions' troops climb the ranks, but none have surpassed them, Shen Yan's smile never stopped. He commanded his subordinates. Add more food, add more food. Today we feast, eat and drink well to recover our spirits, and keep practicing. Other military districts have already started to chase. We can't let them catch up. Especially since some of them were from old military school comrades. Shen Yan decided to call his classmates later, as he hadn't been in touch for so long. Suddenly, they ranked first in the Daxia Federation. Just imagine. At this moment, Xinyan's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Xinxinghan, he immediately answered. Hello, Xinghan. Ha ha, no need to thank me, I should thank you. This game is really good. It's very helpful for training, plus the real battlefield environment. It will definitely spread throughout the army, you will become famous this time, the old man will be absolutely delighted. What? It wasn't made by you, isn't it your company? Oh, we are partners. It's fine, since you have shares, this is also a chance to show yourself. By the way, are there any harder dungeons in this game? This Normandy one isn't challenging enough for us. What are you talking about? Who said that? Cough, cough, the backend has records, let's not talk about that, can you help me ask about harder dungeons? Yes, we need a more difficult dungeon, I want to train these boys well. As the call ended, Xinyan's smile didn't fade. Looking at the hung-up phone, he opened his contact list to find an old comrade. Hello? Old Wu? What? Can't I call just because there's nothing going on? After all, we are old classmates, isn't it normal to keep in touch? By the way, has your brigade started playing that World War II, Rise of an Empire? If you have any questions, just ask me. I just saw the leaderboard, I happened to notice you were around 50-something, so I thought I'd call and check on your side. Before Xinyan could finish, a roar came from the other end. What the heck is happening? 50 or so places are all on the second page, you coincidentally, you. Get lost. I'll surpass you by tomorrow. Bang. The call was hung up. Xinyan shook his head in disappointment. TSK, what kind of person is this? Just a couple of sentences and he's turned hostile. Let me see who else I can call. Hello? Old Sue. On the other side. At Polaris Game Company. It was already late at night. The company had closed, and other employees had gone home. Zhao Ming stayed behind at the company. He had sold everything that could be sold and had been living at the company since making games. He had just started and hadn't had time to sort things out, so he continued sleeping here. Zhao Ming sat in front of the computer, checking the hot topics and reviews of the game. In just one day's time, it successfully crushed other games, reaching the top of the hotness chart. There were even many players from other federations leaving comments in foreign languages, showing that the game had caused quite a stir elsewhere. At this moment, Zhao Ming's phone rang. He glanced at the caller and was a bit surprised. What kind of call is this at such a late hour? Zhao Ming answered the phone and asked. What instructions do you have, senior? Xinxinghan's voice came through. I remember you mentioned that more dungeons would be opened later. Do you still remember those exclusive dungeons like Chishui, Chongjin Lake, and Republic? Hearing this, Zhao Ming replied. That's right. The 4 crossings of Chishui, the Battle of Chongjin Lake, the Blue of the Republic, Blue Army, full, tactical nuclear strike. Besides that, there are some exclusive dungeons, but I haven't had time to work on them. They are all timelines that are ahead of World War II, with more advanced tactics, unshareable copies. Chapter 32 Zhao Ming, let me tell a joke, you attacked Guderian. Xinxinghan was a bit puzzled. Not open to the public? Zhao Ming replied. That's right. These copies, how should I say, some of them are irreplaceable. So they can only be dealt with separately. Moreover, the tactics and strategies inside surpass World War II. So they won't be shared with the outside world. The battles of crossing the Chishui River and the Chosen Reservoir campaign are irreplaceable. If they could be fought again, knowing the process would mean it could not be fought. So they can only be taken out separately, and cannot be fought a second time. However, the Republic of Blue, this can be freely shared. The Republic of Blue on Earth is merely a literal tactical nuclear strike. But on Blue Star, they have gaming virtual sensation capsules. It is entirely possible to create a realistic simulation of tactical nuclear strike effects in the game, allowing Blue Star players to experience what it feels like to eat hot pot and sing, then suddenly a nuclear bomb drops. However, just watching the North Earth Army's gameplay videos, Zhao Ming felt it was still a bit early to have them play the Republic of Blue. The technology and weapons on Blue Star are indeed very advanced, but the tactics and strategies still have some gaps compared to Earth during World War II. It may also be related to never having experienced a world war. Just relying on game simulations cannot replicate all the various situations of war. The well-known tactics and strategies on Earth represent the loss of countless lives. Just the 3 words Blitzkrieg. It directly led to at least 2 million deaths, covering both soldiers and civilians, and the indirect impact is even more impossible to calculate. Blue Star cannot simulate all this. So it's better to let the official Daxia Federation work with World War II, Rise of the Empire to train through battles with famous generals, and gradually exercise before opening up exclusive copies. Xinxinghan pondered. I see. Are there any new copies now? Didn't the North Earth Army clear D-Day? They feel the difficulty is not enough and want some harder copies for the soldiers' regular training. If there are, it would be a collaboration. It will make things easier later. With the official backing of the North Earth Army, those who want to criticize the Extreme Star game online would have to think twice. This is official. Hearing Shen Xinghan's words, Zhao Ming nodded but asked with a strange expression. Not enough difficulty? Are you sure? You've seen the data too. How many times did it take to capture that stretch of beach? This difficulty is sufficient for them to practice for a while. Shen Xinghan replied. The troops are different from ordinary players. Ordinary players randomly start a game, it will be very difficult, and the next time, the teammates are different, so it's hard to strategize. The troops have someone to command uniformly, and every time it's the same teammates, so after playing many times, the cooperative training effect will decrease. Zhao Ming thought for a moment, and it made sense. He contemplated and said, in that case, I will set a key. Inputting the key when opening the room will allow access to the fully open Omaha Beach. Currently the highest difficulty, players participate in one segment, so it only takes 500 people to start. Omaha Beach spans about 8 kilometers. Counting the number of NPCs, adding a few thousand players in is also fine. That should be enough for the North Earth Army to train. And there's no need to rush, D-Day is just a battle in World War II. With the immersive storyline and DLC updates, the Eastern Front where the Empire clashes with the Soviet Union will gradually open up. By that time, don't say thousands, even tens of thousands thrown in wouldn't make a splash, that would be true cruelty. Shen Xinghan thought of her uncle Shenyan's Special Operations Brigade, and there weren't that many people there either, it would be enough to hold a battlefield of several thousand players for training. After all, there were tens of thousands more for the next battles, sufficient for the entire army to conduct field training. Okay, just send me the key later. I'll go inform the Northern Army. Zhao Ming spoke up. All right. Once I set it up, I'll send the key over to you. By the way, for the Northern Army, if they want to experience something more difficult, you can let them check out the updates in our official database. The National War Instance, Blitz against Poland, opens in a month. At that time, players will play as Polish soldiers or commanders, whether cavalry or infantry, confronting the Empire's invasion directly. Don't let this out, give the players a surprise. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Shen Xinghan fell silent for a moment. Play as soldiers? Wow, it can be played like this? Are you sure it's a surprise? Even when she checked the official website's updated database in the afternoon, with terms like national war, military strength, deployment, she thought it was meant for players to study the Empire's military strength and deployment, so they could act as prime ministers for targeted defense or offense during the national war. But now you're telling me it's to make players play as soldiers? Zhao Ming, just think about Guderian commanding the armored division in a head-on attack, isn't it thrilling? Hiss. This game is purely made to torment players. Shen Xinghan said. Alright, I got it. She then hung up the phone, looked up her uncle Shenyan's phone number, and paused at the call button. She inexplicably thought of her uncle Shenyan commanding the cavalry brigade in a surprise attack on armored clusters. It seemed quite interesting. In the Daxia Federation, in the north. Songer Icefield. 3rd Armored Group Army, 7th Special Operations Brigade. Inside the brigade command. Brigade Commander Shenyan saw Shen Xinghan's call and immediately picked up. Hello, Xinghan. How is it? Are there any tougher instances? What? Open the entire Omaha Beach? Let me see. Ah, received the key. What other national war instances are there a month later? What about the Eastern Front? Can it hold tens of thousands of players? Great, I'll mention it to the old man and see about promoting it in the army, to let the entire army get involved in the exercises. The Polaris official game site, right? Okay, I'll check it out right away. After hanging up, Shen Yan opened his computer directly. He started searching for the Polaris official game site and the information on Blitz against Poland. Although the game was released for download today, players had quite a few complaints, especially the grumbling about the Polish Federation being split in two. It also made Shen Yan understand that players seemed to be playing as the Polish Prime Minister resisting the so-called Empire invasion. As he entered the official site, he immediately saw the database at the top. Shen Yan clicked in and saw 3 options. National war. Military strength. Deployment. He opened military strength, glanced through the introductions on both sides. Shen Yan had a feeling. The Polish Federation has a large number of troops, but mechanized forces are too few, tanks were less than 1/6 of the Empire's, and planes were only less than 1/7, all destroyed on the first day. Shen Yan simulated it in his mind and shook his head. It's tough to fight. It seems like the effort must be put into defense and finding a chance to counterattack. Then he exited military strength. He opened deployment. He took a look and was shocked to find the Empire's detailed attack plan. The introduction popping up on the official site was exactly the Empire's detailed attack plan. Plan name, White Plan. Battle background: due to the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in World War I, the Empire lost some territory, and the Polish Federation was re-established, occupying the free city of Danzig in the Polish corridor. Becoming an obstacle to the Empire's expansion, the Empire has set its sights on the Polish Federation. Supreme Command Headquarters, Imperial Leader. Northern Army Group Commander, Theodor von Bock. Southern Army Group Commander, Gerd von Rundstedt. Chief of Staff of the Northern Army Group, Hans von Selmuth. Chief of Staff of the Southern Army Group, Erich von Manstein. Commander of the 19th Armored Army, Heinz Wilhelm Guderian. Air Force Commander, Hermann Göring. Navy Commander, Erich. Battle plan: at 4:40 a.m. on September 1st, attacks will commence simultaneously from the north, south, and west. The Northern Army Group will breach from East Prussia and Pomerania, while the Southern Army Group will advance from Silesia and Slovakia, heading straight into the heart of Poland. Air Force assault: large-scale bombings will target Polish airports, rail hubs, and military facilities. Armored breakthrough: the 19th Armored Army must quickly break through the Polish corridor, cutting off. Xin Yan looked at this information, unable to help but raise an eyebrow. Informing the players of the Empire's attack plan? Isn't that like fighting with the answers in hand? This feels a bit disrespectful. Chapter 33, Hidden Plot at Midnight. Looking at the complete plan of the Empire, Xin Yan felt there was no need to wait for that so-called national battle instance anymore. Now that he enters the game, he should be able to win. Isn't this thing just giving ordinary players a second chance for revenge? He knows all the plans now, so why wait so long? Thinking of this, Xin Yan directly stood up and returned to his room, lying in the virtual sensory chamber to enter the game. He wanted to see what this empire was all about. 2 hours later. Summary: under your operation, the Polish Federation successfully resisted for 57 days. You are indeed a capable prime minister. In the room, Xin Yan cursed as he got up from the virtual sensory chamber, his head pounding with anger. What is this? Do these soldiers of the Polish Federation have any fighting strength? Orders have been clearly given. How come the Empire's armored forces got behind? If these were my troops, I really... Xin Yan gritted his teeth but had no way to vent his anger at the game. No way. I cannot be the only one unable to sleep. I have to push this game out, and immediately called on the phone. Hello? Old Wu. Get on the game quickly. I've discovered something fun. On the other side. Tiansha livestream, Game Zone. It was already late at night. Many live streams had already shut down, compared to the daytime noise. The evening hosts and water friends were much quieter. In many live streams, there were only hosts playing games, with the water friends quietly watching the screen. There were also quite a few hosts playing World War II, Rise of the Empire, most of whom were following the story. In the Horror Game Zone, host Lou Rant's live streaming room. As a low-profile host in the Horror Game Zone, seeing the heat of World War II, Rise of the Empire explode today. At the suggestion of the water friends, he started to play World War II, Rise of the Empire. However, in the Normandy landing battle, although it was indeed thrilling, it was too difficult to get through. Although a few simple other beaches had been updated at night, Lu Ran lost interest and instead focused on the story. At this moment, Lu Ran was playing as a soldier of the Federation, fighting alongside other federations. Compared to the harmony of the 6 federations. In this game, federations could also fight each other, which gave many people a fresh experience. Whoosh! 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 Bullets whizzing overhead made even Lu Ran, who knew this was a game, feel tense and excited. Boom! A shell slammed into the adjacent house, a massive explosion sweeping through. Half of the neighboring house collapsed directly. Lu Ran, who was hiding under the window, felt his palm tingle from the shock, his bones shaking, but he couldn't care less. The enemy troops outside had pressed in, and he hurriedly got up to prepare to escape. As Lu Ran ran, he spoke to the few hundred viewers in the live stream. This game is really scarier than horror games. Maybe I could be hit by a cannonball at any moment. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lu Ran felt a powerful impact on his head, and everything went dark. He didn't know where the shot came from. The game screen faded to black, and a message popped up. Alexander Ivanovich Ivanov. 1919.02.08-1939.12.18. Damn. Dead again. I really can't take it. This game is beating me so badly that if I were really on the battlefield, I probably wouldn't survive 2 days. If this is the way to make players oppose war, I have to say, it's really brutal. It completely makes players afraid to think about war. In the livestream, comments popped up here and there. Laughing to death, whether you die on the battlefield or not, who knows, it's already 2 a.m, if you don't sleep now you'll collapse. The streamer just slaughtered another NPC. Try communicating more with other NPCs, didn't the boss of Polaris Games say there were hidden plots? Just came in, what's going on here with the streamer, triggered a hidden plot. Looking at the comments, Lou Ran scratched his head. Hidden plot? I haven't encountered that yet. But I have interacted with some NPCs, it feels quite real, they can answer whatever you ask, and all have different personalities. However, I still haven't come across this hidden plot. And there's no guide, maybe it's because the game just launched. In a few days, someone might trigger it. Let's just wait and see. Saying that, he looked at the death notification that popped up. Lou Ran was about to click on it when he suddenly noticed something. Ha! This name? Alexander Ivanovich Ivanov. 1919.02.08-1939.12.18. Let me check. Saying that, he clicked to continue the game. He took on a new identity. Then he opened the in-game backpack, which contained a nameplate. On it was written, Dmitry Ivanovich Ivanov, along with the unit he belonged to. This was automatically left in the backpack when he died for the first time. Looking at this name, he compared it with the name of the character who just died. Dmitry Ivanovich Ivanov. Alexander Ivanovich Ivanov. Lou Ran was somewhat surprised. The order of the names looks like it's from the Slavic Energy Federation. It should be a force based on the Slavic Federation. If we follow their naming habits, these two must be brothers, right? What a coincidence. I'm playing two NPCs, and they're brothers. Is this an Easter egg in the game? The comments noticed this as well and began to discuss enthusiastically. Don't say, it really could be. In the Slavic Energy Federation, it's name plus patronymic plus surname, you really are playing a pair of brothers, maybe they share the same father. But not necessarily, the name repetition rate is too high there. There might be tens of thousands of people named Ivanov. By the way, isn't this a military camp? As they chatted, someone noticed that the streamer didn't appear in the military camp this time, but in a small town. Lou Ran looked around and indeed he wasn't in a military camp. He looked down at himself, he seemed to look like a mailman, with a sign on his clothes reading, Andrei Pavlovich Popov. His backpack also contained many envelopes. Hey, it really isn't. This time did the storyline change to a civilian? Well, that makes sense. The game Polaris originally intended to release was a large survival-type game. This game includes daily survival storylines, so it's reasonable. So far, this game has been good in many aspects. It's just that the plot is a bit lacking. I'll take a stroll later, and then I should log off, I've been playing too long today. Just as he was talking with his viewers, a heavy-faced uncle with a full beard walked out of the post office behind Lou Ran. Andre, come with me. Saying this, he turned and walked into the post office. Lou Ran was stunned for a moment, then realized the uncle was calling him. Had he triggered a hidden plot? He quickly followed the heavy-bearded uncle into the post office. Once inside the post office, the heavy-bearded uncle walked into the office. Let Lou Ran wait outside, and after a moment, he took out 2 letters and handed them to Lou Ran. Andre. In a while, you will take these 2 letters to the Ivanov family at the grocery store on the corner. Give them to Mrs. Ivanova. Lou Ran looked curious as he took the letters. Okay. Is there anything else you need? It seemed like a hidden plot had been triggered, so Lou Ran asked further. The bearded uncle paused for a moment. Tell Mrs. Ivanova that her sons are heroes of the homeland. Lou Ran felt a bit confused, looking at the letters in his hand, he spoke. Okay. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly froze, and his breathing hitched. Casualty notification. Dmitry Ivanovich Ivanov. Casualty notification. Alexander Ivanovich Ivanov. No way. Chapter 34, The Collapsing Streamer, Are You Trying to Kill Me? Looking at the names on the 2 casualty notifications, Lou Ran's brain buzzed and exploded. Hiss. Wasn't he playing an NPC? Why did these 2 names appear here? Lou Ran's brain was a bit dazed. The viewers in the live stream also noticed something strange. What the heck? No way? This dog planner, is it a rookie? Does this planner want to kill me? Aha, just thinking about it makes me collapse. Streamer, quick look, what if it's not? Impossible, 2 identical names, coincidentally together, how could it not be? I'm done for, how am I supposed to sleep now? I really shouldn't have watched this livestream, damn. Lou Ran didn't have time to care about the bullet comments in the livestream, he kept taking deep breaths. A certain guess had already formed in his heart. But he still raised his hand, slowly opening the casualty notification for Alexander Ivanovich Ivanov. Name, Alexander Ivanovich Ivanov. Age, 20. Place of death, Bichemo Freezing Port. Affiliated unit. Death confirmation. Looking at the information on the casualty notification, Lou Rant's vision went dark. It all matched up. Both the place of death and the affiliated unit matched with the NPC he had just controlled. This game was playing like this, huh? An indescribable feeling spread through Lou Rant's entire body. He stood there in a daze. Lou Rant didn't know how he walked out of the post office. Under the sun. Even with the bright sun shining, it didn't bring a hint of warmth. The cold wind blew, snapping Lou Rant back to reality. Lou Rant forced himself to calm down and said, I take back what I just said. The story of the Polaris game is really amazing. I may have triggered a hidden plot. So I need to deliver the letters. Lou Rant raised his head and looked around. The grocery store at the corner. Not far. Just about 50 or 60 meters away. Lou Rant took a deep breath, looking down at the casualty notification in his hand. He walked over awkwardly. Standing in front of the somewhat shabby grocery store. Lou Rant raised his hand but hesitated to knock. It was his first time being afraid to face a game plot. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound echoed, and soon footsteps could be heard from inside. Creak. The wooden door was opened. A somewhat plump woman appeared at the door. It was Mrs. Ivanova, the owner of the grocery store. Seeing Lou Rant, Andre, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Oh, it's Andre. It's cold outside, come in quickly. Is there anything you want to buy? Lou Rant stood at the door, unsure of what to say. Just looking around. The mail bag on his back subconsciously shifted backward as he followed the woman into the grocery store. As she walked to the counter, Mrs. Ivanova smiled and said, No worries, feel free to look. You just started working here, so if you need anything, just tell me. If you don't have enough money, you can pay me later when you have it. Lou Rant nodded stiffly. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Ivanova. Feeling uneasy, Lou Rant. I don't know what to do. My gaze aimlessly looks around, but then it suddenly freezes. Because on the wall beside the counter hangs a photo of Ivanova and her 2 sons. Ms. Ivanova at the counter smiles and says, Hi, no need to be polite. Seeing you reminds me of my 2 naughty boys at home. Seeing Laurent's gaze looking at the photo, there is some complaint in Ivanova's tone, but it is filled with pride. Those are my 2 naughty boys, they are about the same age as you. 3 months ago, they secretly ran off to enlist. Not a single letter has come back, really 2 little ungrateful ones. Their father died in the war. Since they were little, they have been shouting to learn from their father, to fight for the motherland, and now they really went. Sigh. I don't know when they will come back. Andre, if there is news about them. Listening to the woman's muttering, Laurent had just mustered the courage to reach into the mailbag, and his hand suddenly froze. Oh, okay. Okay. He dare not take out the death notice from the mailbag. Faced with the woman's familiar demeanor, Laurent really cannot take out the death notice from the mailbag. He didn't know how to cope, how to walk out of the grocery store. Standing on the street. Laurent now just wants to find a corner to calm down. This damned plot. Walking along the main road for an unknown amount of time. The noise in his ears woke Laurent up. He came to his senses and looked up at his surroundings. Next to him was a tavern. The noise was coming from inside. Laurent calmed down a lot, took a deep breath, and spoke to the live stream. Well, I have to say, the game's plot is very realistic. Even I couldn't recover, but maybe these plot NPCs are unknown to the others. Let's go ask. As long as the others don't know them. Then that means this hidden plot is a separate line, consisting of fixed NPCs set in advance. As long as the letter is delivered, that will be fine. Laurent finished speaking to the live stream, comforting himself inside. Then he walked into the shabby tavern. A strong smell rushed over. Inside the tavern, groups of men gathered together, all drunkards, and they were all completely intoxicated. Some people in the tavern recognized him and greeted him, shouting, Andre, come have a drink. Ha, taking a break at work, be careful or Director Obel will hit you. Laurent could only respond casually. The smell inside stimulated Laurent's brain and made him a bit clearer. He walked up to the bar. At that moment, the bar owner looked over and said, Hey, Andre, just started work and you're already sneaking off to the tavern? That's not a good habit. Laurent forced a smile and replied, I just wanted to ask something. Boss, do you know Dmitri and Alexander? The tavern owner put down the wooden barrel cup in his hand, a smile breaking out on his face. Oh? Those two naughty boys, what's up? Have any letters come? Ms. Ivanova has been nagging for a long time. No one expected these two naughty boys to be as brave as their father, enlisting for the motherland. It's a pity their father died at the border, otherwise, he would be proud of them. By the way, is there any good news coming back? Hearing this, Luran only felt his scalp tingle, forcing himself to calm down. There. Father? The tavern owner looked a bit surprised. You didn't know? Oh, right, you came from out of town. Not knowing is normal. That naughty boy's father was a veteran who fought in World War I. It was not long after World War I ended that Ivanov, who had just returned home, hurried to the border to protect the motherland. Not long after, news of his death in battle came. At that time, Alexander had just been conceived by Ms. Ivanova. It's really not easy. Pulling 3-year-old Dmitri while pregnant with Alexander, running the grocery store left by Ivanov. Just barely getting by. Finally raised these two little rascals. At the beginning of the year, Mrs. Ivanova was still thinking about using her savings to find wives for these two bad boys, who would have thought that they silently ran off to join the army. In a blink, it's been more than 3 months. Time really flies. Lucan felt numb. Father died defending the homeland. 20 years. A single mother raising 2 kids. 3 months in the army. Yet under his control, they all died in less than 2 hours. Lucan realized. He actually didn't know how to face an NPC. He said goodbye to the tavern owner. Lucan hurriedly ran out, heading for the outskirts of the town. In a deserted corner, he stopped to daze, pulling out the 2 death notices. Brothers, what do we do? This complete experience felt like the NPCs he had played were truly real. Now he had to deliver the death notifications to their mother. But this was just a game. Earth was just a fiction, it didn't really exist. What the Second World War was just a fiction, these were merely the plot setups of Polaris Gaming Company. What was he afraid of? Lucan gathered his courage and stood up, wanting to walk into town to give the letter to Mrs. Ivanova. But while he stood up, he couldn't move his feet at all. The live stream was also silent. How about logging off? To be honest, it's too painful. I can't even imagine what a mother would feel if she really received such a letter. No wonder this game could participate in that anti-war competition, this plot. Anyone who expects war is a fool, war only makes mothers lose their children. A child raised by a mother for 20 years, only lived for half an hour in the broadcaster's hands, you're really something. Not going to deliver? Doesn't it progress the plot? How about the broadcaster commits suicide, to restart? Is it possible that this NPC also has parents or that the restarted NPC has family? Didn't the boss of Polaris Gaming Company say that every NPC is independent and may have their own stories? If the broadcaster commits suicide now, how sad would this NPC's parents be? So there's no solution? Lucan looked at the barrage, feeling torn inside, finally gritting his teeth. It's just the plot, it's all just the plot. I'll deliver it. 66666, good job, the broadcaster is really something. Don't say something sarcastic, what can we do about this plot? I'll log off first, I don't want to see a mother crying. Broadcaster, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to sleep. What a statement, who the heck can sleep? Lucan took a deep breath and stepped toward the town. It's just the plot. After a while, at the post office. Lucan still didn't gather the courage to deliver it. In the end, he returned to the post office and handed the letters back to Chief Ogle. Chief Ogle said nothing, he just took the letters and walked out. Lucan stood dazed in the post office, not knowing what to do. Clang! Outside came the sound of something falling. It was not loud, but it startled Lucan, who was lost in thought. Lucan came back to his senses, gritting his teeth and walked to the door. In the distance, Chief Ogle had arrived in front of the grocery store, talking to Mrs. Ivanova while handing her the 2 death notices. The basin in Mrs. Ivanova's hands had fallen to the ground, she reached out, trembling to accept the death notices. Seeing this scene, Lucan shut his eyes, not wanting to look anymore. He turned and returned to the room, sitting on the chair, not daring to think about the next plot. After a while, creak! The post office door opened, and the heavy-faced, bearded man, Chief Ogle, walked in. Lucan hurriedly stood up, not knowing what to say. Chief, Mrs. Ivanova. Seeing Lucan's face full of pain, Agri did not say anything. Don't worry. Ms. Ivanova is very strong, her son sacrificed himself for the motherland. She is proud. She also asked if the letter mentioned her son's heroic deeds. These calm words left Luran more at a loss, especially Agri's last sentence about Ivanova inquiring about her son's bravery. This made Luran and the viewers in the livestream fall into silence. Agri comforted Luran, saying, "Cheer up, Andre. Things like this. You'll get used to it. When I was young, I encountered much worse. Laurent didn't know what to say and could only dryly ask. Was there something similar before? Augri fell silent for a moment and replied. That was over 20 years ago, during the World War. At that time, I had just joined the post office and became a mailman. But, that time, I delivered 217 letters of condolences. A deep silence settled in for a while. Augri cursed. Damn this war. Then he patted Laurent on the shoulder and turned to walk into the director's office, leaving Laurent sitting there for a long time before he finally snapped back to reality. Damn. This cursed war. Laurent slumped helplessly onto the chair. The live stream room was also in complete silence. This was clearly just a plot in a game, but why did it make people feel so miserable? Damn this war. The Federation had entered the deep of night. But the story in Laurent's live stream had already been edited and posted online by viewers. In the video, Laurent controlled the NPC recklessly charging forward. Dying once meant restarting the game, there was no pressure at all. Until the identity switched to that of a mailman. He had to deliver letters of condolences for 2 sons to a mother, while his carefree death was the NPC's entire life. A father dying in battle, a single mother. A child raised with immense effort for 20 years, lived only 3 months on the battlefield, and the streamer prematurely ended his life in half an hour, the mother's silent inquiry about courage striking the hearts of the viewers. Because there hadn't been a war in the last few hundred years. Understanding of war could only come from films, novels, games, and so on, but these works were usually glorified, offering feelings that could not compare to World War II. No one knew why the impact felt so strong. Because this was another world where a real war had occurred, and it was the most brutal war. At this moment, just facing the reality of a mother who lost her child in war was enough to silence many people. Even though it was already late at night. The trending topics were still changing constantly. Hashtag what does war bring? It makes mothers lose their children. Hashtag the best anti-war game, World War II, Rise of Empires and its anti-war core. Hashtag your casual mistake is an NPC's entire life. Hashtag where is the headquarters of Polestar Games? Hashtag what does Zhao Ming, the boss of Polestar Games, look like? Hashtag Zhao Ming, are you asleep? Hashtag Zhao Ming, how can you sleep? Hashtag Zhao Ming has no heart. Hashtag Chapter 36, The West of the Empire, Maginot Line, the first 2 chapters have been revised. Of course, Zhao Ming knew nothing about the trending topics. When he woke up the next day, he found many missed calls on his phone, from Shen Xinghan and from employees, causing Zhao Ming's heart to skip a beat. What the hell? Is there a problem with the game? Emotional value plus 5,842. Emotional value plus 3,842. Emotional value plus 3,752. But the system kept alerting him about emotional value, so it didn't seem like it was that bad. What happened last night? He had hardly slept in the latter half of the night. What could have happened in those few hours? Zhao Ming quickly got dressed and called Shen Xinghan. She picked up immediately, and Shen Xinghan's voice rang out. You finally woke up. Zhao Ming, putting on his jacket, said. What's going on? So many calls? Is there a problem with the game? Shen Xinghan replied. The game has no problem and has actually gone viral. But you are not as popular as you think. Now the federal headlines are all looking for you, everyone is concerned about your health. I want to ask how you managed to sleep well. Zhao Ming was left confused. What the hell? Why do they care about me? Shen Xinghan replied. The headlines know. Zhao Ming had finished getting dressed, opened the door, and directly entered his office, sitting in his boss's chair and opening the federal headlines. As he scanned the screen, Zhao Ming understood. About the plot. Actually, there's even more heart-wrenching stuff that hasn't come out yet. But since I won't be going out anyway, it's not a big issue. Shen Xinghan laughed on the other end of the phone. You're pretty carefree. But the response to this plot and the promotion against war are quite good. The game's popularity has dominated the charts. The official page of Anti-War Competition has also liked that plot video. Later, you should also retweet it and give it a like for promotion. Zhao Ming replied. Okay, got it. Shen Xinghan's main point was for Zhao Ming to seize the momentum and promote for a while. After discussing the details, he hung up the phone. Zhao Ming scrolled through the comments on various trending topics, finding a mix of reactions. Some emotional ones were begging Zhao Ming to revive the NPC, some found the plot boring, while many decided to download the game because of this plot. Zhao Ming found that plot video and clicked to retweet it. Hashtag I didn't expect players to uncover the hidden plot so quickly. Everyone can communicate more about the NPCs, each NPC may have a hidden story. Hashtag As soon as the message was retweeted, netizens who noticed Zhao Ming's account was active rushed in. Whoa, why are you just getting up at this hour? It's nearly 10 o'clock. You really can sleep so soundly? Damn, that plot kept me up all night. You slept until 10 in the morning. Hello, I'm a loyal player of Xingxing Games for 30 years. May I ask where your company is? I want to send some local specialties to your boss. That's right, I'm also a loyal player. Can you tell me where boss Zhao Ming is? Can I take a picture with him? Just one thing, can the Alexander brothers be revived? You revive those two NPCs, netizens can do anything. Seeing the enthusiastic comments from netizens, Zhao Ming selected a few and responded seriously. To the fan who said they liked him and wanted a photo. Xingxing Games Zhao Ming, no. To the fan who was asking to take a picture with him. Xingxing Games Zhao Ming, not allowed. To the fan who firmly asked if the NPCs could be revived. Xingxing Games Zhao Ming, no way. Just after he replied, a flood of question marks popped up from the netizens. Then came a wave of inappropriate language, and Zhao Ming shook his head. The quality of this group of netizens really needs to improve. The reactions from the netizens were enough to prove that the game was very successful. The more people insulted it, the more popular it became. Zhao Ming stood up and walked out of his office. He needed to check how far Cyber Blue Star 2077 had been copied, how far it had been developed. Even a mosquito was meat. Fortune changes hands. On the other side, the Tiansha livestream, the heat of the game was still climbing. Mo Xiaoma had also gotten up early to stream the game. At this moment, Mo Xiaoma was controlling the NPC they played, following the Imperial Army into Norway. As a soldier in the Imperial camp, although they were part of the Kingdom of Italy, they were just a communications soldier helping the Imperial troops. However, the speed of the Imperial attack still left Mo Xiaoma and the viewers in shock. Of course. It also boosted Mo Xiaoma's confidence. Brothers, this is hilarious. I was wondering how a country could be wiped out in 4 hours. Turns out the Imperial Army struck, and in less than 4 hours, Denmark surrendered. The skill level of this Danish Federation is even lower than mine. I managed to hold out for 14 days under the Imperial onslaught. Mo Xiaoma's confident statement. The water friends couldn't help but say. No, do you really think you're a war god? I'm dying of laughter. You should consider how small Denmark is. If you don't fight, it's the end of your country. Your federation is almost as big as an empire, and you only held out for 14 days, yet you still have the nerve to say that. The Norway you're fighting against, which is smaller than your Polish federation, has held out for over 30 days, and you still have the audacity to speak. No, they're triggering the storyline. Why aren't you triggering it, streamer? But there has to be a chance of dying, right? We can't just commit suicide, huh? At least she's hugging the Empire's thigh now. Mo Xiaomo watched the live chat and replied. Yes, we can't just commit suicide. I also watched that part of the storyline, and I have to say, it's really painful. This is also the core idea of the game, opposing war. War only brings pain to mothers and families. But I haven't triggered it yet, mainly because I'm following the Imperial troops and they're unstoppable, plus I'm just a communication soldier. I don't even have the chance to die in battle. Mo Xiaomo felt helpless. She was a soldier dispatched from the Kingdom of Italy and worked as a communication soldier. She couldn't even charge into battle, and besides, the enemy surrendered before they could even fight. In the game, she received a message in the early morning about launching an assault on Denmark, which she was very familiar with, as her Polish Federation was taken out by the Empire's early morning raid. As a result, they charged out with the troops, having just finished breakfast at 8 in the morning. Denmark surrendered. Was this country even worse than her? Next, they followed the Imperial troops to attack the Norwegian Federation, which put up quite a resistance. However, it had already fallen for more than half during this time, about the same as her. What does this mean? It means she wasn't weak. It's that the Empire was too strong. Who could defeat them? Brothers, it's another boring day. Mo Xiaomo sighed. The communication soldier had it easy, but she couldn't trigger any hidden storylines. A little torment would do her good. However, just as she finished speaking, an officer walked into the communications room. Everyone, pack your things. Follow the troops to the western border of the Empire and stand by. Mo Xiaomo's eyes brightened. The western border? Isn't that the French Federation? Chapter 37, French Federation, the strongest army in Europe. She knew the French Federation. It was mentioned in the game CG about the Anglo-French Federation, but there wasn't much information at that time. However, when she was Prime Minister of the Polish Federation, she found quite a bit of information in that office, which noted that the French Federation had the strongest army on the European continent. How did they lose that title to the Empire? That was too intriguing, especially now that she could be part of it. Hiss. Thrilling. Mo Xiaomo's face showed excitement. I'm going to look for information. I took a lot of screenshots before. To avoid forgetfulness, she had taken screenshots of the information she looked at in the Polish Federation's Prime Minister office. After controlling her character to follow the other NPCs into the vehicle, she went to find her screenshots. The water friends in the live room were also astonished. What? Whatever is said becomes true? Did she really trigger a hidden storyline? The CG said that the Anglo-French Federation surrendered to the Empire, right? I want to see how it happened. Definitely nonsense. I'm just curious how the Empire defeated the French Federation. I suspect the Prime Minister of the French Federation is probably on the same level as Mo Xiaomo. Believe it or not, no neighboring country of the Empire can fight back. The comments kept rolling, and Mo Xiaomo found the screenshot file, looking at the live chat and saying, "Not necessarily, brothers. This French Federation is said to have the strongest army on the European continent. To have that title must mean they are not simple. Look, screenshot." As she spoke, she opened a screenshot, revealing the introduction about the French Federation to the audience in the live room. Mo Xiaomo was reading over here too. The French Federation has the strongest land army in the world. The entire Federation has 3 million military personnel in land, sea, and air forces, including 2.5 million in the army. The army has 123 fully organized divisions and 14,000 large-caliber artillery guns? Wow! With this kind of bombardment, a city would be flattened. And there are more than 3,000 tanks. Look at this. The French Federation has built a 390-kilometer-long reinforced concrete defensive line on the border with the Empire, with several armored turrets every kilometer, as well as machine gun bunkers, anti-tank guns, and large-caliber howitzers. Hiss. How can we fight this? Below the screenshot materials, there were also complete maps of the Maginot Line and photos of the reinforced concrete fortifications. Just this one defensive line covered the boundary between the French Federation and the Empire. The length of 390 kilometers left the viewers in the live stream utterly amazed. How much money would it take to build such a long reinforced concrete fortress? All just to guard against the Empire? But to be fair, this defensive line really packs a punch. If the Empire tried to charge head-on, they would surely struggle to get through. If they didn't charge head-on, they would have to go around from the neighboring countries, either through the Swiss Federation or the Belgian Federation. But no matter which way they went around, it would give the French Federation time to react. The viewers in the live stream were also discussing while looking at the map. Hiss, the French Federation is really a trap that kills others without mercy. Laughing to death, you want to fight me? Then first fight the country next to me. You can't get to me, but if you fight others, I can react. What should we do? Any great military strategists analyzing how the Empire should attack? Can't go around from the south, looking at the map, there are too many mountains, the Empire is all armored troops that can't pass. I feel the same, the Empire will probably attack from the Belgian Federation, right? But if they attack from the Belgian Federation, the French Federation can react. After all, they have the strongest land army in Europe. Which federation would dare to brag like that? We all know the reasoning, but there's no other choice but to attack from the Belgian Federation. Charging in head-on is impossible, just look at the configuration of the Maginot Line, the number of lives needed to fill that gap is immense. It should be a tough battle, it all depends on whether the Empire's armored troops can defeat Europe's strongest army. If that's the case, the battle should start in the northern region near Belgium. Definitely, this way, the flames of war won't reach the territory of the French Federation. I must say. In this game, with so many countries and federations, their hearts are all dark. Laughing to death, smashing someone else's house instead of your own, that's definitely smashing someone else's house. Mo Xiaomo looked at the map and also felt that way, indeed, the attack could only come from the Belgian Federation. The south was all mountains, making it difficult for armored troops to advance. And the slightly weaker part of the Maginot Line was a bit north in the Ardennes forest, but that area was a vast mountainous forest. Taking armored troops in there would greatly slow down their offensive pace. This was not in line with the Empire's current tactics. Just looking at the map, the only remaining option was to come from the Belgian Federation. Mo Xiaomo pondered for a while and found it quite interesting. This is called sand table simulation, right? No wonder some people like strategic command-type games. After thinking this way and then defeating the opponent, it does feel very rewarding. Just as she was thinking, the character that Mo Xiaomo was playing had reached the designated spot after the simulation. Next, she could move freely. Mo Xiaomo jumped off the transport vehicle, and what caught her eye was the dense array of armored vehicles and many tanks. Hiss. Wow, all armored cars? Doesn't this directly trigger a hidden plot? This must be the most powerful unit of the Empire. After so much plot, Mo Xiaomo also understood why the Empire was so strong. It was simply because the Empire's armored troops were too powerful. Although I have not yet seen the so-called Blitzkrieg, there is much intelligence about the armored forces taking the lead to occupy wherever they go, with subsequent troops following behind. The main strategy is for the armored forces to push forward. I just didn't expect to directly become a communications officer in such an armored unit this time. And Mo Xiaoma's live broadcast room has become increasingly popular because she entered the frontline armored forces of the empire, with the number of viewers quickly doubling and still rising. Mo Xiaoma suppressed her excitement, thanking the viewers for their gifts while constantly looking around. She wanted the viewers to carefully observe the armored forces. Suddenly, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to scroll rapidly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Isn't that the one in the Hall of Fame? Quick! Turn your head left, look over there. Get a clearer view. Hiss? Is that really Guderian? One of the 3 great generals of the empire. Father of Blitzkrieg? Little Mo, quickly charge in, go for it. Charge in? Are you crazy? But it might be worth a try. This thought, you really are a little genius? I actually want to see how this father of armored warfare broke through the Maginot Line. Can that really work? If it doesn't work, how can they sweep across Europe? Going around from both sides of the Federation doesn't work either. Chapter 38 Mo Xiaoma, Blitzkrieg Online Teaching. Hurry! Under the reminder from the live broadcast room's barrage, Mo Xiaoma quickly turned her head to the left. With the change in perspective, the viewers in the live broadcast room could clearly see Guderian standing next to a tank, looking at the armored vehicles and tanks inside the camp, surrounded by many generals, explaining something. It seemed he sensed someone watching. Guderian glanced over in this direction. But he didn't notice anything unusual. Guderian frowned slightly and continued to look around, inspecting the armor. Under the transport vehicle. It wasn't until Guderian and the other imperial generals walked far away that Mo Xiaoma slowly lifted her head, watching the departing generals of the empire, and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling fortunate, saying, "My God! Good thing I reacted quickly, or I would have been discovered." High-ranking officials of the empire. Isn't this sense of oppression too strong? The barrage in the live broadcast room started to scroll again. Laughing to death, you must lack social skills, right? You can't say that, it feels like a stealthy operation. That's right, when someone is secretly looking at something, there's a feeling of being a thief. What's an NPC afraid of? Stare at him. Tisk stare? At such a tense pre-war moment, what does a little communications officer want to do observing the highest commander of the army? Little Mo, just be honest, mainly it's to see how Guderian's Blitzkrieg works. Although the game has only recently launched. Essentially, anyone who has gone through immersive storylines has been beaten by the Empire's Blitzkrieg. How exactly is Blitzkrieg carried out? What is the core? These questions intrigued many netizens, not to mention the National War instance advertised on the Polaris game official website, the swift strike on Poland, which will open a month later, offering players a chance to relive the experience. This is definitely worth studying. Thanks to the reminders from the viewers in the live broadcast room, Mo Xiaoma also remembered what she needed to do now. Right, I am having close contact with Guderian, this is one of a kind online? Wait for me? Mo Xiaoma's eyes lit up, and then she shifted her focus back to the live broadcast room, changing the title of the broadcast to Hidden Storyline, Imperial General Online Teaching, How Blitzkrieg Attacks. Looking at the title of the live broadcast room, Mo Xiaoma chuckled. Got it. Seeing Mo Xiaoma's actions, the viewers in the live broadcast room all exclaimed, what happened to Mo Xiaoma's brain suddenly working so well? And indeed, after this title change, the traffic in the live broadcast room began to steadily increase. Among them were players attracted by Blitzkrieg. There were also many netizens drawn in by the words hidden storyline, especially after last night's trending search. It is precisely because of the hidden plot that it is just morning, and the excitement is at its peak. Many people want to see what hidden plot Mo Xiaoma has triggered. At Polaris Game Company. In the office. Zhao Ming is browsing various live streaming rooms on Tiansha. He is watching some chat discussions from Water Friends. At that moment, he also notices the top livestream on the heat list, along with the title's name, and clicks into the live room to take a look. It is Mo Xiaoma who is live streaming, following the 19th Armored Army of Gudlian attacking the French Federation. Zhao Ming's expression is strange. Somehow, he feels like he is watching someone live stream World War II. Although it is indeed just a game. But all the characters and information inside are perfectly replicated, so this feeling is not wrong. Watching Mo Xiaoma's live streaming room. Zhao Ming thinks for a moment. Then he opens the Polaris game official website. In the system's Earth database, he redeems the complete information on the Battle of France. He adds it to the official website, establishing a new module, the Battle of France, which contains information about the Maginot Line, as well as the troop layout of both sides on the battlefield, available for netizens to analyze and research. He also temporarily adds a module, which is the external link to Mo Shilma's live streaming room. Entering the Polaris game official website's database. Clicking into the Battle of France. You can see the page is divided into 3 sections. The large section at the top displays the real-time map of Mo Shilma's game, updating as the troops move. At the bottom, on the left and right. On the right is a live room, where Mo Shilma is currently live streaming the Battle of France. On the left are several options. Maginot Line. French Federation Army Layout. British Expeditionary Army Layout. Imperial Army Layout. Clicking into the Maginot Line option brings up the complete structure and layout of the Maginot Line. On the mini-map, red dots mark various fortifications. If you zoom in to take a closer look. In just one area, the red dot marked fortifications number in the dozens, all spreading out across various heights. Additionally, there are obstacles specifically designed to defend against tanks, covering the entire area. Such fortifications are scattered throughout the entire border of the French Federation. With this level of defense, the difficulty of a frontal assault is unimaginable, not to mention those dense obstacles that could render the Imperial Army immobile. The options below: French Federation Army Layout, British Expeditionary Army Troop Layout, and Imperial Army Layout. Each introduces in detail the regions where the 3 forces currently stand. The main forces of the Anglo-French Federation are concentrated on the northern border with the Belgian Federation. Meanwhile, the Imperial Army is deployed along the entire front, with no clear point of attack visible. Zhao Ming also creates a module for battle prediction. It is placed at the bottom of the map, allowing players to analyze the situation in real time, input their guesses, and send them to the Polaris game official website backend, where the system will select the 3 netizens who guessed correctly the most, to give them rewards. After finishing all this, Zhao Ming logs into the Federation Headlines account. The heat of the hidden plot has not waned. News notifications are still popping up constantly. Zhao Ming copies the link to the Battle of France module from the official website's database and edits to write. Prize quiz: how should the Empire break through the Maginot Line of the French Federation? Below it is a mini-map of the Maginot Line, marked with images of various fortifications. He sends it out. In just a few seconds, notifications begin to flood in. Is this really a defense line? Holy crap! Won't people walking in get turned into a sieve? Damn! I counted, and there are no less than 40 red dots marked on one mountain, all fortifications? Hiss. If this can be broken through, it would be a ghost. The soldiers of the Empire are not made of iron, and even if they were, they could still be broken. The person who invented the Maginot Line is really a genius. Wait, isn't the Empire sweeping across Europe? Does this mean the Maginot Line has been breached? Let's check the link to find out. There's a streamer broadcasting live. What? There's a prize guessing game too? Then you guys are done for. Based on my years of experience in strategic games, I'm definitely winning that prize. With Zhao Ming drawing in viewers. In the Tianchi gaming area, Mo Shilma's live stream exploded. The number of viewers increased exponentially. Other streamers were left dumbfounded. In Fong Ming's live stream. Just finishing a round of D-Day, Fong Ming looked at the number of viewers and was instantly stunned. What the hell? Where did all the people go? Just a moment ago, there were over 30,000, and now only 60,000 are left? Is this game actually dead? Damn, it can't be that quick, right? Where did everyone go? Watching Fong Ming's confused reaction, the remaining haters in the livestream were satisfied and laughed. Laughing to death, just to wait for your confused face. I'm not leaving, this is enjoyable. Ah, brothers, retreat. See you later, enjoy the compilation of ridiculous moments. It's not the game that's dead, it's you who is dead. As the number of viewers dropped from 60,000 to 30,000, Fong Ming became even more anxious. What? What's going on? At that moment, a loyal fan's comment floated by. Don't panic, most of the traffic from the Tianchi gaming area has rushed into Mo Shilma's livestream. Fong Ming looked puzzled and decided to exit the room. What the hell? What did she do? Isn't she also streaming this game? Did she succeed in doing a D-Day landing? That doesn't make sense. Fong Ming searched for Mo Shilma's livestream and immediately gasped. What the hell? Almost 20 million online? Is this real? Watching Mo Shilma excitedly streaming the battlefield scenes, along with the title of the livestream, Fong Ming started to doubt his life. Isn't this just an immersive storyline? What on earth is happening? The popularity of this game. No way. I can't play the D-Day strategy anymore, over 20 million people? What the hell? I must hurry to play the immersive storyline. What if I trigger a hidden plot and it takes off? Looking at the heat from those 20 million people, not a single streamer wouldn't be envious. And this number keeps rising. At this moment, in Mo Shioma's livestream, the plot had already skipped several days of idle time. The Imperial Army had already reached the border of the French Federation. From a high vantage point, the Imperial armored units poured continuously into the city below. The city ahead was filled with the sounds of gunfire. Behind in the communications vehicle, Mo Shioma was playing the role of a communications soldier delivering orders while also acting as a real-time war correspondent. She opened the live map from Polar Star Games database in the livestream. Brothers, we are now here, we have already passed through Luxembourg. We are attacking the city marked on the map called Sedan. This is a breakpoint of the Maginot Line. Attacking here allows the subsequent Imperial forces to gather and pass through, but the terrain here is difficult, which is not favorable for the armored units and will also give the French Federation time to react. Moreover, once entering the territory of the French Federation, there are still 5 divisions of the French Federation's reserve forces up ahead. However, my 19th Armored Army is advancing too quickly, and the WWII Group Army is still quite far behind. I estimate we will have to wait in this city for a while to meet up with the WWII Group Army. Chapter 39, Move Forward, Move Forward, Move Forward, Breached French Federation. Mo Shioma was analyzing the situation while the viewers in the livestream were also analyzing the situation. And the battle up ahead quickly came to an end. The city of Sedan, although it put up a strong resistance for a moment, faced the Imperial armored units entering the city, leading to a completely one-sided situation. Moreover, the troops stationed here were not the main force. As long as they spread the news, just leaving enough buffer time for the Federation is enough. The game time flows quickly. Soon, it entered the night. The 19th Armored Army of the Empire chose to rest in Sedan. Looking at the map, and the A Army group hanging in the rear, the battle speculation module of the Polaris game platform received countless guesses from netizens about the battle situation. However, just the fanciful thoughts and bold strategic intentions of Guderian had already filtered out almost 99.99% of the analysis and speculation. The game quickly ended a night of rest. The next day at dawn, Mo Shioma here suddenly received the order for the troops to mobilize. Cross the Meuse River. This order not only stunned Mo Shioma, but also stunned the viewers in the livestream. Mo Shioma called up the map in the livestream, looking at the A Army group in the rear, still far away, at least still several days of travel to merge. What's the rush in forcing a river crossing now? Hiss. Brothers, why do I feel a bit confused? Aren't we waiting for the A Army group? Looking at the map, the French Federation has already begun to organize defenses in front of Paris. He wouldn't want to rush over directly, right? To directly occupy Paris? The viewers in the livestream were also puzzled. Crossing the Meuse River means that we have completely entered the territory of the French Federation, no waiting for the follow-up troops, thinking of acting solo? Honestly, I can't understand this operation. After all, he is one of the 3 great generals of the Empire, shouldn't there be hidden thoughts? Wake up, what 3 great generals of the Empire? This is just a game, it's all fictional. I bet the designer doesn't know how to play either, this battle is purely made up. It should be, a normal person would wait for the main force. This river crossing move is too foolish. Zhao Ming, the boss of Polaris Games, definitely doesn't play enough, clueless military design. Such a waste of time, calling that the 3 great generals of the Empire? I feel that Hall of Fame is just a joke. What a pity, such a good game, but the author doesn't understand military affairs and makes up the plot. Looking at Guderian's operation, the viewers in the livestream analyzed and concluded. Zhao Ming knows nothing about military affairs, this plot is too foolish. Is this the level of the 3 great generals of the Empire? The group ridicule in the livestream also made many netizens question. Looking at the heat that just took off then fell down. Mo Shioma also didn't know what to do. He could only pray that Guderian still had some combat plans. Mo Shioma controlled his character, following the Empire's army to force the crossing of the Meuse River. However, after crossing the river, the troops did not stop for a moment. They continued to advance. This not only disappointed the viewers in the livestream, but also made those who were hoping Guderian had further plans shake their heads. In the north of the Great Summer Federation, the 3rd Armored Group Army, the 7th Special Operations Brigade. In the Operation Conference Room. Looking at the operation of Guderian in the livestream on the screen, Brigade Commander Shen frowned. He had called everyone together to study the lightning warfare attracted by the trending online teaching. But Guderian's operation. Shen felt some toothache. Is this really an NPC compared to the flash strikes on Poland in the game? The various operational staff under him also looked at each other. This. Is the brigade commander feeling disheartened by being beaten in the game, gathering so many people to study Guderian's lightning warfare, only to find that Guderian has this level? Not waiting for the follow-up large troops, forcing the crossing of the Meuse River, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to show off? To capture the capital Paris of the French Federation all by himself? The brigade chief of staff beside him spoke up. Brigade commander, this. Before he could finish, Xinyan's gaze fixed, sitting straight up. Wait. What is he doing moving west? As soon as the words fell, the others also realized something was wrong, looking puzzled. Huh? This operation doesn't seem right, huh? Where does he want to attack? In the livestream, after Mo Xiaoma followed the troop to cross the Meuse River, the troops continued to advance. Everyone thought Guderian wanted to lead the 19th Armored Army directly into the heart of the French Federation. Capital Paris. But as the map continued to shift, someone in the live broadcast room noticed something was off. Wasn't it supposed to head straight into Paris? Why did it move west instead? In the live broadcast room, Mo Xiaoma sat in the communications vehicle, staring at the map in the live room, looking completely confused. The viewers in the live chat were full of question marks. Hiss, this doesn't seem right, why are we going west? The advance speed is too fast, it's 2 or 3 times that of the WWII army, not waiting for the main force at all? The front line is too long, if the British-French Commonwealth wraps around from both sides, the entire armored army is done for. No, their speed is too fast, the British-French Commonwealth probably won't react in time. Could they be trying to capture Saint-Quentin? But that doesn't matter, if the main force can't keep up, holding it is futile. At this moment, the game showed the date as May 15th. Mo Xiaoma was watching the discussion in the live broadcast when suddenly the communications vehicle in the game became busy, and Mo Xiaoma's eyes widened as she took notes on the orders. What the heck, something isn't right. The High Command ordered Guderian to halt the advance. This rapid march wasn't approved by the Empire? After relaying the recorded orders to the command center, not long after, the troops started moving again. Mo Xiaoma looked at the orders, still confused. Why did the Empire give another 24 hours of advance time? Still going forward? Baffled, Mo Xiaoma kept up with the rapid march of the troops, and soon, the game's rapid march screen skipped forward a day and a night. 24 hours had passed. But the 19th Armored Army still didn't stop. This move left everyone in the live broadcast stunned. There was only one more day's journey to Saint-Quentin. Yet the WWII army had not yet reached the Maginot Line. Originally questioning Guderian, the viewers were now confused about what Guderian planned to do. Suddenly, the troops stopped again. The time displayed was May 17th. Mo Xiaoma, as a communications soldier, became busy again. Soon, she received orders from above and said to the live broadcast room, "The Empire's general headquarters has ordered Guderian to halt the advance." But Guderian got into an argument with the general headquarters. What the heck, what is going on? Moments later, Mo Xiaoma received the order transmitted from the general headquarters. The Empire's general headquarters ordered Guderian to conduct combat reconnaissance against Saint-Quentin, but the army command must stay here. It's too deep now, it seems we still have to wait for the Empire's main forces. While Mo Xiaoma was communicating with the viewers, she suddenly noticed something was wrong, the troops were moving again. Soon, they left a military command post behind, and the whole 19th Armored Army set off to conduct combat reconnaissance? Seeing this operation, the viewers were all left with question marks. Isn't this? Is this right? Mo Xiaoma was streaming the game, skipping all the time that wasn't fighting at high speed. May 18th. Guderian led the 19th Armored Group to conduct combat reconnaissance and collided with the French Commonwealth forces at Saint-Quentin. On the evening of May 18th, the 19th Armored Army led by Guderian captured Saint-Quentin, and the combat reconnaissance didn't stop. On the evening of May 20th, the 19th Armored Army led by Guderian seized Amiens, then captured Abbeville, and continued to advance. At this moment, the live broadcast room was silent as a grave. Looking at Guderian's military route on the map, everyone finally realized what he planned to do. From the comprehensive outbreak of war on May 10th, Guderian commanded the 19th Armored Army to break through the Ardennes forest and cross the Maginot Line. Then all the way west. In just 10 days, they pierced through the entire French Commonwealth. The shock brought by the Blitzkrieg. At this moment, it stunned everyone. The Empire's 3 famous generals are not just empty talk? Can war really be fought like this? Can tactics be used this way? Losing to such a general in the game. It seems somewhat reasonable now. And most importantly, that Maginot Line. Who would have thought he wouldn't attack directly? Did he go around? He went around? Chapter 40, Zhao Meng, wanting revenge? Then study Blitzkrieg. Not only were the netizens stunned, but even those in the federal military watching the livestream were confused. Going around the Maginot Line is not a strange tactic, anyone could think of it. After all, with such strong firepower, anyone who's not a fool wouldn't assault the Maginot Line directly. But what happens after going around? A rapid march west, breaking through the entire French Federation, encircling the main forces of the British and French Federations. This was something no one expected. It appeared to be an outlandish idea, yet it succeeded, astonishing many in the live stream. So this is how Blitzkrieg works? Is this how my Polish Federation was penetrated? This mobility completely gave the British and French Federations no time to react. They couldn't react, their retreat was cut off, the whole situation flipped in an instant. Let me tell a joke: the Empire takes out the French Federation, Belgium and the Netherlands are gone. What? They really are gone? I didn't even notice when they disappeared. You understand dark humor, this is hilarious. A crowd of viewers watching the live stream couldn't recover from the sudden turn of events. The Maginot Line of the French Federation became a mere decoration, the Allied forces of the Federation were pushed to Dunkirk by the Empire, and Guderian's armored troops cut off the British and French forces' escape route. Over 400,000 British and French soldiers were isolated and helpless, trapped in Dunkirk. It seemed like there was only one path left for them: death. At this moment, in the game, Emo Chioma followed Guderian's commanding armored troops, already closing in on Dunkirk. They began to encounter resistance from the British and French forces. The battle storyline wouldn't skip like traveling or daily activities. Emo Chioma hid in the communication vehicle, using binoculars to watch the situation outside for the livestream. Her 19th Armored Corps had already stopped advancing, blocked here. They cut off the retreat of the British and French troops. Guderian wanted to continue the attack but was ordered to stop by the leader of the Empire. Emo Chioma watched the shattered remnants of the British and French forces through her binoculars. This is already the 6th wave. Are they really going to continue charging? The comments in the live stream were rolling. What's the alternative? Wait to die? It's over. Aren't those 400,000 soldiers going to die? The Empire is not known for its mercy. That's 400,000 people, they can't all be killed. Who knows? I'm not the leader. While Emo Chioma was watching the battlefield, suddenly a prompt popped up: 50% progress. Huh? What is this? Emo Chioma looked at the prompt, her gaze following the progress. Suddenly, a photo of Guderian appeared from the Hall of Fame, floating before Emo Chioma and the livestream friends. Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, unlocking in progress. Title: Father of Blitzkrieg, Eagle of the Empire, Father of Imperial Armored Forces. Rank: General of the Army. Biography: he is one of the 3 great generals of the Empire, the founder of modern Blitzkrieg, who once swept through Europe with Blitzkrieg, creating an invincible myth, but fell in defeat outside the Soviet Federation's capital, later was dismissed due to divergent views with the leader. Famous quote: drop your weapons and roll away from the road, I don't have time to capture you. Exclusive plot, awaiting unlock. Exclusive biography, awaiting unlock. Note: participate in immersive scenarios for a chance to unlock characters from World War II. Upon unlocking, there will be separate stories and biography CG. Perhaps you will become Guderian's adjutant and learn the ultimate Blitzkrieg tactics. Of course, you will also have the chance to approach other senior Empire officials. Unlock progress: Polish campaign, completed; French campaign, 50%; Kiev campaign, incomplete; Moscow campaign, incomplete; Battle of Kursk, incomplete. Compared to viewing the Hall of Fame without participating in the storyline, it was now in an unlocking state. Unlock progress displayed. Poland campaign, completed; France campaign, 50%, and the subsequent campaigns are in an unfinished state. Emo Chioma looked at this unlock progress, her eyes brightening. Is the unlock for that Hall of Fame related to participating in a storyline connected to that celebrity? So, the Poland campaign should be the Blitzkrieg of Poland. The France campaign is currently underway. Given this order, it should be arranged by time, right? The Moscow campaign is placed after the Kiev campaign. Then to unlock the Moscow campaign storyline, I still have to wait a while, as there's a Kiev campaign to participate in first. Comments in the live stream floated by. Wow, does it count as completed when the Prime Minister of Poland gets beaten up by the Empire? How could it not count? Just say Emo Chioma didn't participate. That's true, the Poland campaign primarily targeted her. So this means everyone can unlock the first condition of the Hall of Fame for Guderian. The rest depends on luck. Some chose Federation players or didn't engage with the Empire. If they didn't participate, they won't unlock it. This game is quite annoying, it doesn't show the unlock conditions up front. If it weren't for Emo Chioma's participation in the France campaign triggering hints, who would know how Guderian is unlocked? Whatever kind of boss, that's the kind of game. I know I need to go on Federation headlines and scold Xiaoming. If a day goes by without scolding, I feel uncomfortable. Can't the game speed up? No worries, so many people play the game that there will always be hard workers. Polar Star Game Company. In the office. Zhao Ming flipped through the data in the background. More than 10 days had passed in the game, but excluding skip travel and daily tasks, Mo Xiaoma had only broadcasted in the real world for half a day. The France campaign was also more than halfway through, and he filtered through the background data. Since Guderian crossed the Maginot Line, over 700,000 people had left messages on the official website to analyze the battle situation throughout the morning. However, after forcefully crossing the Meuse River and turning west, more than 600,000 people were directly filtered out. With fewer than 100,000 remaining, during the attack on St. Quentin, they analyzed half of it incorrectly. It wasn't until the capture of Amiens, when the strategic intent became clear, that thousands of people began to guess the next moves. However, when they speculated on Guderian's strategy after capturing Abbeville and continuing forward, everyone was filtered out. Although many ideas from the perspective of Guderian were already correct, the sudden orders from the Emperor of the Empire caught everyone off guard. The Emperor of the Empire stopped Guderian from advancing further. He directly passed by everyone. Fortunately, there are still options like the Dunkirk evacuation and how long France can hold out. When the game storyline reaches that point, it will continue to pop up options for viewers to speculate or guess. Finally, the group with the most accurate predictions will be awarded. Everyone in the livestream had already seen how Blitzkrieg was fought, and many were probably already thinking about counter-strategies against Blitzkrieg. The pit for Blitzkrieg of Poland was already dug. This Blitzkrieg was only a single-line raid, no cutscenes involved. Moreover, he had never mentioned that the Blitzkrieg of Poland National War instance was to let players play as the Prime Minister again. TSK. Just knowing how much emotional value would be generated when players get crushed by tanks. Zhao Ming smiled, opened the Federation headlines, entered his account, and started editing. I've finished watching the Blitzkrieg, everyone research how to counter it. I'm really looking forward to seeing players successfully take revenge on the Empire in Blitzkrieg of Poland. Send. Chapter 41, How did this become the Federation Great Contest? Emotional value plus 33. Emotional value plus 24. As soon as the message was sent, emotional value prompts continuously flashed. And the comments under the account kept refreshing. Blitzkrieg? I'll directly send my entire army into battle. I always felt that this old thief had bad intentions. Look at that tilde, it oozes with cunning. Anticipation? What are you excited about, you? The sun's rising, it's too early to rise. What difficulty does this game have, can't you judge for yourself? If you have the skills, why not try to pass a level yourself? TSK, why are they all haters? Zhao Ming shook his head at the account, the quality of Blue Star players still needs improvement. Then Zhao Ming entered the official website of anti-war competition. It prompted to select options like movie, game, novel, short drama, etc. After Zhao Ming chose the game, the link redirected. Then, 6 sections came into view. Each section represented a federation, with the current rankings of participating works listed above. Among them, the Great Xia Federation had World War II, Rise of the Empire already at the top. It was far ahead of the other games, with the heat number behind the game glowing bright red. As for Ruin Future, 2100, while it also had some heat, it was quickly falling off the top 10 rankings. Zhao Ming estimated that once he copied the contents of Ruin Future, 2100, made some minor changes, and released it as Cyber Blue Star, Ruin Future, 2100 would likely cool down. You spend money to create, I just click and get it free. Definitely a conscientious developer. On the other side. Tiansha Live, Gaming Zone. Due to the unending popularity of World War II, Rise of the Empire. Plus, Mo Xiaoma triggered a hidden plot this time. From the usual tens of thousands of online viewers, the live stream shot up to nearly 20 million watching live, although a large portion was coming from the external links of the Polaris official website, the traffic was indeed substantial. At this moment, in any game type section, clicking in would reveal that most were streaming World War II, Rise of the Empire. Everyone wanted to become the second Mo Xiaoma, to gain unexpected fame. In these live streams, there were all kinds of factions chosen. Suddenly, many plot edits appeared, capturing a wave of heat. However, none had exploded as much as Mo Xiaoma did. In the live streams of Fong Ming, Yufeng, and others. They were also broadcasting the immersive experience of World War II, Rise of the Empire. The streamer team had already dispersed. There was no choice. After all, they weren't professionals, although they wanted to climb the rankings, the heat of immersive storytelling was just too high. Moreover, current leaderboard, Normandy Landing, Omaha Beach. First place team, Great Xia Federation Northern Army, 3rd Group Army, 7th Special Operations Brigade, time taken, 1 hour 11 minutes. Second place team, Great Xia Federation Southern Army, 5th Group Army, 1st Heavy Armored Brigade, time taken, 1 hour 14 minutes. Third place team, Great Xia Federation Eastern Army, 1st Group Army, 2nd Infantry Division, Special Operations 3rd Regiment, time taken, 1 hour 17 minutes. 50th place team, Antarctic Star Federation, C Group Army, 7th Armored Division, time taken, 1 hour 47 minutes. This was what made Fong Ming, and the others despair. Damn. The rankings turned into a military competition. They organized a team. Is there anyone in charge? Not only was it the Great Xia Federation's teams. Other Federation's forces were also appearing one after another in the Normandy Landing speed rankings. They were just a bunch of game streamers, even if they gathered dozens of people. They couldn't compare to the military's organized discipline. In addition, the heat of immersive storytelling started to rise. Well then. If we can't beat them, then let's not fight. I can still go for immersive storytelling, can't I? A bunch of people just scattered, all running off to play immersive storytelling. What if a hidden plot triggers and they explode in popularity? And even if no hidden plot is triggered, some of the normal plots during this time, touching, tragic, also garnered quite a few views. This wave of heat must be fully consumed. Hidden plots are not easy to trigger. Because after choosing an identity, no matter how you die, the distribution is random, and there are no prompts for hidden plots. To trigger them, one can only rely on luck. Like Emo Shoma, who randomly ended up with a signal soldier and found himself assigned to the armored army where Guderian was, players who had played immersive story modes could only express, what kind of awful luck is this? They didn't want to die either, they wanted to trigger hidden storylines. But on the battlefield, they truly couldn't control it. Even hiding in a trench, they could still be hit by shells and be killed instantly. It's absurd. While countless streamers were filled with envy and jealousy. In Tian Sha's live streaming game section, a streaming room quietly appeared. Stop watching Blitzkrieg, I'm almost bombed to death in Dunkirk. This fun person's streaming room name immediately attracted a large number of viewers. As soon as you entered the streaming room, you saw a first-person view crouching down and looking around, leaving the incoming viewers bewildered. Wait, dude, what are you doing? Everyone else is lining up, why are you crouching? Wow, finally the Blitzkrieg victim's perspective appears. Haha, you'll understand why the streamer is like this soon. Indeed, this is a completely different style from the Imperial perspective. In the game, Bai Xiang, dressed in British Commonwealth Army uniform, was observing his surroundings while greeting the viewers constantly flooding into the streaming room. Hello everyone, I am Bai Xiang, a streamer currently surviving in Dunkirk. I am now. Just as he was speaking, a bomber's roar suddenly came from nearby. Bai Xiang's expression changed. What the hell? These damn Imperials truly don't care about human life. After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the wall behind the beach, climbed over it, and then crouched down with his hands on his head. This seamless series of actions left the new viewers in the streaming room stunned. The roar in the sky grew louder. Then came the sharp whistle of objects falling. Boom! 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 The huge explosions alternated at the beach, and the remains of soldiers and fine sand flew in the air. Bai Xiang, hiding behind the wall, was also staggered by the consecutive explosions. He barely held onto the wall to keep his balance. Fine sand fell all around, covering Bai Xiang with sand. Thud! An arm fell from the sky and landed next to Bai Xiang. Bai Xiang was unfazed, but it startled the viewers in the streaming room. What the hell? Where did that arm come from? Wow, this perspective is indeed different from Emo Shoma's. Is the Imperial side this brutal from the perspective of the British and French troops? Of course, this is war, what do you expect? Emo Shoma had a signal soldier's view, can the front line be the same? Is it really possible to squeeze 40,000 people on such a small beach? You've missed the main point, dude. Bai Xiang brushed the sand off his body and stood up. I'm not too sure if it's 40,000. But right now, there really isn't anywhere to run, both front and back are blocked, and there's only this harbor left. The Imperial air raids haven't stopped, and I can't even jump into the storyline. I don't know what the high command of the British and French Commons is doing. Damn! The roar of bombers in the sky sounded again, and Bai Xiang looked at the black dot that was getting larger in the sky. Damn it, it's not over. He quickly curled up, covering his head, and squatted down. He had just caught fire a bit, and he couldn't die yet? And on the beach ahead, with the approaching roar of the bombers, the deafening sound swept across the beach. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 42, One Plot, Two Perspectives. The alternating sounds of explosions washed over the beach. The sand and pieces of flesh flying from the blast scattered in all directions. Until who knows how long later. The sound of bombers finally disappeared. Bai Xiang, hiding under the wall, shook off the sand from his body and stood up, looking towards the beach not far away. On the beach, The black smoke from the explosions had yet to disperse. The British and French soldiers who had been lying down were slowly getting up one by one. But the Imperial bombings were too dense. There were quite a few soldiers who had their arms and legs torn off by the blast but had not died, struggling in pain without their limbs. Under the dim sky, on a beach filled with bomb craters, dense soldiers were everywhere. Gunpowder smoke, corpses, blood, burning oil, and countless wounded wailing. The remains of limbs were scattered across the beach. Together, they formed a desperate picture. Watching this scene, both Bai Xiang and the viewers in the live stream fell silent. It was hard to imagine that this was just a game plot. The impact of this image was stronger than any anti-war propaganda. Because this was war from a first-person perspective. Watching the broadcaster's view, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but immerse themselves in it. Bai Xiang quickly regained his senses, cursing aloud. Damn, I don't even know if this game lets me fly a plane. If I could fly a plane, I'd steal a plane and throw a couple of bombs at the imperial capital. Let them taste the feeling of being bombed. While Bai Xiang spoke, he looked at the sky, confirming there were no imperial bombers in sight. Only then did he climb over the wall. He ran toward the only port on the beach. Because boats were arriving there again. There was no time to look at those NPCs. Soldiers at the port were already packed together, some were pushed into the sea. The following soldiers rushed toward the ships, some even climbed up the ropes to reach the boats. Bai Xiang controlled his character, desperately squeezing onto a ship docked at the port. The viewers in the live stream watched Bai Xiang's actions with confusion. What are you squeezing for? There are so many people, just wait for the next one. Bro, you can respawn if you die. That old thief Zhao Ming said that NPCs can't respawn. If the host dies, it also means the NPC he controls is dead. Let the saintly die for me. Keep it up, host. If you don't squeeze onto the ship, it will leave. However, the ship docked here was not a large warship. The visible deck was already filled with people. Seeing he couldn't squeeze on, Bai Xiang could only step back, walking to the edge of the port. There's nothing we can do. The British Commonwealth probably can't save this many people. During this evacuation period, there are only a few small boats, but there are about 400,000 people here. Will the Empire give the British and French Commonwealth time to retreat? So these NPCs are also risking their lives to squeeze on. I don't really care. If I die and respawn, I will randomly be sent to another place. This game's setting is so messed up. His words received agreement from the viewers in the live stream. Indeed, this corresponds perfectly with the perspective from Mo Xiaoma's side. Later, the host should edit the video, riding the wave of popularity. Who knows, it might go viral. It's already viral. Haven't you seen that there are over 60,000 people in the live stream? Wait a bit for the hype to go up, there will be even more people. The host must not die, just stay here for now. Stay here? Are you afraid the host won't die quickly enough? The port is the primary bombing target, otherwise, why do you think the host ran so far to play dead? In just a few moments, the ship that had just docked and was filled with people began to slowly depart. The chaotic port finally calmed down a bit. But Bai Xiang didn't leave the port, instead, he sat down. This broken plot is too despairing. Bai Xiang's gaze turned to the sea, where the setting sun was slowly descending, casting a red hue over the distant ocean. Everything seemed so peaceful, as if time stood still. If you didn't look at the smoke, blood, and scattered corpses on the beach. As the ship filled with soldiers gradually disappeared from sight. On the beach, some scattered soldiers walked toward the sea where the warship had just left. Ignoring the cold seawater, they walked directly into the ocean. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and were filled with questions. What? What's happening? Are these soldiers going to swim over? Where are they chasing after? That's a warship. Even if you swim with just your arms, you can't catch up. Are they going into the sea to catch fish? I don't see any supplies either. Even if the Empire does not attack, it won't be long before everyone starves to death. Bai Xiang took a glance and fell silent for a moment. None of it. Then it's despair to the point of suicide. As the words fell, the live broadcast room fell into silence. For many, despair is a concept they do not understand. But, the NPCs have despaired to the point of suicide. Watching those soldiers vanish into the sea, a suffocating image surged in. Is Zhao Ming the old thief trying to kill whom with this plot design? The plot video here was quickly edited and uploaded by netizens. And it topped the trending searches. The scene plot in Bai Xiang's livestream sharply contrasted with the scene plot in Mo Xiaoma's livestream. Clearly the same plot, but the differing perspectives from opposing factions felt completely fragmented. In Mo Xiaoma's live room, aligned with the Empire's famous generals, they effortlessly broke through the French Federation, encircling the remnants of the British and French coalition at Dunkirk, with discussions about General Guderian's lightning war and joyful chats flooding the room. In Bai Xiang's live room, from the perspective of the loser, there was only endless oppression, constant air raid bombings, corpses everywhere, blood, and a chaotic beach where desperate soldiers walked into the sea to commit suicide, leading the viewers to fall silent. Is this really the same game, occurring at the same time? Countless people wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. One was following the plot, waiting for the offensive. The other was following the plot, despairingly retreating. Since neither side's plot had reached the ending and was still being live-streamed. What the final outcome would be continued to fuel discussions among netizens, speculating whether the Empire would slaughter the captured British and French soldiers or if the British and French soldiers would escape with their lives. Discussions about these two plots continued to gain heat. The Polaris Game Company. In the office, Zhao Ming flipped through the trending searches of the Federation's headlines. Emotional value plus 3,574. Emotional value plus 4,823. Emotional value plus 2,721. The two opposing fragmented plots sparked discussions that caused the system's emotional value to keep accumulating. Current emotional value, 12725,187. It had already piled up to over 12 million. This emotional value was already enough to exchange for detailed information on the upcoming Battle of Kiev and Battle of Moscow. Chapter 43 Zhao Ming, I'll just throw in a Verdun. Looking at the emotional value over 12 million. Zhao Ming had no hesitation and directly exchanged for all the detailed information on the Battle of Kiev and Battle of Moscow, including each soldier's information. Instantly, over 9 million emotional value vanished. The redeemed data began to flow continuously into the computer. The AI redeemed from Zhao Ming's computer started to batch process this data according to the set commands, sending it to the local servers of the Photon supercomputer cluster for production. Having exchanged the game's plot timeline for the Battle of Moscow, Zhao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the buzz from before the game started, gaining emotional value. The details of this game were also massive. Every NPC has a complete life history from World War II on Earth. Whenever there was emotional value, Zhao Ming filled it into the plot. Now, he was finally a bit more relaxed. With over 3 million emotional value left, he could exchange for data or films to create some game CG. After finishing this, Zhao Ming reopened the Federation's headlines. Looking at the trending discussions about the game. The players from Blue Star had gradually accepted the worldview after starting to play the game, beginning to divide into two factions, one supporting the Empire and the other supporting the Federation. They started to collect various player or streamer experiences from the game and began analyzing and discussing the shocking impact of brutal war. Even the official account of Anti-War Competition retweeted and recommended some game plots. Seeing this, Zhao Ming's heart felt a little more stable and began to accept the worldview. As the game's content continued to develop, the discussions among players would become even more heated. Turning Earth into an exclusive IP was not a problem. After the World War II storyline ends, World War I can be introduced. This was also an idea that popped into Zhao Ming's mind as he looked at the comments from netizens. Because of the Empire's blitzkrieg against France, bypassing the Maginot Line. Along with other players and streamers' storylines, netizens discovered that the so-called strongest army in Europe, the French Federation, was actually very weak. It created a feeling that they could also do it. This was clearly a meme exclusive to Earth. Within 2 days, players from Blue Star also started to play. TSK. France in World War II was indeed poor, but France in World War I was completely different. Otherwise, how did the strongest army in Europe come about? During World War I, they were really tough, but players from Blue Star did not know that. A smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. Ideas were already forming in his mind. At that time, he would let Blue Star players play as Imperial soldiers, attacking France. With the halo of the Imperial World War II, Blue Star players would definitely have absolute confidence in the Imperial camp, and then they would see the opposing France, confidently advancing under the Imperial command. Charging into Verdun. Hiss. The scene is too tragic, I dare not look. The title of Meat Grinder is not earned for nothing, I hope Blue Star players do not break down. But if they do break down, it's okay. Breaking down would bring a lot of emotional value. Not bad, not bad. Note this down: when World War II ends, pull out World War I, participate in next year's anti-war competition, and seamlessly connect. It's simply perfect. Players from Blue Star still had no idea. The torturous game World War II, The Rise of the Empire has not finished yet, and the developer Zhao Ming was already planning to dig the next hole. At night. Skyshark livestream, gaming area. Dunkirk survival. I actually got on the ship. Bai Xiang's livestream changed its name, currently ranking first in the hot list. In Mo Xiuma's livestream, the Imperial forces had not launched an attack as they remained where the Imperial leader commanded. Therefore, many viewers ran to Bai Xiang's livestream. Although Bai Xiang was also standing still, the Empire's bombers never stopped. Bai Xiang had been live streaming for half a day, while in the game, they skipped idle scenes, and several days had passed in-game. It was equivalent to Bai Xiang being bombed the entire time. Compared to Mo Xiaoma staying in the communication vehicle, introducing the battle situation and news. Watching the streamer getting bombed like a grandson was more interesting, although with the livestream's title changed, viewers sighed. Oh no, they really got this kid on a ship. Not easy. I watched for 4 full hours before the streamer finally got on the ship. The NPC's will to survive is also very strong. Laughing to death, you only watched for 4 hours? I watched the recorded livestream. The streamer has been streaming here for 17 hours. Goodness? Aren't they sleeping? Sleep? They have money. The high-end virtual sensory pod has nutrient solution. Those whale spenders of myth games can play for a month without leaving the nutrient pod, not even needing the restroom. Alright, I guess I am poor. Streamer, ask the NPC next to you, who are they praying to? Seeing the comments in the livestream, Bai Xiang also became curious. There were many people praying on the beach, but he didn't pay attention at the time, and now after getting on the ship and being saved, there were even more people praying in gratitude. Thinking back to when he played the Normandy landing, battlefield, on the assault boat, the NPCs were mumbling prayers to God, Lord, and similar things. Was this a kind of faith? Or was it some game setting? Bai Xiang waited for a young soldier next to him to finish praying, then nudged him and whispered. Who are you praying to? God? The soldier beside him said gratefully. That's right, I am thanking God for hearing my prayers and sending a warship to save us. I also prayed to God, praying that we would safely return to the Federation tonight. Bai Xiang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Isn't the warship sent by the Federation? Didn't you squeeze on board yourself? Isn't it? Looking at the silent Bai Xiang, the live stream went crazy. Laughing to death, the streamer has been bombed for 17 hours with no problem. Just one sentence from this NPC drained the battery. I have a bad feeling, often many things cannot be spoken out. Like what? Like we will safely return to the Federation tonight. Hiss. Don't say, you really shouldn't say that. Watching the comments in the live stream, Bai Xiang's mouth twitched, and he was about to speak. Buzz. The familiar roar echoed in the sky. Bai Xiang's scalp instantly tingled. What the hell? Is it for real? Looking at the bombers flying from afar towards the warship, Bai Xiang froze. Now the warship has already left the port and nowhere to escape. What the hell? Looking at the NPC beside him, Bai Xiang gritted his teeth and said, God might not have heard your prayers. How about you try shouting louder? Damn. Just when it seemed they were going to make it through, they were about to die in the sea. Then all his hours were wasted. The NPC soldier beside him was also stunned, looking at the small black dot growing larger in the sky, and the deafening roar. A look of despair appeared on his face. Impossible. Oh God, why have you abandoned your faithful? Oh. God bless. We don't have to die. Look quickly. It's the Federation's plane. The Federation's plane is here to save us. Thank God. We are saved. It's the Federation's Air Force. The soldier beside shouted excitedly. Bai Xiang's gaze also turned to the planes flying in from the British Federation direction, flying at an incredible speed toward the Empire's bombers. Bai Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Brothers, we don't have to die. He immediately opened the live stream, changing the title. People in Dunkirk, now on board, live streaming the air battle. Then switch back to the game, looking up at the sky. The comments in the live stream were rolling. Has this live stream title been changed 8 times in one day? 66,666, you know how to entertain. But why is that guy still thanking God? Exactly, shouldn't he be thanking the Federation, thanking the warship? The streamer has experienced such thrilling plots, has experienced everything. Bai Xiang looked at the planes flying towards them from 2 directions, getting larger and larger. He was eagerly watching, expecting them to open fire any moment. But Bai Xiang noticed the Empire's bombers were getting larger too quickly. His face couldn't help but change. The faster it grows, the closer it gets. Clearly, the Empire's bombers were closer to them. At this speed. Damn. Isn't this going to blow me up? Bai Xiang cursed silently. He immediately looked around, trying to find a place to hide. But the small warship is only this big. If it falls, there is nowhere to hide, not to mention that the warship was practically packed with people. The deck could only stand, there wasn't even a place to sit down. He couldn't imagine how many people would be killed if a bomb fell on the deck. Watching the bomber getting closer, Bai Xiang's scalp tingled. Is this game playing with me? Does it really have to kill me? The roar from the sky was getting nearer, and the soldiers on the ship also realized something was wrong, starting to panic. Even some quick thinking jumped into the sea. After all, there was only this one warship on the sea. It was too obvious. Bai Xiang also hurriedly squeezed to the edge of the railing, jumping into the sea, swimming to the sides in the direction of the warship. He didn't know what to do, just wanted to survive for now. The beach was too far to swim back. As for staying on the warship waiting to die, that was even more impossible. Jumping into the sea could at least prolong his life a little. Bai Xiang had just jumped into the sea and swam a short distance. Several small black dots fell from the sky. With the inertia of the bomber, they dived toward the sea at a slant. Boom! 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 They landed on the sea, blasting a row of water explosions heading for the warship. The shock from the explosions made Bai Xiang, who had already jumped off the ship, tumble in the sea, unable to control his body. He didn't know how much seawater he had choked on. Even though the game was fake, the simulated feeling was real. The view in the livestream also followed Bai Xiang's tumbling in the sea, shaking non-stop, along with Bai Xiang's constant coughing, like watching a drowning man struggle. Just watching it made people feel hopeless. And the soldiers on the warship in the distance saw the quickly approaching, panicked, and wanted to jump off the ship, but it was already too late. Boom! One hit the center of the deck directly. Exploded and spread, tearing apart the warship, instantly igniting the diesel on board, and the huge explosion fire spread out, engulfing the whole warship. Countless soldiers who were set on fire screamed in pain. After Bai Xiang steadied himself in the sea and surfaced, gasping for air, this was the scene he saw. One by one, soldiers covered in flames jumped into the sea. The warship was torn into two halves and slowly sinking. There were also many soldiers at the edge of the explosion, severely injured and unable to move, crying in pain. But soon the cries stopped. Those soldiers had already sunk into the sea with the ship. This hopeless scene made the livestream room fall completely silent. Splash! The surging seawater came and slapped Bai Xiang's face. He felt like he had choked on several more mouthfuls of water. The stimulation made Bai Xiang come back to his senses. Several soldier corpses with no more breath were pushed over by the waves, bumping into Bai Xiang. Bai Xiang reached out a hand to grab the soldier corpse in front of him, gasping heavily, trying to use a little force to float up. But then he found this soldier looked kind of familiar. Looking closely. All right. Looks like God did not bless him. Using the buoyancy of the soldier's corpse, Bai Xiang floated up a bit and caught his breath. He looked around. On the vast sea, besides struggling soldiers and corpses, there was nothing else. Looks like I'm going to drown here. After saying that, Bai Xiang looked up at the sky. At this moment, the planes in the sky had already started chasing and dogfighting. Bai Xiang's eyes followed closely. Anyway, he was going to drown soon, so he might as well livestream this last bit of air combat. Because of the difference in plane types, the battle was one-sided. The Federation's fighter jets quickly hit the Empire's bombers. The Empire's bomber tail started to emit black smoke. Seeing this, Bai Xiang said, "This Air Force is not bad. Solved the fight so fast. Too bad they didn't come earlier." Bai Xiang sighed and looked at the sea around him. What now? Livestream swimming? He'd die of exhaustion before reaching the shore. Suddenly, the roaring sound in his ears grew louder. Bai Xiang's face changed? Another bomber? He quickly looked up at the sky. The livestream viewers were also shocked. Damn! Another bomber? Plot twist? But there was no twist. The bomber was still that Empire bomber, with thick black smoke coming out of its tail, diving straight toward the sea. But, seeing the Empire bomber falling straight in his direction, Bai Xiang pushed away the soldier's corpse in front of him, cursing countless times in his heart. What the F***K? Why is it coming at me again? Bai Xiang frantically swung his arms and swam, not daring to stop for even a second. He didn't even dare to look back. Rumble! A deafening explosion sounded. The explosion rose behind Bai Xiang, and the heat and shockwave spread across the sea, hitting the back of Bai Xiang's head directly. Thump! His whole face was smashed into the sea. The livestream screen went black. It showed that Bai Xiang seemed to have lost consciousness. But Bai Xiang actually hadn't lost consciousness, he just couldn't control his body. Watching helplessly as he kept falling. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed Bai Xiang by the collar. Splash! With a tremendous force, Bai Xiang was pulled out of the sea, gasping for air, while the live stream returned to normal, but Bai Xiang and the viewers in the live chat noticed. The sun in the sky had dropped from noon to sunset in an instant. Did we skip the idle plot at the moment he fell into the water? This thought flashed through Bai Xiang's and the live chat viewers' minds as a middle-aged man's voice whispered in Bai Xiang's ear. Still alive, alive is good, alive is good. Then Bai Xiang was pulled onto the boat. Bai Xiang then noticed that the one pulling him up was a middle-aged fisherman. Behind the middle-aged fisherman were two boys busy tending to the injured. There were not only him on the boat, but also other rescued and wounded soldiers. Looking around, there were dense fishing boats, each filled with soldiers, moving towards the sea under the setting sun. Bai Xiang stared blankly. What is this? Seeing Bai Xiang speak, the middle-aged fisherman stepped forward to steer the boat. We're going home. Just a few simple words struck the viewers in the live chat, stirring an inexplicable emotion. Bai Xiang glanced around, turned to look back, and saw even more fishing boats behind, each one filled with soldiers heading towards the sea. The perspective of the live stream suddenly lifted high into the sky. The roar of fighter jets filled the air, as one by one, they flew across the sky and sea, going in the opposite direction of the fishing boats below, charging towards the other side of the sea. Chapter 45, Zhao Ming, believe in yourself, you are the Guderian of this battle. No one expected the situation to reach this level. The Federation has not given up. As the Dunkirk evacuation began in Bai Xiang's livestream, soldiers were continuously rescued by fishing boats, taking them back to the British Federation. Meanwhile, in Mo Xiaomo's livestream, the armored troops still had not received the advance order from the imperial leader. Watching the Federation soldiers retreating fewer and fewer, the players on the imperial campsite were already anxiously cursing, even doubting the rationality of this game. They thought Zhao Ming purposely designed this plot. This situation allowed 400,000 people to lose 30,000, which seemed like a forced drop in IQ, and they flocked to Zhao Ming's account trending on the Federation's headlines, charging in. Zhao Ming could only express that it's so dramatic. He couldn't do anything about it. This explanation only heightened the anger of the netizens. In just a few days, the emotional value in Zhao Ming's system grew rapidly. But soon, the netizens' attention was diverted by the game, as the soldiers of Dunkirk evacuated mostly, and with no resistance, Dunkirk was completely occupied by the Empire. The story in Mo Xiaomo's and Bai Xiang's livestreams also steadily progressed in these few days. Meanwhile, on the French Federation side, due to the advance of the army group, when nobody reacted, the French Federation directly surrendered. In Mo Xiaomo's livestream, the screen was filled with question marks. What the hell is this plot? They surrendered just like that? Aren't they the strongest army in Europe? Not resisting a little longer? In reality, due to strategic errors at the start, the chaos of the Federation's command system, along with the advance of the Empire's armored units, made the retreating French Federation soldiers lose confidence long ago. And within the French Federation, splits appeared, resulting in surrender factions. All these reasons combined led to the current situation. With the surrender and internal splits in the French Federation, the Empire's territory expanded once more. The Empire, which initially only occupied a piece of Europe, now seemed to have conquered almost all of Europe. At this rate, the Empire's territory will soon clash with the Soviet Federation, right? This has shifted the attention of netizens away. To enter the Hall of Fame for this game, alongside the famous people of World War II, one must obtain the Normandy Landing Medal, Stalingrad Medal, and Moscow Patriotic Medal. And Stalingrad and Moscow, through the exploration of players, have already been identified as part of the Soviet Union. 2 wars. The combined casualties nearly reach 5 million. What kind of brutal war could cause such loss? What kind of war could create such casualties? Although the introduction of the medals reveals that these 2 wars' national battle instances will be unlocked later, whether players can experience them and the immersive storyline sparked discussions among the players. Many people rushed to ask under Zhao Ming's account, "Old Thief, can we participate in the 2 battles of Moscow and Stalingrad in the immersive storyline?" Polar Star Games Zhao Ming, yes, as long as the storyline timeline reaches that point, most players will be involved. After all, there were too many deaths, and someone will randomly get in. When will the background story be fully released, and what about World War I, will it appear in the subsequent storyline? Polar Star Games Zhao Ming, the background story needs players to explore and collect. As for World War I, it will be coming. By the way, let me tell you a secret, in World War I, although there were tanks, the complete tank armor tactics weren't developed yet. Polar Star Games Zhao Ming, study Blitzkrieg well, and you might randomly become a general, commanding armor, and become the Guderian of World War I. What the hell? Is that for real? Then I'll directly armor Blitz France. No, you better finish World War II first. Brothers, don't believe it. This dog thief must be setting a trap. I haven't finished World War II yet, and you come up with World War I to tease me. Polar Star Games Zhao Ming, not just World War I, there will also be modern warfare. What the hell? Is that real? What kind of massive background did you create? I have one question. If it's modern warfare, will there be teammate voice chat? I was suffocating in World War II. No, where are you all going with this? Don't worry about anything else, can we get back to the Normandy Landing battlefield? I can't play anymore. Polar Star Games Zhao Ming, what's the situation? The leaderboard is all military teams. Is this a military competition? Why not set up a separate leaderboard for the military? Otherwise, there's no motivation to strive. Comparing heads with the army is pointless. Polar Star Games Zhao Ming, don't worry, I'll go check right now. At least you can get things done. Hurry and check. After communicating with players, Zhao Ming exited the Federation headlines, then entered the game forum, searching for complaints on this topic. There were quite a few. The immersive storyline has been very hot recently, and before, he hadn't noticed the leaderboard issue. Looking at it now, it seems he had overlooked it. Zhao Ming opened the game backend and quickly scanned the leaderboard. Current leaderboard, Normandy Landing, Omaha Beach. First place team, Central Army of the Great Xia Federation, first group, time taken, 48 minutes. Second place team, Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation, third group, time taken, 51 minutes. Third place team, Southern Army of the Great Xia Federation. 50th place team, Antarctic Star Federation, Army. Time taken, 1 hour 17 minutes. Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows. The speed of 50th place had already reached 1 hour 17 minutes. Ordinary players grouping together, even if they cleared it, could not achieve this record. Then Zhao Ming pulled up the video recordings of the teams on the leaderboard. The more he watched, the more he frowned. Trained armies, after understanding the beach's terrain, may have different attack methods, but the general direction is consistent. It has already transformed into a competition of overall army quality and coordination. Even the first place, the Central Army of the Great Xia Federation, had bizarre instances within its first group. The assault boat hadn't even reached the beach, the ship hadn't steadied yet. And someone had already opened fire, eliminating a machine gun nest in seconds. If it weren't for the fact that I created the game and the backend data was fine, Zhao Ming would have doubted if they were cheating. What kind of elite soldier is this from Blue Star? Absurd. Seeing these armies from different federations, Zhao Ming frowned tightly. No, we need to ramp up the intensity. The NPC settings are actually fixed. The Imperial Garrison has strong firepower, which is sufficient to suppress ordinary players, but against well-trained, constantly exploring armies, it seems a bit lacking. With continuous training, these armies have already figured out the configuration of each firepower point. They know the best times to attack and when to just take cover. It has turned into a ranking grind. Zhao Ming contemplated how to make some adjustments. After a moment, Zhao Ming straightened up and began to set up a new D-Day battlefield in the backend. Compared to the fixed settings of NPCs, players are much more unpredictable. Perhaps I could open up the Imperial Garrison faction. Originally, it was only a charge by the Allied faction, so these federal armies could easily grasp the firepower layout of the Imperial Garrison on the beach, as it was all fixed. But if I open up the Imperial Garrison faction, allowing ordinary players to play as the defenders, they could choose the placement of fortifications. This way, it would not only become a faction battle, but the uncertainty would also increase. The gameplay would become much more interesting. Otherwise, the intensity of D-Day really discourages ordinary players. To keep players, in addition to the game storyline, players also need to feel the thrill of battle. Otherwise, if they see no hope, naturally no one would want to play. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming immediately began to make modifications. Chapter 46, Game Update, Multiplayer Online British Air Combat? The additional firepower points on the beach were originally meant to increase the difficulty of the campaign. But while they blocked ordinary players, they failed to stop the federal armies. After so many clearings, they had already figured out the beach's defensive layout, the patterns of the firepower points, and adding these extra firepower points would be useless. Zhao Ming removed these firepower points, then slightly adjusted the defensive layout on the beach. After the game starts, there will be a 20-second preparation period. Players in the Imperial faction can freely move the firepower points within a 30-meter radius of their original position, ensuring randomness so that they won't be memorized. Each match has different players, and their ideas are naturally different. During the 20-second preparation time, players on the assault boat can also adjust their positions, and if there is a player with the rank of second lieutenant on the boat, they can swap the positions of the boat with the ones on the left and right. After setting up the general arrangements on both sides, Zhao Ming began to add NPCs, trying out a few rounds to let the Imperial Garrison on the beach randomly change the firepower point positions, testing how many players would be needed for both the Imperial Garrison and the Federal Allied Forces. At 17:50 in the afternoon, just as many players were getting off work, not yet home, Zhao Ming had already released the update announcement. Extreme Star Game Zhao Ming, regarding the leaderboard issue of D-Day, Omaha Beach, it has been modified based on player feedback, and an uninterrupted update will take place at 2000 hours today. For specific details, please check the official website. As soon as the news was released, comments began to flood in below. Wow, such efficiency? No way? Finished the modifications in such a short time? Ah, nice, I'm going to check it out. Really fast, very sincere. Holy crap. Go check the official website, the Imperial faction is opened. I can also shoot with a machine gun? Great. I have wanted to be a beach defender for a long time. On the official website of Extreme Star Game, the update announcement and details were released. This update mainly fixes the leaderboard racing issue. 1. Open the Imperial faction, so players can choose a faction at the start of the game, with the Empire Beach defense limited to 200 people, all random classes, possessing 75 to 88mm artillerymen, heavy coastal gunners, MG-42 machine gunners, transport troops, and more. 2. The World War II weapon cache is now open, including information on MG-42 machine guns, 75 to 88mm artillery, and more. Please visit the weapon cache in the game for details. 3. The preparation time has been extended by 20 seconds. After the game starts, Empire faction players can choose to move their firepoint position within 30 meters, while Allied players can swap positions or weapons on the landing craft. Players with the rank of second lieutenant can swap positions on the landing craft. If there are multiple second lieutenants, command will be randomly assigned, and players can freely exchange command. 4. The starting player count has increased to 800, with 200 Empire faction players and 600 Allied players. The maximum group size in the room is 500, with the remaining 100 Allied players filled by random players. 5. Several fire points have been removed. 6. A limited-time event Ford Battle of Britain multiplayer storyline will soon be opened, stay tuned. At the end of the announcement, a video was released. In the video, Zhao Ming showcased clips of some top-ranked teams selected from the leaderboard. Unlike the panic and chaos shown in many online player videos. In this video clip, there are elite soldiers calmly and accurately targeting beach fire points before the landing craft even reaches the shore. The cold gaze and decisive trigger pull, combined with slow-motion close-ups, amaze the viewers. Did they cheat? There is excellent teamwork, with 5 people carrying packs hiding behind steel obstacles. The leader signaled a few tactical hand gestures, 3 threw objects to attract fire, while 2 moved forward to the barbed wire at the defense line. In just a few seconds, the barbed wire exploded, clearing the path for the troops behind. Depending on the classification of the units on the leaderboard, these videos emphasized different aspects. But it was clear to feel the ferocity of these armies from the Dacia Federation. Of course, as for how many times battles were launched or how many times they died, as long as Zhao Ming didn't say, no one would know. On the Federation headlines. Polaris Game Zhao Ming, with such an army protecting us, I truly feel secure, don't you feel it? Polaris Game Zhao Ming, also, at 8 p.m. tonight, I will be live streaming on Tiansha, randomly matching teammates, explaining online, leading players to experience the newly revised version. The comments section below exploded with excitement. Good. You finally want to show your face, right? Group me, I found a new way to play. Zhao Ming, let's play together. Not bro, are you serious? We all call him Old Thief, and you still call him Big Guy? Brothers. Log in at 8. Snipe Zhao Old Thief. If you find him, catch him, don't kill him yet. Let me shoot him a couple of times first. 2 shots would be too bloody, let's just blow him up with mortars, cleaner that way. Really good, finally know the names and descriptions of those equipment. This weapon cache update is great. What? Aren't you guys curious about the Battle of Britain? Are planes unlocked? Looking at the comments, Zhao Ming felt a bit uneasy. TSK. What kind of players are these? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Ming picked up the phone and called the front desk. Xiao 1, go get me a mask. At 8 o'clock in the evening. On Tiansha Live, in the gaming area. Zhao Ming's live streaming room. Zhao Ming's account has received live streaming permission, and netizens can enter his live streaming room by searching for his account, but currently, the room is still completely dark, with only a screen full of bullet comments. Although he had not started the stream, the online viewer count had already exceeded 6 million. Many were players who had been tortured by the game to the point of gritting their teeth, all waiting for Zhao Ming to show up, to see what he looked like, so they could find a way to gift him something. What? It's already 1951, why hasn't he come yet? Zhao Ming, Old Thief, must be scared, right? It's all your fault, you've scared him off, learn from me. His fans called him Zhao Ming Dada, wait until you're familiar before making a move. Good kid, I wondered how this guy had fans, you're just pretending, aren't you? What do you know, this is called military strategy. 6. At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly lit up. 19:55. Zhao Ming appeared in the live broadcast room. Good evening, everyone. As soon as he spoke, there were only question marks on the screen. Ha? Where's your face? Hey, this Zhao Old Thief has quite a magnetic voice. Magnetic? Dude, are you okay? This dog thief? Did I enter the wrong live room? Is this some domestic zone? In the live broadcast room, Zhao Ming was seen wearing a white mask, covering most of the lower half of his face, and on the upper half, he wore enormous sunglasses. His whole face was completely covered. Looking at the crazily scrolling comments in the live broadcast room, Zhao Ming smiled and said, "I started the broadcast a bit early. There are still 5 minutes until 2000 hours. But it's not a big deal. Who told me I'm the game boss?" Snap. A clicking sound echoed in the live broadcast room. Game update begins. Those with fast hands, hurry and click the update prompt that pops up. We'll start matching soon. The live broadcast room exploded. What the hell, you're starting at 0 frames? Wait. Oh shit, I'm still 2 minutes from home. This dog thief isn't following the rules? The game boss is this willful? Alright, if you're updating, then go. I'll say you're awesome. Thanks for the invite, I'm ready to guard Zhao Old Thief online. And at this moment, just a few seconds later, Zhao Ming finished updating, and other players with fast internet also completed it. Zhao Ming clicked to match, then chose the Empire faction. All his actions were displayed in the live broadcast room. It's very simple, see? This is done. As soon as he finished clicking, the game started immediately. Zhao Ming spoke. Let's see who our opponent is. It's the Eastern Army of our Daxia Federation, ranked 17th, the 1st Group Army's 3rd Combined Brigade. Chapter 47 Zhao Ming, I'm a professional, really, you all believe me? Good guy, just updated and matched with a team so high on the leaderboard. Aren't we done for? Zhao Ming feigned a sigh. At this point, they had already entered the game. And after entering the game, Zhao Ming was also wearing a mask? The comments flooded in with, permission dog, ... He was randomly assigned as a machine gunner for the MG42, with a defensive barrier built in front of him. Zhao Ming raised the machine gun and walked to the side, going about 10 meters before placing the machine gun down. At the same time he put the machine gun down, the defense barrier at the original position manifested beneath the machine gun, Zhao Ming explained. Just like this. During the 20-second preparation time, players can take the machine gun, or bullets, shells, and other items that belong to you, and choose a position you want to place them. The items from the original position will move to the current position. Limited to a 30-meter range. Let's take a look at other players' choices. Zhao Ming glanced around, his expression strangely. The positions chosen by these players varied widely. There were even 3 firepower points clustered together, and not to mention 2 mortarmen nearby, leaving a huge empty space. This defense line, at first glance, seemed full of holes, but the one-sided lethality would definitely be explosive. Zhao Ming could already foresee what tricks would be played out in this direction. At this moment, the countdown for preparation ended. The game officially began. In the distance, on the sea, black dots of assault boats appeared, and bombers began flying toward the Empire's beach defenses. Anti-aircraft guns on the beach began firing, and they fell from the sky. This left the players on the Empire faction stunned. The Empire faction's perspective was even earlier starting than the Allies. How come they didn't notice they were bombed like this before? And after the brief suppression of the air raid, the assault boats on the sea grew larger in sight. On one assault boat, the Eastern Army of the Daxia Federation. The commander of the reconnaissance battalion of the 1st Army Group, 3rd Composite Brigade. He was holding a telescope, observing the layout on the distant beach, then put down the telescope and said to the soldiers on the assault boat. There are fewer fire points on the beach, but the layout is completely disrupted. The tactics we practiced before can't be used anymore. It's clear that this is the work of players. The defense line has large vulnerabilities, but some fire points are very dense. We must bypass. Whoosh! A sudden piercing scream cut through the air from the sky. As the reconnaissance battalion commander and the soldiers on the boat reacted instantly. Jump! Without any hesitation, all 9 jumped out. This shows that a soldier's response and speed of action are far superior to that of streamers. Boom! The assault boat was directly torn apart by the explosion, and the shockwave spread outward. Not far away, somewhere on the surface of the sea. Splash! The reconnaissance battalion commander of the 3rd Composite Brigade surfaced, and a nearby assault boat threw out a rope. The commander caught it and was pulled up by the soldiers on the boat. The soldiers on the boat chuckled. Commander, you have some bad luck. The reconnaissance battalion commander was somewhat stunned. What the hell is this? To fire from such a distance and still hit? Players and NPCs are not the same. Their thinking is too unpredictable. This feels tough, everyone be careful. I just observed, there's a machine gun fire point to the east. We will break through from there. The others all responded. Understood. On the beach defense line, a player not far from Zhao Ming was excitedly hugging an artillery shell, shouting, I hit! I hit. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ming looked at the hit assault boat, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Goodness, can this actually happen? The live chat was filled with, did it really happen? Zhao Ming spoke up. I didn't open fire, brothers. The backend data is normal. This guy is so amazing, he's just lucky. Alright. The assault boat is about to land on the beach, we should get in position. Saying this, Zhao Ming set up the machine gun, aiming at the assault boat rushing to the beach, about to pull the trigger. Wait. Bang. 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 Zhao Ming's head suddenly received a heavy blow, his helmet flew off, and the next 3 bullets shot into his head and neck intermittently. The screen instantly went black. Then displayed a third-person view of Zhao Ming's body falling to the ground. Zhao Ming in the live stream looked stunned. Viewers in the live chat laughed to death. 666, you gave your head away at the start. I'm dead, standing straight at the machine gun point, you're the first. Everyone else is lying low while you stand up, if not you, who should they shoot? Laughing to death, let's play another round. Zhao Ming coughed lightly. I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. Mainly wanted to explain the game content to you. Let's start another round. Then he exited the interface and clicked to match again. This time, after matching successfully, he became a gunner but fired over 20 shells, not hitting a single one. Zhao Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Oh no. If I had known, I would have adjusted the data to give myself an advantage. This made it seem like I didn't know how to play. This time he managed to hold on for a while. However, the Imperial Guards were playing too crazily. The opposing faction, the Special Operations Team under Group B of the Antarctic Star Federation, quickly launched an offensive, although this time the speed was much faster than the original 39th position, the casualty numbers tripled. Compared to the stability of NPCs, the unpredictability of players was fully displayed. Such high casualties were clearly not what was expected. After this round ended, the Special Operations Team of the Antarctic Star Federation quickly started a new round. And on Zhao Ming's side, fell even faster. Several times randomly he became either a machine gunner or a transport soldier. Always inexplicably shot in the head. The viewers in the live chat initially laughed uncontrollably, saying this was Zhao Ming's comeuppance. But as a comment floated by, everyone fell silent. You guys say, does this guy not know how to play games? Did he design this battlefield just to torment us? Don't say anything, can you really not say anything? IR. Now that you mention it, didn't this guy just act like a newbie? He doesn't look like someone who's played FPS games before. Yeah. Damn. Who the hell stands there with a machine gun, staring blankly? Crap. This old thief isn't talking anymore. What the hell? This dog thing? No way? What the hell NM? Dog Dingshi, come out and talk. Tell me this isn't real. Behind countless phone screens, the viewers who had just been smiling now froze completely. Especially looking at Zhao Ming in the live stream, acting foolish and ignoring the comments. Countless viewers gritted their teeth. They had already figured out what was happening. Damn, this guy made the game himself. And he can't even play it? Then what do you do for a living? In the game. Zhao Ming operated as if nothing happened, while a system prompt kept ringing in his mind. Emotion value plus 666. Emotion value. Emotion value. Did he really perform that poorly? Isn't it just playing 5 games in 1 hour? How could he be exposed so quickly? No way. If this continues, his reputation would be ruined. Just as this thought crossed his mind. Smack. Zhao Ming's vision went black, the 5th game ended, and he coughed lightly. After all, it's still the Federal Army, there are really so many sharpshooters. But the viewers in the live stream wouldn't let him off the hook. Dog thing, explain this game is so hard, did you ever play it before? Quickly say you are a professional. Come on. We have been tortured for so long, is it because you are a newbie, gritting teeth? Zhao Ming, I've been your fan for 30 years, can I send you a gift? Zhao Ming coughed lightly and replied. Did I play? Take away the did and there's no way I haven't played. If I can design such a game, do you think I haven't played it? Professional? Of course I'm a professional. I'm really professional at making games. But, what I'm facing is the Federal Army, they are also professionals. You go, and you will die too. No need to send fan gifts, just post them directly in the livestream. Tiansha will settle the bill for me. Alright, today's livestream has already been an hour. I should end the stream. Welcome everyone to experience our game World War II, Rise of Empires. Now the game has 2 modes. One is an immersive story experience, the other is today's livestream of the Normandy Landing battlefield. In the immersive story experience, you can feel the various aspects of life, with more stories waiting for your exploration. In the Normandy Landing battlefield, you can feel the full sense of security brought by the Federal Army. Additionally, due to some players reaching the timeline of the story experience after the Dunkirk evacuation, so a limited-time multiplayer online story event will open in 3 days. Battle of Britain event. This is an event that can synchronize the timelines of all participating players, allowing tens of thousands to experience the storyline together. As long as the timeline of the immersive storyline in the game has passed the Dunkirk evacuation, you can choose to participate. So players with insufficient timelines can catch up with others in these 3 days. And those who haven't reached it should not worry, we will ensure all players can participate. The number of Battle of Britain storyline event instances will increase according to the number of players, and slower players can choose to participate in later Battle of Britain, synchronizing with other slower players. Stay tuned. Chapter 48, The Ace of World War II. After playing a trailer in the live stream, Zhao Ming quickly ended the stream and left in a flash. He left behind countless players in the live stream, who were filled with curiosity and eager to know more detailed information, only to find that there were no updates on the official game website and the Federal Headlines account. Zhao Ming casually dropped a suspenseful hint and ran away. Angered, many netizens rushed into Zhao Ming's account on Federal Headlines. They fiercely contributed a wave of emotional value. However, many players also started to analyze. As of now, in the storyline of World War II, Rise of Empires, the British-French Federation absurdly evacuated over 300,000 troops from Dunkirk, but clearly, the Empire will not give up. The name Battle of Britain is enough to prove this. This is an aerial battle happening in the British Federation. As the story deepened in Blue Star, players continually enriched the game with much Earth worldview and knowledge. They knew that Britain is the area where the British Federation is located, an ancient place name. And now, it is often used to describe geography, culture, politics, and so on, broadly encompassing the countries and people of the region, which is the British Federation. With this knowledge, combined with an understanding of the map, players from both camps have already started to analyze which side the Empire will launch an assault on the British Federation. And what is even more exciting is the air battle. Since it is an air battle, will there definitely be aircraft available? Bai Xiang was overjoyed in the live stream, preparing to take off in a plane to bomb the Empire's capital as soon as the mode was launched. That nth degree of excitement. It made the players from the Empire camp extremely angry, ready to snipe him online. And just as many netizens were speculating. In the office of Polaris Game Company, Zhao Ming's voice sounded. Open vehicles? There might be a few lucky ones randomly assigned the identity of pilot. But not many. According to the British Federation's current equipment, the number of aircraft is quite limited, with only 1,200. One session of the Battle of Britain instance is currently set for 100,000 people, and when the number is full, it automatically starts the next one. With so many players, you can't possibly have 100,000 planes in the sky. Moreover, the main core of this game is promoting anti-war awareness. Compared to the thrilling air battle, players being bombed on the ground, watching cities turn to ruins, countless residents wailing in despair, a city becoming a ruin in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands left homeless, they can only truly experience it, to feel the cruelty of war more deeply. Zhao Ming sat in his office chair, looking at the account comments while speaking to Shen Xinghan, sitting on the sofa watching the game's follow-up materials. Naval battles, urban warfare, tank battles, these will be gradually added to the instances. Afterward, there will be exclusive tragic CGs guiding players to feel the cruelty of war. And that's not all. In the immersive storyline, there are many cities with a long history, igniting players' curiosity through a series of daily events or stories. As players continue to delve deeper, they might even come to love these cities in the game. And then, the war comes. Building a city takes decades, maintaining a city's existence might take hundreds or even thousands of years, but when war comes, in just one night, everything is gone. In the continuously released immersive storylines, players feel firsthand how a city is destroyed in a short period. It should surely leave players in a daze and shocked. Of course, it can also conveniently harvest some emotional value, which is a secondary benefit. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Shen Xinghan nodded without any objections. That's right. The core of the game is to promote anti-war. Although there have been changes to the competitive battlefield, it seems that there is no major issue. Just develop in this direction, constantly introducing storylines and instances, allowing players to feel the cruelty of war, thus reducing the public's desire for war, which also aligns with the core idea of anti-war competition. Shen Xinghan, due to family reasons, understood that anti-war competition more. The main purpose of the anti-war competition is to suppress the voices that promote and glorify war among the public. But those fanatics who advocate for war, are they important to the Federation? Not important. It has been so many years since the initial technological explosion. Although there haven't been major wars, which federation doesn't have some dark technology? This is also the reason why the 6 major federations can hold themselves back. One careless move might blow up Blue Star again. As for those proclaiming war, finding their positions for targeted elimination is no problem, but they can never be entirely wiped out. All that can be done is suppression, to prevent provoking more intense resistance, which would make the situation ugly. Are those misled citizens important to the Federation? Important. After all, the Federation can't just arrest citizens en masse because they express opinions. If one Federation does that, others will definitely take the chance to strike, as no one wants to be the scapegoat. Thus, calming the citizens becomes very important. This is also the reason for the birth of anti-war competition. Zhao Ming over here launched the D-Day battlefield revision. The way of faction confrontation has somewhat deviated from the core of anti-war. The game is now gaining momentum, and its influence is gradually spreading to other federations. Other federations' armies are still racing on the D-Day leaderboard. The game cannot afford to go off course from its core idea. Therefore, Shen Xinghan planned to come and ask. Looking at it now, her concerns were unnecessary. Zhao Ming's side has already planned everything. Continuously releasing storylines and side missions, allowing players to personally feel the despair of ordinary soldiers or people in wartime. Shen Xinghan flipped through the documents and said, on this data, after Battle of Britain, it's the National Warside mission Blitzkrieg in Poland. According to what you just said, after Battle of Britain opens, the aerial vehicles that players can access are limited. When players realize they can't fight in airplanes, they will likely feel deceived. Your name will probably trend on social media for being criticized again. When the National Warside mission Blitzkrieg in Poland opens, if players enter the game and find the vehicles are horses, they will be severely criticized, right? Zhao Ming smiled and said, isn't it great? Shen Xinghan's lips twitched, unable to resist saying, what's great about it? Zhao Ming replied, who would have thought a text-based game could be played a second time? TSK. When flying vehicles are released, only a few lucky players get to fly planes. When vehicles are opened, only a small portion of people can ride horses, and as for the majority, they would be hiding in the trenches. There might even be Imperial tanks rolling over players. Hiss. The scene is too beautiful, I can't bear to look. Although it's a bit tragic. But how much emotional value will this contribute? If we are criticized, so be it. Zhao Ming sighed inwardly. After listening to Zhao Ming's explanation, Shen Xinghan could only nod, showing no intention of getting involved. Being a partner who doesn't meddle in company matters is the best kind of partner. Then looking at the many side missions lined up after Blitzkrieg in Poland, Shen Xinghan asked, are these also side missions? I see only names, some are even names of people, but there's no other information marked. Blood battle in the 3 bases, Eric Hartmann, White Death. Zhao Ming replied. Those are just ideas for some later side missions, and hidden storylines for the cooperative multiplayer plot mode. Blood battle in the 3 bases is an independent storyline mission about faction confrontation, which tests the limits of soldiers' will. We can let the Northern Army try it out later. Didn't we say the difficulty wasn't enough last time? This will give them a taste. As for the others, these are hidden storylines that will be added to the cooperative multiplayer plot mode in the future. If they get randomly selected, players will face the peak soldiers or armored aces from World War II. Chapter 49, the answer about blood battle in the 3 bases is given to you. The game is divided into immersive story mode, D-Day battlefield, and cooperative multiplayer plot mode. Due to the immersive storyline mode, constant exchange of data from the Earth database is needed, which leads to the collection of emotions, yet there isn't much surplus, and a portion must be reserved. This is in case the game plot progresses too quickly, or for unexpected events as a backup. In multiplayer cooperative storyline mode, due to accessibility issues, it requires a second lieutenant to enter, so in the early stages, Zhao Ming invested the least emotional value in exchange for materials and plots. Now, with the revision of the Normandy landing battlefield, more players have joined in. Later on, more players will achieve the medal conditions to be promoted to second lieutenant, so Zhao Ming has organized some storylines in advance, preparing to invest them after the Battle of Britain and the National War instance Blitzkrieging Poland. Currently, players are immersed in the storyline, discussing the Battle of Britain, and their attention is not on the multiplayer cooperative storyline mode. There is still plenty of time to prepare. As for the separate instance desired by the Northern Army, constructing the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, for crossings of the Red River, and the Blue of the Republic requires a lot of exchange data, consuming a lot of emotional value. So Zhao Ming plans to create a small-scale instance first to test the effectiveness. Blood battle at San Suali is one of them. Only the terrain of the battlefield is provided, with no other background, just a single storyline command to go to San Suali and cut off the retreat of the Ninth Army of the Free Federation. Isn't it said that the difficulty isn't enough? Now, the battlefield map is given to you, and the mission order is given to you. What you need to do now is execute the command. Find a way to pass the level. Zhao Ming estimates that this instance will thoroughly punish the troops of the Dasha Federation. There is absolutely no shortcut. No vehicles, no roads, only one towering mountain after another. At night, with temperatures dropping to -30 degrees Celsius, climbing over mountains. 14 hours without rest, marching 72 kilometers, only then did they arrive at San Suali 5 minutes earlier than the enemy. The answer is here. But even if he tells them, they may not believe it. It's too much of a challenge to physical limits. Not to mention, there have been no cases of such rapid marches in the recent history of Blue Star, let alone in ancient times. Without experiencing it themselves, no one would believe it. Zhao Ming plans to release the answer only after thoroughly punishing a large group of Dasha Federation troops, so that emotional value will be abundant. First, give them a beating, gain a large amount of emotional value. Then provide the answer. Continue to gather a large amount of emotional value, and do other instances, repeating this cycle. Achieving a perfect loop within the Dasha Federation. Yes, perfect. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Shen Xinghan put down the materials and stood up, saying, "Alright, let's do it this way. I will inform the Northern Army side to prepare well. As for the server, does it need to be increased? Currently, this game has started gaining popularity in other federations, and it won't be long before it explodes. Although it could be considered popular now. But it's only within the Dasha Federation and hasn't reached its peak." Zhao Ming thought for a moment and said, "The highest number of online players is over 2.7 million, and the server capacity is in the tens of millions. Opening 27 instances of 100,000 players for the Battle of Britain is more than enough. It's sufficient to support the Battle of Britain. We can add more when starting the National War instance blitzkrieging Poland." Shen Xinghan nodded. "Okay, no problem. Whenever you need money, just find me," Zhao Ming said. "All right." Shen Xinghan turned around, waved his hand without looking back, and walked out directly. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. At 7:59 a.m. In the Tiansha live broadcast, in the gaming zone. In Bai Xiang's live room. At this moment, Bai Xiang was waiting on the game interface, eagerly anticipating the game update. "Brothers, only 1 minute left for the update. For those who want to queue up with me, you better click fast. It is said that one instance can accommodate up to 100,000 people, and others will be postponed to the next instance. So there will be many instances of the Battle of Britain storyline. Moreover, the Extreme Star official game website also hints that each instance might differ due to player operations. The result of the outcome is different depending on whether it's a battle or not. Each Battle of Britain instance, upon completion, will have some differences. After this Battle of Britain multiplayer storyline instance ends, players will be selected for rewards based on the situation of each instance. It is said that they will be directly promoted in the game's military rank. Now, what the hell? The update has started? Staring at the pop-up update prompt, Bai Xiang stunned for a moment before reacting, quickly choosing to update. However, in this era, the internet speed is generally so fast. The update took a few seconds, and when the prompt appeared in Bai Xiang's livestream, the instances had already reached 4. Bai Xiang hurriedly clicked. My god! In such a short time, over 400,000. More than 500,000 people have joined? There was a wave of mockery in the livestream. What the hell? I thought you were quick, I'm already in the 3rd instance while you're in the 5th. Laughing to death, has any haters joined this instance? Let's knock them down. Goodness, not dying at the hands of the Empire, but dying at the hands of our own? Haters don't count as our own. Xiaosheng, run. Charge. Charge. I want to fly a plane. Just as Bai Xiang finished clicking, the number of instances below changed from 4 to 5. This meant that Bai Xiang was entering the 5th instance of the Battle of Britain storyline, accommodating 100,000 players. Entering the game. The screen was pitch black, and Bai Xiang tried to control his body but found he couldn't move. The screen gradually lit up, revealing in the livestream. A game CG? New content was released? At this moment. In an office filled with the Empire's authority and a chilling atmosphere, the view slowly moved to the desk in the center of the room. A somewhat bulky figure faced away from the view, speaking to someone across the desk. The British Commonwealth has already exposed everything in Dunkirk, they are extremely weak. They have even fallen to the point of requisitioning fishing boats. I can assure you, my Führer. By just utilizing the strength of the Imperial Air Force, we are enough to destroy the British Commonwealth's will to resist and their power. The voice of the somewhat bulky man in military uniform echoed in this chilling office. The room was exceptionally silent. The man behind the desk raised his hand to stroke the somewhat faded world map on the table. After a few seconds. Then I will await your good news. Our Air Force Marshal. The man in front of the View confidently assured. Don't worry, my Führer. The sky over London will belong to the Empire just like Paris. Extremely arrogant, contemptuous words came from the man's mouth. As if the British Commonwealth across the ocean was a paper tiger that could be smashed with one punch. But no one felt this was wrong, including the friends in the live stream. Because the combat power of the Empire is evident. The View continuously zoomed out, becoming smaller. The entire Berlin appeared on the screen, resembling the arrangement of the Führer's room. At this moment, the entire city of Berlin emitted a chilling atmosphere. The whole empire seemed like a war machine, continuously operating without pause. The next second, the screen suddenly switched. Still in the high sky, but below, the towering iron tower revealed where this was. Paris. The city that had just been occupied by the empire. The View continuously zoomed down. The streets became clearer, showing all the viewers in the live stream. The Empire's army moved orderly through the city, imperial soldiers patrolled every corner of Paris, their faces filled with pride, while the fearful expressions of the citizens in the rooms along the streets made them stand tall. The scene switched. A magnificent palace complex appeared in the CG. The Palace of Versailles. Here was also occupied by the Empire, with soldiers standing guard everywhere. And in the square ahead, many players recognized the Imperial General Guderian, who was sitting on a three-wheeled motorcycle, adjusting something. On the sidecar of the three-wheeled motorcycle, sitting there was a man in the same Imperial uniform, watching Guderian's adjustments with some anxiety, saying, "Is it not? What are you adjusting? Should we call a mechanic?" Guderian twisted the throttle, feeling the motorcycle roar. "What kind of joke is this? I am a professional when it comes to machinery, motorcycles as well. Don't worry. I've already tuned it, this motorcycle's horsepower is at maximum. Hold on tight, Rommel. I am about to start." Rommel couldn't help but hold his forehead, grabbing the nearby handrail. "Okay, I'm ready." "Racing in Versailles, you really have guts," Guderian said with a smile. "You will love this feeling. When the Empire reaches London, I want to make a few rounds at Buckingham Palace." The motorcycle roared to life, its engine's thunder echoing across the vast square in front of the Palace of Versailles. At that moment, a voice chimed in. "Don't forget to call me when that happens. I also want to experience the feeling of racing at Buckingham Palace." Rommel and Guderian turned to look. The Chief of Staff, Manstein, had walked over without them noticing. As the vehicle sank, Manstein quickly hopped onto the motorcycle. "Let's go, our armored master." Guderian twisted the throttle and smiled. "Hold on tight." It was just an ordinary three-wheeled motorcycle of the Imperial Army, but under Guderian's operation, it erupted with a beastly roar, dashing across the square like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end of the square, yet Guderian showed no sign of slowing down and instead steered the handlebars to one side. The sidecar and wheels next to them surprisingly began to lift off the ground. "Hey! It's going to tip over." "Haha, I told you, I'm a professional, it won't tip over." "I heard the square at Buckingham Palace is even bigger, we can have two motorcycles race there." "Hahaha, that's a good idea. See? I told you, you will love this feeling. I am going to speed up." The scene gradually pulled back and shrank, and Guderian's racing figure left the audience in the live stream dumbfounded, as if the filter of the Imperial General had shattered. A man until death is still a youth? Yet from the dialogues in Berlin and the generals occupying Paris, it was clear that the entire empire was filled with overwhelming confidence, believing the whole world was within their grasp. And as the scene continued to pull back, until the continents of Earth were displayed before the audience in the live stream. Then the View locked onto the border of the British Commonwealth, continuously zooming out. A train station appeared in the scene. The train slowly pulled into the station. Compared to the Imperial soldiers on the other side, the soldiers of the British Commonwealth inside the train looked dejected and muddy, sitting in their seats without daring to look at the crowds outside the train. Inside the carriage, it was silent as stillness. Bang bang! A sound of knocks came from outside the window, yet the soldiers inside did not dare to look. The train slowly started moving. At this moment, the sound of clinking bottles came from outside. Slowly, the soldiers turned their heads to look. Outside the window was an elderly man in a suit, holding 2 bottles of beer, signaling the soldiers to open the window to receive them. The soldiers, a bit dazed, took the beer while the elderly man gave them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, children at the station were chasing the train, their eyes filled with admiration as they cheered for their return, waving and mimicking military salutes. The soldiers stared in disbelief at all this. And such scenes were being unfolded across various places in the Commonwealth. The view stretched to the sky. Then zoomed in and switched to London, where dark clouds loomed. It seemed to signify the Commonwealth's impending doom. In a dimly lit office, an old man in a suit smoked a cigar in silence, staring at the clock on the wall until the hands slowly reached a certain point. Finally, the old man reacted. It seemed he had made a decision. He stood up, put on his hat, and walked out of the office. Soon, a black car drove out from here, heading towards the British Commonwealth Parliament. The old man inside the car looked at the silhouettes of the crowd rushing in the rain outside, not knowing what he was thinking. Moments later, the car door suddenly opened. The old man, without an umbrella, disregarding the driver's shout, walked straight towards the subway station in the rain. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the livestream room reacted. Isn't this just like the opening CG of the game? The speech in the opening CG was actually born in such a background? Then, just like in the opening CG. The old man in the subway asked that question, and the answer he received was to never surrender and to fight until the end. Even a little girl who was only a few years old shouted, "Absolutely not." The Prime Minister's gaze was firm as he walked out of the subway station, heading towards the Parliament. The screen went dark. Only the sound of banging on the table and the old man's passionate voice could be heard. A vast amount of land in famous ancient countries of Europe have fallen under the rule of the Third Reich. We will fight in France, fight at sea, and gather forces to fight in the sky. We will never surrender. Then came the enormous cheers. In the pitch-black screen, a few big words gradually appeared. Battle of Britain. Then slowly faded away, and the game CG completely ended. The game's images came into Bai Xiang in the livestream friend's eyes. Bai Xiang could now control the character, but like the viewers in the livestream, he was still dazed from the CG. The Empire's arrogance and contempt, the Federation's tenacity and spirit of resistance. All were impacting the minds of Blue Star players. It was hard to imagine this was a game CG. Some even felt that if this game's story were made into a movie, it would be amazing. Why only make this one CG? Can't let Zhao Lao go make a movie? Countless viewers roared in their hearts. And they were increasingly looking forward to the direction of the upcoming story. Bai Xiang, on the other hand, had already come to his senses. He began to look around, to see where he was. But he found that the small town in front of him was still the town where he updated the game, a port town in the southern part of the British Commonwealth, which had been stationed here since retreating from Dunkirk. Why am I still here? Chapter 51, How could aerial combat be a shootout? The viewers in the livestream room also looked confused, but soon received a notice. Pack your things, go to the station by 11 o'clock, and take the train to join the main army. Bai Xiang also understood. So that's how it is, we still have to follow the plot. This order should be to gather the players together, right? But some of the viewers in the livestream said, "No, I just watched a few livestreams. The characters who were soldiers before the update are gathering, while those who were not soldiers have not received any news, seemingly no changes. Things have changed, now all players are synced to various instances. In one instance, they can meet now, before it was just solo story quests. Then can I take a few people to rob a bank? As long as you have a head harder than a bullet." Bai Xiang, however, ignored the viewers in the livestream, and walked toward the town. "I need to say goodbye. Although I've done a lot of useless story tasks here for several days, these NPCs are pretty good. It's just a pity I have to quit the temporary job I just found. I feel a bit sorry for the NPC boss." However, Bai Xiang's words did not move the viewers. Instead, they mocked him. "This guy is going to cheat food and drink again. TSK, don't you have any shame? But you can't just keep going to get sympathy to cheat food and drink. What do you mean by retreat? That's called a great withdrawal. Goodness, there are true love fans now? Don't get excited, it's just a joke." Bai Xiang looked at the livestream comments, with a righteous face. "What cheating food and drink? Didn't I help them cut flowers and move goods?" Just as he was speaking, the daughter of the fruit shop owner ahead saw Bai Xiang walking over and smiled, shouting, "Hey, Thomas. You're here to help again." Bai Xiang heard someone call the NPC name he was playing, and immediately looked over to see it was the fruit shop owner's daughter, a girl just starting middle school, his little fan. Bai Xiang spoke up. "No, I'm here to say goodbye. The army is about to depart. Make sure to study hard, Emily." In the past few days, while doing boring storylines, he often shared tales of the battlefield with the little girl, which is why they were so close. Emily looked incredulous. Oh my, it's only been a few days of rest, and you're heading back to the battlefield already? Wait a minute." After saying this, the little girl ran into the house, and a moment later, she came out holding a steaming bag of bread. "This is the bread my mom just baked, take it and eat on the way." Bai Xiang looked at her with a strange expression. "Did your mom not scold you?" Emily chuckled. Hee hee, she's doing laundry, she won't notice for a while. You can't refuse. When you come back, keep telling me stories. Watching this scene unfold, the viewers in the live stream were constantly cheering. Bai Xiang felt helpless and said, Okay, but I still need to say goodbye to others. It wouldn't be good if they thought this was a farewell gift. Emily thought for a moment and then nodded. Then hurry up. Otherwise, Mom will find out soon. Bai Xiang replied. No problem. Then Bai Xiang went to say goodbye to the temporary job he found in town, telling the boss goodbye. Actually, it wasn't really a boss, Bai Xiang just went looking for hidden storylines out of boredom. Then, he triggered a series of daily tasks like delivering goods and cutting flowers. After saying goodbye to the delivery boss, Bai Xiang was about to go to the flower shop diagonally across the street. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound echoed in the sky. Bai Xiang's expression changed as he shouted. Everyone, be quiet. The delivery boss and the employees looked confused, and people from nearby stores turned to look as well. At this moment, the buzzing sound in the sky grew louder. Bai Xiang's face looked grim, he was all too familiar with this sound. He had been bombed dozens of times in Dunkirk, sometimes even dreaming of the scenes of being bombed in the game. This isn't an illusion? Is it really an Imperial bomber? Air raid! Quick, find a place to hide, it's the Empire's bomber! Bai Xiang shouted loudly, warning those around him. Fear appeared on the faces of the people, a warning from a soldier who survived Dunkirk was not to be ignored. Everyone began to take action, seeking a safe place or cellar. Meanwhile, Bai Xiang ran while shouting warnings to the crowds around him. But the Empire's bombers were too fast. From the moment the faint buzzing sound began, it meant everything. Whoosh! 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 The sharp cry of freefall spread across the entire town. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud rose from the port of the town, belching thick black smoke. Boom boom boom! One after another, fell on the town's port. In an instant, the entire port was utterly destroyed, with broken ships and flames everywhere. The terrified cries of people rang out at the port. However, this was not over. After flying over the port, the Empire's bombers turned around again. This time the target? It was the center of the town. Watching the Imperial bomber heading straight towards him, Bai Xiang's face turned pale. Damn! I can't die here, right? How could two legs outrun a bomber? He watched the bomber get closer and closer, already dropping small black dots. Rough! Bai Xiang shouted angrily. The viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. 6666, what kind of reincarnation plot is this right from the start? No big deal, if he dies, he can change his identity, maybe he can pilot a plane. Wow, is this what they call air combat? This is a bit different from what I imagined. What were you imagining? Of course, I thought it was about shooting from planes, what's going on? You said that was a competitive game, this is war between nations, obviously, it's about dealing with the enemy's useful areas first. He just has bad luck, the character is at the port. At this moment, Bai Xiang also realized something was wrong. Why is there no starting option? Could it be that I didn't die? The screen was pitch black, he couldn't control his body, but he could see the chat messages in the live room and the option to exit the game. He thought to himself that he must not be dead. Bai Xiang continued to wait. The dark screen lasted for about 4 minutes, and gradually a light appeared in front of Bai Xiang, accompanied by many crying voices, and then he could slowly control his body. But the pain coming from all over his body was telling him he must be seriously injured. As he completely opened his eyes, Bai Xiang found himself in the town square, his body, legs, and arms wrapped in bandages, and he looked around. There was almost no complete building in the town. The houses that used to be visible at a glance had all collapsed, and the view was so wide he could even see tall buildings on the town's edge that were blown away halfway. Everywhere were bodies covered with clothes or white cloth. Many residents were in the ruins, carrying out their familiar ones. Under the blood-red sunset, blood and smoke filled the entire small town, which was completely different from how it used to be, not a trace of similarity was found. Bai Xiang felt as though something was blocking his chest. Bai Xiang struggled to get up, his body limping as he looked at the ruins and walked forward, surrounded by the rubble of buildings, completely lost, not knowing where he was going. Crash! He heard the sound of a paper bag under his feet. Bai Xiang looked down, his pupils constricted sharply, and the live stream was silent. A slender arm was trapped under the rubble of a building, tightly gripping a paper bag, which emitted a familiar smell of bread, only the bread was no longer steaming hot. Scattered fruits on the ground were covered in blood, and the fruit shop sign lay quietly there. He knew where this was, and he knew the direction he was in. But, a suffocating feeling overwhelmed him. This is the bread my mom just baked, take it and eat it on the way. Hee hee, she's washing clothes, she won't notice for a while. No refusal allowed. When you come back, continue telling me stories. Chapter 52 by Xiang. I'm fine, really, please vote for me, keep reading. The girl's voice flashed in by Xiang's mind, but all that was before him was that cold arm. The voices in his mind and the scenes in reality constantly alternated, bombarding the brains of Bai Xiang and all the viewers in the live room. Bai Xiang struggled to calm his emotions, adjusting his breathing, repeatedly telling himself this was just a game. His body slowly crouched down, reaching out his hand. But when Bai Xiang's outstretched hand touched the girl's palm, the delicate yet cold feeling came. It directly made Bai Xiang's carefully controlled emotions collapse completely. The virtual sensation cabin simulated feelings with 100% accuracy. Even though he kept telling himself this was just a game, the realistic touch he felt made Bai Xiang's emotions burst forth, his voice trembling slightly. This is just a game. Bai Xiang grasped the girl's cold hand and lifted his head to look at the ruins before him. He frantically rushed forward, clawing at the building debris, trying to dig the girl out from under the rubble. An hour. 2 hours. More and more people filled the live room, but not a single message floated by. Hundreds of thousands watched Bai Xiang digging through the ruins. They watched as he unearthed the girl. They dug out the girl's mother, they dug out the girl's father. They dug out the girl's younger brother. 4 bodies lay completely intact on the ruins. Bai Xiang's hands were covered in blood, sitting limply on the rubble, staring at these 4 bodies, his mind a complete chaos. The sky was gradually getting darker, and the entire town was devoid of any light. The live broadcast screen also slowly turned pitch black. There was silence in the game all night. The next day, when the game brightened just a little, Bai Xiang took the half of a shovel he found in the ruins and began to dig a pit on the ground. He dug 4 pits of equal size, side by side. After digging the pits, Bai Xiang buried the bodies of the girl and her family. Using planks from the ruins, he simply made 4 tombstones with names, setting them up there. Bai Xiang sat in front of the 4 tombstones, reaching for a damaged paper bag beside him. The bread inside was cold, but still exuded a fragrance. Bai Xiang broke off a piece and put it in his mouth, though he had only tasted it a few times in the game, somehow it felt so familiar. But he could never eat it again. Bai Xiang slowly broke apart the bread. In the distance, a few soldiers approached. One of them saw Bai Xiang and his face lit up with joy. He told the others and then ran over to Bai Xiang. Thomas? It's really you. I thought you were blown to pieces yesterday. You're quite lucky, aren't you? Bai Xiang turned around. It was Dale, who shared the same room. Bai Xiang forced a smile. Lucky? I wish I could give my luck to others. Dale looked at the 4 tombstones and understood, lightly patting Bai Xiang on the shoulder. It's inevitable. This is war. My condolences. Bai Xiang listened to Dale's words, in a daze, then asked. Why is there war? Dale seemed bewildered. He thought for a moment. Because the Empire has great ambitions, wanting to rule the world, wanting to invade us. Bai Xiang came back to his senses a bit and looked at Dale. Then why does the Empire have ambitions? Whose ambition is it? Is it the ambition of the Empire's people? Is it the soldiers of the Empire's ambition? Why should their ambitions make innocent people pay the price? Dale felt confused. Listening to Bai Xiang's string of questions was a headache. Don't ask me such profound questions, Thomas. I only went to middle school. How do I know the answers to these questions? We just have to obey orders. Bai Xiang shook his head and said. If you don't understand anything, what if one day you die? Wouldn't that be dying without clarity? Too frustrating. Dale looked helpless, shrugging his shoulders. Even though I want to answer you, my education level doesn't allow me to do so. But you can ask me what 1 + 2 equals. Bai Xiang nodded, then said. Then the last question. Do we have a way to become the Air Force? Dale looked at Bai Xiang in surprise, top to bottom. Thomas, you haven't been blown silly, have you? How can we become the Air Force? Can you fly a plane? I know you want revenge on that evil Fatso Goring who bombed from Dunkirk all the way here. But unfortunately, we are not the Air Force and have no way to become the Air Force. It's better to hope that one day the Federation breaks into Berlin and catches that and the Empire's leader, than torture them badly. Bai Xiang shook his head and said. Alright, we can't just let it go. But I have a way to become the Air Force and let them taste the feeling of being bombed. Dale looked puzzled. Ha? Bai Xiang extended his hand. Lend me your gun. Dale was a bit confused, handing over the gun he was carrying. What do you want to do? Click, click. Bai Xiang skillfully pulled the bolt back and chambered around. This action startled Dale. Hey! Thomas, what are you doing? Bang! With a thud, Bai Xiang's body slowly fell to the ground, only leaving Dale standing there in shock. Oh. M. G. Thomas? However, in the silent air, there was no response. Only the NPC corpse played by Bai Xiang, and the half-bag of bread clutched in his hand. In the live streaming room, Bai Xiang's actions startled the viewers. What the heck? Is the host crazy? Damn. This game is too cruel, it's driving people mad. Should we call the police? Even though this storyline makes me sad, it seems the host has a bigger issue. Oh no, he really went crazy. Is it possible that the host wants to be reborn? Bai Xiang's voice rang out. Don't worry, brothers. I'm fine. It's just that this identity can't be the Air Force. I'll restart and try again. Hasn't someone already become the Air Force? Let's see if I can randomly get it. In the streaming room, comments flew by. No way, are you really going to bomb Berlin? Support the host, take revenge. Take revenge. Bombing Berlin is not exciting enough, go straight for the capital. Wouldn't the Empire go crazy? Host, don't get too into it, this is just a storyline. Exactly, others are also getting blown up in the game, this game is ridiculous. On Bai Xiang's game interface, a start button appeared. Yes, it's just a storyline. After Bai Xiang selected the start, the screen slowly brightened. The sound of a train running filled his ears, and his eyes saw only soldiers. Clearly, the starting point was on the Federal Army soldiers heading somewhere to gather, but this identity was obviously not a pilot. Bai Xiang looked down and saw he had no gun, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The speeding train was running through a valley. He took a deep breath, repeatedly telling himself, this is just a game, this is just a game. While everyone around him was still unresponsive, he jumped out of the window. Boom! Restarting the game. The streaming room fell into silence. Oh no, has the host really gone crazy? Chapter 53, Air Force of the Empire, please, vote for the month, keep reading, end of month updates with explosions. Bai Xiang continued to control his character to commit suicide in the streaming room, attempting to switch to an Air Force identity. The viewers were stunned, this was clearly the storyline gone too far. Even with reminders from viewers, they couldn't stop him. And Bai Xiang's actions also pushed this segment of the story video, along with Star Company, to trending topics. Hashtag what does Zhao Ming look like, hashtag. Hashtag the most anti-war narrative in a game, hashtag. Hashtag what does war bring? Hashtag the insignificance and fragility of life in war, hashtag. Zhao Ming was taken aback by the trending topics. Wasn't the message supposed to promote anti-war thoughts? Why do you netizens want to know what the game company's boss looks like? If later love and family themes emerge, how intense would that be? The discussion sparked by this segment of the video was still ongoing. Some players who liked strategies had already started gathering information online. They organized a map. The entire southern port and industrial towns of the British Commonwealth nearly bore no survivors, including countless fleets at sea. All suffered from the Empire's indiscriminate bombardment, and the losses were beyond estimation. The port where Bai Xiang's video was located was just one of them. In the ports that suffered such bombardment, players who wanted to count the death toll quickly found it impossible to tally because the number of deaths was just too great. Battle of Britain. This name immediately makes one aware that this updated multiplayer storyline focuses on air combat. But it was different from what the players had imagined. What players imagined as air combat was everyone controlling planes, soaring through the sky, shooting back and forth, ultimately deciding the winner, successfully shooting down enemy planes or being shot down by them. Including many other games, air combat was always like this. However, Battle of Britain taught players a lesson. Real war, real air combat. The wounded and dead were mostly innocent people. The entire Commonwealth had only 1,200 planes. With 100,000 players, where are that many planes to fly? Many players estimated that by the time this timed storyline ended, it can only transform in ordinary soldiers or ordinary people. As for why it transforms, it's probably because they were bombed to death. The helplessness of ordinary people in the face of war. Once many players experience it firsthand, they will deeply feel it. Now, the story has just begun and needs some time to develop. And compared to the terrible situation of the Federal side being bombed, the players on the Empire side are calm and undisturbed. The players are staying in Paris, living their daily lives, waiting for orders from the Empire's higher-ups, but there has been no news for a long time. Clearly it's a copy, yet the states of both sides are completely different. The only ones busy are the players randomly assigned to the Air Force. After all, the core is air combat. The Empire has twice as many fighter jets and bombers than the Federation side, so there are double the players who can gain that identity. In the Tianxia live broadcast, there's an Air Force perspective livestream, with 70% being players from the Empire side. At this moment, In a room called Empire Air Combat Ace, record 21/0/3, town. In the live stream, the streamer WWII is decorating his fighter jet, and the chat in the live stream is scrolling continuously. Streamer, don't you have a heart? Don't you feel guilty bombing those little towns? Dude, this is the Empire side, do you think it hurts? If you don't bomb them, you can't let the streamer die, right? If you let the streamer die, don't you feel guilty? Let's just fend for ourselves, okay? Federation fans, don't come here to mess things up. Haha, wait until you get bombed, then you'll know the pain. But only after getting bombed, huh? Do you see the Federation having any forces to resist now? Besides, this is just a game, why take it seriously? For the Air Force players of the Empire, while bombing the Federation, the fans of both camps held their own views, but most streamers generally did not care. After all, arguing can also increase the heat. WWII ignored the messages in the livestream. He was one of the first players assigned to the Air Force identity, back when Battle of Britain had not yet opened, in a single-player immersive storyline. So even in the Battle of Britain storyline copy, there was no change. The 21 kills, 16 of those were planes from the Federation he shot down in the single-player immersive storyline, and the remaining 5 were from missions during these days. The last 3 towns were bombed during mission tasks in the Battle of Britain copy during this period. WWII's livestream was not very popular during the single-player immersive storyline. But as the Battle of Britain started, his livestream's popularity has been rising rapidly. While he was still painting, a laid-back pilot walked over from a distance, holding a letter. Ralph, your lovely sister has sent you a letter again. Really? Your life is just too perfect. Rich parents, a cute sister, and that hellishly enhanced combat skills. It won't be long before you become a squadron leader, right? What's your secret? How have you improved so much in the past few months? Speaking, he handed over the envelope. WWII took the envelope and said, maybe it's talent? There's simply no way to explain. Should he tell this guy that it's because he's a player, so the difficulty of controlling the plane is lowered? And that is the truth. Otherwise, ordinary players assigned to the Air Force would struggle to start the plane. Hearing WWII's words, the laid-back pilot sighed. No justice, why don't I have this kind of talent? WWII smiled, then opened the envelope. Inside were twisted and crooked letters pretending to be a character, along with a cartoon cat drawing, the lines all wondering when brother would return. At the end of the letter were the concerns of the parents. WWII also imitated the tone of the character as usual. Seriously, reply to them. Fortunately, the role I am playing has a habit of writing a diary, otherwise, it would really be difficult to write the letter in the character's tone. The Air Force squadron in the Empire has received new orders to head to the southern port of Dover in the British Commonwealth to carry out bombing missions. With WWII and everyone boarding, they have just taken off. Suddenly, the live stream's barrage flew by. There's a streamer on the Commonwealth side spying. They might snipe you? What? Can it be played this way? Can they actually run into each other like this? Wait, I'm going to spy too. Chapter 54 Eagle Day Operation. Please vote for the monthly ticket. A special chapter has been released earlier, you can check it out. Even though WWII received reminders from the friends in the livestream, the others have already taken off one after another, and he cannot stop. He can only follow the team flying toward the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, the friends in the livestream went next door to investigate and quickly returned with news. There were indeed people from the Commonwealth faction watching WWII's livestream, seeing the commands and missions, and they rushed to the same match, Battle of Britain, Air Force streamer room to inform the Empire about the upcoming bombing. The Commonwealth streamers who received the news peeked and really confirmed it. They switched shifts with teammates who were patrolling. Now they are flying over the English Channel, and the screen is off, they can only hear the streamer's voice, unsure of their location. Hearing the friends' comments, WWII's brows furrowed tightly. This is too sneaky. Some friends reminded him to turn off the screen, but noticing the live stream's popularity continuously rising, many friends without a screen ran over to his live stream. WWII said, the mission cannot be aborted, let's see how it goes first. Then, through the communication system in the plane, he told others to be more careful. He has a bad feeling that today's mission might be a bit challenging. The others received the message one by one, and some jokingly thought WWII was too cautious. Regarding the teasing, WWII just brushed it off, piloting the plane, following the bombing mission team, heading toward Dover in the southern part of the British Commonwealth. At this moment, in the southern port of the British Commonwealth, Dover. Situated in the southernmost part of the British Commonwealth, Dover is the closest city to the opposite shore of the French Commonwealth. However, now with the French Commonwealth occupied by the Empire, Dover has also become the most dangerous place. Since the Empire began airstrikes on the British Commonwealth, the city and port have already been over half destroyed. In the barracks on the city's edge, many players gathered here, all arriving from all directions after entering the storyline. Although they can communicate with other players, the entire plot seems to have nothing to do with them. Those doing daily tasks are still doing them, totally indifferent to forming a party, while these people are all army players, just to guard against the Empire's attacks. If they don't come, they won't have anything to do. Meanwhile, Fong Ming and Yu Feng, the top streamers of Tiankong Shark, gathered together. In the city, many people gathered under a relatively intact building to spend the night, cursing the Empire in small groups, while some children ran by with pink pinwheels, chasing each other in front of the two. Fong Ming and Yu Feng ignored them and headed straight toward a nearby collapsed tavern. They found 2 bottles of liquor inside. The wine and food in this game, although not as good as in reality, had their own unique flavor, and the virtual sensory pod could completely simulate it. Fong Ming took a sip of the liquor. This broken game is ridiculous. Did you trigger any hidden plot? Yu Feng's lips moved slightly. No. But it's better not to trigger it. The plots are just too cruel. He has seen those trending videos, delivering a death notice to the mother of the character, NPCs he interacted with dying in airstrikes, and more. There isn't a single happy ending. I have to say. This plot design is truly ruthless, making him much more cautious now. Even during battles, he hides at the back of the team, shooting from a distance. In other games, he had no such worries. When you die, you just respawn and charge ahead. Now he's afraid that if he restarts, he might be turned into a postman. Fong understood with a glance and spoke. Those plots aren't real. They are all fictional. Moreover, we are on Blue Star. This game's background world is called Earth. There isn't even a place called Earth in the universe. Triggering hidden plots is truly the way to go. Haven't you seen how many people have become popular by triggering plots recently? In the past, they relied on their strength to attract a lot of fans. But as World War II, Rise of the Empire gradually gained popularity, this so-called 100% simulated real battlefield gave them a loud slap in the face. Individual strength has almost no effect in war. What champion this, champion that, a cold shot on the battlefield and it's over. Even in battles like the Normandy landing, it's not about how strong you are to survive, it completely depends on luck. If you're randomly placed in front of the landing craft, when the hatch opens, it's instant death. So lately, their live streaming room's popularity has been continuously dropping, and even their haters have stopped coming to insult him. While those live streams that trigger hidden plots continue to rise, Fong feels a toothache. For the first time, he wishes someone would insult him to prove he's still popular, but now even the haters are gone. How much worse will it get if this continues? Fong was thinking, how about dying a few times to see if he could randomly acquire some identity? Suddenly, the chat in their live stream became lively. Are you still drinking? Run quickly, the Empire is bombing you now. What bad luck, how many players must there be in Dover? Zhao Ming must have done this on purpose? Not sure, but there are still about 4,000 or 5,000 people. I've seen Fong Ming's perspective. The beginning is a pure torture for players. I'm dying of laughter, these two still don't know what's going on. Fong and Yu Feng exchanged a puzzled glance. What's happening? They quickly pulled up the livestream chat and learned that in this Battle of Britain instance, there was a streamer on the Empire side with an Air Force identity who received orders to bomb Dover. Dover is just a stretch of ocean away from the French border and is nearly here. Feeling his scalp go numb at this news, Fong exclaimed. Are they crazy? This city is already blown to pieces, do they still want to bomb it? Buzz. A buzzing sound filled the sky, followed by sharp whistling sounds as bombs fell. Fong and Yu Feng's expressions changed dramatically. What the hell? The two immediately dropped their bottles and ran toward the camp at the edge of the town. But Yu Feng suddenly stopped and looked back, leaving Fong confused, who also turned to look. Yu Feng stared at the people gathered under the building not far away. Hurry! Before the word run was out, a dark spot landed in the center of the crowd under the light. Under the light, some looked curiously at the sky, some had already reacted with fear and tried to get up. The children chasing and playing stopped, holding their pinwheels, looking puzzled at Yu Feng. At that moment, the scene froze in the eyes of Yu Feng and Fong. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, and the energy from the explosion instantly destroyed that frozen moment. With adrenaline rushing, the vision of bodies being torn apart and evaporated by the energy unfolded before the two in slow motion. Then came a powerful shockwave, sending their bodies uncontrollably flying away. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out in the ears, followed by a ringing sound, and then there was no more noise. All that could be felt was the violent vibrations and the suffocating heat. The screen in the live broadcast room of the two was pitch black. The sudden bombardment left Fong Ming and Yu Feng stunned, unable to recover for a long time. The adrenaline rush, the slow-moving scenes that felt like being on the spot, were all stimulating their nerves. It wasn't until more than 20 minutes later they started to recover a little. The screen in the live broadcast room slowly started to brighten, and the two also realized they could control their bodies, but the pain was spreading from all parts of their bodies. Struggling to control their bodies, Fong Ming and Yufeng slowly realized that the sky was already faintly light. But the city that seemed somewhat familiar yesterday had now completely turned into a stranger. Some buildings that had stood in the city were now gone, leaving only ruins and wreckage. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder smoke, flames burning, and thick black smoke filled the entire city. Fong Ming stood still, looking around. In the distance, several airplanes lay on the ground, some from the Empire, some from the Federation. It seemed like there had been an aerial battle overhead last night, but the result was unknown. The pain in his legs reminded him, making Fong Ming take deep breaths in response. This is just ridiculous, this game. Hiss. Is my leg broken? Fong Ming looked down at his leg, which was already soaked in blood, but there was no time to worry about it. The entire city was silent, only the sound of flames burning could be heard. Is there anyone still alive? Beside him, Yufeng remained silent, slowly bending down to pick up a piece of wreckage, which was just an iron frame, with a screw on the top, showing that it was probably the frame of a windmill. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky again. Fong Ming's face changed drastically, and he wanted to run. Yufeng looked up at the sky, and a row of small black dots fell down. Boom! After the explosion, a broken windmill frame quietly lay on the ground. Because of the Empire's Air Marshal Goring's trap strategy, they couldn't lure out the remaining forces of the British Federation Air Force. The Empire began a full-scale attack, launching the Eagle Day operation, aiming to bomb key areas such as the Federation's ports, Air Force bases, aircraft factories, industrial centers, and command centers. On August 13, 1485 aircraft sorties were launched. On August 15, 1786 aircraft sorties were launched. On August 16, 1882 aircraft sorties were launched. Chapter 55, The Turning Point in Aerial Combat. Lost bombing, please vote for the monthly ticket. Please continue reading. Due to Zhao Ming's arrangement, aside from some regular players, the rest of the players, under various orders or mission requirements, gathered in ports, industrial towns, or southern cities. This led to the Empire's Eagle Day operation. No one escaped the bombings, and some might have just been killed, only to respawn and face another round of airstrikes. Players personally experienced the helplessness of an individual in war. That feeling of waiting hopelessly for death, watching the falling fear, no matter how you run, you can't escape, and then the explosion comes, and everything goes black. There was no great slaughter, no armies of thousands. With a single command from the Empire's Marshal, a Federation city was reduced to ruins, with countless deaths. Players from the Federation side recorded many videos. The ruined city, the crying citizens, compared to the impact of war seen in an immersive solo story, the multiplayer online instance players were more able to resonate with each other. After exchanging thoughts, the players realized that in these days, aside from those doing their daily tasks in remote places, almost no one escaped the bombings. This discovery. Emotion value plus 1884. Emotion value plus 1515. Emotion value plus. Directly contributed a huge amount of emotional value to Zhao Ming. With the contribution of these emotion values, Zhao Ming created some hidden plots for the multiplayer cooperation story mode. After the Battle of Britain ended, it could be released. At this moment, the discussions about the game's plot were almost one-sided. Most of the players from the Federation camp were bombed too hard. While on the Imperial side, aside from some lost planes, there were hardly any other losses. Many people had started to question if this game was fair. How could the Empire be this strong? Countless tags to Zhao Ming were made. Zhao Ming looked at the timeline in the game. It was almost time for the turnaround in the air battle, so he didn't pay attention. At this moment, in the Tiansha livestream, in Wei Zhe's live streaming room, the title of the stream had already changed to Imperial Squadron Captain, Achievements 32/0/17, Town. A few days ago, the sniper attack over the Federation city of Dover didn't bring him down, but instead brought him several down planes, promoting him to Squadron Captain, while the Federation streamer lost his Air Force identity. The high-intensity bombing missions also increased the number of towns he bombed from 3 to 17. Such achievements attracted a lot of traffic. He had been at the top of the Tiansha streaming charts for several days straight. Wei Zhe also didn't expect that one day he would become this popular because of his game's character identity. Again, it was time for his daily letters. Imitating the tone from the character's diary, he finished writing back to his family and sister, and then went out to mail them. When he returned to the dorm, he found that the dried fruits his family brought had already been opened by his team members. One of them looked at Wei Zhe. "Captain, this taste is really good. Where did you buy it?" Wei Zhe replied, "My family sent it." He also grabbed a few dried fruits and threw them into his mouth. They were varieties he had never seen on Blue Star, but they tasted quite good. It's just a pity that he could only taste them in the game. In reality, there was no such thing. The earlier carefree team member spoke up. By the way, Captain. I saw other squadrons got new missions. Did our squadron receive any? Wei Zhe raised an eyebrow and glanced at the weather outside. In this weather, there's still a mission. The sky outside looked gloomy, and it could thunder and rain at any moment. This was still daytime. If it was night, it would be even more dangerous. Not yet, just rest well for now. The carefree team member shrugged and said. All right, but I feel like we can't escape it. I wish it would come earlier. Bombing every night, this doesn't let anyone get a good night's sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, a messenger walked in and looked at Wei Zhe. Captain Ralph, this is your squad's upcoming task order. A wail filled the room. The carefree pilot let out a helpless howl to the sky. Looks like it's another sleepless night. Wei Zhe took the order and said. I understand. Then the messenger left. Wei Zhe held the task order and said. Get ready. We'll continue the bombing mission tonight. The team members could only nod in agreement. Yes. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, a group of viewers were counting how many times this was. Since it was a large multiplayer online instance, they couldn't skip several days like an immersive single-player plots. Wei Zhe had streamed for over 8 hours today, but only 2 in-game days had passed. Yet this was already the 4th mission being executed. It meant they had to bomb cities of the British Federation twice in one day. Calculating, the streamer has almost bombed the enemy 20 times this week. After this round, it will be 18 times. Bombing has left the Federation confused. Some have restarted 4 times in one day. Oh my, that is too unlucky, right? There's no way around it. That dog thief Zhao Ming, after everyone restarts, will be assigned near the bombing zone. Damn, really treating them like nothing. But luckily, I am on the Imperial side, ha ha ha. After the task was announced, night soon arrived. Wei Zhe boarded his bomber, watching the formation in front gradually take off, and he was a bit surprised. How can there be so many? Today's weather isn't good at all. What is that Air Force Marshal thinking? After waiting for the planes in front to finish flying, the formation that Wei Zhe was in also took off. The Empire's bombing squad crossed over the English Channel, reaching the skies above the British Commonwealth. Then, according to their respective orders, they prepared to carry out the bombing. The already dark night was made even more difficult to navigate due to the thick clouds in the sky. Wei Zhe's formation quickly had 2 planes lose their way because of the cloud cover. After hearing the report from the communication device, Wei Zhe instructed them to slow down. Then he confirmed the direction. Leading the others, they searched along the direction they determined. After flying for a while, suddenly, the voices of those 2 team members came through the communication device. Captain, we have found the target city. We can see the lights below. Should we proceed with the bombing? Wei Zhe didn't think much and asked. Are you sure? If so, then let's carry out the mission. We will be there soon. Through the clouds, dim lights of the city below could be seen flickering. If the direction is correct, it should be right here. This meant that those 2 members were not far ahead. On the other side, also looking at the city lights below through the clouds, the 2 team members, after receiving the order, unhesitatingly dropped their bombs. The roar of the bombers echoed over London, followed by a series of explosions. The piercing air raid siren resounded throughout London. Standing by the window, the Prime Minister looked at the flames rising across London, his emotions stirred, his chest heaving, his trembling pipe shaking violently in his hand, and his cane tapping continuously against the floor. This is London. How dare that guy? How dare he? Notify the Air Force Command. Now. Get me the bombers immediately. Bomb Berlin. Chapter 56, The Progress of the Battle of Britain, Permission Instance, Please Vote for Me. Not only in the instance that Wei Zhe was in, but except for a few late opened, Battle of Britain instances. On the day of the update, the Battle of Britain instance opened, the timeline progressed similarly. Having experienced this scene, the Empire's planes lost their way due to the clouds and flew over London. Adhering to the principle of not coming here for nothing, they dropped their bombs. However, other instances involved NPC flight squadrons, while Wei Zhe's instance was personally led. When the Empire's planes began to return, the Air Force players of the coalition suddenly received orders to prepare to bomb Berlin, directly confusing the viewers watching the livestream. What's going on? Why did the war suddenly escalate? The viewers still didn't know what was happening, and no one realized that in Wei Zhe's livestream, the bombs dropped were over the capital of the British Commonwealth, London. This sudden scene caused everyone to start discussing. Meanwhile, the Empire streamers saw the viewer comments reporting the coalition's actions, saying they were going to bomb the Empire, leaving them puzzled as well. At this moment, in Wei Zhe's livestream, Wei Zhe, just off the plane, along with other squadron members, were all called away. Wei Zhe was a bit confused. Then, following the personnel from the Empire's Air Force headquarters, he went to an interrogation room-like space. He detailed the entire process of tonight's bombing mission until the questioning ended when Wei Zhe asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" From the personnel of the Empire headquarters, closing the notebook and getting up from the chair. "You really are something, young man. You bombed London tonight, making that old guy from the British Commonwealth very angry. He's threatening to bomb Berlin. But don't worry, the Empire's air defense measures are very strong. Those coalition guys' plans are destined to fall through." Wei Zhe nodded. "So that's how it is." The viewers in the livestream understood why the Federation was taking such big actions tonight. It turned out that the capital of the British Federation, London, had been bombed. Thinking about it, if your own capital had been bombed, who wouldn't be furious? But looking at the confident faces in the Empire's Air Force Command, Wei Zhe watched the comments in the livestream, realizing that they were about to begin their revenge. He spoke to the officers in the command. "I think we should still be on guard. After all, bombing London could very likely provoke a strong retaliation from them." The officers in the command dismissed his concerns, saying, "The higher-ups have their own considerations, no need to worry." After saying this, they turned and left. Seeing this, Wei Zhe didn't know what to say. The comments in the livestream continued to flow. "The streamer is really something, single-handedly making the entire British Federation furious. Hilarious, other scenarios are like this too, it's a fixed plot, and the streamer just happened to catch it in that squadron. Is the Federation's counterattack about to begin? I think it's a tough situation, they've been suppressed for so long, feels like they're just furious all of a sudden. The Empire is being too excessive, they've bombed their capital, how could they not be anxious? They said it was a navigation error, a misfire. TSK, can anyone believe that?" The events in Wei Zhe's livestream quickly spread out. All players soon understood what was going on. At this moment, players from the Empire wanted to warn others, but found it impossible to send messages upward. As an ordinary soldier, it was quite troublesome to see their commanding officer, let alone the Führer or the Air Marshal. They watched helplessly as the planes took off from the Federation players' livestream. 81 bombers flew towards Berlin. Players in Berlin were stunned. They hurriedly packed their things, there was no time to escape the city, plus the control was strict, so they could only hide in the basement. In the Empire's capital, Berlin, many players were hurriedly gathering their belongings. Most players left here were randomly assigned ordinary identities and doing daily tasks, never thinking about fighting at the front, yet never expected the flames of war would reach here. The Empire was close to occupying all of Europe, how could they still be bombed in their capital? The feeling of helplessness in the face of war was something players in Berlin deeply understood. It was just a matter of saying to bomb you, and the Empire's capital was not safe. Many players who finished packing either hid in the basement or in places with very few buildings, ensuring they wouldn't be buried under debris. At this moment, 81 bombers had already flown to the outskirts of Berlin, and the Empire's anti-aircraft guns kept firing. The Federation's 81 bombers spread out, breaking through the first layer of firepower network, the second layer of firepower network. One plane flew over Berlin, targeting a spot below where lights gathered, pressing the bomb release button, a whole cabin of bombs falling in a line. Boom! 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 A whole street was instantly destroyed by continuous explosions. The second plane, the third plane. All pressed the bomb release button in succession. That night, the Empire's anti-aircraft guns never stopped, but the effect was minimal. The next morning, the Führer looked grimly at Berlin, where black smoke was rising, deciding to strengthen the deployment of anti-aircraft guns, angrily ordering Air Marshal Göring to shift bombing targets to London. In the following days, the Empire quickly conducted retaliatory bombing on London. The Federation continued retaliatory bombing on Berlin. The Empire retaliated by bombing London. The Federation retaliated by bombing Berlin. The direction of this plot development was unexpected for all players. Players online began to realize and discuss why both sides suddenly seemed to explode like a powder keg. If they were in the high levels of the Empire or the Federation, how would they respond? Why is there such anger? Let's start discussing the deeper issues. Many players are complaining about the bombings, venting their frustrations. Some have restarted 3 times in one day in London. Each time they were killed, all due to the Empire's relentless bombings, making this player curse that the Empire is inhumane. Players from the Empire camp countered. What good people are you in the Federation? Aren't you also bombing day and night? Even the first time I respawned, I was trapped under the ruins and starved to death. Both sides argued fiercely. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming quietly lurked, occasionally using a secondary account to guide the discussions in both camps. Using an Empire account, he posted in the Federation community. Is the Federation's noob any good? Hurry up and surrender, don't waste our Empire's time ruling the world. A torrent of curses followed. Berlin hasn't been bombed enough, huh? Barking here? Don't be cocky, the Empire will definitely lose in the end. Then what's the point? Empire dogs? Damn you. Emotional value plus 666. Emotional value plus 874. Emotional value plus. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Your post has been deleted, and your account has been banned for 3 days. Please post civilly, thank you. TSK, quite polite. Zhao Ming quickly switched to a Federation account and went over to the Empire section. Is the Empire's trash any good? Is Berlin being bombed enjoyable? Want a taste of? Again, a bunch of comments flooded in. Federation trash. You idiot. Get out of here. Your post has been deleted, and your account has been banned for 3 days. Please post civilly, thank you. Another day of earning emotional value. After gaining another wave of emotional value, Zhao Ming checked the progress in various live streams. Currently, in the Battle of Britain instance, the storyline progress is largely consistent. Both sides have entered the phase of retaliatory assaults on the capital. Although it was previously mentioned that player actions could influence the storyline. But looking at the current progress of these instances, there haven't been any significant changes. Zhao Ming turned his attention back to the game. Discussions about the deeper reasons for the war had already started online, and some began to collect data on the Federation and Empire, analyzing why the war was initiated. Collecting information is not a problem. However, regarding World War I, Zhao Ming had to hide some content. After all, there are still future developments to be unveiled. If players can find everything out now, what will there be left to reveal? Zhao Ming ordered the AI he had exchanged to search for content related to World War I in the game, hiding key battles and events. Only leaving some dirty business between countries so as to have a clearer understanding. At this moment, Zhao Ming's phone suddenly buzzed, and he picked it up from the desk. Senior, what can I do for you? Shen Xinghan's voice came through. The key to the complete battlefield of D-Day, can it be open to other forces of the Federation? Can we add some restrictions or something? In the game, the D-Day battlefield has been open to 800 players per match. But that only allows players to attack a section of the beach. The complete D-Day battlefield has a coastline length of about 8 kilometers, and it was previously open due to Shen Xinghan's connections in the army. Now hearing Shen Xinghan ask this, Zhao Ming spoke. There's no problem opening it, as long as the server can handle it, we can start the match. What limitations do you want? Just tell me. Why suddenly bring this up? Shen Xinghan continued. The previous support for us was from the 7th Special Forces Brigade of the Northern Army. You saw the ranking at that time, right? Zhao Ming replied. That's right. Shen Xinghan continued. The complete D-Day battlefield is enough for everyone in the brigade to enter. During this time, the 7th Special Task Brigade has been engaged in training across the entire brigade. Except for a few guard posts and rotating special operations battalions, everyone has entered the game. As a result, the army group above came to inspect without any notice and found that everyone in the brigade was playing the game. The leaders of the army group were furious. Zhao Ming's expression was strange. Goodness, isn't the brigade commander finished? Shen Xinghan's lips curled slightly on the other end of the phone. Not really. But an internal review was unavoidable. The leaders of the army group later experienced the full-scale battlefield of D-Day, and were very satisfied with its realism and intensity, thinking it really trained the soldiers' will. However, there were too many players at the start, it couldn't be done one brigade at a time, so they contacted me to ask if it could be modified. For example, limiting the number of players, or selecting landing locations and such. Zhao Ming spoke up. That's not a problem. For limiting the number of players, I'll add a few options. As for selecting the landing location, just adding a starting map will do, letting them choose from there. By the way, I've recently created some hidden instances for multiplayer cooperative story mode. These hidden instances haven't been opened yet. You can ask the Northern Army if they want to be the first batch of internal testers. Compared to the large-scale operations like D-Day, the multiplayer cooperative story mode is more suitable for training at the squad, company, and battalion level, and should fit them well. Shen Xinghan thought for a moment and then spoke. No problem. I'll notify them. How do they enter? Zhao Ming responded. Just get any second lieutenant to create a multiplayer cooperative story mode, and when they set the room password, they should enter JX Extreme Star 0031. That will lead them into the hidden instance codename JX0031, White Reaper, and the room will expand to accommodate 300 players. Shen Xinghan replied. Okay, I understand. Does the number at the end of the code represent later instances? Will entering 0001 lead to others? Zhao Ming chuckled. Normally, yes. But I don't have time to make more, so currently, there's only 0031, White Reaper. 0042, Bunker 62. 0079, Private DOS. 0087, Warbear Wojciech. These are the few instances. Among them, only 0031, White Reaper, is suitable for training. Bunker 62 is still part of the D-Day story, which they probably won't want to experience. The other two are not primarily combat stories, so they likely won't want to try those either. This one, White Reaper, is tough, cough cough, it should keep them occupied for a while. Shin Qinghan raised an eyebrow. You're hinting too much, aren't you? Okay, no problem. Then the two hung up the phone. Shin Qinghan went to inform his uncle Shin Yan about the matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming put down his phone. Notify them. Zhao Ming shook his head, damn. What a cliché, the eldest daughter of some high official from a prominent family. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? It's not like he's the one getting humiliated either. He has no enemies. Oh, wait. There is one. As Zhao Ming thought of this, he called over the company's customer service, Qi Shui. Wasteland Future, 2100 has released any new content recently? Qi Shui replied. Don't worry, boss, we're keeping an eye on it. As soon as they release something new, we'll copy it right away. Zhao Ming nodded and said. Alright, keep a close watch. How much money Cyber Blue Star can make depends on you guys. If they release any pay-to-win items, you should also release them, just don't make them too expensive, small profits from many sales work well. Qi Shui smiled. Got it, boss. Zhao Ming waved his hand, and Qi Shui exited. On the other side. In the Great Xia Federation, in the north. Songer Frozen Plain. The 3rd Armored Group Army, the 7th Special Task Brigade. Brigade Commander Shin Yan ended the call with a big smile and then ordered the gathering of the 1st Special Battalion. Preparing to enter game training. Shin Yan had already lain down in the virtual sensation cabin ahead of time. Enter World War II, Rise of the Empire and input the key to open the room, pulling in the Special 1st Battalion commander. Then I began to ponder the hidden plot that Shin Qinghan mentioned. For simulation war games, the Federation and military have tried their hand. But how should I put it, they are too rigid, a war must be won to win, and must be lost to lose. In a game like World War II, Rise of the Empire, many absurd plots cannot be created, even thought of. For example, the Dunkirk evacuation, bypassing the Maginot Line, and the Federation and Empire bombing each other's capitals. How could the official scenario allow such absurdity? Dunkirk can't possibly have a major evacuation, it must be completely annihilated. Even if one can bypass the Maginot Line, the French Federation would still block them. Yet in this game, there was a retreat, and they managed to bypass it. On the surface, it seems absurd, but a closer look reveals some degree of reason within the absurdity. And it is because of this, one can better understand the unpredictability of war, which is also why Shin Yan has been training with this game. What on earth is wrong with the kid who teamed up with Qinghan? How could these plots be conceived? As Shin Yan was lost in thought, the number of people in the room was sufficient, all brought in by Captain Lu Feng of the Special 1st Battalion. Then Shin Yan clicked to start the game. A flash appeared before his eyes, and several large characters appeared in the center of the screen. White Death. Then the 300 people in the room all appeared in a vast expanse of white snow. Around them were barracks covered in heavy snow, the cold air simulation bringing a familiar feeling to these soldiers stationed in the north for years. They looked down at the clothes they were wearing. It was Soviet Federational. Clearly, in this hidden plot, their identity was that of soldiers from the Soviet Federation, situated at a troop camp accommodating 300 people. A prompt appeared before everyone. Please eliminate Finnish soldier Simo Haiha, 0-1. This prompt made everyone's brows furrow. A single enemy? What a joke. There are 300 of us, this power is not balanced. Shin Yan did not let his guard down, he first scanned the surroundings and then raised his hand, pointing to the barracks. A few of you, go organize the tents and equipment, look for useful information. Check the current weapons. Bang! Shin Yan was instantly shot in the head, his body crashing solidly into the snow. 299/300. Blood stained the white snow below, and this sudden scene left everyone in a daze. The Special 1st Battalion Commander Lu Feng felt his brain buzz. Brigade Commander. Bang! Chapter 58, Simo Haiha 300/0/0. Blood splattered from Commander Lu Feng's temple. The bullet passed through his temple and exited from the other side. Lu Feng's body fell straight to the ground. 298/300. In just a few breaths. Both Brigade Commander Shin Yan and Commander Lu Feng fell one after another, everyone was stunned. But here, the Special Operations Battalion's 1st Company Commander Feng Hui reacted, noticing the bullet that penetrated Lu Feng's head. He raised his gun and shot.
9 o'clock direction. Fire suppression.
Receiving the command, others quickly picked up their guns and fired fiercely in the 9 o'clock direction.
However, the direction under fire suppression showed no sign of movement. Feng Hui and several other company commanders dragged Brigade Commander Shen Yan and Commander Lu Feng's bodies into the barracks.
At this moment, everyone's pounding hearts finally calmed a bit. Yet looking at Shen Yan and Lu Feng's bodies, everyone still felt a daze.
First Company Commander Qin Su asked, "What should we do? Is the brigade commander dead?" No, this is a game."
"Yes, this is a game." Qin Su felt relieved inside while Feng Hui spoke solemnly. "Let's leave the brigade commander and commander's bodies here for now. The enemy is a top-notch sniper. He must have detected something from those earlier actions and shot decisively.
We are in the light, and the enemy is in the dark.
First, let everyone return to their rooms and organize their weapons and equipment." The others nodded, then ordered the soldiers outside to stop firing and gather into their respective barracks.
Soon, the weapons and equipment inside each barrack had been counted.
Besides the rifles or submachine guns that everyone carried, there were 3 mortars, 40 shells, 3 heavy machine guns, 11 light machine guns, and various grenades, smoke bombs, and so on, totaling more than 200 pieces. After finishing the inventory of these weapons and equipment, Feng Hui and a few others discussed, but before they could take any action.
Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Ah! Feng Hui's expression changed, and he shouted outside. "Which room? What happened?" A soldier in the diagonally opposite barrack shouted.
"Our squad leader wanted to open the window a bit to see the situation outside, and his hand got shot."
The squad leader's voice came through. "Company commander, I'm fine." Feng Hui's head throbbed with anger. "You're fine, my foot. Did your brain short-circuit? At a time like this, being so careless? You wait and see. By the way, from what direction was the shot fired?" The squad leader quickly responded. "From the 3 o'clock direction."
Feng Hui furrowed his brow, glancing at the other company commanders. They have changed positions. At the same time, an ominous feeling crept over him. It seemed they were being cornered in the barracks. Thinking of this, the expressions of the few people turned ugly.
"We need to think of a way out." And at this moment, from a third-person perspective,
Shen Yan watched the discussion among them, his head buzzing with anger.
"Think of a way, what way? Use the mortar to blast at the 3 o'clock direction? Are we just waiting to be slowly worn out by that guy? 2 people dead and they are scared like this? How do they train usually?" Although the major federations didn't have large-scale conflicts, small skirmishes on the borders happened constantly. The 7th Special Operations Brigade was stationed at a border area with the Slavic Energy Federation, where they usually faced off with those guys, neither backing down, all roaring at each other, but now, just 2 deaths caused them to act like this. It was infuriating to Shen Yan. Beside him, Lu Feng awkwardly defended. "Brigade commander, after all, we just had 2 killed."
The men were scared and might not have recovered. They had never had such high-ranking officers die during training. The brigade commander started off by getting people killed. Anyone would be confused in that situation.
Fortunately, this is a game. The subordinates could still keep calm, or else they would have panicked by now. Hearing Lu Feng's words,
Shen Yan turned around, his eyes wide, and kicked out.
"You think I'm not talking about you? Wasn't I the one who got shot in the head? What are you yelling for? That's just exposing the target.
There's no one in control of the situation now.
Just watch. Being so timid, by the end, none will escape."
Lu Feng felt a bit wronged. Clearly, you were the one giving commands that exposed the identity. But now, it was useless to say anything. Both were in a third-person perspective, watching everything unfold in the camp, yet unable to command anyone.
The time in the game quickly moved to night. The entire camp was without a single light.
Using the cover of night, the people inside the barrack began to move. One by one, they crouched and walked out of the barracks to gather together, hiding behind cover. Then the lights inside the barracks gradually turned on, and shadows began to move. Outside, Feng Hui, Qin Su, and the others held their breath nervously, waiting for the enemy to take action.
However,
they nearly choked themselves waiting and didn't hear any gunshots at all.
Gone?
The thought flashed through their minds, leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty.
But they couldn't be sure.
After all, the mission was written clearly. Please eliminate the Finnish soldier Simon Hay, 0 to 1. If that guy shoots a bullet and then runs several kilometers or more to hide, this mission could never be completed. This NPC, called Simon Hay, definitely couldn't leave. He must be hiding somewhere.
Just can't come out.
Feeling the temperature below -30 degrees, Feng Hui began to doubt if that guy had gone back, or wouldn't come out at night. After all, in this temperature, being outside for a night could freeze a person to death.
As the temperature continued to drop, Feng Hui could only order some people to go back first, and then take turns guarding outside, sounding the alarm at the first sign of any abnormality. A night of silence. When the game reached the next morning, it was just a little bright outside. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots startled the entire camp. The 2 sentries hiding in the dark fell dead with a single shot. The bodies were dragged back into the barracks, and everyone fell silent, as if trapped in a deadlock. Going out alone was shot, grouping together was also shot. Feng Hui frowned tightly. Organize a search by squads. However, they searched within a 5-kilometer radius, yet found no trace at all. It was as if a ghost that didn't exist at all. That night. The next day. The time in the game flew by quickly, and soon a week had passed. Inside the room. From a third-person perspective, Shen Yan had watched for over 20 hours, from anger to silence. The mindset of the soldiers in the Special Forces camp had completely collapsed, and even he, viewing from a third-person angle, felt the same. For an entire week, the snow within a few kilometers had been trampled solid, yet they couldn't find where the enemy was. Daily casualties continued to rise. Sometimes there were even casualties of 20 to 30 people a day. It was evident that the opposing side had figured out their situation, no longer being cautious, treating them as weak prey waiting to be slaughtered. Yet they had no way to fight back. The hunting continued. The camp seemed to have turned into a prison. Stepping outside meant being taken by the White Reaper hiding in the snow. And staying inside the camp. The barracks had already become a morgue, half filled with people, half with bodies. The time in the game passed day by day, and in the end, the remaining 11 people had given up. Feng Hui's eyes were filled with resolution. Carrying an assault rifle full of ammunition, he led the others out of the barracks. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Feng Hui's head snapped sharply to the side. He raised his assault rifle towards a certain direction, ready to pull the trigger. Pow! Blood blossomed on his head, he couldn't dodge it. The remaining 10 people rushed toward that direction recklessly, using their assault rifles to suppress fire, but they didn't know where the enemy was. The opposing side shot with calm precision, 1 shot, 2 shots. Until the last person reached the hillside, no trace of the enemy was found. After the initial excitement, only endless fear remained. Looking at the number in the prompt, he was the only one left alive, overwhelmed by extreme fear of the unknown. The soldier raised his assault rifle, wanting to aim at his own head. Suddenly, a sound of a gun bolt being pulled came from the ground beside him. The soldier instinctively turned to look. He saw a figure fully clad in snow camouflage, with a white mask covering the face, revealing only a pair of eyes, looking at him with expressionless gaze, the dark gun muzzle aimed at his forehead. White Reaper. So that's where the name came from, less than 2 meters away? How had he not noticed? The thought flashed in the soldier's mind. Bang! This game is over. Chapter 59 Zhao Ming, so many emotional points? The Empire's last airstrike. Dasha Federation, North. Sanjur Icefield. 7th Special Warfare Brigade, Special 1st Battalion Meeting Room. White Reaper. This instance lasted a total of 14 days in the game. And over 2 days had passed in real life. However, the spiritual blow it brought to these soldiers was difficult to erase. 300 people. 299 had never seen what the enemy looked like. Only the last soldier saw it. It proved that the guy was not a ghost, but it was precisely because of that it was even more painful. The Northern Army of the Great Xia Federation. Special Operations Elite stationed in the north, dealing with ice and snow all year round. In a snowy map. Killed 300 people with a sniper rifle by an NPC, and even in the end, if it wasn't for exposing themselves, not a single soldier could find out where the NPC was. There were doubts about this instance and the NPC's reasonableness. Shen Yan also had his doubts. But Zhao Ming sent a video to Shen Xinghan, and after Shen Xinghan watched it and told Shen Yan it was completely reasonable. Shen Yan fell silent. Shen Xinghan would not lie to him, especially after watching the video sent by Zhao Ming and saying this. This indicated a complete crushing strength. How could an NPC be so outrageous? Shen Yan recalled the top snipers from various military districts of the Great Xia Federation or the elite troops of other federations, and none could reach this level. Which person was this NPC modeled after? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand. Shen Yan's gaze turned to the people in the conference room as he opened his mouth and said, "Why is everyone dumbstruck? Still doubting the authenticity of this battle?" He completely trusted Shen Xinghan. However, his subordinates remained skeptical about such an outrageous NPC. In the room, besides Captain Lu Feng, were the company commanders. The commander of the second company, Qin Su, said, "Commander, why don't you get the perspective video from Simon Hay for us to see?" Shen Yan laughed in anger and slammed the table. "Show you? If we lose the game, we can research it, but we need to win it back." What about reality? Why don't you go tell the special operations elites of the Slavic Federation? Show us your tactics, plans, and training? Go tell the armored elite of the Polaris Federation. Show us your equipment, weapons, and missiles? It's not shameful to lose, it's shameful to not be able to take a loss. Everything is ready for you to study, what more do you need? Lu Feng shot a glare at Qin Su and quickly said. Commander, that's not what he meant. Xin Yan said coldly. Then what does it mean? Isn't it just doubting the reasonableness? What? Is my proof no longer useful? No problem means no problem. If you can't beat the NPC, look for reasons within yourselves. I watched for 2 full days outside without sleeping. 300 people were stuck in the camp and killed. Why couldn't a good counter-strategy be produced? Where's the fierce spirit from your usual training? The slogans were shouted so loudly, but when it comes to actual combat, this is the performance? I think this instance is excellent. From now on, every company in the whole brigade will train in rotation. The Great Xia Federation, Northern Army, Elite Special Operations stationed on the Songer Icefield. Let an NPC kill without a single one left on the snowy map. So embarrassing. All of you train, and once you're ready, find an opportunity to teach those bastards of the Slavic Federation a lesson. The friction among the 6 federations mainly resulted in localized conflicts. Missiles would not be used as a weapon. Thermal imaging is useful, but not in abundance. With the technology of each federation, they have long developed camouflage clothing to counter thermal imaging. Under various constraints, the main focus remains on the combat effectiveness of border troops. The 7th Special Operations Brigade often has friction with the Slavic Energy Federation. Therefore, this White Death instance, in Xinyan's view, was a ready-made training ground. There was no expectation that everyone would reach the level of that NPC, but if a few could achieve half of it, it would already be impressive, and then it would be time to deal with those guys. With overwhelming strength, anything they had to say would be swallowed down. At Xinyan's request, the entire 7th Special Operations Brigade began to research counter-strategies. After resting for 2 days, the 1st Special Battalion gathered the essence of the strategies discussed by the whole brigade and, as the 1st Battalion, re-entered the game. In the game room, Lu Feng was explaining the upcoming counter-strategies. Once we enter the instance, everyone, immediately aim your guns at 9 o'clock and start suppressing fire. Company 3, go into the barracks and bring out all the weapons and equipment. Company 2. Company 1. After giving the tactics, Lu Feng saw everyone was ready, and started directly. The scene in everyone's eyes flashed. White Death. A few big words slowly lit up, then the scene appeared in front of their eyes. But it made everyone stunned. Bang! A soldier on the edge got shot in the head. 299/300. Lu Feng shouted loudly. Take cover. Everyone found the nearest trees and hid behind them. That's right, just trees. This wasn't the camp, but a mountain foot area, with scattered small woods. Many trees had been cut, leaving stumps. Many soldiers hid behind those stumps. Countless curses rose in the minds of Lu Feng, Feng Wei, and the others. Damn it! They studied the camp map, terrain, tactics for 2 whole days. And now it's a damn random map? Damn! A bad feeling started rising in everyone's minds. Emotion value plus 2,596. Emotion value plus 2,882. Emotion value plus. Inside Polaris Game Company. Zhao Ming looked at the game start screen, White Death, and the frustrated looks on everyone's faces, and couldn't help but laugh. TSK, still need more training. Where do you get so much time to study things? Randomness trains people better. Before, he was wondering where this big spike of emotion value came from. After all, the current Battle of Britain dungeon gives a steady flow of emotion value from both sides' bombings, and there was no trending hate post online. This sudden wave of emotion value, now its source was found. Looking at the extra emotion value, Zhao Ming first redeemed from the Earth database the terrain, weather, and equipment info of the bloody Battle of Sanswoli. Once these are rendered, Xinxinghan can contact the Northern Army. Have one side play the Republic soldiers, ordered to rush to Sanswoli to block the US Army, and the other side is the Free Federation's mechanized troops retreating from Sanswoli. Both sides are soldiers from the Dasha Federation. But Zhao Ming guessed the blocking would likely fail. After all, it was only under such extreme conditions in history that they managed to delay the enemy for 5 minutes. First time trying this dungeon, how could the people of Dasha Federation think of rushing 145 li overnight without stopping to reach the blocking point? Let them try it first. Once they suffer enough, then release the answer on how to succeed in blocking. But now the White Death dungeon is still being played by the Northern Army, so after the Battle of Britain ends, let Xinxinghan tell them. At this moment, the Battle of Britain story dungeon has progressed. It has already reached the mid to late stage. The Empire is trying one last large-scale air raid on London.
Chapter 60 posting a single chapter, still not on shelf yet.
Cough, mainly because it's almost on shelf, so thick-skinned asking for votes and readers.
Until today, it's been exactly 1 month since the book was published. Many readers in the comments section said the updates are slow, but it's good that it's going on shelf at the end of the month. Brothers, just hold on for another week. After going on shelf there will be explosive updates, every day. Then talk a bit about the future development. Not just the current, Europe, later, North Africa, East Asia, will also open, and will be more careful with sensitive content. Then there's the national war dungeons, Stalingrad, Moscow, Ardennes, Kiev encirclement, not adding the word battle, and so on. Those above are just from the Second War. Later there will be First World, Modern, 2022, and other big standalone games. Battlefields like Somme, Verdun won't be left out, including dungeons like Chosen Reservoir, will also be mixed into Dacia Federation military training. Because there are too many, it will definitely be written very long. So, don't keep your tickets. Smash them here hard. I'll work hard after going on shelf. And then, I'm thinking that after launching, I could set up a suggestion thread for everyone to share their ideas. For example, game plots, legendary figures from World War II, ace soldiers, classic battles, and so on. Anything you want to see can be posted there. I'm thinking that after launching, I could set up a suggestion thread for everyone to share their ideas. For example, game plots, legendary figures from World War II, ace soldiers, classic battles, and so on. Anything you want to see can be posted there. If something fits well, I will add it to the novel and create a separate side story. If something fits well, I will add it to the novel and create a separate side story. That's probably about it, and once again I sincerely ask for monthly votes. That's probably about it, and once again I sincerely ask for monthly votes. Chapter 61 Thousands of warplanes take off. At this moment in the Battle of Britain dungeon. Chapter 61 Thousands of warplanes take off at this moment in the Battle of Britain dungeon. Since the Empire's bombing squadron attacked London, both sides have retaliated by bombing each other's capitals, and this has continued for more than half a month. Since the Empire's bombing squadron attacked London, both sides have retaliated by bombing each other's capitals, and this has continued for more than half a month. Players on the forum have roughly estimated the situation. Players on the forum have roughly estimated the situation. As of now, in just the urban area of London, over 16 square kilometers have been destroyed. The losses in other southern ports and industrial towns are even more incalculable. Over 600,000 buildings have already been destroyed. As of now, in just the urban area of London, over 16 square kilometers have been destroyed. The losses in other southern ports and industrial towns are even more incalculable. Over 600,000 buildings have already been destroyed. The number of deaths due to the bombings, compiled from players spread across the Federation, has reached 100,000. The number of deaths due to the bombings, compiled from players spread across the Federation, has reached 100,000. Such casualties are unimaginable to Blue Star players. Such casualties are unimaginable to Blue Star players. The ancient wars recorded in books, no matter how brutal, are just numbers on paper without any real feeling. The ancient wars recorded in books, no matter how brutal, are just numbers on paper without any real feeling. However, this Battle of Britain multiplayer online dungeon is completely different from previous immersive narrative experiences, like the D-Day landing. This is the first-person perspective of Blue Star players, witnessing how war escalates step by step. However, this Battle of Britain multiplayer online dungeon is completely different from previous immersive narrative experiences, like the D-Day landing. This is the first-person perspective of Blue Star players, witnessing how war escalates step by step. From the initial bombings of ports to the continual air raids on industrial towns, to London being bombed, the situation escalated as both sides bombed each other's capitals. Over 600,000 buildings have been destroyed, and more than 100,000 people have. 3 little children nervously looked at the Dr. Identity anchor. "Doctor, can you save our dad? He seems to be asleep, but he usually snores." The Dr. Identity anchor took a deep breath. "Let's drag him aside. Let your dad have a good sleep." Next. On the other side. The Empire camp. Air Force Base. Amid the angry roar of the commander, Wei Zhe walked out of the office, but the medals representing his rank had already been torn off. As he stepped out of the base building and headed toward the dormitory, countless pilots passed by him, their eyes filled with surprise, not understanding why this squadron leader, who had just been promoted for his skills, was suddenly dismissed, while the team members who knew the inside story fell silent. In the corner of the cafeteria, the new team member, confused, wondered why the atmosphere in the squad was so strange and looked toward the carefree man, Willie. Willie, why do I feel the team's atmosphere is a bit off? And, this is already the 5th time our captain has been criticized in these 3 days since I joined, right? The captain hasn't executed a mission for a week.
I heard others say that the senior commander is very angry. Including you, each time the ammunition is mounted but not used up, you are criticized. Why is that? You are the hero squadron bombing London, what happened? Willie listened to the newcomer, remained silent for a long time, and then held his head with both hands. I don't know how to explain this to you. It's probably because the squadron got lost and bombed London, and then earned the title of heroes. But do you know what the cost was? The newcomer was a bit confused and spoke. The consequence? What consequence could there be? Willie's expression was distressed, his tone filled with regret. The cost was that the captain's parents and sister lost their lives in the Federal vengeful bombing. That was a very lovely little girl. She would write letters to the captain every week, the crooked handwriting looked particularly cute, and every time a letter arrived, she would also bring a lot of delicious food, generously letting the captain share with us. Oh. No. Bang. Willie pounded the table in regret and anguish, his face full of pain. What the hell have we done? Damn it. I shouldn't have gotten lost that day. Looking at the suffering Willie, the newcomer didn't know what to say. What does it mean? Damn war? At that moment, the emergency assembly whistle sounded, and the messenger ran into the cafeteria. Everyone, quickly return to your positions. Prepare to execute the bombing mission. The command does not give people time to feel pain, it continues to be issued as usual. And the Empire's large-scale mobilization of the Air Force soon gathered over 200 fighter jets and more than 600 bombers in a very short time. Such a scale startled the players watching the live broadcast. Is the Empire going to destroy London at all costs? The response from London was also swift, quickly organizing a large number of fighter jets. But in numbers, it was only half of the Empire's. With thousands of aircraft from both sides already airborne, they flew toward a certain point. This sudden scene in the game quickly spread, causing many players at work to secretly open the Tian Sha live broadcast on their phones, switching views back and forth between the anchors of both sides. Watching as the perspectives of both sides drew closer and closer. Chapter 62, The Ant Strikes the Tree, No Change in the Outcome. In the live broadcast perspective of the Federation side, 19 flying squadrons, over 300 Federation fighter jets took off one after another, heading towards the Imperial bombing fleet crossing the sea. In the skies over Britain, the formations of both sides tore through the clouds and collided suddenly. In just an instant, both sides opened fire, the bullets from the machine guns formed a barrage across the sky. A Federation anchor piloted a Spitfire fighter, diving down after passing through the clouds, aiming the mounted machine guns at the Empire's fighter jets, unleashing a chain of gunfire. In an instant, the tail fins of 2 Imperial fighter jets were shattered. The fragments of the aircraft burned with flames, streaking through the sky like meteors, while the 2 Imperial fighter jets emitted thick black smoke from their rear, plummeting downwards. The Federal pilot in the fighter jet couldn't even show a smile of joy on his face. Tat-hata. The sound of machine gun bullets hitting the aircraft echoed, and in the next second, crack! The cockpit glass shattered, a series of bullets pierced through, and the Federal airman's chest exploded with several large holes, blood pouring from his mouth. Attempting to regain control of the plane, darkness suddenly engulfed him. He was sent back to the start again. Without a pilot, the airplane, now uncontrolled, arched through the air before suddenly turning and diving steeply downward. On the ground, Blue Star players watching the aerial battle saw many planes fall, trailing thick smoke, their faces filled with excitement. But as the planes got closer, excitement turned to terror, and they fled in panic. Boom! 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 One by one, planes fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, their explosions not just from impact but also from the bombs they carried, thick black smoke quickly spreading through the sky. The clouds were torn apart by the fighter planes, and in the chaos, it was impossible to distinguish one plane from another. The downed Imperial bombers, facing their own doom, desperately released their burning bombs, which rained down like a storm, spreading across the ground and igniting vast areas of Earth. In the sky, WWII piloted the bomber above Britain, yet he still hadn't pressed the bomb release button. Tat-hata. The sound of machine gun bullets tearing through the aircraft filled the air. Crack! The cockpit glass shattered, one of WWII's arms was instantly shot off, and he was hit in the shoulder and neck, making it hard to breathe, as the bomber began to tilt and fall. On the ground, the streamer, broadcasting this apocalyptic scene, watched as yet another Imperial aircraft fell. Another one, how many is this? I've lost count. I need to change locations, huh? It turned around? It's heading for the river. Boom! The fully loaded bomber crashed into the Thames, a massive fireball soaring into the sky. WWII's livestream fell into darkness. If one returned to the Tian Sha livestream game area, they would find that during this time, many streamers with a high viewer count as Air Force pilots had their rooms go dark one after another. Except for WWII, who had given up.
The other streamers who had shot down numerous enemy planes in recent days found themselves utterly powerless against the aerial chaos. Just after taking down one enemy plane, bullets from several more enemies rained down upon them. No matter how exaggerated the title of the livestream, how astonishing the achievements, nothing could shield them from the enemy's bullets. Without any pause, they were shot down, and the screen went completely dark. In such circumstances, individual skill could no longer change the outcome of the battle. The only chance of survival was to try to join the battlefield from behind. Just like the D-Day landings. The first wave of soldiers landing on the beach often ended in death, only the later waves had a slightly better chance of survival. The fierce aerial combat continued for a whole day. Almost no one with an Air Force identity in the Tian Sha livestream escaped unscathed. All were sent back to the start. Only the players on the ground watched the blood-red sunset sky. In the sky, only the roar of planes and the rising black smoke from the ground filled the air, the sheer overwhelming experience more shocking than any movie could convey. At this moment, in the Tian Sha livestream game area, Bai Xiang's livestream suddenly began, the Air Force perspective instantly attracting a large crowd of viewers. Some hardcore fans rushing into the live broadcast looked puzzled. After disappearing for so many days, he's finally streaming? From the Air Force perspective? How many times has this guy died, and finally got lucky? Wow, he's been gone for half a month and finally became part of the Air Force. Wait a minute, why isn't the streamer participating in the air combat? This direction. What the hell? Are you really going to bomb Berlin? Following the direction of the sunset and through the cockpit glass, vaguely seeing the continental plates, it became clear that Bai Xiang had skipped the air combat and was flying towards Berlin. Seeing the comments in the live chat, Bai Xiang's voice sounded a bit weary. That's right. I am going to Berlin. The initiator of this war is now inside the Reichstag in Berlin. Don't think about alerting anyone. Because I have already arrived. Bai Xiang controlled the airplane and suddenly dived down. The plane broke through the clouds, and Berlin appeared below. Alarming sirens echoed throughout the city, and anti-aircraft fire quickly came from all directions. But in Bai Xiang's eyes, the only target was that Reichstag. Based on the information he had gathered over time, he knew that at this moment, the ruler of the empire, the initiator of this war, was inside. The viewers in the chat were left in disbelief as they watched this scene. No one expected Bai Xiang to hold back such a big move. Some of his worried hardcore fans didn't think this guy would be so reckless. Although they knew the war was started by the people inside. But ordinary players had no access to it. Even if some federal players had ideas, they had no way to implement them, and now Bai Xiang seemed about to succeed. The Reichstag on the ground loomed larger in Bai Xiang's and the audience's view. Everyone held their breath. 1,700 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,200 meters. He had passed through the first layer of anti-aircraft defenses. Boom! The aircraft shook violently, the sound of metal being torn echoed. Everyone's heart sank, they knew it was over. The next second, a barrage of anti-aircraft fire ripped through the fuselage. Boom! The bomber piloted by Bai Xiang suddenly exploded, the rear half engulfed in flames and black smoke, plummeting down, but at an angle that was inevitably becoming more and more vertical. A strong unwillingness surfaced in Bai Xiang's eyes as he gritted his teeth to control the plane, blood constantly flowing from his mouth, his chest already pierced, and the scene before him gradually blurred. He could only instinctively charge towards the Reichstag. 500 meters. 300 meters. Boom! Just over 200 meters away, the bomber piloted by Bai Xiang inevitably crashed into the ground and exploded. The suddenly launched Air Force identity stream fell into darkness again. Countless viewers fell silent. Though they hoped for his success, being shot down seemed reasonable. This bizarre entanglement gnawed at everyone's hearts. He did not succeed. The bomber that fell in front of the Reichstag was merely a trivial episode. It would not change the course of the war. Inside Polaris Game Company, Zhao Ming watched the live stream of Bai Xiang and shook his head. What a pity. This had been a relatively large change in the Battle of Britain side quest. Bai Xiang charged into Berlin seeking revenge, but crashed before the Reichstag. Though it was glorious, it had no impact on the final outcome of the battlefield. Unless he truly crashed into the Reichstag, perhaps he might have killed someone. Zhao Ming's gaze moved to other live streams. At this moment, the in-game sky was gradually darkening. This full-force air battle was also winding down, but discussions about the air battle showed no signs of stopping. It even stirred the high ranks of the Federation to discuss the game. Chapter 63, The Blusterous Empire, Sky Sword Medal. Daxia Federation, Capital. Anti-war contest, Daxia branch. Crowds of people came and went. It appeared to be extremely busy, just a branch, occupying more than 120,000 square meters, equivalent to half the size of a bird's nest on Earth, and this branch could hold tens of thousands of people.
Most of them were staff and judges from various trades. Because the content of the anti-war competition includes film, novel, game, short play, drama, and more than a dozen other projects, the composition of judges alone is a huge structure. The judging panel, formed by 6 major federations, includes experts from history, literature, military, poetry, music, politics, culture, and many other fields. They would discuss and study from various aspects, gradually screening to select good works from the preliminary rounds within each federation, and then reporting to headquarters. After summarizing the reported works, the works from each federation would proceed to the finals. Selecting the champions of each project in the annual anti-war competition would result in a prize of 1 billion Federation coins and a year of federal promotional support, and this federal support and promotion are of utmost importance. Many well-known companies or groups in the Federation have become widely known after winning the championship, thus rising in prominence through federal support and promotion. At this moment, within the Great Xia Federation's anti-war competition branch, several judges were arguing over the game category, currently led by World War II, Rise of Empires. Compared to some films, novels, and dramas with singular backgrounds, it was much easier to discuss. However, World War II, Rise of Empires encompasses too much in its background, including military, culture, ideology, war, and more, leading to participation from judges across many fields. Opinions among the crowd varied widely. Regarding the vast background and worldview of the game's Earth, historian Lin Chang from Blue Star was very interested. Although the historical aspects of Earth in the game were fictional, Lin Chang, having experienced the immersive storyline, praised the game before the other judges. The world background of this game is vast, and even some NPCs have their own lives, showing that the author put in a lot of effort in this regard. I have experienced the immersive storyline of this game, and everyone has their own story. It feels as if they are not mere NPCs, but rather living human beings with full life experiences. Moreover, every country has a different history. The traces of history can be found in the game, classical architecture, precious artifacts, all bear the shadow of history. The game is polished to this extent, I think it deserves a nomination. And the popularity of this game itself is also enough for a nomination. The other judges began to discuss as well, but military judge Shi Jun frowned deeply. We can't just look at one aspect. The background and details of this game are indeed well done. However, the game's producer clearly does not understand how to conduct a war. I also researched, and this game's producer is just a college graduate. Many battles in the game have significant loopholes. For example, in the game's Dunkirk evacuation, the Empire's hundreds of thousands of troops surrounded Dunkirk, and the Empire's armies were only a few kilometers away from Dunkirk. At this time, the Empire's leader ordered to stop the attack, allowing more than 300,000 people surrounded in Dunkirk to successfully evacuate within a few days. It's hard to imagine that this is an order that a leader able to command an empire could give. Such intelligence doesn't match the empire that sweeps across Europe in the game. This is completely forced by the game producer for the sake of the storyline. Perhaps from a historical perspective, from a detail perspective, this can be considered a good game. But from a military perspective, this game is far too fanciful, and compared to other Federation's game evaluations, it would seem that our Great Xia Federation's level is only this much. Unless the author makes some changes, otherwise this plot that does not conform to reason is obviously not suitable for presentation. Historian Lin Chang then spoke up. Reason? Human beings must have wild and imaginative ideas to conform to reason. You think it's impossible, but it could very well happen. We cannot only view it from a military angle. If we consider the broader background of the world and the Emperor's concerns, perhaps the plot in the game is indeed reasonable? Military Judge Shi Jun interjected. You are arguing fallaciously. The plot of the Dunkirk evacuation, even if commanded by a child, would not let over 300,000 people escape. It's nonsense. If this game's plot isn't changed, do you want to present it and embarrass yourselves? Historian Lin Chang shook his head. Arguing is fruitless. I still hold my opinion and nominate it. Then he cast a vote for World War II, Rise of the Empire, while Shi Jun directly voted against it. The other judges exchanged glances and quickly began to cast their votes. Far away in the capital of the Great Xia Federation, Zhao Ming was completely unaware of all that was happening. At this moment, Tian Sharks live, Game Zone. After the great battle in the Battle of Britain Dungeon. At this time, all live streams had lost the Air Force perspective. The casualties of this air battle were too great. The Federation side in the game was already struggling, while the Empire also suffered heavy losses, yet still issued daily missions and bombed the Federation, though the frequency of bombings had significantly decreased. Time in the game flew by quickly, although only one night had passed in reality. In the game, 3 days had already gone by. The Empire's bombings continued, and all players in the game saw the newspaper. On the newspaper, the Imperial leader claimed that the bombings would continue until the Federation was completely destroyed. However, many players looked at the newspaper in the game. Players and streamers in the game all received a prompt. Dungeon end. Then the screen slowly darkened and returned to the main game interface. In WWII's livestream, the main interface of immersive story mode had lost the previous limited time mark and returned to a normal single-player immersive story. This scene left many viewers confused. What? What's going on? How did it end? Isn't the Empire still supposed to bomb the Federation? Is the game plot done? Old Zhao didn't finish the subsequent plot, did he? Something feels off. Is the Empire unable to continue? No way, the Empire's military strength is so strong, how could it not continue? No, you only see their strength. In that day's air battle, the Empire lost twice the number of planes that the Federation did. If this continues, the Empire's air force might be drained. Don't forget the Soviet Federation is right next to the Empire. So, are the words on the newspaper false? Many players were still discussing the game plot and the leader's bluffing operations. The live stream screen displayed the words, calculating. A few seconds later, a bronze-colored badge with crossed swords appeared in front of WWII and the viewers in the live stream. Sword of the Sky Medal. Note, for shooting down 78 enemy aircraft in the Battle of Britain, you are honored with the title Sword of the Sky. Medal effect, wearing it allows you to be promoted to captain in the Empire faction, ineffective when choosing the Federation faction. Spectacular shootdowns, unlocked, collection of enemy aircraft shootdown CGs. The viewers in the live stream looked bewildered. Wow! Why didn't I get anything after the settlement? Hiss, promoted to captain after wearing it? That effect is good. Are we playing the same game? Why didn't I get one? It seems to be exclusive to Air Force identities. Ah, it seems so. Other Air Force streamers in different live streams have different medals. Is this specially made? At this moment, another medal popped up in the live stream. The Battle of Britain medal. Chapter 64, unlocking the exclusive storyline of the Battle of France. Compared to the relatively simple Sword in the Sky medal, the appearance of the Battle of Britain medal is quite magnificent. The main body features blue and black enamel-forged wings, with the silhouette of a silver fighter jet embedded in the center. The patterns on the wings and tail flames are gilded, while the background intertwines radar wave patterns and dense anti-aircraft fire. The Battle of Britain medal. This is the largest and longest air battle of World War II, where the Federation's strong resistance shattered the Empire's Sea Lion plan, marking the Empire's first defeat in its offensive momentum. During the battle, the Empire deployed about 46,000 aircraft, averaging over 1,000 aircraft per day, and dropped approximately 70,000 tons of incendiary bombs. The Federation deployed about 35,000 aircraft, with an average fighter lifespan of only 87 hours and a pilot survival rate of less than 40%. The Federation's homeland suffered about 1 million buildings destroyed, with 86,000 civilian casualties, 75% of central London turned to ruins, and 70% of the southern ports were destroyed. The intensity of air combat and tactical innovations in this battle are seen as the embryonic form of modern information warfare. Note, this multiplayer cooperative storyline mode is open for a limited time once a year and can only be obtained as an Air Force role. Note, pilot a fighter jet/bomber, shoot down 5 Empire/Federation aircraft, and complete the tasks issued by the Empire/Federation command for 10 consecutive days. Condition to achieve, May 5th, shoot down, or 10 tense days, tasks. Note, in the endless skies, fear not the iron wings, the spirit of the British shall forever guard the heavens. Wearing this medal allows you to gain an Air Force identity in the immersive storyline mode. Looking at the introduction and effects of the medal, the viewers in the livestream were shocked. Proactively gaining an Air Force identity? Isn't that being able to bomb anyone at will? Isn't that a bit too excessive? Did I just play for nothing this round? Why didn't I randomly get an Air Force identity? Don't panic, there's always next year. I'm done, no one expected this thing to exist. Aha, I really want it. Ignoring the comments in the livestream, WWII looked at the medal and added it to his medal library. Then he entered the immersive storyline mode, and the scene in front of him flashed. He reappeared in a house full of ruins. It was the address from the letter, but all that met his eyes was the devastation. On the other side. In by Xiang's livestream. As the Battle of Britain medal was added to his medal library, the viewers finally realized that this guy had also met the conditions. But the next second, another medal popped up. The Flash of Inspiration medal. Note, because in the Battle of Britain, you attempted to eliminate the Empire's leader by crashing into the capital, this act of bravery is commendable but ultimately unsuccessful, hence this medal is awarded. Note, your actions angered the Empire's leader, causing the conflict between the Federation and the Empire in the 5th instance of the Battle of Britain to escalate, extending the air battle time by 3.5 months, with casualties and losses expanding by about 30%, compared to the Battle of Britain medal data. Note, a bad person may struggle, but a fool may have a moment of inspiration. Medal effect, it is best not to wear this, if you do, you might be bagged on the street. Reading the introduction of this medal, Bai Xiang felt utterly embarrassed.
In the livestream, the viewers' teasing was too much to bear. After some time of calm, Bai Xiang walked out of the storyline, but reflecting on his actions during this time, he felt that the evaluation of this medal was not wrong, and he put it away. The scene in front of Bai Xiang flashed, and he appeared at the post office. Before he could think, suddenly everything went dark, and he was stuffed into a bag. I didn't even wear it. Bang! 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 In the live game area of Tiansha's livestream, many streamers were gradually concluding their performance in the Battle of Britain storyline and medals. In Mo Xiaomo's livestream, however, there were only screens full of question marks, and Mo Xiaomo's voice could be heard saying, "Oh my god? Did I just unlock the Hall of Fame?" At this moment, Mo Xiaomo's livestream was different from other Air Force Identity streamers. The medal pops up from the settlement. Here, what pops up for Mo Xiaomo is a photo and introduction of Guderian from the Hall of Fame, along with a line explaining it. Because you did not die in the Battle of Britain and relayed messages to Guderian several times as an Imperial messenger, Guderian has some impression of you. Exclusive storyline unlocked. Below is Guderian's introduction, along with the opening of the exclusive storyline. Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, unlocked. Title: Father of Blitzkrieg, Eagle of the Empire, Father of Imperial Armored Forces. Rank: General. Biography: He is one of the three great generals of the Empire, the founder of the modern Blitzkrieg, who once swept across Europe with Blitzkrieg, creating an invincible myth but got stuck at the gates of the Soviet Union, and was later dismissed due to differences in ideology with the Führer. Famous quote: "Lay down your weapons and roll off the road, I don't have time to capture you." Exclusive storyline: Battle of France, to be unlocked. Exclusive biography, to be unlocked. Note: the Battle of France has been unlocked. You can learn about how the Imperial General Guderian commands the troops from a close-up perspective as his adjutant. Do not try to ask stupid questions, or Guderian will doubt your intelligence. Not only are the viewers in the live streaming room flooded with question marks, but Mo Xiaomo is also completely confused. In the Battle of Britain, she had stayed in Paris as a messenger, with no chance of dying, and the popularity of the stream had dropped significantly. Yet now, she had unlocked the card of Guderian in the Hall of Fame because of her identity as a messenger. There was even an exclusive storyline. Mo Xiaomo looked at the introduction above, her expression excited. Seeing Guderian command up close? This must be a surprise for the Empire during Lightning Wave in Poland. The viewers in the live streaming room were speechless. Is she dreaming again? Are the tanks of the Polish Federation the same as those of the Empire? I have to say, Xiaomo's positive attitude is quite nice. Damn, how can she have such good luck? What can she learn? Unlock Guderian for me. Unlocking the first celebrity, and she doesn't even change the title to attract viewers. Quickly experience the exclusive storyline. I want to see how Guderian commands from the first-person perspective. Mo Xiaomo looked at the continuously increasing number of viewers in the livestream, her smile unwavering. Brothers, let's get started. She then clicked the button for Battle of France. The screen went dark, and then slowly lit up. Mo Xiaomo had already appeared in the Empire's command room, where Guderian was standing in front of a map, with many generals in the room. Guderian turned from the map. The Empire's plan has been leaked. But, this is exactly what we wanted. Chapter 65, Guderian, flank? Do I have a flank? Guderian's tone carried a hint of mockery. Those guys have now focused their attention on the West. The main force of the Federation has been lured into Belgium. Now is the best time to break through. Our only task is one. Break through the Ardennes forest, cross the Meuse River, and strike straight into the rear of the Anglo-French Allied forces, cutting off their escape route. Behind Guderian, the map had already outlined a rough march route. The plan to bypass the Maginot Line and cut off the Anglo-French allies was clearly set in motion at this time. Unlike what others guessed and believed from different perspectives. The plan to bypass the Maginot Line was by no means a sudden whim but a carefully formulated plan. Mo Xiaomo stood in the corner of the command room, live streaming the scene inside. Counting this as a reenactment of the storyline, just from a different angle. With Guderian's arrangements completed, the 19th Armored Army began its relentless action. May 10th. The 19th Armored Army led by Guderian reached the Luxembourg border, then smashed through Luxembourg, sweeping away all resistance forces, and just 2 days later arrived at the weak point of the Maginot Line. May 12th. On the hills outside Sedan, Guderian held a telescope, looking at the distant city. Imperial tanks roared ahead, tearing through all defenses, followed closely by mechanized forces filling the gaps, and artillery bombarded the city without pause. In the sky, Stuka bombers screamed, bombarding the city called Sedan in turn. Infantry and tanks worked flawlessly together with artillery. Such smooth coordination made the viewers in the live stream hold their breath. It was so fluid.
No wonder when playing the Polish Prime Minister, the troops below could not withstand the imperial forces. Just watching from this close, one could feel the despair of the federated defenders in Sedan, with no chance to gasp for breath, and Guderian would not give them a moment to rest. Guderian lowered the telescope, and Emo Shioma beside him took it over, already stepping into the role of the adjutant, and Guderian spoke. Do you know what is in the sky? Emo Shioma was momentarily confused, and viewers in the live chat recognized it, continuously posting Stuka bomber. Emo Shioma said. Stuka bomber. Guderian shook his head, smiling as he said. That is flying artillery. Emo Shioma's mouth twitched, such a cold joke. Guderian looked into the distance and ordered. Pass the order down, concentrate only, do not scatter. Break through them with a steel cluster. Emo Shioma immediately went down to relay the order, while Guderian's words made the viewers in the live stream vaguely understand. Some of Guderian's ideas could be the essence of blitzkrieg. Some viewers began to take note. In the game, Sedan quickly fell under the assault of the 19th Armored Army. May 13th. Dawn. The roar of Stukas awakened both sides of the Meuse River. After just one night of rest, the 19th Armored Army launched a strong attack on the natural defense of the Meuse River relied upon by the French Federation. Engineers built a pontoon bridge under heavy fire, and motorboats and rubber boats carried Imperial soldiers across the river. On the opposite bank, the French defenders fiercely resisted against the Imperial firepower. They had no idea that Rommel's 7th Armored Division had already crossed the river from the west side, ready to flank these French troops. Emo Shioma followed Guderian, watching the battle situation in the distance. At this moment, a communications soldier ran over, holding an order. General Kleist orders us to wait for infantry support. Guderian frowned tightly, ignoring it, and instead looked at the pontoon bridge on the Meuse River with the telescope, murmuring. The essence of blitzkrieg is not to wait, but to strike the enemy's psychological collapse. Emo Shioma listened carefully from the side as the live chat surged. Write it down, write it down. Famous quotes. Got it, crush the enemy with absolute strength and speed, that's blitzkrieg. I'm fired up, who can let me try blitzkrieg? You are already a successful military strategist, go play a game of Normandy landing, storm the beach. If it's Normandy, forget I said anything. With the surprise attack of Rommel's 7th Armored Division, the French troops on the other side of the Meuse panicked. The tanks of the 19th Armored Army began to drive onto the pontoon bridge. Guderian instructed Emo Shioma beside him. Pass the order to all divisions, no captives, no supplies, only speed. Not a moment to stop. Under Guderian's command. After the Imperial 19th Armored Army crossed the Meuse River, they advanced westward without any pause, leaving the Group A army far behind. The length of the battle line already caused the Imperial High Command to fear. May 14th. The 7 armored divisions under Group A, with 1,800 tanks, had just crossed the Meuse River, while Guderian's 19th Armored Division rushed wildly towards St. Constant. May 15th. Morning. Inside the command room. Emo Shioma looked at the map and their current position, feeling completely different from when she was a radio operator. In the past, she was unaware of the information, but now everything was clear. Even the concept of marching had become clear at this moment. This march doesn't stop at all. Just last night, the entire 19th Armored Army marched 70 kilometers in a hurry. I was wondering why when the Polish Prime Minister just received news that a city was occupied, soon after, the Empire had already moved to the next city. With this speed, who can stop it? The comments in the livestream were in agreement, echoing Emo Shioma's feelings. When Emo Shioma was a radio operator during the live broadcast, she skipped over the rushing scenes and lacked a concept, but now in the command room, she finally understood the terror of this kind of command and march. This was still because the French map was larger than that of Poland. But even so, they were about to reach St. Quentin, just over a day after crossing the Meuse River. And the Imperial Group A army had just crossed the Meuse River. No wonder the Empire ordered Guderian to halt the advance, the front line was too long. While pondering this, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Guderian had entered the command room, followed by many generals. He just glanced at Emo Shioma in the room and shifted his gaze to the map. At this moment, a communications soldier rushed in, looking panicked. General, this is a telegram from General Kleist. Guderian took it, and Emo Shioma leaned over to take a look, recognizing the content of the telegram. Immediately cease advancement. Your flank is completely exposed. From the tone, one could imagine how angry and anxious the person on the other end of the telegram was. Without waiting to explain the content to the viewers in the live stream, Guderian furrowed his brows, tore the telegram apart, and ordered. Flank? That is something the enemy should be worried about. Order all divisions to advance west at full speed. Chapter 66, Emo Shioma, I feel like I got it, but I haven't. Emo Shioma clicked her tongue.
It wasn't until Guderian went out to inspect the situation that she explained the content of the telegram to the viewers. Hiss, take notes, take notes. No, what are you taking notes on? What did you learn that I don't understand? It's Guderian's words, flank? That's something the enemy should be worried about. Blitzkrieg is all about constant assaults. You can see each step forward as attacking the enemy's exposed flank, so it should be the enemy who is worried. Attack instead of defend, forcing the enemy to confuse themselves? I believe it now. You can really learn something from this. However, the telegrams from the Imperial headquarters urged Guderian to stop advancing at regular intervals. Guderian argued vigorously on the phone and managed to secure a 24-hour extension for advancing. Yet 24 hours was not enough to reach St. Quentin. On May 17, the 24-hour period had passed, and the 19th Armored Army led by Guderian still hadn't stopped advancing. The high command of the Imperial headquarters was already furious, continually ordering Guderian to stop. These were scenarios familiar to Mo Shoma and the live-stream viewers. Because during her time as a radio operator, she constantly received telegrams and urgings from the Imperial headquarters, and as she watched the communication soldiers come and go, her expression was strange. Because, without the communication soldier speaking, she already knew the content of these telegrams. All of them urged Guderian to stop the advance. Glancing at the time, Mo Shoma estimated it was almost over. After a while, Guderian issued orders, leaving a few people to form a temporary military command. Then he himself led the 19th Armored Army to St. Quentin for battle reconnaissance, and soon encountered the enemy, which alerted the Federal defenders in St. Quentin. A day of fierce attacks. Guderian's armored cluster struck like a heavy hammer. The defense line of St. Quentin was shattered, plunging into the city center, and the defending troops began to retreat. Inside the command center, Guderian issued orders to each division. Don't stop, keep holding on to their retreating army. Step on the gas towards the direction of the artillery fire. Such high-intensity advancement left Mo Shama and the viewers in the live stream stunned. Details previously unnoticed now dawned on them. Marching quickly, a strong attack, relentless pursuit, it was non-stop. How could the soldiers of the Empire endure this intensity of marching? Were they on drugs? Seeing the confusion in the bullet comments, Mo Shama tentatively asked. General, aren't the soldiers allowed to rest for a bit? Guderian glanced at her. Rest? Resting now is just giving the French Federation a chance to rebuild their defenses. Tanks are just conductors, psychological collapse is the real lightning. We will only have time to rest once we turn their retreat into a strategic collapse. Nightfall. In the command center of the St. Quentin Federation Army. Guderian walked in with his men, and Mo Shoma looked around, observing the mess left by the hasty retreat. Guderian approached the large map hanging in the center. Then he laughed, turning to everyone. Look what I found. He pointed at the markings on the large map. The French map still marks our position from 3 days ago. Laughter spread throughout the command center. That night, the 19th Armored Corps had a brief rest. On May 19th, they resumed their rapid march towards the next city, Amiens. Just 1 day's time. May 20th. The 19th Armored Corps captured Amiens, followed by Abbeville. They reached the English Channel. Dunkirk was within reach, yet the order from the leader of the Empire came down. It made this general, who dared to clash countless times with the high command of the Empire, stare silently at the map, which twisted like lightning from the Ardennes forest to the current English Channel. Meanwhile, Mo Shoma began to vaguely understand why the leader of the Empire ordered to halt the pursuit. The tactics of the armored group were not accepted by the traditional higher-ups, and Göring from the Air Force guaranteed to crush the Federation with air power to complete the encirclement. Additionally, over 300,000 people was no small number. If all were killed, it might provoke a backlash from the Federation. The Empire now wanted to resolve these over 300,000 people smoothly. And the radical armored troops were forced to halt under multiple pressures. This completed the storyline. No wonder the Dunkirk evacuation was successful. It turned out the Empire was not a solid bloc either. The traditional generals from the army backstabbed, and the Air Force's marshal was still confidently guaranteeing. No matter what, Guderian was just a division commander, while there was the Air Force marshal and the leader of the Empire. He could only bitterly remain in place. Guderian slowly turned away from the map. Under Mo Shoma's sneaky gaze, he walked to his seat and sat down, pulling out his notebook. Seconds later, he began to write. The use of blitzkrieg is not about how many enemies are destroyed, but about crushing the enemy's will with speed. Snap. The notebook closed. The scene in Mo Shoma's eyes gradually darkened. Story end. Mo Shoma had returned to the main interface, suddenly snapping back to reality. It's over?
So fast, the exclusive storyline from the first perspective was truly amazing. Moreover, it even completed the story and the worldview. Hiss. There are so many celebrities in the Hall of Fame, all with exclusive storylines, how refreshing it would be to experience them all. But this game is too grindy. In response, the bullet comments in the live stream expressed agreement. This game is way too grindy, triggering hidden storylines all depends on luck. So far, only Emo Shioma has been the lucky one to unlock Yudirian's storyline. To unlock everything, it will probably take years of play for all online players to gather. After a brief complaint, Emo Shioma chuckled. Brothers, quickly look at the Blitzkrieg Corps I organized. With it, Blitz Empire is not a dream anymore. Emo Shioma brought up a folder filled with recorded scenes from the game. Blitzkrieg Corps. Only concentrate, do not scatter. Step on the gas towards the direction of fire. Tanks tear through the positions, motorized infantry fill in the gaps, artillery precisely eliminate targets, Stukas, that's flying artillery. Let the enemy worry about the flanks. The essence of Blitzkrieg is not waiting, but the psychological collapse of the enemy. Everything relies on speed. Fast enough to give the enemy no breathing room. No prisoners, no supplies, only speed. Flanks? Full speed ahead. Every short saying makes one feel a surge of passion. But after feeling all fired up, Emo Shioma found it strange. How to say? It feels very exciting, like I understand something, but my mind feels empty. There was a moment of silence in the live stream room, then the barrage of comments flowed in. So you are too? ND, so everyone feels the same way. Laughing to death, it feels like I understand, yet also feel like I don't understand. I think I need to watch the video a few more times. So everyone is like this, then I feel relieved. You scared me, I thought you were all geniuses, thankfully you're not. These words summarize the essence, anyone who sees it feels hot-blooded, but to truly understand, you have to practice. Practice? Where to practice? There's no war in the Six Federations either. Not necessarily, isn't there an Imperial Conquest game? Just find one to mess around with, and besides, the Blitz against Poland instance is about to start, this time. I will. Fired up. I'm going to find an Imperial Conquest type game right now. Seeing this, Emo Shioma opened the Hall of Fame again, finding Yudirian's photo. Should I experience it again? Why is there a cooldown time? Looking at the countdown behind the introduction of Yudirians, surprisingly there is a cooldown time? Then there's nothing to be done. However, Emo Shioma noticed a new module at the top of the Hall of Fame. Tactical Library. Emo Shioma was a bit confused. Brothers, do you have this? It wasn't there before just entering the game, right? Emo Shioma glanced at the video. There really wasn't. Is this a module unlocked after experiencing a special storyline? Emo Shioma clicked in. What came into view was a card lit up, marked with Blitzkrieg, and the other cards were densely arranged, but all in dark gray, looking like they weren't activated. Chapter 67, National Luck Level Tactics in Earth. Not only that, there was a icon in the upper right corner. Seeing this, Emo Shioma clicked on the card, and instantly a description about Tactical Library popped up. The Tactical Library records the tactics from Earth, starting from World War I to World War II, the global Cold War, modern warfare tactics, and some concepts of future warfare theories. Tactical rating, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. C-level tactics, the most basic tactical units, relying on simple equipment or manpower, executing standardized tasks, without complex coordination or technical support, the most basic resource and manpower consumption. B-level tactics, requires multi-force coordination or mechanized equipment support, has a certain technical threshold and flexibility, does not disrupt the logic of war, but can play a key role in localized wars. A-level tactics, centered on highly specialized training or high-tech equipment, precision strikes, or information warfare, executing key tasks, can determine the direction of the war. S-level tactics, directly impact the overall war situation or national fate, requiring large-scale resource investment, possessing strategic deterrent or destructive effects. SS-level tactics, disrupt traditional warfare logic, relying on cutting-edge technology, reconstructing combat forms. SSS-level tactics, the core of asymmetric warfare, tactical philosophical theory. Emo Shioma couldn't help but be amazed, looking at the introduction in the live broadcast room. My goodness! What a detailed grading system! The earlier ones I can understand, but the later ones are just ridiculous? S-level tactics actually influence the fate of a nation? This is a bit absurd. And SSS-level tactics, they directly become the ultimate form of tactical thought? Why does it feel so sci-fi? Does this really exist? The viewers in the live broadcast room also wore puzzled expressions. What tactics could possibly influence the fate of a nation? Absurd to absurd. Isn't this a bit over the top? Are we really talking about tactical thoughts? What level does Blitzkrieg belong to? Click on those dark gray cards and see if you can pull up an introduction. Hurry and check the card introduction below. Seeing the barrage surging, Mo Shioma said. I'll click it. I also want to know what level Blitzkrieg is. S level has already risen to the fate of a nation. Blitzkrieg, sweeping across the European continent, surely it's S level, right? As she spoke, Mo Shioma clicked on the card for Blitzkrieg, and her eyes widened instantly. B level? She rubbed her eyes, making sure she wasn't seeing things. Such an impressive Blitzkrieg, and it's only B level? What does that make the beatings I took in the game? Does that mean I'm just extraordinarily bad? Looking at the popped-up introduction, Mo Shioma's face turned red, and many viewers in the live broadcast room felt the same. Blitzkrieg, World War II/Modern Warfare. Tactical level, B level, revolutionary breakthrough in tactics, but limited by the physical constraints of the mechanized era. Tactical type, armored assault/maneuver warfare. Tactical introduction, at the beginning of the Second World War on Earth, pioneered by the Imperial Armored Troops School, centered on armored clusters, cooperating with the Air Force and radio communication to achieve a decision-move-destroy cycle, creating the myth of sweeping across Europe and France's 6-week defeat. Tactical core, armored cluster assault, air-ground coordination strikes, psychological deterrence, battlefield cutting. Famous quote, speed is truth, those who hesitate are doomed. Guderian. Tactical characteristics, tear apart enemy lines in hours, concentrate 90% of resources on the main attack direction, and crush the enemy defense line with absolute power. Deadly flaw, poor adaptability to terrain, diminished effectiveness in swamp/city warfare by about 50%, excessive dependence on logistics. Unlock conditions, participate in the Battle of France, and survive until the end of the storyline, completed, converse with Guderian more than 100 times, completed. Note, Blitzkrieg requires multi-unit coordination and a complex command system, belonging to the pinnacle of industrial mechanized warfare, but due to its limited effectiveness in modern warfare, it is rated B-level, advanced tactics. Note, advanced tactics can be unlocked later, such as armored spearhead tactics, B-level, and modern informationized Blitzkrieg, S-level. Note, participating in immersive storylines has a chance to obtain Blitzkrieg, Guderian's memoirs, From Blitzkrieg to Desert Storm, a history of war campaign levels, theories of mechanized warfare. After reading the introduction of Blitzkrieg, everyone was bewildered. If calculated by rating, a B-level tactic can only affect local wars, the effect of Blitzkrieg is indeed like that. However, from the perspective of Blue Star players, many are from the Federation camp, getting beaten badly by the Empire's Blitzkrieg. The result of getting beaten was just a B-level tactic. What the heck? Mo Shioma looked at the card description and said. The tactical core is the same as what I've seen during this time. But what is the battlefield cutting mentioned later? It seems I haven't seen Guderian use it. The later informationized Blitzkrieg, surprisingly, is S-level, a tactic that can influence the fate of a nation? And the books mentioned in the introduction, Blitzkrieg, Guderian's memoirs and From Blitzkrieg to Desert Storm, a history of war campaign levels, are they actual books? No way, there are even books? Can this thing even be written by a quantum supercomputer? Wait. The quantum supercomputer cluster can indeed write, but can it be really read? What about the overall framework? Don't you have to write it yourself? Mo Shioma looked at those books in amazement. Meanwhile, the comments in the livestream were buzzing with self-directed discussions. It looks fine, but the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. How could I be so inexperienced? Did you not see the fatal flaws? Clearly, it has high environmental requirements. This unlocking condition is so harsh, no wonder only Mo Shioma managed to complete it. According to the world background, it seems okay. It has already written about the pinnacle of industrial mechanized warfare, which looks like a B grade based on modern technology. But we can't fight over here, how do we know the effect? It seems that the timeline of Earth in the game background needs to move further forward, I just don't know when it will update. Just finished the Second World War first, we still don't know who will win. Mo Shioma put away the cards and looked at those dark gray cards. Let's look at the other cards, it still feels a bit absurd. In the background of this Earth, how many wars have been fought? Blitzkrieg is actually only B grade, let me see what A and S grades are about. Then Mo Shioma looked at one dark gray card and found a familiar one. Is this that person? Let me think, yes, the general of the Free Federation with the title Emperor in the Hall of Fame's tactics. Curious, Mo Shioma clicked to take a look. Island hopping strategy, World War II. Tactical status, to be unlocked. Tactical level, B grade. Description, bypass heavily fortified islands to see strategic nodes, promoted by MacArthur. There was nothing else, and Mo Shioma had a face full of question marks. Is that all? Although it's not unlocked, the information provided is too little, right? Unconvinced, Mo Xiaoma clicked on several others. Deep penetration strategy, World War II/Modern Warfare. Tactical status, to be unlocked. Tactical level, A grade. Description, based on continuous campaigns, advocates a series of consecutive offensives to exhaust the enemy, preventing them from reorganizing their defense line in a large-scale war of attrition. Small countries cannot use this. Psychological warfare, World War II/Modern Warfare. Tactical status, to be unlocked. Tactical level, A grade. Description, undermine enemy morale through propaganda, a pressure tactic that causes the enemy to collapse without attacking. Nuclear tactical strike, World War II/Modern Warfare. Tactical status, to be unlocked. Tactical level, S grade. Description, a tactic used only once on Earth, but its deterrent impact is profound. Later, under the impetus of the 5 permanent members of the Earth United Nations, the global denuclearization movement began to promote the gradual elimination of all nuclear weapons worldwide to protect world peace. Chapter 68, SS-Level Tactical Theory. Mo Xiaoma clicked on one tactic after another, but there was only a brief description, with no specific details written. She shared a screenshot of the recently clicked cards in the livestream, looking at the cards and saying, "The World War II/Modern Warfare, behind the name of this tactic should represent where it can be used, right? For example, the island hopping tactic only has World War II, indicating that it is not effective in modern warfare?" The viewers in the livestream also thought so, but the nuclear strike tactic sparked a lot of discussions. A tactic used only once on Earth, what could it possibly be? You don't have to think about this, you won't see it on Blue Star. With the word nuclear, and that description, it should be a weapon made from nuclear fission, but nuclear fission was eliminated long ago. You can see the effects simulated in some disaster films. I know that, after the explosion, people mutate and gain superpowers, right? Mutate my foot, it would just kill you. You guys are going off track. If this thing was real, it could really affect the nation's luck. Just based on the technology from World War II, if a nuclear weapon was dropped, no one could stop it. Wow, so that's how the nation's luck works, just destroy it directly. The technology on this Earth feels a bit fragmented, huh? Watching the story in the game, there are many places where electricity is not spread, yet they can actually create nuclear weapons? Mo Xiaoma looked at the discussion in the livestream, somewhat understanding yet confused. Although she is not a professional, she knows that nuclear exists, but she remembers it seems to be used in power plants, right? Something like controllable nuclear, she can't quite recall. Can this thing really be related to weapons? But with so many viewers in the livestream, and so many people discussing professionally, Mo Xiaoma couldn't expose that she didn't understand anything, so she cleared her throat and said, "Brothers, let's check out other cards." Then she opened a tactical card. Global Rapid Strike Tactics, Modern Warfare/5 Permanent Members. Tactical status, to be unlocked. Tactical level, S level. Description, the operational capability to accurately strike any target globally within 1 hour using hypersonic weapons, speed greater than or equal to 5 Mach, with precision to the meter level, able to destroy deeply buried, moving, or high-value targets, only held by the 5 permanent members. Drone Swarm Coordination Tactics, Modern Warfare. Tactical status, to be unlocked. Tactical level, SS level. Description, the basis is a tactic composed of thousands of drones, unlimited, executing saturation attacks to break through traditional command levels, paralyzing enemy high-value strategic targets, like aircraft carriers, using factory assembly line products, overturning traditional warfare models. One by one, tactical cards and descriptions were opened under Mo Xiaoma's actions. Although there wasn't a lot of content, just looking at the descriptions, she knew how powerful these tactics were. Compared to these nuclear strike tactics, Global Rapid Strike Drone Swarm, it seemed reasonable that Blitzkrieg was rated as B level. Moreover, the drone thing is truly outrageous. Isn't that just something produced on a factory assembly line? Cheap ones are dozens, expensive ones are thousands or tens of thousands. Can this thing really take down an aircraft carrier? The technology in the game's Earth can produce nuclear weapons, yet can't defend against drones? There should theoretically be countermeasures against this. How could drones attack an aircraft carrier? Mo Xiaoma and the viewers understood the other tactics, but this drone tactic felt like a refreshing shock, yet it must have its reasons to be rated SS level. Wondering if the upcoming plot would reveal more. Speaking of which, she still doesn't know what Zhao Ming, the boss of Polaris Game Company, looks like, right? Giving so many descriptions without any substantial content, making people eager to see, yet unable to see, it's really frustrating, isn't it? Mo Xiaoma thought bitterly along with the viewers. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoma's livestream had already climbed onto the trending searches. Mainly because the Battle of Britain had just ended, and players were showcasing their medals, while some had unlocked the Hall of Fame and even experienced hidden immersive storylines, speeding through France in first-person view. With the subsequent unlocking of the hidden tactical library, the hype exploded. At this time, in the Great Xia Federation, the capital, the branch of anti-war competition has entered the final stages of voting and evaluation for the preliminary round, set to conclude in another week, and World War II, the Rise of Empires has successfully advanced without surprises. Although some opposed, the heat of this game was too high to resist. There was simply no reason to reject it. At this moment, inside the evaluation meeting, in the game area, due to the difference in games under review, only games like World War II, The Rise of Empires need dozens of experts from various fields for evaluation, while other games do not require that many. At this point, one adventure game under review did not have military scientist Shi Jun present. However, historian Lin Chang offered some suggestions regarding the archaeological scenes of the game, asking the staff to inform the author to make revisions afterward. Lin Chang then quickly picked up his phone and found Mo Xiaoma's video where she experienced the hidden story. Translate why the Empire should stop advancing, the situation faced at the time, and the tank troops struggling to fight in such terrain, along with video clips of Guderian arguing logically. Lin Chang opened his Federation Headlines account and attached the edited video. At Shi Jun Military Talk, don't look at issues from a third-person perspective. War is a continuation of politics, and is filled with too much uncertainty. Given the situation in the plot, do you still think the Dunkirk evacuation could succeed? And added hashtag World War II, Rise of the Empire. Sent. Chapter 69, Tank Cluster, Urban Warfare. Once Lin Chang sent this out, it wasn't long before players of World War II, Rise of the Empire noticed. After all, in the topic square, suddenly a historian popped up, which felt quite abrupt. The players didn't fully understand, but those in the know offered explanations in the comments below. Thanks for the invite, I'm in the capital, a transparent judge. Many friends might not know what's going on. Actually, during the voting for anti-war competition, Shi Jun voted against World War II, Rise of the Empire. The reason is that many wars in the game lack logic and could never succeed in reality. The creators completely don't understand military matters. Comparing this with other federations would surely bring shame to the Great Xia Federation. Lin Chang countered by saying we need to consider the background at the time. If we set ourselves in that situation, perhaps the Dunkirk evacuation could be reasonable? Neither side convinced the other, but in the end, World War II, Rise of the Empire still passed the initial review vote. I watched the video, it was Polaris Games providing the background at the time, right? So, after this comment was replied to, the players of World War II, Rise of the Empire exploded. Can this be tolerated? What do you mean by not understanding military matters? Bringing shame to the Great Xia Federation? As if you understand. How many years has Blue Star not fought a war? Where does your title of military expert come from? Isn't it self-proclaimed? With your level, you dare to mock others? Players of World War II, Rise of the Empire surged into Shi Jun's account, Shi Jun Military Talk, flooding it with comments. Aren't you a buddy? Did military exercises push you in? Do you really think you are a military expert? Laughing to death, I checked this guy's battle record. He became famous starting with military chess simulations and conquest game commentary. So this military expert title, is it earned from playing games? What the heck, you're a player, I'm a player too, and you look down on me? You freaking. Shi Jun, as a military blogger, explains various hypothetical wars and conducts simulations every day. So his fan base is not small. Seeing his favorite blogger being attacked, they disregarded everything and jumped into the battle. Lin Chang, Shi Jun. The two of them surged into the trending topics together. Shi Jun had many fans, but couldn't compete with the massive number of game players. However, in less than half an hour, Shi Jun threw out a video and tagged Lin Chang. Come, take a look at these so-called tactics, brief. What is national luck level and strategic level? Do you think these things can appear in reality? It's completely the creator's wishful thinking. Even if many play it, it doesn't hide the fictional nature of this game. What earth, World War II is just something crafted by a college graduate's imagination. Players following along is one thing, but you a historian truly think you are studying history. If the history department is all at this level, forget it. It's understandable. After all, after that meteor shower, Blue Star has hardly any past history left. Some can only rely on games to imagine. The video showed screenshots of various tactic cards in Mo Xiaoma's live streaming room. The scope of Shi Jun's mockery was fully expanded, not only belittling the Blue Star players of World War II, Rise of Empires, but also Lin Chang, and conveniently stepping on historians as well. Now the excitement had truly reached a peak. Although Lin Chang's fans were few, his disciples were numerous, and many historians came out to support him. Shi Jun also gathered a large group of military bloggers to engage in this confrontation, but facing the massive number of players, it was still somewhat lacking. However, as the event spread, more and more people joined in. On the side of Polaris Games,
Zhao Ming was in the office discussing the game instances with Shen Xinghan. Shen Xinghan sat on the sofa, browsing through the subsequent instance plans. Tank cluster, urban warfare. When are these two expected to be released? From the introduction, the playability is quite high. But won't it conflict with the National Luck instance? The National Luck instance is also multiplayer online, and so are these two. Zhao Ming sat in the boss chair, checking his phone, looking at the trending topic of both sides confronting each other, and replied to Shen Xinghan. We need to wait until the Eastern Front battlefield opens and the storyline reaches there before we release it. The names are just temporary and not confirmed yet. Let's replace them with gameplay for now. Also, it's different from the National War instance. The National War instance is similar to the Battle of Britain, which can hold tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of players, fighting an overall war. But the tank cluster and urban warfare modes are similar to the Normandy landing battle, which accommodates hundreds of players, focusing on localized confrontations. Besides these, there are types of confrontational instances like airborne assault and jungle guerrilla. But they all have to follow the storyline timeline of most players, so there's no rush right now. Shen Xinghan nodded and spoke. I see. The gameplay sounds great, but might it be a bit off-topic? And the tactical library. It contains quite a lot of theories, which are somewhat interesting. It won't mislead the players, right? Zhao Ming shook his head and replied. It won't. These theories and tactics are based on the background of Earth, which can be successfully implemented. For example, the drone swarm in the modern warfare setting of Earth can really be used to bomb an aircraft carrier. Even non-stop attacks for 24 hours. But on Blue Star. With Blue Star's technology right now, do you think drones can get close to sensitive areas? Shen Xinghan nodded. This was indeed the case. Forget about aircraft carriers. Just in the urban areas of Blue Star, some sensitive departments have drones that don't dare to get close. Not to mention the disruption of operations, they could also trace back to find out who was responsible. Zhao Ming opened his headline account and began typing, while saying to Shen Xinghan. There may be some future war tactics that could potentially be used in Blue Star. Shen Xinghan became interested. Oh? What tactics? Zhao Ming smiled and said. Wait until I finish writing. World War II isn't done yet, how can I have the energy to write this? Shen Xinghan's lips twitched. Writing? Chapter 70 Zhao Ming, you have the fate of a commander. Zhao Ming nodded naturally, not hiding it at all. Of course it's written. But with AI assistance, it's much easier to write those things. It's just that the framework has to be devised by oneself. Shen Xinghan nodded. Is that so? You? Then Shen Xinghan shook his head. Forget it. This isn't a large factory, using AI to automate will squeeze out jobs for the public. Your company only has this many people. A game company using AI to write some background and materials isn't a problem. Zhao Ming laughed. I think so too. Then his fingers began to fly quickly on the phone, and seeing this, Shen Xinghan asked. What's wrong? Zhao Ming said. Someone is stirring up trouble. I'm going to ride the wave of popularity. Shen Xinghan raised an eyebrow and also picked up her phone. As soon as she opened the Federation headlines, I saw the trending topics on social media. Hashtag Shijun, World War II was just something imagined by college graduates. Hashtag Lin Cheng calls out Shijun, a military expert who only talks on paper is a sad sight. Hashtag Shijun shakes his head, the level of historians is hard to explain. Hashtag military field bloggers all rush to the front line. Hashtag. Watching this, Shen Xinghan's expression was strange. How could a historian and a military expert argue because of this game? As he clicked to understand the situation, the story gradually unfolded. He didn't expect it to stem from the initial review vote for the game World War II, Rise of Empires. At this moment, Shen Xinghan suddenly received a message on his phone. Jixing Games Zhao Ming, the National War Mission, Blitzkrieg Poland, will start on the dawn of a small holiday in 4 days, during which a brand new vehicle system will be opened, replaying the conflict between Poland and the Empire. During this time, everyone has researched the troop strength, layout, and routes used by the Empire when blitzing Poland, along with the latest, Blitzkrieg, experience story. It should be manageable, right? Hope to see players successfully resist. At Shijun Talks Military, if this military expert is interested, you can look into Blitzkrieg and think of countermeasures. I look forward to your expression on the day the mission goes live. P.S. I can give you special permissions, allowing you to become the commander of the Polish Group Army, to command from the front line, and connect in real time to the Photon supercomputer for supervision, ensuring your peace of mind in command. Dawn Day is a small holiday on Blue Star, established to commemorate the time when the first sunlight shone down after a meteor shower, which was covered by clouds and dust. Moreover, it's a small holiday, allowing players to immerse themselves in the game for a long time. This is also the reason Zhao Ming scheduled some national war missions to start on that holiday. As Zhao Ming released this message and tagged it, players flocked like sharks smelling blood to Zhao Ming's headline account, with many fans from military field bloggers joining in.
6666, Frontline Commander, huh?
Zhao the old thief really fears he won't die.
Ha, isn't he a military expert? What if he has a way to resist the Empire?
I would be different, I'd go be the Prime Minister.
So funny, a college graduate dares to mock the great Shi Jun? Laughing to death, do you understand the value of military field KOLs? I could crack that lousy blitzkrieg, too, just digging a few trenches won't confuse the Empire?
At Shi Jun Talks Military, supporting the great Shi Jun, live streaming to slap him in the face on that day.
That's really foolish. In that tactical library, you wrote your own fatal flaws, unable to cope with swamps and urban warfare. If I cut off your logistics, won't you be confused? Why bother with these kids? They are all students, what do they understand? Do you understand? Come on, let's have a D-Day battle. I'll be the Empire's defending army, let's see how I won't crush you. You are just bad, ha ha ha.
At Shi Jun Talks Military, speak up, Zhao the old thief tagged you.
Here's a joke, some guy playing military chess wants to take on Guderian.
Military chess simulation is a real intelligence competition. Guderian is just a virtual NPC, treating fiction as reality is truly the joke, right? In the comments section below Zhao Ming's headline account, fans from both sides ridiculed each other, supporting their own champions. Although these players all called him Zhao the old thief, when faced with mockery from the other side, they truly went for it. Military enthusiasts also felt somewhat outmatched but still supported Shi Jun, continuously engaging with players. In the capital of the Great Xia Federation, at the anti-war competition division, Shi Jun frowned at Zhao Ming's words on his phone.
A jumping clown. He should have recruited some people back then to vote for this crappy game. Now that it has been reported, there was no room for him to maneuver.
However, as the popularity grew, he watched his fan count surge madly this afternoon.
Shi Jun's expression brightened considerably, and he no longer feared Zhao Ming. What did a college graduate know? He directly operated the account and replied. I originally didn't want to bother. But I can't ignore someone who is truly shameless, trying to provoke me? They should take a good look in the mirror. As for photon supercomputing, there's no need, I do have some confidence in my own abilities. On the day the model you mentioned goes live, everyone will see the truth.
At Polaris Games Zhao Ming, at Lin Chang, at Historians. One after another, Shi Jun mentioned dozens of people in one breath. Apart from Zhao Ming, most were historians who stood with Lin Chang, along with some gaming bloggers.
Within 2 minutes, Zhao Ming replied.
At Shi Jun Talks Military, got it received, but I still need the photon supercomputing cluster to monitor so I won't be accused of cheating later. See you on Dawn Festival 4 days from now. Watching Zhao Ming's sarcastic comment, the players behind the screen looked strange.
This old thief Zhao is way too confident. Is he afraid Shi Jun will accuse him of cheating? Wouldn't that be like saying Shi Jun is definitely going to lose? Goodness, what a twist.
Players rushed to the bottom of his Weibo, spamming 6666.
As for Shi Jun,
seeing Zhao Ming's comments, he sneered and directly opened his fan group chat.
He didn't even need to think for himself.
The fans inside had already started coming up with various strategies, digging trenches, planting landmines, using artillery and aerial strikes.
Isn't victory certain?
Chapter 71 Open Blitzkrieg Poland, the bewildered rookie soldier players.
Polaris Games Company. In the office.
Shen Xinghan looked at Zhao Ming sitting in the boss's chair with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth and then glanced at Zhao Ming's sarcastic posts on her phone. It was hard to imagine these two were the same person.
But it seems that until now, no one knows what Zhao Ming looks like, right?
Shen Xinghan thought about it inexplicably and then realized.
Realistically.
Shen Xinghan shook her head, stood up, and walked outside.
You do your thing, call me if there's anything.
Zhao Ming didn't even lift his head.
Okay.
Shen Xinghan felt a bit speechless, turned around.
Try to be normal.
You would think he was being sarcastic.
Zhao Ming coughed lightly, put down his phone, and seriously said. All right, senior.
He made a gesture inviting her to leave. Shen Xinghan rolled her eyes at Zhao Ming and then walked out with long strides, the sound of her heels clicking on the floor. Meanwhile, the players who had just finished Battle of Britain, feeling unsated, prepared to rush into a new battlefield.
But no one told them this time they won't be the Prime Minister.
4 days later.
Tianxia Live, Game Zone. Fong Ming's live stream room. With only a few minutes left until the 10 o'clock update on the Polaris Games official announcement.
Fong Ming waited in the room, not teaming up with Yufeng and the other anchors. Half of the live stream room was occupied by Shi Jun's stream, as he wanted to see how this military expert performed.
Brothers, the game is about to update.
Watch how I finish Blitz Empire. I've thoroughly studied the recordings of other anchors, now we're also a little blitzkrieg expert. The bullet comments in the live stream started to mock. You are the 173rd blitzkrieg expert in Tiansha Live. So low-key? That's not like your style, Fong Dog. Ha ha ha, a real master isn't just hanging out in the live stream, right? Laughing to death? Are you talking about that Jun? Yes, everyone is watching this master online, how to counter blitzkrieg. Being called a military expert, he should have some skills. This time, I hope Jowl Thief doesn't crash. He has no skills, he's just a guy playing military chess simulations. I could do it too. Well, one way or another, it's all losing, right? Ha 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 ha, you understand me. Fong Ming didn't mind the mockery and said, if he's called an expert, he must have the level to be one. In the background, the native NPC Prime Minister held on for 36 days, right? Stronger than many players. But don't worry, this time I'm the Prime Minister, I will definitely hold on. No, Blitz Empire. In the live stream, everyone started mocking. Laughing to death, slipped up, right? If you can last 30 days, you're amazing. Blitz Poland? I'll leave that to the masters. Hey! It's starting. Just as they were talking. In Fong Ming's livestream, his game hadn't moved yet, no update option popped up, and there were still 3 minutes until 10. On the other side of the screen, Shijun's livestream was already updating, probably the only one in the entire internet, getting into the game early. As the update bar on Shijun's side finished, a button labeled Blitz Poland appeared next to the immersive story on the main page. Shijun clicked on it directly. The screen flashed. Shijun entered the game, and as the screen lit up, a huge army command center came into view, with a map hanging on the wall, clearly showing his assigned commander identity. At the same time, a notification popped up that the Empire's army had already reached a certain point. Ready to cross the border and launch an attack at any moment. Looking at these notifications, Shijun snorted coldly, thinking, who do they look down on? Shijun glanced around and then walked outside, immediately furrowing his brows. Why are there so few of them? Pushing open the large door of the command center, a line of soldiers was lined up in the open space. However, these soldiers did not look as many as he had imagined, completely not matching the strength the commander should have. Many comments popped up. Laughing to death, no wonder that Zhao Ming was so confident, it turned out to be like this? No cheating, but only this many people? Are we supposed to headbutt them? Tisk, just a kid after all, and this is all he's got. Don't panic, even with this few, the great Shijun can still win. That's right, Great Shijun has already figured out how to crack the blitzkrieg. The game has started, I'm going in to play too. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Shijun said. Don't worry, even if there are only this few. I can handle them. He then started to order a company of soldiers to bring out the iron shovels from the barracks. The soldiers in the edge formation followed orders, finding a bunch of shovels and handing them out one by one. Suddenly, in the square, soldiers began to appear one by one. Shijun's brow tightened, what is happening? On the other side. In Fong Ming's live stream. His game had also finished updating, and after clicking on Blitz Poland, the screen went dark and gradually brightened. Brothers, the update is done, I've come back to life, this time I want to. Ha? Where the hell am I? Fong Ming felt a bit dazed. Is this really the Prime Minister's office? He then looked down at his outfit, his face full of question marks. Why is he in a soldier's uniform? Wasn't he supposed to be the Prime Minister? Fong Ming looked around, it seemed to be a military camp. No way, is this guy really this messed up? Fong Ming already had a bad feeling. At this moment, a soldier walked over and shoved a shovel into Fong Ming's hands. Fong Ming dumbfoundedly looked up. What are we doing with this shovel? Hearing this, the soldier handing out shovels glanced at him. Commander's orders, everyone go dig trenches. Fong Ming's heart sank. Dig trenches? Taking a deep breath, he immediately returned to the livestream, filled with question marks, but some people had already reacted. Fong Ming then directly. What the hell is going on? But then, hearing the NPC soldier's order, some players excitedly ran with shovels to dig trenches. Watching this, Fong Ming felt his mouth twitch. Haven't these rich kids ever done any work? Is digging trenches this much fun? However, as some players and NPCs walked toward the designated direction, Fong Ming looked down at the shovel in his hand. Well, I guess I have to dig. Carrying the shovel, he walked in the direction pointed by the NPC. Looking at the sun in the sky, it seemed to be afternoon. The Empire had launched its attack in the early morning, meaning there were at least 10 hours left to prepare. In the live stream, the viewers in the live stream eagerly encouraged Fong Ming to give it his all, reminding him that he was the first line of defense against the Empire.
Fong Ming glanced at the comments, cursing while digging the trenches. Emotion value plus 2,741. Emotion value plus 1872. Emotion value plus. Zhao Ming kept receiving notifications of increased emotion values, clearly indicating that the players who had entered the game early were confused. In the Tianxia livestream game zone, at least 70% of the streamers were in a state of being low-ranked soldiers, while a few others were lucky enough to have the rank of second lieutenant, randomly able to command a platoon. Zhao Ming's Federation news account was flooded with comments. I'm dying laughing, good thing I'm at work, or I would have gone to be a low-ranked soldier too. I knew this bastard had bad intentions, as expected. This guy is really something, he couldn't even compete with the Empire as Prime Minister, let alone as a low-ranked soldier. Good thing I kept my guard up, I saw those streamers live streaming, or I would have really fallen for it. Brothers, a streamer has already found the vehicles, it's a freaking warhorse? Charging horses against tanks? Damn. At least give the tanks an opening, right? Many players remain skeptical about Zhao Ming's character. After all, how much integrity could one expect from a guy whose face had never been shown? Seeing other players and streamers becoming low-ranked soldiers, many players wore expressions of "I knew it. This damned thief." While many players were complaining. The official website of the Polaris Gaming Company suddenly activated a livestream module and linked to Tianxia's livestream, pinning it at the top of the game zone. On the left side of the official website, there were sections for National War, Troops, and Deployment, where players could view the troop layouts and the original attack plans. On the right side, a dynamic map appeared on the screen, splitting down the middle, showing the Empire and Poland's border. Each circle and number represented a troop from both sides. These circles and numbers weren't fixed on the map but were slowly moving. The circles for the Empire continuously moved toward the Poland border, while Poland's movements were not as swift. At this moment, a prompt popped up in the livestream. Click on the army names to view the current personnel and their configurations. Double-click to see an aerial view of the battlefield. Upon seeing this, many players realized this was a real-time map. This sparked great curiosity among players. Compared to the unclear chaos at the Prime Minister's office, this real-time map offered much more clarity on how swiftly the Empire was advancing into Poland. After all, the map in the Prime Minister's office didn't move at all. In Fong Ming's livestream, sitting on the edge of the trench he had just begun digging, he entered the livestream space and pulled up the Polaris official website's livestream on the other half of his screen. Then, he clicked on the circle representing the Army Code, 25, on the map, and an introduction popped up immediately. 25th Infantry Division. Troops, 29th, 56th, 60th Infantry Regiments, 25th Artillery Regiment, not equipped with artillery. Personnel, 16,824, players, 2,274. Affiliated to Poznan Group Army. Commander, Shi Jun. Me? Not only was there an introduction, but it even showed how many players were in this division, and it was commanded by Shi Jun? Fong Ming double-clicked to zoom in on this infantry division. Instantly, he saw it from a height of 100 meters. Looking down at the slowly advancing army below, although it seemed small, the direction of its movement was clear, heading north to gather. Fong Ming retracted his view and then clicked on the northern circle marked 4. 4th Infantry Division. Troops, 57th, 58th Infantry Regiments, 14th Artillery Regiment, Machine Gun Company, Motorized Anti-Aircraft Company. Strength, 14,824 people, with 3,274 players. Affiliation, Poznan Group Army. Commander, Shi Jun. Fong Ming clicked again to zoom in. A bird's-eye view from a height of 100 meters appeared, and then he saw a large group of people scattered everywhere, huffing and puffing as they dug trenches. Laughter erupted in the live stream. Don't just sit there, hurry and move a bit, supervise yourself. I'm dying of laughter, is the bird's-eye view really that fun? Wow, Shi Jun is commanding 2 divisions? Not just 2, I saw it. Besides the Streamers Division, there are the 17th and 26th Infantry Divisions, along with 2 cavalry brigades and 2 light tank companies, all commanded by Shi Jun. Didn't you see they are all gathering towards the 4th Infantry Division? Total strength of over 70,000, players must occupy over 10,000. I thought there were only the initial few when the live stream started. If there are over 70,000, that could be good, but I wonder if it can hold off the Empire. Can it hold off the Empire? Looking at the comments in the live room, Fong Ming's mouth twitched, cutting the view back, as he heard some players discussing nearby, one of whom seemed to be a fan of Shi Jun, explaining. I heard Shi Jun and other experts discussing in the group before. As long as we dig deep and wide enough, we can bury all the Empire's tanks here. Then he plunged his shovel into the soft soil beneath his feet. Dig half a meter deeper, and it will definitely make the Empire's tanks fall in and not get out. The essence of Blitzkrieg is speed. Now that the tanks fall in, won't the motorized infantry charge in with machine guns? Another player nearby nodded. That's true.
I played other war games before. In those games, tanks fall into pits. Basically get stuck and can't move at all. The nearby player said. Of course, the Empire's tanks are that high. If they fall into a pit over a meter deep, over 2/3 of them will be stuck and can't get out. Listening to their discussion, Fong Ming didn't understand much, but he knew about the Empire. Given the performance of the Empire's generals in the plot, they shouldn't be stumped by such trenches, right? But they should still have preparation time here. Since it wasn't the edge of the border. Therefore, it would still take a few days for the Empire to reach them, but thinking more wouldn't help, he looked down at the shovel in his hand and sighed. Let's dig. As time passed bit by bit, night fell in the game. However, no one was resting, they were all digging trenches, while the Empire's forces had all reached the border. In the early morning of the game, the Empire's army began to cross the border. This time, with preparation and reminders from some players, Poland's planes hadn't all been destroyed, but only a limited number remained. And at the border, there were already Polish federal forces clashing with the Empire's army. At this moment, players were not mocking Zhao Ming for being a scammer anymore, but were all focused on the movements of the Empire and Polish armies in the game livestream. Occasionally zooming in on specific areas, watching from the bird's eye view. In the live room of the Polaris Games official website. At the very bottom of the real-time map, the southern region. This was the area where players' attention was most concentrated. After the Empire's army crossed Poland's border, their speed obviously increased, clearly beginning to use blitzkrieg for a rapid advance. But it was different from the swift advance during the French campaign. After quickly advancing from both sides into Poland, several units of the Empire began to gather at a point, encircling and isolating the resisting Polish army. Chapter 73, Shouldn't the Tanks Get Stuck? The Empire's army advanced. Cutting scenes. For the players watching the live broadcast, it was as if a new door had been opened. What the hell? This can also be done? Suddenly, I thought of the introduction on the Blitzkrieg card. Tactical core, armored cluster breakthrough, air and ground coordinated strikes, psychological shock, battlefield cutting. So this is the way of cutting. Advance from both sides, quickly encircle the enemy from behind. Is this the complete Blitzkrieg? It turns out that at the start of the story, the Empire had used it, but back then players played as the Prime Minister and did not have this real-time map. Moreover, at that time, given their level, they probably couldn't understand it. But now I can comprehend some of it. In the player's visible scope, the Polish forces marked with the code 7 were completely devoured, vanishing without a trace. Then, the Empire's forces continued to advance without stopping. From the perspective of the entire map, the Empire's armored forces surged along the border, like sharp daggers piercing into the heart of Poland, then converging to encircle and wipe out the Polish army. The speed and coordination were astonishing. Dasha Federation, North. Songol Icefield. 3rd Armored Army, 7th Special Operations Brigade, Brigade Command Post. Brigade Commander Xing Yan was also watching the live broadcast. When he saw the Empire's blitz advance, then cut through, his expression became serious. So that's how it is. Xing Yan recalled the map and the routes he had seen while playing as the Polish Prime Minister in the immersive story mode. Constantly comparing, he finally understood what was happening. At first, he only looked at the dead map, and the story was too fast, only surmising a part, but now, watching the real-time map, the Empire's troops advancing, cutting, and annihilating. The seamless coordination made Xing Yan fully understand how they lost, and he couldn't help but say, "Interesting, that kid doesn't understand military strategy. Who does understand military strategy?" No matter how you say it, the game is created by people, and everything inside is set by the creators. About the trending topic of World War II, the rise of the Empire these days, he had come across it. It was a military expert saying that the game designers knew nothing about military tactics. He didn't really care, but looking at this live broadcast, the Empire's wave of attack and coordination was simply too smooth. With such tactics, based on the strength of the Polish Federation, no one could hold out against it. Thinking of this, Xing Yan suddenly wanted to check on Stone Jun's situation. Military expert? He searched for Stone Jun and immediately jumped to Stone Jun's live room. At this moment, in Stone Jun's live room, his face was also tense. Watching the real-time map, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even using a clear map made him feel the pressure. Moreover, Stone Jun discovered a fatal mistake of his own. The NPCs in this game aren't dead. Wherever the plan says to attack, they will definitely attack. On the southern border, because players joined in and planes weren't fully bombed, the Empire's attack plan had already changed slightly. There was a slight difference from the original plan on the official website. Then my adjustments. Stone Jun's expression was calm, but his scalp felt tingling. In order to repel the Empire, he had moved the 4 infantry divisions under his command, namely the 4 17-25-26 divisions, along with 2 cavalry brigades and a light tank battalion. All were taken away from their original defensive zones, gathered together, and ready to ambush the Empire's forces. But now, the Empire's troops encountered no obstacles whatsoever, suffered no losses, and charged in fully prepared and in full condition, heading straight for him. Songal Icefield. 3rd Armored Army. 7th Special Operations Brigade, Brigade Command Post. Xinyan looked at the real-time map, where around Stone June, gathered 4 divisions along with 2 cavalry brigades amounting to around 60 to 70,000 troops. And with the western border entirely undefended, the Empire's forces had met with no resistance, charging straight into Poland. Xinyan was left dumbfounded. Is this really called an expert? Is this a traitor to the country? The deployment of troops is ridiculous. 60 or 70,000 people crammed into one area, just to ambush the Imperial Army, with no depth to speak of, it's a complete disaster. Xinyan looked at the layout of other areas. His expression grew more and more strange. What on earth is this? Those trenches, why not lay some anti-tank mines? If not, at least put down some spikes. Just digging a hole. And they're all in straight lines, how is this supposed to defend anything? Xinyan shook his head. He directly closed the livestream, it was making his head hurt just watching. Meanwhile, in the game, on Shurjun's side, he appeared calm on the surface but was actually begging for help in the group chat, trying to fix the mistakes in the layout. However, the Imperial Army was advancing too quickly without any resistance. In reality, a night passed by swiftly. The next day. In the morning, the Tiansha livestream. In Fang Ming's live stream room. Fang Ming was hiding behind a mound on a hillside, holding a gun, while his mind sank into the livestream, watching the real-time map on the Polaris official website. The more he looked, the more it made him uneasy. How can they attack so fast? Is there no defense? Looking at the south, where almost everything in Poland had fallen, and in the upper left corner, where they were about to be surrounded. That's right, it was his division, and it was getting closer and closer, he didn't know when they would run into each other. Isn't this just wasting time? The Empire is almost closing in, and Shurjun hasn't made a move yet, half of Poland is almost fallen, there's no way they expect this small force to hold on. Fang Ming felt a bit of a headache. At that moment, excited voices of other players suddenly came through his ears. Is that an Imperial tank? It's coming. It's going to charge into the trench trap. Hearing this, Fang Ming couldn't help but turn around, looking down at the trench that had been dug over 2 days in the game. At this time, the trenches were covered in camouflage. The Imperial Army's advancing tanks roared forward without inhibition, about to drive into the camouflaged trench on the road. Fang Ming also grew tense, as did the viewers in the live stream, holding their breath. Boom! With a loud crash, the leading Imperial tank directly crushed the camouflage covering the trench, with half of it sinking into the trench. This sudden scene caused the Imperial tank units behind to immediately halt their advance. And they went on high alert. In Fang Ming's live room, comments started flooding in. What the hell? It actually worked? So, Shurjun still has some skills, huh? Of course. He's still a military expert after all. That means the Imperial tanks can't get through here. In these 2 days in the game, Shurjun's been digging who knows how many pits. So they'll have to take a detour. Did he really figure it out? Players and NPCs hiding on the hillside grew excited, and Fang Ming loaded his gun, ready to shoot as soon as he got the order. At this moment, the tank stuck in the trench suddenly erupted with a huge roar from its engine, like an angry beast. The tracks visibly moved forward, and the soft soil of the trench began to deform, creating a slope as everyone stared in shock. The Imperial tank lifted its head, rolling over the slope it had forced out. Including Fang Ming and all the people watching the livestream, they were stunned, feeling as if their years of gaming knowledge had been crushed. This isn't right? How can it push through? Isn't it supposed to be stuck? Why is this not what they expected? Chapter 74, The Players Being Surrounded. The Blue Star players hiding on the hillside preparing for ambush were left dumbfounded. They watched in disbelief as the tank glided smoothly out, creating a slope without stopping. Not only that, but it also increased its power and continued forward. After not going far, it fell into another slope, just like before, without much pause, crushing the trench and forcing out another slope. The Imperial tank division behind also rolled over, crushing everything in its path. From a distance, the endless Imperial tanks easily crushed the trenches that the Blue Star players had dug after 2 days of hard work. Seeing these tanks already rolling over nearly half of the trench, Fang Ming finally snapped back to reality. This is truly outrageous? Fang Ming looked down at the soil beneath him, thought for a moment, and reached out to dig a bit. The loose soil was grabbed into his hand, he rubbed it between his fingers, and it felt just like real dirt. Fang Ming thought of the soil that clung to the tank's body. With this kind of soil, it seems like the tanks really could get up without any problem? Fang Ming's lips twitched, he turned to look around and found that not only the Blue Star players were dumbfounded, but even the NPCs of the Polish army were in a state of confusion. It seemed like they were seeing this for the first time as well. However, what Fong Ming did not know was that the Polish soldiers were shocked because the Imperial tanks had shattered their understanding of what a tank was. This was quite different from their equipped light tanks, right? Their unit only had one armored tank company, Super Light Tank, which was not this frightening during training, right? Can this thing even climb out of a pit? So, everyone was dumbfounded. The enormous armored tank division of the Empire, violently crushing the trenches, directly impacted everyone's worldview. The Blue Star players found their understanding of game mechanics completely refreshed. So tanks could actually climb over like this, and trenches could be flattened. Then, how do we fight next? At this moment, in the command center. Not only were they live streaming, but Jun, who was watching the stream, was also sweating profusely as he watched the first line of trench defenses being crushed by tanks, unable to contain himself. What the hell? Can this really work? Jun almost shouted, but remembering the live stream, he forced himself to hold it back. Although he maintained a calm appearance on the surface, the shock in his eyes and the slight movement of his facial muscles hinted at something to everyone in the stream. In contrast to the shocked Jun, the players of World War II, Rise of the Empire watching the livestream were feeling quite ecstatic. Though they were also somewhat confused, their actions did not stop, and the barrage of comments in the livestream surged wildly. LOL, why isn't this guy giving orders? At this rate, the Imperial tanks will break through the defenses. Maybe he's stunned. Not gonna lie, not just him, I'm stunned too, but it makes sense. Exactly, the detail in this game is unbeatable. If tanks can push through, then tanks in real life can too. It's different from other games. Now that I think about it, in other games, tanks weighing 40 or 50 tons charge into trenches and the trenches don't even change shape. Is that really reasonable? Whoa, you've got a point, is that actually true? And in the live stream on the Polar Star official website, it seemed to be a measure to prevent anyone from claiming that game data was wrong. Suddenly, detailed data about the battlefield's terrain, soil, temperature, and humidity was displayed on the Polar Star official website live stream page, including the tank models, weights, maximum horsepower, and so on. With this data, anyone could easily find a free simulation software online to model and simulate it. Instantly, everyone was left speechless, especially Jun's fans. They were about to rush to the Polar Star website to criticize the game for bugs, but with the detailed data presented, it would make them seem like clowns if they did. Unless they could present counter data to back it up. But for those who knew what they were doing, the data seemed perfectly fine at first glance, leaving Jun's fans with no chance to argue. They were left feeling frustrated. As the soil data and tank data popped up, Jun snapped back to reality. Looking at the Imperial forces that were about to break through the first line of defense in the livestream, he could not care about anything else. At once, he ordered the artillery regiment to fire at the first defense line. Then he watched the real-time map in the live broadcast room. A flash of determination flickered in Jun's eyes. There was no escaping now, as the entire army group had already been encircled. It was better to launch a fierce attack in one direction, destroying as much as possible. Previously, due to careful planning, Jun had turned this area into a huge ambush zone. So, when he discovered that the Empire's attack plan would change with the game's progress and players' resistance, Jun hesitated. Having set up the ambush zone, rearranging his previous setup was a waste. Knowing full well that the Empire would cut off their retreat and encircle them again, Jun stubbornly held back, wanting to use this ambush to deal a heavy blow to the Empire before breaking through. But unexpectedly, the first trench was broken through so easily? The imagined scene of the Empire's tanks overwhelming the area didn't occur. Half of the artillery deployment was wasted, and he watched as the Empire's tank units rolled over the trench defense. He could only hastily order the artillery to bombard the first trench. Originally, the plan was to use artillery to smash all the Empire's tanks, but now this plan had already failed halfway. Then he began to mobilize the 3 divisions and 2 cavalry brigades originally positioned at the 3rd and 4th defensive lines to gather at the 1st defense line. At this moment, at the 1st defense line, on the hillside, Fong Ming lay on the ground, watching the Empire's tank units below, with some already crushing through the trench defense, and they had not yet received any orders. Had Jun given up? As Fong Ming was pondering this, a faint muffled sound suddenly came from the distance, and soon after, a dense whistling sound filled the sky, with countless small black dots falling, diving towards the trench defense. Boom! 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 Shell after shell fell on the trench defense, and the explosion's shockwave lifted clouds of dust into the sky. Some shells hit the Empire's tanks directly, detonating them. The ammunition inside exploded, turning the Empire's tanks into fireballs emitting black smoke. The Empire's soldiers below yelled and shouted, and the advancing tank units began to scatter. Clearly, the Empire also understood. These foolish trenches, along with the artillery's impact points, made it clear that the next wave of shells would undoubtedly attack the trench center again. So they charged towards the sides.
Fang Ming's side also received orders to launch an attack as the Empire troops encircled them from both sides. Fang Ming held his breath. The Empire troops below were flanking around the trench defense, and they could see the Empire units on their side getting closer, until they reached shooting distance. Not far away, a Polish Federation officer NPC suddenly ordered to fire. The Blue Star players and Polish soldiers ambushed on the hillside all pulled their triggers, aiming at the unsuspecting Empire soldiers below. Bang 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 bang. Rat-tat-tat. The concentrated rifle fire and machine gun fire instantly filled the entire battlefield. The unsuspecting Empire soldiers below were turned into a sieve in an instant. Barely a scream escaped before they fell silent, lifeless. However, this firepower was only useful against soldiers. The dense bullets hitting the Empire tanks below made a cracking sound, sparking everywhere. But it caused no harm whatsoever. Instead, the Empire tanks slowly turned their cannons towards the hillside. Chapter 75, Blue Star players face the brutality. On the hillside, Fang Ming focused, his eyes only on the Empire soldiers below. Bang! A shot blew a soldier's head off. The Empire soldier died without any pain. In an instant, he fell. As an all-around assault specialist in an FPS game, Fang Ming's marksmanship was indeed better than that of the other players. This game simply doesn't give any opportunity for an assault position to be used. Charge and you die, without even being revived. With no chance to use his assault skills, Fang Ming could only lie down and take one shot at a time, just killing an Empire soldier and reloading his rifle. He raised his gun again, aiming. A sense of crisis suddenly swept through his body, and Fang Ming's peripheral vision caught sight of a tank slowly turning its cannon towards him, making his scalp tingle. What the hell? He jumped up, running towards the distance, while turning his head to shout run. But he saw the other players nearby, staring at him in confusion. They seemed to be wondering, why did this guy suddenly jump up? Suddenly, a muffled sound came from afar, and the ground trembled slightly. The next second. Boom! A tank shell hit the rock where several players were hiding. Fang Ming could even see their stunned expressions on their faces, and then, in a burst of flames, they were torn apart by the explosion's shockwave. The shattered rocks in shockwave hit him. Fang Ming staggered and, with the inertia, rolled out, lying on the ground as a wave of dirt hit him, burying him under it. A few seconds later, Fang Ming shook off the dirt from his body, his head spinning as he groggily climbed up. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. This feeling was different from the beaches of Normandy or the Battle of Britain. One was a constantly starting battlefield, and the other was a random bomb death scenario. But the Blitzkrieg of Poland was a real battlefield. For immersion, it was even stronger than the other two. Fang Ming got up and immediately looked towards the hillside below. The battle was still ongoing, with the Empire's tanks beginning to climb the slope, soldiers following behind. The Polish soldiers and players lying in ambush couldn't inflict any damage on the tanks with their firepower. Instead, they would expose their positions. And those tanks were like the Grim Reaper, slowly turning their gun direction, then. Boom! Only the bodies of Blue Star players and soldiers were left. The Polish soldiers and players on the hillside fought and retreated, Fang Ming mixed in with them, constantly dodging the Empire's tank cannon fire. The battle continued for over half an hour. The Empire's tanks mysteriously stopped, then slowly retreated, and the Empire soldiers hid behind the tanks as they withdrew down the hill. Seeing this, everyone left a sigh of relief, and only then did Fang Ming suddenly grit his teeth and look down. His thigh had been shot through at some point. His pants were soaked in blood, and as he relaxed, the sharp pain surged through him. Suddenly, a Polish officer NPC, holding binoculars, looked over in excitement. It's reinforcements. The commander has already moved the main force over. We must seize the opportunity and counterattack. Fang Ming's mouth twitched. You're going to counterattack with your head against tanks? Suddenly, a roaring sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up, their faces changing drastically, as some players recognized it. It's a Stuka. A group of Empire Stuka bombers flew over the mountain peak where everyone was, heading toward the direction of the Polish main forces. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. At Extreme Star Gaming Company. In the office, Zhao Ming watched the Stuka flying across the livestream and couldn't help but click his tongue. There was no more artillery. Every Polish division had an artillery regiment, and Shijun had gathered 4 artillery regiments at a preset position aimed at the trench defenses. If the Empire really got stuck, a heavy bombardment might have some effect. But the Empire's tank divisions weren't stuck and had been continuously bombarding in place. This was a huge problem. The artillery that didn't understand maneuvering, plus a command with no anti-air awareness, Zhao Ming shook his head. This guy was even more clueless than him. In the live stream footage, the Empire's Stuka bomber squadron flew over the Polish main forces below, heading straight for the 4 artillery regiments located on the plains behind. The intense fire and incendiary bombs dropped, annihilating the entire group's fire support in just one wave. In the game, Inside Jun's command center. Watching the Imperial Stuka bomber squadron pass over the main force without bombing, Jun felt a sigh of relief but also confusion in his heart. But then he saw a scene that filled him with despair. The target of the Stuka bomber squadron was the artillery regiment. Even though Jun immediately ordered the 4 artillery regiments to retreat. But the hasty order was no match for the speed of the Empire's bombers, watching helplessly as his fire support was instantly wiped out. Only 4 divisions and 2 cavalry brigades remained to fight head-to-head with the Empire. Jun's eyes went black. It's over. From the misjudgment in deployment, the Empire charged straight in, the trench lines did not hold, and the 4 artillery regiments were annihilated, leaving only a hard confrontation on the front line. But the Empire had so many tanks, while we only had infantry divisions. Hard confrontation? Who's stronger? We don't need to say it, right? So many mistakes stacked up, it was no longer just about losing his reputation. He was likely to become a rat crossing the street. No way. It can't just end like this. Jun pulled up the live stream of the front lines, watching the anxious battlefield, his mind racing to think of a solution. Soon he thought of something, gritted his teeth, and gave the order. On the front battlefield. With the arrival of the main force, the scattered fire on the hillside was reduced, and Fong Ming and other players breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less pressure. But at that moment, the NPC commander from Poland suddenly received some orders, looking incredulously at the messenger. What? Then he fell silent and nodded. Next, he ordered everyone to gather ammunition, grenades, and so on. Fong Ming facebombed and complained. No way. Are we really going to counterattack? In Fong Ming's livestream, there were plenty of viewers who found it amusing and started laughing uncontrollably. This NPC really meant what he said, they wanted to counterattack with so few people. Fong Ming shook his head in helplessness, and everyone began to gather ammunition and grenades. Then the Polish NPC commander ordered everyone to bind 6 grenades together. Seeing that everyone finished, the NPC commander commanded them to pick it up, then pointed at the Empire's tank troops exchanging fire with the main force in the distance and issued the order. Everyone, charge in different directions. Blow up the tank tracks of the Empire's tanks ahead, to help the main force build a defense line. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the Blue Star players exchanged confused glances with each other. They even doubted whether they were hearing things? What? Are we going to blow up tank tracks? Do I look like a tank to you? Fong Ming also showed a look of suspicion, with a screen full of question marks in the livestream. What the hell? What did this NPC just say? Blow up tank tracks? How do we do that? Are we just filling the line with bodies? Fong Ming took a deep breath, looking at the NPC commander. Commander, are you saying we should take grenades and rush under the tanks to stuff the grenades in and blow up the tank tracks? The NPC commander replied. Exactly. Only when the tank tracks in front are blown off will they stop in place, preventing the tanks behind from advancing, giving our main force time to attack. Fong Ming felt his temples throbbing. What if I say no? With so many movies and games in Blue Star, he had never heard of such an order. This not only refreshed his understanding of the game, but also his understanding of human nature. The Blue Star players were all stunned, wondering how these NPCs could come up with such a reckless command. Click. Click. The sound of a gun being loaded, the NPC's cold voice sounded. If you disobey orders, I can shoot you on the spot. The air fell silent. Everyone stood frozen, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. The acrid smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air, the hot remnants of the explosions still lingered, but all the Blue Star players felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 76, The Useless Cavalry Charge. Treating soldiers as consumables. This command, which overturns the worldview of Blue Star players, is actually not a hallucination. Moreover, if anyone disobeys, this NPC will execute the defector on the spot. Such a ridiculous command has never been heard of in Blue Star's history. There has never been such a scene in any movie, game, or novel, including Fong Ming. All Blue Star players felt a strong shock to their moral values, feeling a deep discomfort. Damn! What the hell is this order? I don't know who shouted that. Click, 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 click. The sound of guns loading rang out, some unable to hold back. Blue Star players raised their guns at the NPC officer, and the scene became tense in an instant. The NPC officer's face looked grim, completely not expecting these people to dare resist. He tried to soften his tone a bit. I know this order is cruel, but it is the command of the commander, we have no choice. You are all soldiers. The Empire's army is destroying our homeland. If we wait any longer, the situation will become even more difficult, we have no choice. After speaking, he paused, took a deep breath. I will accompany you. After saying that, he signaled a nearby soldier to bring over a grenade, which he then strapped to his waist. He also lowered the gun that was pointed at Fong Ming's head.
On the Blue Star player side, they felt nothing from this Polish NPC's talk about national sentiment, they only thought this command was simply absurd and cruel. However, seeing the NPC officer also strapping A to his waist, the surrounding Blue Star players looked slightly calmer, but asking them to be and die was still unacceptable. No one moved. At this moment, Fong Ming suddenly realized. Wait a minute? You just said, the command of the commander? Who is our commander? Other players also reacted, yeah? Commander? Isn't it that guy, Shi Jun? The bullet screen in Fong Ming's livestream surged. What the hell? I thought the NPCs in Earth were inhumane, turns out it's that Shi Jun who is inhumane. Is this guy crazy? How dare he issue such an order? With only 4 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry divisions, if we don't throw lives to fill the tanks, there's no way to fight. What the guy above said makes sense. I hope one day on the battlefield, you're the one carrying the pack to crash the tank. Why should I carry the pack to blow up the tank? You idiot, why don't you go blow it up? Is he anxious? Is he anxious? The NPC officer felt somewhat bewildered. Of course it is Commander Shi Jun. As soon as those words fell, the faces of the surrounding Blue Star players turned dark. Damn? Is it really? Some players became angrier the more they thought about it and couldn't hold back. I'm logging off right now, just watch me tear apart this. This bastard, really disgusting. The others also wanted to log off to curse at Shi Jun, and Fong Ming immediately shouted. No. We can't retreat. The other players furrowed their brows. Not retreating? Are we really following Shi Jun's orders to fill the tanks? Fong Ming's face darkened. With Shi Jun's ridiculous operations, losing is certain. After going out, I don't know how many people will curse at us. If we back out now. What if they pin it on us, saying we didn't execute the orders and didn't go to fill the tanks, causing his plan to fail and lose? What then? As soon as his words fell, the surrounding players' expressions turned ugly. Damn, can't say it's not true. This guy might really do such a thing. Suddenly, a player reacted. Wait, what are we afraid of? Others don't know we logged off, Shi Jun doesn't know either. Let's log off then. Fong Ming felt a bit awkward, clearing his throat twice. I'm the streamer. I've been live streaming this whole time. If it weren't for the stream, he would have logged off already. If these players just walked away, it would be fine. If he ran, he would definitely get dragged in. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding players looked dumbfounded. The player who just spoke felt a headache. Not bro, you? What's your name? Let me give you a couple of slaps later. Fong Ming felt a bit awkward, but the atmosphere around had relaxed a lot. It didn't matter if there was no live broadcast, but being broadcasted by someone else was worse. If he ran away now and was seen by Shi Jun, it would truly be disgusting. The people around could only hold their noses, hang their grenades, and constantly repeat in their hearts, this is a game, this is a game. But the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. What the hell is going on? This is really infuriating. No way, I have to go out and curse Shi Jun, that bastard, and that other bastard streamer beside him too. Once everyone had finished packing up, the heavy atmosphere among the team, using the terrain for cover, began to creep towards the battlefield in the distance where a clash was occurring. And this move by Shi Jun not only happened in the team where Fong Ming was located. Some other streamers and players' teams received the same order, and for a moment, discussions were everywhere. Already many viewers in live streams had rushed to Shi Jun's account to curse him. However, Shi Jun in the game didn't care at all. He just wanted to finish this broken game as soon as possible, and he already thought of some excuses to shift the blame. At this moment, in the front of the battlefield, smoke filled the air. The Empire's tank armored forces moved forward slowly. Machine gun bullets whizzed through the battlefield. Each tank shell that fired resulted in dismembered corpses. The infantry division and cavalry brigade of the Polish Federation had no way to stop the advance of the Empire's tanks. They could only fill the gap with their lives. And the orders given by Shi Jun were the same. The cavalry brigade soldiers rode on their warhorses, each horse strapped with bundles of explosives, using their more nimble movement compared to tanks, dashed courageously toward the tanks. However, the machine guns on the tanks constantly fired. Some soldiers on horseback, even before getting close to the tanks, were already hit by gunfire, and the explosives they carried exploded. The bodies of horses and soldiers turned into blood mist, with limbs and body parts flying everywhere. The Polish Federation, after losing dozens of warhorses, had only a few soldiers on horseback reached the side of the tank, then without any hesitation, dismounted and stuffed their explosives under the treads. The Empire soldiers inside the tank seemed to have sensed the Polish soldiers' intentions. Just as they opened the tank hatch, they were filled with terror and wanted to climb out. Boom! An explosion rose from beneath the tank, igniting the fuel tank, instantly killing all the Empire soldiers inside the tank with a shockwave from the explosion. This scene left Fang Ming and others, who were hiding at the edge of the battlefield, prepared to attack the tank treads, in silence. What the hell are they even fighting for? So many horseback riders died just to destroy one tank. They, with this few people, wouldn't even survive the sweep of the machine guns if they charged. Fang Ming felt an inexplicable doubt about life. All the assault techniques he had practiced in this game seemed useless. In such a battlefield, let alone 2 legs, even 4 legs couldn't outrun bullets? This is a head-on assault? He trained so many assault skills just to become cannon fodder and blow up tanks? Boom! Without any reaction time. A shell landed right at the center of Fang Ming and the others. A massive explosion directly sent most of this team of soldiers and players away. Without any warning, they were all blasted to death. In the distance, from a diagonal side, an Empire tank slowly drove over. This was something no one had noticed, and it was the root cause of their demise. The few remaining soldiers and players struggled to get up. Bang 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 bang. Dense gunfire erupted, and not a single one escaped. They were all shot dead. Then tanks rolled over the bodies of Fang Ming and others, heading toward the battlefield, while groups of Stuka bombers flew over the sky again, heading towards the large army commanded by Shi Jun. Chapter 77 Anti-War Competition Official Interview. In Fang Ming's live broadcast room. The game interface had returned to the main screen, but Fang Ming was still in a daze. It was too sudden. In the previous second, I was still pondering how to attack, and in the next second, I was sent away without any pain, having no chance to react at all. I was still thinking about my skills and techniques, but ended up as a mere pawn. In the end, I didn't even get to be a pawn. I was discovered by the tanks coming from behind the Empire and was taken out in one shot. It feels even more suffocating. Fang Ming paused for a moment, rubbed his face, and looked at the live stream. Wow! This game is simply amazing. Brothers, I'm dead already, there's nothing I can do. Let's watch the battle situation from the outside. As he said this, Fang Ming enlarged the real-time map, looking at the area where Shi Jun was located, now completely surrounded. And the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. The 2 cavalry brigades under Shi Jun's command had already been wiped out, but it had no effect at all. Fang Ming double-clicked to zoom in on the front scene, only to see countless dead warhorses lying on the ground. A despairingly large number of tanks bypassed those warhorses, charging towards the 4 infantry divisions commanded by Shi Jun, supported by Stuka bombers. It was completely one-sided warfare. The battle situation changed too quickly. The Polish Federation had no counterattack power left, already crumbling and showing signs of soldiers fleeing. Watching this scene, a phrase appeared in Fang Ming's mind. Strategic collapse. Just like what Guderian mentioned in the hidden plot, tanks were just conductors. The real defeat was in the hearts. Without a doubt, the situation was already in ruins. The encircled army commanded by Shi Jun had fallen into a vicious cycle. Originally numbering around 60,000 to 70,000, now only over 20,000 remained alive, and this number was still decreasing. Fang Ming exited the Polish perspective and opened the information on the Empire's troops. After a few clicks, he couldn't help but laugh. Wait. Shi Jun, that guy, said the blitzkrieg was no good. Look at the few troops on the Empire's side. It's neither Guderian nor Rommel, but a few generals from the Empire who aren't in the Hall of Fame. Fang Ming then displayed the information of those attacking the encircled army to the viewers. Indeed. So, they didn't use famous Empire generals like Guderian or Rommel at all? The background NPC took care of that Shi Jun guy? The live chat was rolling. I'm dying of laughter. How did this guy become a military expert? With this record, I could do it too. He was originally a gaming expert, and now his true colors are showing. Someone should ask him how he thought of soldiers charging tanks on horseback? No need to ask, he's already shifting the blame. What? I'm dying of laughter. Look at his headlines, he has already quit the game. Fang Ming also noticed the comments in the live chat. He immediately exited the game and opened the Federation headlines, searching for Shi Jun's account. Wow, let me see what this guy has to say? It's just a game. If it weren't a game, with this trick, who knows how many people would want to take him down. Clicking into Shi Jun's headline account, he saw. Shi Jun on military, I'm very sorry for disappointing everyone. I wanted to provide everyone with a vivid and real battlefield experience, but due to various reasons. Below were some screenshots, one showing soldiers charging tanks on horseback, with only a few destroyed tanks and a ground full of horse corpses. My tactical deployment has always been hindered by some uncontrollable factors, preventing it from being executed. One step slow for all. This also led to my later strategy being ineffective, resulting in the defeat of command troops, for which I feel very ashamed. A post that looked apologetic but was filled with blame was published. The core arrows pointed directly at those uncontrollable reasons? Do you want to see other scenes of lightning strike Poland? Your scene fell the fastest, guess whose fault it is? The other scenes of Poznan Group Army have already launched a counterattack under NPC control. How dare you say you were wiped out? Rumor has it that Shurjun's military chess champion title was bought. Laughing to death, they play worse than an NPC. Every comment was filled with criticism, with not a single good word in sight. Even Shurjun's fans dared not defend him. His performance was simply too poor. Shurjun successfully topped the trending search list, but it was all insults. And the one who got the most scolded was the command to send people to charge at tanks. Some people even reported him, suspecting whether he was crazy. How could such a command come from a military expert? History enthusiasts online were feeling triumphant, while the military experts who previously defended Shurjun were frantically deleting their comments. Inside, they were all cursing Shurjun. They originally just wanted to ride the wave of popularity, but ended up in a mess. What was this nutcase thinking? Crazy? You are so messed up? Those military experts who initially supported Shurjun were now afraid of being targeted by netizens for deleting their comments too slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the public opinion center, Polaris Games. At this moment, in the company's office, Zhao Ming was on the phone with the official staff of anti-war competition, and after listening to what was said on the other end, Zhao Ming spoke up. So when is this interview happening? Do I need to prepare anything? The staff on the other end of the anti-war competition said. Once you prepare the materials and agree, our staff will depart from the capital to Donghai by air train. It's only half a day's journey. The materials to prepare are some popular questions gathered from the internet regarding the anti-war competition official. For example, the background of the Earth you created, the origins of the Second World War, and so on. Your game has garnered a lot of attention. However, the background information is too fragmented, and players can't grasp the overall picture. If possible, you could organize the complete background information of the Earth. Once the interview is broadcasted, it could not only promote the game but also boost its popularity. Zhao Ming nodded, glanced at the time, and saw that it was already afternoon. Alright, I'll organize the background information and game development of Earth. Let's schedule the interview for tomorrow. Chapter 78, North Africa, Pacific, Asia. After Zhao Ming finished the call with the anti-war competition, he began preparing the materials. Meanwhile, the headline account of anti-war competition quickly released the news. After initial selection by the judges and players, we will live stream an interview with Mr. Zhao Ming, the creator of the currently trending game Second World War, Rise of the Empire, tomorrow at 12 p.m. Mr. Zhao Ming will also present the complete world background of Earth. P.S. We will also cover the origins of the Second World War, and players are welcome to leave any questions in the comments section. At Polaris Games Zhao Ming, #Second World War, Rise of the Empire. Due to the incident with Shurjun, discussions on the internet were all about Polaris Games. Now, the sudden post from the anti-war competition official has pushed the heat up another level. Even those who don't often play games felt everyone around them discussing that Polaris game. They couldn't help but be curious about what kind of game it was. How could it keep hitting the trending list every few days? Even those who don't play games or follow them couldn't avoid this trending topic. At Polaris Company, Zhao Ming was directing employees to tidy up the conference room for tomorrow's interview. They set up some high-tech looking decorations. We also have virtual projection equipment to help explain the background of Earth. After a simple setup, the room has taken on a lot of technological feel. At this moment, the receptionist came over and said, "Boss, Mr. Shin has arrived and is waiting for you in the office." Zhao Ming nodded. "I understand." He then adjusted the arrangement of the potted plants and returned to the office. Inside the office, Shin Qinghan was sitting on the sofa. When the door opened, Zhao Ming walked in. "Senior." Shin Qinghan lightly replied, and said, "The first batch of patents has been registered. 35,276. After finishing, she operated her phone and sent all the patent information to Zhao Ming. After sending it, Shin Qinghan curiously asked, "How many patents do you really plan to register? Is this all for the first batch?" Zhao Ming's phone received the information Shin Qinghan sent. He opened it, nodded at a few points, and replied, "Not really sure, maybe. Dozens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Earth is a very large IP, so there will be a lot of things in it. As long as they can be registered, I plan to register them all. It will also help us develop peripheral products in the future. Compared to games, I think developing daily-type peripherals is even more profitable." Shin Qinghan had no objections and instead agreed. "That's right. Relying solely on games is indeed not enough. It's time to develop Earth IP peripherals. So the first batch is the foods and drinks of various countries from World War II? What about badges and accessories? Have you found the factory for processing?" Zhao Ming shrugged and replied, "Not yet, so?" He looked at Shin Qinghan. Seeing Zhao Ming's gaze, Shin Qinghan understood and rolled her eyes at him.
You really don't want to move at all? Just acting as a hands-off manager? Zhao Ming cleared his throat. Isn't it because you are the professional, senior? You just need to arrange things. I'll choose a few samples later, such as rum, red wine, imperial bread, cola. To start as Earth's derivatives. These are relatively easy to make, and later, I'll pick some World War II badges and similar accessories to release as peripheral products. For food, senior, please find someone to concoct them. After finishing, Zhao Ming sent the ingredient ratios for these products to Shen Qinghan. There are many similar things on Blue Star, but these are linked to the game. As long as there are players, there will be buyers. Shen Qinghan looked at the products sent over and found it not difficult. However, seeing the time, Shen Qinghan didn't linger too long. The two discussed the content for tomorrow's interview, and Shen Qinghan left to arrange for someone to concoct the drinks. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming began to organize the materials for Earth. He prepared to introduce them in tomorrow's interview. The next day. Shark Live, Polaris Game Company's official website. Both had opened live streaming rooms at the same time. However, the live streaming room was pitch dark. It wasn't yet noon, but there were quite a few comments. As time passed. At noon, Polaris Game Company. Inside the conference room. All the live streaming equipment was ready. The host, Xiao Meng, wearing a black bodycon dress, gestured to the live streaming equipment and then started the broadcast. Welcome everyone to the latest episode of Anti-War Contest exclusive interview. I am your host, Xiao Meng. Today, we are going to interview Mr. Zhao Ming, the creator of the hottest game in the Great Xia Federation right now, World War II, Rise of the Empire. The comments in the live streaming room rolled by. Hurry up! Where is Zhao Ming, the old thief? Come out quickly. Make sure to screenshot. There's a huge reward. Every update is just a word game, damn. Does riding a horse count as a vehicle? This time. I'm shocked. This son of a gun. As the screen turned, Zhao Ming, wearing a mask, smiled and raised his hand to greet. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Ming. Over at Xiao Meng, she said with a smile. Mr. Zhao Ming's attire is quite avant-garde. But why are you wearing a mask? Zhao Ming smiled and said. Well. I can tell even without looking at the live stream comments. But 90% of people want to send me a blade. In this situation, how can I dare to show my face? Xiao Meng asked curiously. But isn't there still 10%? Zhao Ming said faintly. That 10% probably wants to hit me directly. Xiao Meng also showed a helpless expression and said to the livestream. It seems there is no way to take Mr. Zhao Ming's mask off. This wish of yours, I can do nothing about. Then Xiao Meng became serious. Alright, let's get to the point. Today's interview was mainly about the background of your creation Earth, and questions about the origins of the development of World War II in the story. These are questions that players are curious about but cannot understand. Can you please introduce it to us now? Zhao Ming nodded and said. No problem. As he spoke, he picked up the remote control on the conference table and pressed a button. The virtual projection device immediately displayed a flat map of Earth on the table. About this world map. I believe many players have already experienced it in the immersive storyline. Here, let me explain in detail. Everyone can view Earth as a parallel world to Blue Star, or say it's a parallel world created based on the background of Blue Star. For example, there are 6 major federations on Blue Star, and here on Earth, there are 7 large continents. On Blue Star, there are 5 oceans, but on Earth, there are 4 oceans. The land and sea area ratio of Blue Star is 64% to 36%, with land occupying most of the planet. Whereas on Earth, the land and sea area ratio is 29% to 71%, with the ocean occupying most of the planet. Because the ocean occupies most of the area, and there are no renewable energy materials that can be continuously mined like on Blue Star, coupled with the large number of scattered countries, wars triggered by resource conflicts continue ceaselessly. The war ranges from Europe to Asia, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, with a total of 61 countries participating, and 84 countries and regions, with about 80% of the world's population being caught up in the war. The originally static world map lit up with crimson regions as Zhao Ming spoke, representing places where wars had occurred, and in a blink, the whole planet seemed to be dragged into war. There were very few places untouched by the red. Then Zhao Ming raised his hand and pointed at the virtual map, all the red light disappeared, and he clicked on the European region, making the entire European plate slightly lift up, becoming more prominent. Players are currently mainly experiencing the European battlefield, which is the confrontation between the Empire and various European countries as well as the Soviet Union. More battlefields will be continuously opened up, like North African battlefield. He clicked again on the North African territory, and the North African plate floated up. Pacific battlefield. Islands where crucial battles took place in the Pacific surged upwards. Then Zhao Ming moved his hand to the east. and the Asian battlefield. Just a few clicks revealed the clear scope of the conflict, occupying most of the world. Zhao Ming continued to explain. Due to the number of players, the main experience currently is in the European battlefield. But in the European battlefield, I believe many players have already felt the helplessness of ordinary people in the face of war. This is also the original intention of making this game. Only by experiencing the cruelty and ruthlessness of war, can the public not be deceived by those fanatics advocating war, just like they preach war every day but never take up arms to resist the Federation. Because they know they would die, so they instigate the public to revolt instead of stepping into the fray themselves. Xiao Meng nodded and said. So the core of the game is like this. From the effects view, it really can let us feel Mr. Zhao Ming's good intentions. However, having only this core clearly isn't enough to attract players. Do you have any other secrets? These are all good lines prepared before the interview, so Zhao Ming continued to speak smoothly. Of course, if there is only one core element, it is obviously not attractive enough, nor can it retain players. So now the game features an immersive storyline, the Normandy landing battlefield, and multiplayer cooperative mode storylines, along with time-limited national war dungeons, providing diverse gameplay to retain players. And the experience perspective is also different. For example, the Normandy landing battlefield involves landing beach combat, the Battle of Britain allows players to engage in aerial combat, while the Blitzkrieg in Poland has opened up a vehicle system. Of course, the most important thing is that players can experience the feeling of large-scale battles in the Blitzkrieg in Poland. Future battlefields like the North Africa battlefield with desert combat, the European battlefield with airborne assaults, the Pacific battlefield with naval and aerial combat, and the Asian battlefield with jungle warfare and guerrilla combat, etc., provide players with diverse battlefield experiences. However, the live chat room erupted in chaos, but the players focused on different concerns. Open vehicles? Does this guy even have the face to say that? If it weren't for you opening that warhorse, how could I have been ordered by that fool Stone June to charge at tanks on horseback? MD. Zhao the old thief must have bad intentions. Brothers, don't be deceived. Exactly, we can't trust a word this guy says. What desert combat, airborne assault, isn't it just to make us targets? Chapter 79, Those Ordinary Soldiers, and the bloody battle in 3 schools. The staff behind the livestream watched the screen filled with resentful comments, wiping the cold sweat off their foreheads. No wonder this guy had to wear a mask for the interview. It turns out that the ones talking about sending daggers earlier probably said it lightly. Wouldn't he just be sent out in a sack? Of course, Zhao Ming couldn't hear or see the staff's inner thoughts or the comments in the livestream, and he continued introducing the game's gameplay. The gameplay mentioned above consists of large-scale battlefield gameplay. We have to wait for the subsequent game DLC updates, so it won't meet with everyone for now, but our multiplayer cooperative storyline mode can satisfy everyone's needs. This mode has a threshold, requiring players to attain the rank of lieutenant to form a team, which has blocked a large number of players, but now, as players' game progress has gradually caught up, many players have already obtained the lieutenant rank within the game. So they can invite other players to join the multiplayer cooperative storyline to experience special operations, including but not limited to raids, assassination, airborne, guerrilla, naval battles, aerial combat, and so on, and it will also unlock storylines, enriching the worldview, with any unlocked storylines updated on the official website. This will provide players with a comprehensive understanding of the Earth world. Not only that, the multiplayer cooperative mode will also randomly unlock exclusive hidden storylines or legendary soldier storylines. For example, players will take on the role of a loader, following an ordinary Soviet tank commander, Kolobanov, learning and experiencing how this ordinary tank commander performed an extreme operation of 1v22 in moments of crisis. A first-person experience of an ordinary person's legend. And for example, players will portray a soldier of the Soviet Federation, battling a Finnish ordinary hunter, Simon Hay, in the snow. And also Paul Tibbets, who is just an ordinary pilot of the Free Federation of America in the storyline. The official interview livestream of anti-war competition is being broadcasted online, so many players interested in the game are watching this livestream. The unaware host continues praising these gameplay elements, and players are also intrigued. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the Great Xia Federation, on the Sanjur icefield, all the soldiers of the 7th Special Operations Brigade are somewhat confused while watching the livestream in the cafeteria. Not only the soldiers are confused, but the brigade commander Shen Yan is also a bit bewildered, turning to the chief of staff. What did he just say? Simon Hay is an ordinary hunter? What the hell? How can it be an ordinary hunter? Isn't it the White Death? An ordinary hunter can single-handedly take down 300 of them? Does the 7th Special Brigade care about their face? The chief of staff nearby twitched his lips, clearly suffering from the torment of Simon Hay's sniper rifle in the game. I now understand why he wears a mask. Isn't this just digging a pit for people? Shen Yan's eyebrows jumped, and he clearly understood. Damn, this kid has a dark side. Oh right. Didn't that kid say he had some exclusive dungeons? I need to ask about that later. Although this kid has a dark side, I have to admit, these dungeons really help train soldiers. During this time, under the torment of Simon Hay, the camouflage skills and shooting skills of the boys under him improved a lot. They really learned a lot, which made Shen Yan look forward to what Zhao Ming said. I need to find Xinghan and ask how it's going. With this distraction, the soldiers of the 7th Special Brigade looked at Zhao Ming on the live broadcast, mentioning things like ordinary soldiers, and couldn't help but show weird smiles. He really knows how to dig a pit. Suddenly looking forward to hearing how other players felt after matching with the White Death. It should be interesting, right? The live broadcast lasted for an hour and a half. After it ended, after sending off the staff of anti-war competition, Zhao Ming returned to the office and found Shen Xinghan already sitting on the sofa, with several bottles of drinks and bread placed on the coffee table. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. So fast? He walked over and sat on the sofa. Shen Xinghan nodded and said, "Try it. See if it tastes like what you imagined?" Zhao Ming nodded, then picked up the bottle labeled Coke, opened it, and took a sip. The familiar taste burst on his tongue. Zhao Ming savored it and sighed. Exactly the same, perfect. Then he picked up the bread from the game, worth 500,000 marks, and took a bite. Average. Shen Xinghan looked at Zhao Ming, who had a nostalgic expression after taking a sip of cola, somewhat puzzled. This kind of carbonated drink is everywhere on the market. Even the price is cheaper. This cola's taste, although a bit novel, doesn't have an advantage, right? It's hard to capture the market. Zhao Ming shook his head. We don't need to capture the market. All these foods and drinks are tied to our game, tied to the huge IP of Earth. As long as we have a huge player base, we won't lack buyers for these foods and drinks. Shen Xinghan said. It's good that you have confidence. Then I'll draft a contract later, defining a few main products, and when we get support from the Federation, we can promote them. Zhao Ming replied. No problem. Just leave this to you, senior sister, I'll focus on making the game. Shen Xinghan smiled and nodded, then asked. What about the blood battle at 3 locations you mentioned earlier? Can we experience it yet? Zhao Ming said. Of course. I'll send you the key, you give it to the Great Summer Federation Army and let them experience the Republic's peak infantry combat capability. As he spoke, Zhao Ming sent the experience key for the blood battle at 3 locations storyline to Shen Xinghan. Shen Xinghan responded with a sound and chatted about the distribution of shares, then she went to arrange for someone to draft the contract and also sent the key to her 4th uncle, Shen Yan. In the evening. At the Songler Icefield. In the 7th Special Brigade. Under the command of Company Commander Lu Feng, the soldiers of the 1st Special Battalion gathered, and then led by Brigade Commander Shen Yan, they entered World War II, Rise of Empires, choosing multiplayer cooperative mode, and opened a room. After Lu Feng pulled everyone in, Shen Yan entered the key, with some anticipation for the peak infantry Zhao Ming talked about. With the confirm button pressed, the screen changed. Before everyone, a CG appeared. Which unit is closest to the 3 locations? The 113th Division of the 38th Army. We must reach Sanyi before dawn, to cut off the enemy's retreat. 14 hours, running over 140 miles, it's too hard. Our 38th Army will never say no to orders, we only have one thing to say, we will firmly complete the mission. Blocked. Sanyi is blocked. The 113th Division reports, we beat the enemy by 5 minutes. We occupy Sanyi. At the end of the scene, the perspective slowly pulls back to the sky. In the distance, the Army of the Free Federation of America is slowly approaching Sanyi, while the peaks around Sanyi have already been occupied by the Volunteer Army of the Republic. The scene slowly fades away, leaving behind a few large characters. Bloody Battle of Sanyi. The launch event starts tomorrow at 2 p.m. Everyone with tickets, please wait until after 2 p.m. to vote. Chapter 80, Launch Feelings, tomorrow at 12 p.m. It's finally going to be launched, let me talk about the questions everyone cares about. After launching, except for tomorrow which will update at 12 p.m. with a guaranteed update of 12,000 words. The launch event starts at 2 p.m, everyone with tickets, please wait until after 2 p.m. to vote. Future updates will still be around 10 p.m, with daily updates of 8,000 to 10,000 words. The suggestion thread is in the book's reader circle, everyone can leave messages there, legendary soldiers, team events, battlefield campaigns. Next is my feelings on the launch. First, I have to thank the editor Shu Amo from Group 5, and editor Zheyu, and operations officer Tianji Wei Bamiao. Everyone who wants to write a novel is welcome to submit to Group 5. I myself came to Qijian following the very responsible and efficient Zheyu, who is always online and replies fast. From my first book, I was under Zheyu's guidance and have followed to Qijian. I have become something of a trusted aid, and trouble,
Only procrastination delayed the book, and the beginning of this book was completed with Jiyu's help. Otherwise, I might have run off to write other wild ideas, and there would be no results like today because I almost cut it on the book issuing day, thanks to Jiyu's timely help. Jiyu is the most dedicated and responsible editor I have ever met. As long as they are online, they reply super fast. If everyone has good manuscripts, you can submit them to Jiyu. Once approved, they will give actual suggestions. Then there's the chief editor Shui Mo. The subsequent content of this book was thanks to Shui Mo's suggestions and general direction, allowing the plot to stabilize. Shui Mo really provided a lot of useful advice. I often feel a bit embarrassed to keep bothering Shui Mo. But Shui Mo's control of the plot is also one of the biggest reasons I can write this far. I am truly grateful. Next is Operations Officer Tianji Weibamiao, who has helped me a lot with the launch event and many things. Everyone remember to participate in the event. First orders can get a pendant, vote for monthly tickets to join in the lottery for point coins and Qidian merchandise, etc. Also, they helped me get many big shots to promote the chapters. Thanks to teacher Cheng He Yishun for the chapter promotion. Thanks to teacher Ru Shui Yi for the chapter promotion. By the way, let's offer a wave of offerings for the Big Shots books. Lord of Prolo. His name is Li Ban Feng, with Feng meaning peak, not Feng for madness. The doctor said he is not mad. In the land of 100 schools, who can compete with him? In Prolo's myriad cultivations, who is the leader? Ban Feng puts on a suit, wears a top hat, takes a feather duster, and seriously asks, "Tell me, who is the Lord of Prolo?" Starting from slaying demons to achieve immortality, slaying monsters, gaining lifespan, and infusing martial arts. Shani sheathes his sword, raising his gaze to the heavens, hearing that in the clouds above there sits a celestial jade palace filled with countless true saints, each having experienced endless ages. The monster has arrived. Starting off by using a legitimate name to guide players to conquer the world of monsters for me. Trajectory of Cannon Fire author's new work, the naval battle chapter of the war trilogy Raging Waves and Setting Sunday. Winey time traveled and looked up to see the bright red plaster mark on the plane passing by. The anger from his bloodline was awakened. He did not know who he had become. He didn't know where he was, not even what cheat codes he had. All he knew was that he was about to unleash a massacre. You want to serve the country, huh? You want to see the 9-segment slope? I'll blow up both 9-segment slope and the toilet above it. Finally, a big thank you to all the reader bosses. To Non-Wealthy Soup, Dragon Emperor's Blood Jade, Stephen Big Z, Bookfriend 20180324213628371, Small Noodle Garfield, this story is called Longevity, Bookfriend 2023112221206277759, BBSTO, Bookfriend 20170404180128456, Wooling Fish Catches Cats for a Living, UA, Meteor Sword, Pitter, Emo Shui Lan, Dreaming of Water in the Sky. And many, many more reader bosses who gave excellent suggestions. I've been reading them all and storing them in my inspiration. It's not that I have no ideas and am copying readers, I'm really innocent. It's just that I want to write what the readers want to see. Because the rough outline has already been written far ahead, covering World War II, World War I, classic battles of the Republic, modern warfare. So readers don't need to worry about me running out of things to write, there will be plenty to come. For more updates, it will be starting next month. 2,000 monthly votes will add 1 chapter, then for rewards 1 chapter for the Alliance Leader, 5 chapters for silver. This book has the current readership and success because of everyone's support. So after it goes on the shelves, I will strive to update it. It goes on the shelves tomorrow at 12 p.m., asking for monthly votes and first orders. Chapter 81, An Impossible Mission Diagram of the 3 Sectors, 2.7K. On the other side. Extreme Star Game Company. In the office. They detected the opening of blood battle in the 3 sectors. Zhao Ming pulled up the current in-game scene, wanting to see how far the Great Xia Federation's army could go. Currently, blood battle in the 3 sectors hasn't opened the data for the Republic's volunteer army, because this mission is nearly impossible to complete. So right now, there's only a US 9th Army advancing along the route, with Xinyan leading the 1st Special Forces team, ready to accept the mission. Zhao Ming wanted to see if there was any chance of success. If the Great Xia Federation's army really couldn't reach it, then he would open the data for the Republic's volunteer army, letting them join the volunteer army and feel what it's like to reach the 3 sectors 5 minutes before the enemy. At this moment, the 7th Special Operations Brigade. As the words blood battle in the 3 sectors slowly faded away. Shen Yan. Chapter 82, Shocking 14 Hours and Blood Battle? 3.6K. Shen Yan looked up and took a deep breath. How could this happen? The Chief of Staff nodded heavily and spoke. This is the result. I also input data from Blue Star and other soldiers into it. But the result is still almost the same. Is there some issue? Could it be that Zhao Ming made an error in the data setup? Xin Yan rubbed his forehead and nodded. Alright, I got it. I'll go ask him, this week has really worn us out. Let the people below rest properly. He then waved the people out of the conference room and rubbed his temples for a while, before slowly recovering. After thinking for a moment, he called Shin Chinghan. Hello? Chinghan. On the other side. Extreme Star Game Company. Zhao Ming routinely opened the data. Chapter 83, Bone Peak Blockade Battle, to be unlocked, 3K. As the command from afar was transmitted, Shen Yan and Lu Feng's brains buzzed, as if they had exploded. Wrong, all wrong. When they first watched the CG, along with the training over this period, everyone thought that the key to blood battle in the 3 sectors was the last line of the CG, take the enemy 5 minutes ahead and occupy the 3 sectors. However, the word blood battle leaves no doubt about its meaning. The title had already explained everything. The troops that had just gone through a battle with Tokugawa, then immediately marched through 70 kilometers of mountain roads without stopping, and within less than 5 minutes of rest, were already about to begin fighting again. Shen Yan and the others thought that reaching this point meant the Republic had its best infantry. But now, the Republic's top infantry had once again shattered Shen Yan and the others' understanding. The main force quickly mobilized. Shen. Chapter 84, Cooperative Plot Free France, 2.7K. Today, 12,000 was achieved. Shen Yan, who had just envisioned a beautiful scene, suddenly became tangled again. Using the quest or storyline training from World War II, Rise of Empires is indeed quite good, but should these keys be announced? After all, these are not my own things, they all belong to Shin Chinghan. I want to enhance the combat power of the soldiers of the Dasha Federation. I also need to ask Shin Chinghan or Zhao Ming if these quests can be revealed, whether the keys are too simple, and if they need to be encrypted or something. Moreover, since it's about enhancement, I must prioritize my own people first, boosting the Northern Army over here. When the military district competition comes, TSK. In Shin Yan's mind, other military district commanders appeared, looking at the frustrated expressions of their soldiers after being utterly defeated by the 7th Special Operations Brigade. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. But soon, he became serious again. Chapter 85 North Africa Battlefield starts, 4.3K, thanks to non-wealthy Tang for the guild leader's extra update. Looking at the mission prompt, excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. This mission feels a bit thrilling. Rescue the governor of Cameroon? Deciding the fate of Free France? Fong Ming scanned the surroundings and said, let's organize our equipment. We need to determine where we are now in the firepower configuration. Besides Fong Ming and Yufeng, there were also 8 other streamers in the team, all of whom played together regularly. Everyone began to move, and soon searched the entire house. Other than a bound and unconscious homeowner, there was nothing else, but everyone had mission items like the map and de Gaulle's signed commission. Fong Ming took out the map and spread it out. Everyone gathered around the map, looking at the markings and plan routes, and Fong Ming said, we are only over 400 meters from the governor's office? That's really close. Chapter 86 Operation Barbarossa unlocked, 3.6K. At that time, the main battlefield of the Songgu Peak ambush was comprised of over 100 soldiers from the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion, 335th Regiment, 112th Division of the Republic Volunteer Army. Therefore, Zhao Ming designed it with only 150 spots open. Each match could allow 150 soldiers from the Dasha Federation to experience that battle, similar to the bloody battle at the 3rd Institute, until they really couldn't fight back. Zhao Ming would then unlock the data of the Republic Volunteer Army. On the Northern Army side of the Dasha Federation, although they could unlock prerequisites through integration of elite forces. In the Songgu Peak ambush, due to the number limit, they could only fight head-on. Once the soldiers of the Dasha Federation entered the Songgu Peak ambush, they would have to resist an enemy force of over 2,000, including the American 2nd Division and Turkish Brigade, with only 150 troops on a small hill at an altitude of just 200 meters, stopping their retreat down the main road towards Longyuan. Songgu Peak ambush. Chapter 87 Lightning Strike Soviet, 3.8K. The old hunter looked anxious and turned to Duan Yu. Little Olga, you hurry and tell the villagers to hide. I'll hold them off. Duan Yu was stunned by these words. You will hold them off? You don't look like someone who can take on a tank, do you? The old hunter didn't have time to pay attention to Duan Yu, dragging his injured leg as he quickly entered the wooden house, rummaging for something, and when Duan Yu came back to his senses, he ran towards the village. After running less than 100 meters, he faintly heard the old hunter's curses from behind. Bang! With a gunshot, Duan Yu was startled and turned back to look. He froze in place. He saw that the old hunter's wooden house was now on fire, thick black smoke rising straight into the sky. Next to the wooden house, the old hunter was holding his worn-out rifle, which he had used since participating in the First World War, aiming at a distant tank armored group. Bang! Chapter 88 The Collapse of the Frontline, Full Blitzkrieg of the Empire, 3K.
Looking at the reminders in the livestream, WWII couldn't help but grimace. No way? Is my luck this bad? WWII hurriedly opened the official website of the Polaris game according to the reminders in the livestream, found the real-time map, and then zoomed in. Soon, the location of Kiev was found. The troops in front of Kiev were struggling to hold on. However, from the map, it could be seen that the troops of the Soviet Federation were retreating while fighting, heading towards Kiev. And it wasn't just Kiev, at that moment on the map. The color representing the Imperial forces seeped into the territory of the Soviet Federation like irregular branches from all directions. As the troops of the Soviet Federation fought and retreated, if they didn't retreat quickly enough, they would be surrounded. Compared to the blitzkrieg displayed in Poland. At this time, the more than 2,000-kilometer-long front line between the Empire and the Soviet Union was more clearly displayed. Chapter 89, The Official Showdown, Blue Star Online World War II? 3K. The Imperial offensive towards Kiev unexpectedly slowed down. Then, an armored unit split off and headed straight south. They only advanced a little, and the Blue Star players, relying on the real-time map, realized the Empire's intention. They actually intended to encircle the large Soviet forces in the south completely. The Blue Star players knew this, but the Soviet Federation in the game did not have the players' godlike view of the real-time map. The players' individual strength was limited, unable to report or even see the commander of the Soviet Federation. By the time the Soviet Federation discovered this on their own, it was already too late. The Empire's troops were almost completely surrounding the large forces south of Kiev. Only a gap remained, where both sides were racing against time. Looking at the names of the places near the gap, many players searched for that location, wanting to witness the race against time. Chapter 90, The Song of the Pine Peak Resistance Battle, 3.5K, thanks to SFQK for the Lord. More updates tomorrow. Such a humiliating scene was enough to make Xinyan laugh to death. Zhu Guang also showed a smile inside. Not everyone is as casual as us, speaking of which, some people are just different. If we had encountered the White Death during our livestream. TSK. Other federations that faced the White Death were caught off guard and could only be bullied. On their side, because they had the key, they simply treated White Death as a training ground. After such a long time of practice, individual combat quality nearly doubled. This treatment was not something other federations could compare to. If it were them encountering the White Death copy, it definitely wouldn't be such a humiliating sight, and it wasn't impossible to fight back. At least they had succeeded many more times in training. When the comparison came, they would take off directly. Shen Yan here. Chapter 91, Conclusion of the Song of the Pine Peak Resistance Battle, 3K. The sound of bombers passing over made Shen Yan's expression change. Having experienced many battles in the bloody Battle of Songgu Peak. At this moment, it was the most despairing time. Starting from the 5th hour, the American troops began continuous bombing on this hill, which was only 200 meters high, throwing countless gasoline incendiary bombs. Even though they persisted from 5 hours and 13 minutes to 5 hours and 17 minutes. The soldiers of the 7th Special Operations Brigade did not survive the barrage. The small hill seemed like a hell of flames, ready to burn people alive, with no hope of staying alive. In the sky, incendiary bombs fell densely. The flames exploded on the hillside, spreading across the entire slope. And below the slope, the American and American puppet troops began to assemble, waiting for the bombing to end before swarming up to completely destroy everything on that small hill. On the slope, a few young people, looking like they were in their 20s or 30s, tugged at a bag several times without being able to pull it down, and began to kick the old woman. Seeing this, the people around quickly left with anxious expressions. In the live broadcast room, the comments flew by. What the hell? A few young people hitting an old woman? Is no one going to do anything? Streamer, go teach these beasts a lesson. Are you just watching? Go now. Damn, I took a screenshot. I'm also in Kiev. Wait for me to get in the game and find these grandsons. You can't even find one in the same game. No. Chapter 93, Multiplayer Cooperative Drama, Mode Update, Upcoming Battlefield. It was still a flash of inspiration from watching the live broadcast these days. Looking at the titles in the live broadcast room, each one was written as Challenge XXX City, Survive XXX Days. Zhao Ming then realized. Players on Blue Star really have a lot of free time. Before, he thought about how long these battles would take, and couldn't let players really fight for 2 or 3 years, nor could they let players starve for hundreds of days while besieging the city. But now, players who enjoy survival challenges have appeared. Not only that, the activities held before were to encourage players to interact with NPCs. So the videos on the official site were all about food, stories, and even exciting battles. And now, most of them have been taken over by videos about surviving for so many days in a battle, showing the evil of humanity in war. It seems that Blue Star players prefer to watch these. This kind of gameplay.
I'm posting a chapter, seeking monthly tickets for April. The author is working hard to type, striving to stay up all night to write more updates tonight. Then I'm asking for April's monthly ticket, starts voting tomorrow, April 1 essay. In the new month, there will definitely be more updates because I'm really out of money. I was originally borrowing money from friends to eat, but unexpectedly, the result was not bad, and I will work harder on writing next month. After all, being debt-free allows one to be light, so I can write faster. Also, I'll talk about the extra updates. Because last month went live at the end of the month, so here the monthly ticket extra updates start from April, 2,000 monthly tickets for an extra chapter. The leader gets 1 extra chapter. The silver leader gets 5 extra chapters. Chapter 94 The Shocked Blue Star by the Will to Fight, 3.8k, leaders extra update seeking monthly tickets. After cursing a few times, Angus also started to worry. The other side did not take action. They don't know how many people are on their side, and they have already blocked the gap of the encirclement. They just need to wait for the main force to arrive, completely avoiding unnecessary battles. They don't take action. It's just these 20 people, plus 10 military dogs. Once they move, they'll be exposed, and with the enemy's firepower covering them, they can only wait to die where they stand. Angus retreated from the earthen berm and looked at his side's equipment. In fact, they were pretty much the same. Machine guns, grenades, and even engineer shovels, and they had 2 mortars. The equipment was quite sufficient. But no matter how sufficient it is, it's useless. Can mortars take out tanks? After thinking about it, Angus directly abandoned that thought. Not to mention that such old equipment is useless, even if it has been used. Chapter 95 Rewards of the Great Xia Federation, 3k. The will of the Great Xia Federation soldiers not only shocked the other Federation soldiers, making them unable to believe it. Even the military side of Great Xia was also dumbfounded because they didn't know the soldiers of the 7th Special Operations Brigade could have such resilient will, completely breaking common sense. They quickly ordered to contact the 7th Special Operations Brigade. And in the live broadcast room, as the Imperial Armored Battalion soldiers and tanks got closer, they slowly approached the position. A soldier poked his head out from the tank hatch, scanning the position with binoculars, but he did not notice any signs of activity, only flames were burning at the position. In addition, with continuous shelling at the position, there was no reaction. The Imperial soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there should be no living person left, and then ordered the infantry at the back to quicken their pace and climb the position. Suddenly, I only felt a chill all over my body, as if something was watching me. The soldiers of the Empire looked through their binoculars. Chapter 96 The Blue of the Republic, Modern War, 2.4k. Zhao Ming nodded and thought for a moment before speaking. Modern warfare is still too distant. My suggestion is for the soldiers from the Federation to fully participate in World War II, the rise of the Empire from start to finish, to become familiar with the battlefield. At the same time, I will open various exclusive side missions here. Through the advancement of the timeline, they can feel the changes of war, gradually transitioning to modern warfare. For example, in the timeline of World War II, it is now 1942, while the timeline of the bloody battle in the 3 schools is set in 1950. Different times mean that the tactics of war are also evolving. Because Blue Star has been very peaceful for a long time. So suddenly involving the Federation soldiers in modern warfare missions, although the equipment has improved, the tactical thinking may not have changed. When it really comes to battle, they might be caught off guard. Chapter 97 The Atlantic Naval Battle begins, 3k. Players can team up or go solo to participate in the Key of Battle, limited time, storyline mode. This storyline mode follows the timeline. Participating players will be randomly assigned to their respective factions' armies to engage in battles with the enemy, as this mode does not affect the immersive storyline. This allowed many life-oriented players to join in, experiencing combat for themselves. However, some did not go. For example, in the challenge to survive in Kiev for 100 days, Day 17. Live stream. Duanyu, who was live streaming in Kiev, had already lasted until Day 17, but was not in good condition at that moment. Before the Empire's army attacked, he could still earn some money polishing shoes. Now that the Empire had come, who would care if the shoes were shiny? He hadn't had any business for several days, and the little money he had was long spent. At this moment, Duanyu squatted in the corner, sitting by his shoe polishing tools. Chapter 98 You say this is detergent? I say this is chemical weapon, 4.2k. Looking at the large hints appearing slowly and then disappearing. The harsh alarm was still echoing, and Song Yang had not reacted yet. What's going on? Did a hidden storyline trigger? While others triggered hidden storylines at the start, he was triggering a hidden storyline halfway through daily life. The viewers in the livestream were flooding the screen with question marks. As the alarm continued, the captains on the ship were starting to panic, as some ships were still on the outskirts, definitely the first targets of the Empire's attack. Once their ships were destroyed, they might lose everything. No! My ship!
A captain who had just gathered in front of the map looked at the flames rising outside, clutching his head in despair. The cargo ship torn apart by the torpedo was his. Song Yang looked outside, feeling at a loss. This place was not like land, where one could run or hide. Chapter 99 Xinyan, is a real nuke falling on my head? As the voice of the official from the Free Federation of America fell, people in the conference hall continuously raised their hands in agreement. Then the scene shifted, and all the radio stations were broadcasting this news. Many people in front of the television were shocked beyond words, although some did not believe such things, more were filled with worry. With perspectives switching from all over the world. All the people had now believed that the bottle of white powder was a chemical weapon capable of killing tens of thousands. And in the meeting shown on TV, it was time to strike the gavel, even if someone opposed. Once the gavel fell, the matter was settled. The scene shifted again. Planes, helicopters, and tanks from the Free Federation of America were all mobilizing, missiles in the sky continuously attacking a certain city. The precision guidance of American missiles combined with the assault of armored units. The speed at which the Free Federation of America advanced on the map was faster than the Empire's blitzkrieg during World War II. Chapter 100/32 The Great Xia Federation. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. 4K. However, after finishing speaking, the soldiers of the 7th Special Forces Brigade could not help but feel a wave of despair. How come we have to run here too? More than 40 kilometers. Xinyan had no other choice, it was all randomly assigned. At this moment, the train was blown up, so he can only walk. He opened the virtual map and glanced at it, as the red dots on the map fell. The other 31 troops also had their own different situations. Some had already suffered attacks, and their numbers had been severely reduced, losing 2/3. Some were directly eliminated, and the entire unit was wiped out in an instant. Xinyan counted, a total of 4 units were erased in a moment. No need to think, they were definitely hit by that Republic's Blue Army with a nuclear bomb. A smile unconsciously appeared on Xinyan's face. It was indeed better with more people. The chances of being blown up by a nuclear bomb are much smaller now. Suddenly. Chapter 101 Modern Warfare, Alpha Rescue, The Spark of the Soviet, 4.3K. Shin Xinghan nodded, a smile on his face. Of course. With this copy's effect, you are now the top priority of the Federation. What's a small request? Zhao Ming smiled and waved his hand. Then let the guys bothering you disappear. It should be easy for the Federation to issue an order, right? Shin Xinghan smiled and said. As long as you agree, I can take the order and go. Zhao Ming made a gesture for him to proceed. Shin Xinghan nodded. Okay, I'll be arrogant for a time. By the way, is there any plan for the new copy? Zhao Ming took out his phone, placed it on the coffee table, and opened the virtual projection file. The previous icon of EarthOL, Modern Warfare, was projected out, and after clicking in, there was originally just one video file, but now there was an additional row below. Chapter 102, Key of Battle, Settlement, 4K. The impact of this segment of the story on the Blue Star players was not a small matter. Not only did it continue to ferment, but also in the video activity on the Polaris official website. Thanks to this shocking feeling, the video quickly gained votes, driving other players to upload videos featuring the Soviet political officer. Many players then realized that many of the plots and battles they experienced were actually led by the Soviet political officer. It was just that Blue Star players did not pay attention to this before, so they did not notice. Now, as they delved deeper, they found traces everywhere. On the activity section of the Polaris official website, the hot videos uploaded were almost all about the Soviet political officer. Naturally, the one in first place was the plot that Huang Hao experienced. And the second one was also Huang Hao, who, after the shock, looked at the departing figure, chased after it, wanting to explore. Chapter 103, Defense of Moscow, opened, 3.8K. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the pop-up prompt, all with puzzled faces. What's going on? There was no announcement on the Polaris official site? Why did it suddenly open? Isn't this copy time limited? Hiss, it's really not limited time. Could it last a long time? I don't know, but the host can definitely handle it, directly commanding a regiment. This settlement is awesome. Damn, my settlement says I died 13 times and got nothing. Don't worry, you're not the only one with nothing. I died 7 or 8 times and got nothing either. The neighboring host is dying of laughter, got a diligent shoeshiner title, saying he could attract others to polish shoes while shining shoes himself. What's the use of that? He can continue being a shoeshiner in immersive storylines, haha. Chapter 10 for the most tragic parade in history, Shocking Blue Star, 4K. The material CGI updated on the Polaris official website, merely the title Red Square Parade attracted the attention of Blue Star netizens. After all, in the impression of Blue Star netizens, parades are displays of strength by various federations, held every few years or during significant holidays, and each parade showcases new equipment. Without hesitation, the data and killing range of this equipment can easily destroy the surface. And every federation has this. This is also why they have never been able to fight. However, in Earth, according to the game's progress, the Empire has already swept through Europe and is continuously winning against the Soviet Union. There is no need to waste effort on this. Could it be the Soviet military parade? Some unfamiliar players, with a suspicious attitude, thought to themselves, and then clicked on the information CG of Red Square Military Parade. And some players in the Soviet Union. Chapter 105, Leningrad Siege, Survival Challenge, 4K. Still not fully awake, Huang Hao groggily looked at the bullet screen, instantly awakening. Ha! Hurriedly checking the time, seeing it was only 10:37, he let out a sigh of relief. Isn't it just 10:37? I was forcibly kicked out of the game around 10:20 in the evening, then went to pick up a package. Now it's 10:37, isn't that just a little over 10 minutes? What the hell? 12 hours? After being reminded by the viewers in the live broadcast, Huang Hao finally realized something was wrong. Why is the moon outside so bright? No. That's not the moon, that's the sun. Huang Hao was completely confused, looking at the bottles of vodka and imperial beer, as if he was staring at a devil. Is my alcohol tolerance this bad? The viewers in the live chat laughed crazily at Huang Hao's dazed expression and quickly reminded him. Chapter 106, Nice to meet you, I am the political commissar, 3K. WWII confidently finished speaking, picked up a saw from the carpenter's shop, looking at the wooden sticks and boards in front of him, he was ready to follow the system's prompts and start making a small chair. From the back room of the carpenter's shop, a Soviet man with a full beard, his face revealing a look of embarrassment, walked out. According to the game's hints, he was the owner of the carpenter's shop, followed by a chubby woman who constantly shoved at her waist behind him. This scene made the Blue Star netizens in the live chat look awkward. They had already guessed the upcoming plot, and just as WWII wanted to greet them with a smile, he swallowed the words back down. As expected. Seeing WWII pause, seemingly a little afraid of his wife, the carpenter quickly spoke. Sorry, Leviticus. Lev was the name of the carpenter apprentice that WWII was playing, the carpenter continued. I might have to let you go. Chapter 107, Shanghanling Sniper, Republican Lubu, 4.2K. Unlike the cold officers he just casually interacted with, this political commissar, as soon as he appeared, was like a fire, igniting the lifeless atmosphere. Huang Hao saw Alexei extending his hand and quickly reached out to shake it. Hello, Alexei. I am the commander of this regiment, currently our regiment. Huang Hao looked around at the people, feeling a bit awkward, as it was just too miserable, and he didn't know how to express it. Alexei smiled and said. No need to say, I know, after all, I was sent here by the higher-ups. He pointed at the armband on his arm and said. You understand. Seeing this, Huang Hao forced to smile, and the surrounding soldiers also had a bit of fear in their eyes. At this moment, Alexei suddenly raised his hand and tore off the armband from his arm, casually stuffing it into his pocket. Of course, the higher-ups said they need it, but I think that's nonsense. Chapter 108, Immersive, Republican Lubu, Experience, 4.2K. Shin Xinhan looked at the introduction above, unable to help but be surprised, then became curious. This Lubu? What is it? A title? Zhao Ming thought for a moment and smiled. Lubu was a fierce general from ancient China in the background of Earth. At that time, people used among men, Lubu, among horses, red hair to describe his bravery. The ancient Lubu was skilled at fighting against many enemies alone, and surprisingly, not only did his enemies see this as normal, but he himself thought it was normal too. And this ordinary soldier of the Republic also fights against many by himself. If placed in ancient China, he could be compared to the fierce general Lubu. Shin Qinghan pondered. I see. Is there also ancient history? Then that's pretty good. Zhao Ming nodded. Of course. The Earth IP series I designed has not only the past. Chapter 109, Modern Warfare 1-on-1 with the 5 permanent members, 4.2K. Xin Yan's brain buzzed and exploded. No ammunition? Incredibly, it turned out to be such a reason. But now looking back, it seems that at the beginning, many Republic soldiers on the front line were holding big knives, and there were very few guns with bayonets. It turns out that it wasn't that they didn't use, but that there simply weren't many guns and ammunition, so they could only fight the little devils in close combat. Xin Yan was somewhat stunned. He originally thought that during the previous plot, when fighting the Free Federation of America, the Republic warriors were already quite miserable, but he did not expect that the situation was even worse before the establishment of the Republic. This was just one battle, if looking at the entire Republic. How much did they have to endure to become the powerful Republic in the blue of the Republic? Just thinking about it made Xinyan's scalp tingle. Xinyan was slightly dazed, and the tall, strong man was. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao also had nothing to say.
After the battlefield was cleared, everyone gathered the confiscated supplies, distributed the ammunition, took the usable guns and some food, and then set fire to the remaining looted supplies and ammunition soaked in gasoline. Definitely, these things could not be left for the Empire. During this time, the more than 100 people brought out from Moscow were left with just over 30. Nobody knew when they would die. Carrying so many things was a burden. Besides ammunition, everyone only brought enough food for 2 days since they might not even finish it. As the flames soared behind them, everyone quickly left that area. At night, in the village ravaged by artillery fire, everywhere were the bombed ruins. Only a few houses still stood, not completely collapsed. A flicker of fire was in. Alexei nodded and smiled, saying, "I think so too, because I was thinking the same thing at that time." Looking at the corpse of that Austro-Hungarian boy, I felt it was particularly absurd if their country promoted glory, wealth, and status. Our country promotes glory, wealth, and status. So the question arises, where do these things come from? I began to feel confused but didn't know what to do. Until this moment. At that time, due to the change of power within the Tsarist Empire, we withdrew from World War I. Just withdrew like that. Then, I found out I was deceived. What glory, status, wealth, were just empty words for deception. Those politicians rely only on their mouths. Deceived. After hearing the fans' words, Mo Xiao Mo had a satisfied expression and nodded. That's right. If the opponent is an NPC from the Empire camp, it would be a bit of a hassle. But if it's a player. He. Just watch how I strike them. The two exchanged a glance, both with smug smiles. Then Mo Xiao Mo thought of something and spoke with some confusion. By the way, are our people also players from Blue Star? This is a whole brigade. Isn't the rank supposed to be promoted according to military rank? How come there are still so many people without ranks as new recruits? The fan whose position is a regiment leader said. Well, this instance isn't necessarily immersive to experience in Moscow, all players can come in. Recently this game has exploded in other federations as well. Players had limited information, and they had hardly touched the high ranks of the Empire and Soviet Union, or the British and French federations, and it was difficult to get useful information from ordinary NPCs. The only way to understand was the introduction of the Hall of Fame. Although it was not unlocked, the introduction was short, but after looking at it for a long time, many were already familiar with it. Mo Xiaoma opened the Hall of Fame. Soon, he found the general whose name was exactly the same as in the documents. Georgy Konstantinovich Zhukov, unlockable. Title, Soviet Hero, Red Battlefield God. Rank, Soviet Marshal. Biography, he was a military genius from a poor background, rising from Tsarist cavalry to Soviet marshal, breaking the myth of empire invincibility on the European continent under Soviet city. Famous quote, personnel, weapons, military thought. Chapter 114 Earth War History's Most Costly Surprise Attack, 3.2K. In the game. The next day, early morning. A gentle breeze passed through a grove, and the character controlled by Fong Ming shivered uncontrollably, slowly opening his eyes. 8 people, covered in dirt and looking miserable, huddled together to keep warm, just like that, passed the night. Fong Ming propped himself up, moved his numb limbs, took a few breaths of the morning air, but almost choked on the smell of the rotting leaves scattered on the ground in the woods. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a large flock of birds flew up from the edge of the distant woods. Fong Ming's expression changed. Had they caught up so quickly? Without thinking about anything else, he hurriedly woke up the other team members. Get up quickly. The soldiers of the Empire are chasing us again. The others struggled to open their eyes, but upon hearing Fong Ming's words, they immediately perked up, forgetting their weariness and fatigue, and quickly got up. Chapter 115, Red Square Parade, the night before the photo studio, 3.4K. Looking at the current in-game storyline time, there was still more than a month until the event occurred. However, because the American Free Federation was not participating in this war and the Asian battlefield was not open, neither the Federation nor the Empire factions could trigger the task to unlock Pacific Battlefield. Zhao Ming opened the system's Earth database and exchanged for some materials and filmed CGs about surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, preparing to make an updated documentary. By updating through the official website, he intended to release the CG material to unlock Pacific Battlefield. After inputting the data into the AI, he let it simulate using the Photon supercomputing cluster. Not only was the Pacific Battlefield about to unlock, the in-game timeline was also close to the time of the Red Square Parade, and Zhao Ming further opened up the battlefield range again, waiting until after the Red Square Parade. It would not. Chapter 116 Moscow Battlefield Full Mirror, 3.4K. The next day, early morning. Moscow, after a night of heavy snow, turned the entire city into white. However, the pedestrians and vehicles on the road were even more numerous than usual, all heading towards Red Square. The streets echoed with passionate and stirring Soviet military songs, and the parade was held as usual. Su Jie followed behind the militia formation, unconsciously humming along with the Soviet military songs, his gaze sweeping around as he spoke to the live stream audience. We're about to enter Red Square, brothers. I have to say, in this atmosphere, I'm getting a bit infected too. Look over there. All of them are citizens of the Soviet Federation, looking at us with the gaze they reserve for heroes. Under these circumstances, how could we disgrace ourselves? Although not a native of Earth, people have a tendency to conform. Su Jie felt. Chapter 117, Pacific Battlefield, lit up, surprise attack? 3K. The viewers in the live stream couldn't bear to watch. If ranked by severity, the streamer challenging the Moscow Medal of Valor task is definitely the most tragic. Is this task even humanly possible? Why do I see that the Empire faction and Soviet Federation faction don't have this problem? Some streamers are still quite relaxed. Because it's different, the streamer is facing the Empire NPCs directly, while you're talking about other streamers, who are just chickens pecking at each other. Indeed, the battlegrounds that the streamer is confronting are at a ceasefire, while on the whole front, the Empire and Soviet NPCs are still battling. The Earth people in this game are truly ruthless. It was 20 to 30 degrees below zero, and there was still fighting. Fong Ming looked at the barrage, his voice trembling from the cold. At this moment, if someone gives me a cup of hot milk tea, I will call him Dad. I'm freezing to death. Why did it suddenly start snowing so well? Zhao Ming, do you really think I'm made of photon supercomputers? 3.1K. Looking at the real-time map of the battlefield, Missouri Xiao Mo was not the only one starting to wonder about the next development. Many netizens online were also analyzing it, many military experts were forced to come out to work, all treating this as a real war. Analyzing what the Axis powers were planning to do next? Why did the Empire, this ally, open a new battlefield at this time? Because from the division of the areas by power color. The American Free Federation, as a neutral force, should not be underestimated in its current strength on Earth. If they really targeted the American Free Federation now, wouldn't that send a great boost to the Allies? Or does Japan have some deeper thoughts? However, military experts online, after analyzing for a while, still couldn't understand Japan's current troop mobilization towards the Pacific. The neutrality is right there, shouldn't you? Duan Yu couldn't help but speak up. Hey, let that kid go. As he spoke, he shook the stick in his hand. The dagger at the top of the stick sparkled brightly in the reflection of the snow. The burly man opposite frowned, looking down at the boy who had jumped on his thigh. Bang! With another kick, he sent the boy flying, then looked at Duan Yu. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. These two damned guys are thieves. Saying this, he took a step forward, walked over to the boy who had been kicked to the corner, struggling to get up, and began to search him. Soon, he pulled out a bunch of coins and a wallet. Picking up the wallet, the burly man couldn't help but raise his hand again. Slap! You dare to steal my money? He slapped several times in succession, then looked up at Duan Yu, unable to help but sneer. Kid, your good intentions. With the click of settlement, Su Jie's game screen began to pop up with hints. Defense of Moscow. Settlement starting. Congratulations, you triggered the two, everyone went to the front lines plot. You have received a special plot photo, please fill in the address and wait for the gift to be mailed. Congratulations, you triggered the Red Square parade plot. You have received a special plot photo, please fill in the address and wait for the gift to be mailed. Congratulations, you received the Red Star Medal. Description: a badge rewarding courageous performance in battle, military command skills, national defense technology research and development, and long service of excellent Soviet soldiers. Note, wearing it, you will become a captain of the Soviet Union, commanding a company. A series of rewards settled down. Su Jie's face revealed a smile, but he was still a bit puzzled. Give Earthlings a taste of their own medicine. 3.8K. Looking at the barrage interaction in the live broadcast room, Fong Ming brought up the introduction of the Moscow Patriotic Medal, but Moscow Patriotic Medal. This is a war concerning the survival of the Soviet Union, and also the Empire's first defeat. Post-war statistics showed that the casualties on both sides reached about 1.5 million, the Empire suffered about 500,000 casualties, and the Soviet Union suffered about 1 million casualties. Note, in the defense of Moscow, lead a squad to carry out guerrilla warfare, persisting for 15 days, leading the squad to break through the encirclement of the Empire's armored troops. Conditions met, 15 days. Note, we must stop the Empire's army, we have no way to retreat. Because behind us is our Moscow. This medal is one of the 3 required medals to be selected into the Hall of Fame for players. A smile involuntarily appeared on Fong Ming's face. Zhao Ming, in fact, used the Earth database, The complete Stalingrad battle has been redeemed. The Photon supercomputer has also rendered it, but there are still too many players. Given the current situation, many players will definitely gather 3 medals. So Zhao Ming can only choose to not be human and increase the difficulty. By using AI to filter all the rooms, he fills these rooms with Imperial soldiers or Soviet soldiers based on different situations. After all, there are just a few celebrities in the Hall of Fame. They can't fit all the Earth people in there, especially if the Stalingrad medal follows the completion rate of the Moscow Patriotic Medal. It's impossible to stuff thousands of Blue Star player introductions into the Hall of Fame. Who would be interested in Blue Star players? As long as there are a few who earn the Stalingrad medal, that's enough. And the entry. Chapter 123, Sudden Pacific Battlefield, 3.2K. Fang Ming picked up the documents on the table, looked at the words, and then glanced up at the large map in the command room. It is indeed the Far East region. But the Moscow battlefield is hundreds of thousands of miles away. How did it come to here? Or is there some connection between here and Moscow? Fang Ming flipped through the documents in the command room for a while. A moment later, sitting at his desk, holding several documents and materials, he displayed them to the live stream. Brothers, I found the problem. Look at this document. Fang Ming pointed at the orders on the document and said, "This document states that the Soviet troops are ordered to move towards Moscow. But it seems it's not my current troops. Because this order is from October, now it's mid-November." Chapter 124, Sneak Attack on Pearl Harbor, Polarized, 3K. Seeing this, Su Jia immediately clicked in. He started checking the live stream content marked with the name, Pearl Harbor, based on different perspectives. Soon, he found a perspective showing the beach and could clearly see many warships at the port. This must be a key target for Japan's attack. At this time, live from Pearl Harbor, making ice cream, the comments in the live stream chat floated continuously. "Streamer, run. Japanese planes are coming. Hurry, find a shelter, we're about to get bombed. Why isn't the streamer smiling? Is the ice cream not good? Ice cream? It'll turn into barbecue soon." In the livestream, the streamer, Xia Ran, had a frozen smile on her face, watching the comments float by, quickly pulling up the Polar Star official website map. "Don't scare me. Let me check first."